Here. I'm on top of it, huh? I'll figure it out. Gave us some bad, like it's all perfect, all day long, no sun in front of that.
As baterias estarão a duração de 40 minutos. Good morning everyone, we will start the competition at 7 a.m. and
goal is going to be a nice one, too.
It's going to be so rad. How big fellas?
Big fellas.
Like 6'3", 225. Jordy's like 6'3", 200.
Is that the first time he's going to get someone that is actually bigger than him?
Kinda, exactly.
Maybe Willie. Thicker, but not taller. This time, thicker and taller.
Hi. Morning. How are you? Did you watch the elections? Okay. Oh, yeah. I think it was still a tie at about 1 in the morning. Yeah, I think it was still a tie at 1 in the morning for the elections. I think everyone here had to vote 2 weeks ago, maybe the mail-in ballot. Hi. Hi. What a morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's a happy, happy morning. Yeah, sounds good. For the other guys? Okay, great. Yeah, he's just posting on Instagram. This is Strider.
Yes. Yes, of course. We're going to get busy today. We got big fella coming up against big fella. We got John this morning early. It's going to be fun to see the yellow out there.
Testing 1, 2, 3. We got a few good heats coming up.
True. Couple of good heats.
Did you tell me to speak more?
Speak more.
Can you also turn it down a little bit? It's very high, this one. Oh, where is it?
Maybe this one? I don't know.
Oh, right here. Found it. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you guys.
Early morning, in the morning, in
Yeah,
the morning, in the morning.
Oh, that sounded nice here.
Try that.
Oh.
Good. No, that's good.
You're a singer.
A little there. Good, good, good. Does that feel good?
Yeah.
Just warming up?
A little bit.
Try. Nice. Feel good?
Is that diaphragm warm up?
Do you know the color of the microphone?
White. Yeah. Okay, read out.
Here comes Peter Cottontail, hopping down the bunny trail. Hippity hoppity, hippity hoppity, happy Easter day. Time is high tide.
I'm not sure. I think we got to go through low first.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for being with us in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Bon dia and good morning. Federico Moraes waking up early. He's going to brush his hair, get comfortable in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and prepare for a big day. There's Jake Marshall, feeling loose and warmed up. Miguel Pupo wearing the hooded suit, and Italo Ferreira, two-time champ at this event, is ready to go, along with Rio Waida, Jack Robinson, finalist last season, all checking in. And world number one, John Florence, hanging out with his coach, Ross Williams, on dark, watching the sun come up and seeing some playful conditions at Super Tubos as the contest has moved down from that jetty you can see in the distance right back to the main event site at Super Tubes, hoping for some fun peaks and some big barrels, hopefully, and big turns. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel, Strader Wazalewski, and Jesse Mendez here for the morning call. We've already got word that we're on today. John Florence taking on Cade Matson. First thing in the morning was.
It's going to be so fun. Everybody, you know, the entrance into the athlete area this morning was so intense. You know, I mean, we were just waking up and trying to get going, but these guys are coming in hot and feeling like they're ready to rock. And I love to see that intensity when they come into the area.
Surfline's been helping us out, Jesse. We had the good call to move the event down the beach, and we bring up the Surfline forecast because we've got better conditions right out front of the main event site.
Yeah, and we actually, we are where we want to be. This conditions here, it's what suits the best of surfers because it's just amazing dumping conditions, big ramps, and everyone looks fired up this morning, so excited to get rolling.
You can see that lighter winds, the swell easing a bit for today and tomorrow. I'm watching a new swell on Wednesday with favorable winds in the morning.
Yeah, that's new as well. So, I mean, things change really fast. So this morning we'll have 6 to 10 foot faces, and we got some offshore winds, which is really nice in the afternoon. It might drop a little bit, but still staying that side offshore that we love here with the north wind coming across. So it should be really good all day. The only thing we're going to fight is the tide through the day. That might make us, pull back a little bit.
As we look at the morning, 3 to 5 foot faces, 3 to 4 into tomorrow, and then you can see that little increase as swell into Thursday, Friday. However, the yellow means it's going onshore. We're liking that green, clean conditions over the next couple of days, Jesse.
I know it's exciting. Tomorrow does drop a bit. The next day, the size is the same, but the angle of the swell actually turns more west, which is favorable for here, and we should get some fun days.
Starting off with a banger, John Florence taking on Cade Matson. Cade, a rookie on tour from San Clemente, California, and John Florence looking for a third world title this season, and he's back in yellow. First time he's won the yellow jersey since 2021. He ended up going down to Morgan Siblick a couple times that year, ended up being injured, so gosh, it must be great for Florence and his whole support crew to wear that bright yellow leader's jersey coming into stop number 3.
Yeah, I feel like, seeing him healthy coming out of Hawaii and just, he just has that great energy about him, and watching the form and some of those photos that we've seen from warm-up sessions and clips that are dropping from both Cade and John are just, so intense and fun and formed out, and they're both looking really good right now.
Cade Matson, a big, powerful guy that really believes in himself and has been through a lot of adversity, from a broken back to losing sponsors to regaining new ones and being a fresh face on the top 34. Let's now send it downstairs for the official call on the day with AJ McCord.
Strider, you guys were talking about the athlete zone this morning. Renato and I down here on the beach, and the athletes coming in from the free surfs, all smiles. Renato, walk me through what we can expect for today and the conditions that have everyone smiling.
We're excited as well, so we're back at Super Tubos. By the way, massive effort from the events and the broadcast production team. Hats off to them, moving more or less back here in less than 24 hours. We're going to start 7:03 with the men's round of 32 overlapping into the men's round of 16. Our biggest hurdle this morning is that massive low tide at 9:30ish. So we will monitor closely the conditions, and if we have to stop, we have to stop. But if we navigate it through, there is a chance of running 28 heats today. So women's quarters on standby, men's quarters as well. So if we go through it, we'll finish these 2 rounds of the men around 3:23. This afternoon, and when on paper the conditions are supposed to be better this afternoon. So lots of action. The surf is still solid, 4 to 6, 5 to 7 feet there, but with a lot of power. So great show.
And then looking forward through the rest of the window, knowing everything we want to accomplish today, but still what we have ahead in finals day, what are you seeing for the next few days?
Well, the swell drops Tuesday considerably. We have a good window Tuesday morning. The best news is that the Wednesday morning now, it's the better window to perhaps finish the event. Swell receives another push on a 5-foot range and better easterly winds. So that could be the final day of the event.
All right, so a big day today, you guys, and of course, keep an eye on those tides. We'll send it back to you.
AJ, did he say 28 heats?
I think that was the math, Joey.
Wow, what a day. Thanks so much. Let's do this. As we look at these conditions, there's our favorite sound. First thing in the morning, 40 minutes already ticking away. Always scored on their top two. At the halfway mark, so at the 20-minute mark, we'll see the next heat filter in and start the overlapping format. John Florence versus Cade Matson to kick things off this morning. And what an opportunity for Cade to battle with one of the best that's ever done it, Strider.
Yeah, definitely. You know, for Cade coming in as a rookie and feeling, you know, the pressure right now, really. You know, he didn't have a great start over in Hawaii, so he's going to try to get back into this flow here. And you know, he loves these kind of conditions are right in his wheelhouse, though. I mean, you know, he's from San Clemente. These guys are training in waves just like this back home quite a bit. So I would think there'd be a sense of comfort for him coming into this.
For sure, and this is a day that you want to take those big names. You know, it's going to be a lot of wave choices, and that's going to be a big difference sometimes. And like you mentioned, he's a powerful surfer, kind of feels at home because he grew up in those type of beach break conditions. Obviously here, probably a little bit more hollow and more powerful than where he grew up around San Clemente area, but still, it's a good day to take out champ.
Jesse, we were downstairs in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just having a chat with one of the great coaches, Reynos Hayes, and we were talking about energy and how it could be infectious when you've got a great support crew, and talking about the success that was around Matson, the rest of the San Clemente crew, to find success, not just with one of their surfers, but with quite a few.
Also, not just Reynos mentioned, but also Griffin mentioned as well about the same situation. When he was paddling out for the heat yesterday, he was kind of nervous, and he looked at the boys and was like, hey, I'm going to do this for you guys. Like, so all that energy, if you put into good work and put into in the right perspective, it's going to help you out along the road.
There's so many sports that could probably relate to that individual type kind of selfish role as an athlete, but when you get to share it with each other, and even surfers you might end up competing against, there's something really healthy about that in surfing history. You look at the Australians when they would gather together and watch each other, give each other notes. The Brazilian Storm was amazing to watch. Their dominance, you know, over the last 10 years, we're still living through that era, Strider.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. We saw Gabriel turn into animal mode yesterday, where he just was banging away at everything that moved, and it was really fun to watch. You know, with Cade and the San Clemente crew, that's kind of like fired into, it's kind of a draft off of that Brazilian Storm, I feel like. I think a lot of people took notice of the Brazilian Storm and saw how well it worked and how tight they were, and you know, and all these guys from San Clemente are like, wait a minute here, we got a crew, we're solid, let's go, you know, and they did it, and now they're all here on tour. Now they got to find the formula for winning on the main stage, which is a bigger task at hand. You know, you come off the CS and then you're coming into a bigger stage, and now these guys have to figure out the formula here as we watch this.
Still waiting for the first wave of the morning. John just kind of floating down the beach, still prone on his Paizo surfboard. Cade Matson getting boards from Matt Biolis, just kind of waiting to get things started. What goes into the start of these heats, Jesse, and the importance of getting the first wave?
I think it's going to be different for both surfers right there. I feel like obviously Cade has to apply pressure on John, and mostly in the beginning of the heat, you don't want to get like those big names too loose, because they'll take advantage of that. And if they feel free, if they don't feel pushed or with the back against the wall early, it's going to be almost too easy for them. On the other side, John almost needs to kind of run away and maybe get the ball rolling, you know, let the priority set and then go from there. Because once priority set, there's not much you can do. Like, you just got to wait for your turn to come. And yeah, if you keep getting stuck, like those big names tend to not like that so much. So maybe Cade's just trying to take advantage of that and keep a close eye on him.
We're looking at the top 10 heading into stop number 3. John Florence out front due to a final at Pipeline, quarters at Sunset. taking the yellow jersey into stop 3. Jack Robinson winning Sunset Beach. Moved up dramatically after an early round loss at Pipeline to be equal second with Baron Mamiya. I think the big story when we showed up here to Super Tubos was the lack of names from San Clemente and also the absence of the Brazilian Storm. We're anticipating that all to change after we finish up stop number 3 before we head to the Australian leg of the tour with Bells Beach and Margaret River. Italo looking really comfortable. He's being coached by Reynos Hayes. Gabriel Medina finally got some rest after that big week in Puerto Rico. Those are two of the big names, the world champions from Brazil that are expected to do well here in Portugal. Both former champions of this event here in Peniche. Could potentially see a paddle. John will hold back. I was thinking, Jesse, as well, the task of watching John and putting pressure on him, is he one of those athletes that is that easy to accomplish, or does he make it hard on you?
I think the more you let John surf, the worse it's going to be for you to beat him. I think we've seen it before with Zeke, just really putting a lot of pressure on him at Bells Beach, and he ended up not, like, I think he ended up just having no time in the end, you know, just like they kind of kept fighting this, and the advantage went to Zeke because Zeke was like stronger just keeping that position, and once the wave actually came, Zeke took it, and then there's barely any time. So in my opinion right here, John just needs to start it, and because he can manufacture bad waves into big scores, you know, and as you see it right there, every wave that is coming, Cade's kind of having a look and not really letting him go, but also not going, you know.
John will sneak under the hood to get the first wave of the morning. He travels through and gets the exit, lays down a hammer on the opening wave of the morning.
Well, man, he's just a magician. The guy, you know, at Sunset Beach, you kind of think, you know, all right, you know, he's going to get some great waves, some tube rides. And you come over here to Super Tube Ocean, you just remember that he's still a musician. The guy just finds the nug. I mean, under the hood, into the tube, comes out for the big bang. Just pure tail. It was so fun to watch. And wow, what an opener, Jesse.
That's what I was saying. He just needs to get his foot on the board. That's all he needs to do, because once he has opportunities, he just does what he's doing right there. Just a beautiful tube ride and finish it off with an amazing layback snap. Just so solid on his foot. No downtime, just beautiful surfing from him. And now we have priority set, so he can actually kind of get away from Cade a little bit now, you know, and Cade is really going to have to just focus on himself.
Cade working with Snake. Patterson probably frustrated that he kind of missed that opportunity to control the start, but John could be so sneaky because he doesn't need a runway to paddle for his waves. He could take off incredibly late like he did. He could take off under the hood for even being a big guy, and that was a huge moment to really enjoy how savvy John could be as a competitor as well.
I'd love to see the dirty face of Snake right now. Jake Patterson is probably so pissed. Guaranteed he told him to get the first wave of the heat. You could see him hovering over John the whole time. So, you know, he's probably already thinking, you already made a mistake, Grom, you know.
And right there, 8-6-7. It is really hard to get a score in the X-Zone range on the first wave of the contest in the morning when they're setting the scale. But that was so worthy of excellent surfing, getting the barrel and a pretty aggressive hack to finish. Florence way out front. Cade now with priority, waiting for his first wave of the morning. Matson trying to focus on his own game plan as Johns is going to roam. Checking out the left now. Quick whip over the top. Nice transition. Backhand floats. Ooh, and getting clipped on the right away. Think you'll only get credit for that opening turn, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. But yeah, he just needs to surf, man. You see that wave right there, hadn't much of a potential, but he was gonna look into a very solid combination of scores if he had landed the last one. But as he was, yeah, just almost felt like he thought he made it, and then he got unbuckled.
Nice first turn, covered some ground. What'd you see here, Strider?
You know, unfortunately, I feel like that conversion, all that water, as he was riding out, maybe kind of, maybe they might give him a make, possibly.
I don't think so.
No, I mean, take it away. I mean,
I like your opinion.
I just thought he made it through the hard part, and then there was just a little bit of like maybe a push and pull from the white water that kind of kicked him off. But yeah, maybe not the make.
2.5 for Florence, kind of showing that the last turn will be incomplete. First turn, Was able to get a 2.5, so that's enough to force Cade to need 2 waves quickly. Still plenty of time, 30.5 to go. As we've really been enjoying the overlapping format at a majority of the venues on tour. That's still relatively new in the last few years of the championship tour. We always saw this format feature at Pipeline, but now it also allows you to get just so much time in the water, still looking for 2 waves. Jesse, how do you adjust when you know you have 40 minutes to find your keepers?
Yeah, mostly the first heat, because they're going to have priority throughout the whole 40 minutes. So they have a little bit advantage of that. And in a day like today, which beach break with a bunch of banks all around just this stretch here that we have, you just can kind of get away from everyone and make the most of the first 20 minutes without priority. Try sneak a few waves maybe by where the ski is, far bar left. You're going to see probably some goofies going that way this morning before the tide, and yeah, it gives more freedom.
Nice fun morning here as we're planning on a massive day. Renato Hickel saying we might be able to finish 28 heats today, overlapping the round of 32 and the round of 16. Remember, quarters already set up for the women from yesterday's action over at that jetty. So we've got quarters set. Betty Lou's already moved up to number 2 on the live rankings, which are really fun to watch during an event. You could go to worldsurfleague.com and maybe see where that yellow jersey could lie. Remember, Molly Picklum out of the event along with Katie Simmers yesterday. All eyes on John in the yellow on the men's side as he's looking for a 3rd title this year. If he accomplishes that, he can match Gabriel Medina. That's been the fun rivalry. They both qualified as in the same rookie class. Gabe got to 3rd, his 3rd world title before John. And as we know the story with Florence, just injury after injury has been the story of him not getting that 3rd title. This year seems a bit different as John rolls in. He's got some speed. Now driving off the lip. Cool motion on the tail high reverse, but he ends up throwing it away. So a fall there on the finish of the left and a fall doing the rotator on wave number 3 for Florence.
I feel like, you know, you can see him. I feel like all this energy coming out of it, you just got to be really stable. There's a lot of bump on the face out there right now. And you can see the outside edge catching when he whipped around right here. And I feel like that's just a lot of leftover lump from the wind last night and, you know, all the energy. And then the tide's also dropping out, so it's pulling the water up the face, and it's going to create something that, you know, you got to be staying low and keeping those rails kind of agile, keeping them up.
Yeah, I'm with you. Mostly with the tide going lower, the more dry it gets, the more bumpy the bottom of the wave will be, and just the transitions are going to be a little more catchy. So you just got to keep a close eye to it.
Checking out Jordy Smith and his father, G-Force. Graham Smith, longtime surfboard shaper from Durban, South Africa. Was there at the airport before Jordy to pick him up. Jordy had so much luggage to carry. Tons of boards packed for stop number 3. G-Force loves talking surfing. He's proud of his boy, who's the 2nd oldest on tour when you have Kelly in the draw. Kelly's not here, so Jordy is taking that role as the most experienced on the championship tour.
He was the biggest guy on tour as well, and now we got Cole Hausman's coming up against him.
And they're going head to head.
Heat 3.
Heat 3. 6'3". I'm trying to find out what Jordy weighs these days. He's around 200. Cole's about 225. But finally someone who I can look in the eyes before the heat starts, Jesse.
That might be his first ever heat that someone's actually taller and thicker than him.
Liam O'Brien will be in the water before we get to the Jordy Cole Hausman clash. I think Liam's pretty thrilled that Burley Heads just won the Australian Board Riders battle, led by his coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, and a huge celebration that looked a bit more like a marathon mixed into a surf contest. But that's all that energy you're trying to channel when things are going well back home. Your team's getting big wins, and he's going to put that to use in the next heat. 25:55 on the clock. There's a special moment in surfing history where Nathan Florence, John's younger brother, got a wave of a lifetime. There's about I don't know, 20,000 comments it seemed from the internet, because it was kind of that game-changing moment where Nathan's just standing tall in this wave at cloud break. Everyone's just in awe, writing all these amazing messages as we look at John. Nice vertical sweep in the pocket. Quick slash on the inside corner. So 2 turns there to try to improve on a 2.5. Yeah, the one comment that got everyone smiling was Nathan's big brother John saying, hey, maybe you could have been deeper. And everyone just laughed. Brotherly love there. Obviously, John incredibly proud of his brother Nathan. What do you think of the 2-turn combination, Jesse? Decision to take this wave?
I mean, I don't think the score is going to go huge, but he's keeping his body moving. It's a cold morning, so might as well. He has no priority. And what happens in those beach breaks like that, that was a nice vertical approach right there from him. Just solid. The wave just kind of dissipated in front of him and lost energy, so he had to do this wrap. Then he was basically done after that. But the good things about those beachy breaks, you can kind of get off waves and just get in a good rhythm, so might as well keep trying, because you can get back out. It's not too big today, so you get back out in a matter of seconds.
And I feel like Cade, you know, he's been sitting for way too long, you know, and he's got somebody who's moving. You can't sit there that long. You have to start moving. You have to start catching waves and get into some sort of rhythm. And I know it's a kind of a cliche, but there is a relationship with the energy in the ocean. And once you start that, then you can see where you land with it. You know, some days are good for you, some days are not, but at least you got to find out whether it's going to be a good or a bad one. You have to ride a wave. You have to understand. You have to walk up and talk to somebody before you know how that person's feeling.
Totally, and also the more you sit, the more picky you get, and that could play against you. Time can run down a lot, and you just ended up trying to find a wave that sometimes doesn't even exist in that day. So.
Wave scooping out on John, but pulling in deep is Cade Matson, trying to survive a pretty difficult up and under. And he'll stay under incomplete on his start after sitting for a long time. 40-minute heats. This is his first attempt here, Strider.
Yeah, I tried to stuff it in there, but you saw all that water kind of chandeliering down on top of him. So not really what you wanted out of that one.
So Cade sends priority to John. Florence 8.67 and a 3.5 first thing in the morning, and this is how John opened up the day. Into the barrel, coming out to excellent scores. We'll be right back as this event continues. Let's open up the WSL vault and go back to 2016, where John clinches his first world title. Jordy got a perfect 10 in the quarters as they were neck and neck in the title race. So many big moments. Connor ends up playing spoiler. John got past Kolohe to move into the final as we look back on a special day in surfing history.
Yeah, John and Florence really feeling it out there, and came up against Connor Coffin in the finals, unfortunately. Or was that the semifinals?
No, that was the final, but Connor was the man who got past Jordy. He was able to have John clinch the world title before that final started. We were wondering, hey, does John let Connor take this final for him? And it was absolutely not. John did about 1,000 alley-oops and was able to take the event win as well, Jesse.
I mean, he should have let the guy, right? Like, that would have been nicer of him, but those guys are just brutal. They don't care. They'll take every bite of it.
That was a great moment for John, that first title in 2016, something he was always destined to win, and Connor was so happy to be a big part of that. Kelly stayed by for the presentation and was really proud of watching John grow up as a little kid on the North Shore of Oahu. As you know, life on the North Shore, there's that family atmosphere, that feeling of ohana, the uncles, you know, that are not by blood, but they really are your family. And John has, gosh, more than he could probably list in one sitting of who helped him out along the way, from pro surfers that would meet the kid and see this wide-eyed, blonde-haired kid with a lot of potential, and they just would want to help him out. If it was even push him into a wave at Ehukai Sandbar when he's super little, or just even cheering him on through the World Title Showdown.
And also on the road, Joe, so many times those guys have people that help them out. Like in Brazil, I know he has a few guys that help him out, like set up everything, carry them around. Like there's obviously a language barrier right there. So yeah, everywhere they go, there's people actually supporting them. So this is kind of cool of surfing. Like you have uncles everywhere.
It's so great. As you just heard that horn go off, they're getting ready to kick off another big heat. John Florence and Cade Matson will have the priority side of this overlapping format, and we'll have Liam O'Brien and Jake Marshall get started, and they'll have non-priority. They'll be able to kind of move around the lineup. They just can't get in the way of John or Cade Matson. O'Brien coming into this event, stop 3 in the top 10, and Jake Marshall just outside of it, number 11 in the world, and going to live, just Jake up and down. Nothing to lose there, being the non-priority heat.
This is where I love this format, just because you get to see so much action. Here we go, Cade.
Cade pulling in, nice travel time. Matson will get the exit. His first completion of this first heat of the round of 32, and just his second look at a wave. He's hoping this wave will break the combination. It should, and he'll be in a better position to fight back against a 2-time world champion.
I think it was just about in time. Like he started to get with the clock running down, and he needed to get something on the board. I don't think that's going to be a big score, but he's back in the game. Like obviously John has an 8.67, which it weighs a lot, but at least he has something to back himself up and maybe try and find a good wave now.
See Jake looking just for a moment. He's holding back to look for a better looking wave. Here comes Liam O'Brien in the heat with Marshall. Nice first snap to get things going down the line. Nice jam on the oncoming section. Clean form, cool rhythm for the Australian. John's looking at the one behind him. Florence looking to better a 3.5. Big drive, stance nice and forward on the Paizel. Punches free. Driving off the bottom, clean rooftop hack. Florence didn't need a warm-up at all this morning. Got the 8.67 on the opener, and now he's just been building on that second scoring ride. One of the best barrel riders we've ever seen, enjoying the morning conditions at Super Tubos.
Just has the ability to push through. You can see there wasn't a clean exit there, and understanding. I mean, the hard part about what he's doing is understanding the ability and of which way the water is going to move as you push through these things. If you try to go straight through that, it's just going to take you down, right? But knowing that the water's moving to the side and towards the beach, he uses that momentum to push himself out of the tube toward the beach and then comes out for the hit. So really great work from John Florence right there to make that wave.
What was the difference between Cade's ride, Jesse?
I think Cade's ride was a little bit more intense. It was a little bit hollower, but just to mention, John was able to combo it up. Like both of them were in the cleanest exits, but Cade's wave a little bit hollower, so a little bit more intense for Cade. And just beautiful surfing right here for Lob. Just always perfect timing, great style, effortless.
Lobby, the nickname of Liam O'Brien. Some of the best nicknames in the world come from your Australian friends, don't they?
Yeah, all day long. They've got them down there. I mean, you know what, though? Just as a whole, the surf crew, they really like to have a little fun with each other and give each other some nicknames that sometimes stick, and you might not be happy about them, but you got to run with them.
Catching up with Reggae Ellis, longtime commentator who was on hand for the ABB Australian Board Riders Battle, and he said it was really exciting. That's where Liam O'Brien comes from. Surfers like Jay Thompson, Thomas Woods were the standouts. It was hard work, though, 4 to 6 feet, short period of swell, big sweep down the beach, and they had to run back up to the top to tag their next friend in. Isla, a junior, she's got some of the best turns coming out of Burley Heads. Nancy Callahan, a lot of great standouts that Liam is really proud of, going into a backhand reverse attempt and ending up out the back. So we'll see how Liam does on his wave previous.
That was your call right here. It was Liam, and, you know, some of these guys are going to go down the beach and surf all the way, you know, to the far bar on the left, and that's exactly what he did. He paddled down the beach away from everybody while he doesn't have priority in this heat to find some waves. And if he would have connected with that and landed and came back in with it, it would have been a big score.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about 4 of the best wave catchers in the world, and you have less priority, like the chances of you actually getting a good wave by them right now, it's like 0 pretty much. Because if someone makes a mistake and lets a good wave go, the other one's going to take advantage of it. So you, less priority, might as well try and find some room and, yeah, be by yourself.
Little running left for O'Brien. He goes down swinging. Just got stuck off the top there. And he's just trying to build in the heat with Jake Marshall. Scores are in from the barrel for Cade Matson, 5.5. But John able to get a combination on his barrel to hack, 6.17. So a bit better there. John's total goes to 14.84. And Cade is not comboed now, but needs a 9.34 to get a spot in the round of 16.
Yeah, and on a day like today, I would say that's 2 waves, right? You're not going to come up with a 9.34. Looking at the conditions, it's going to be really hard to find that. That would have to be one heck of a wave. So, you know, you're going to look at needing 2 waves with 13:40 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm with you. He's still got time, and like you can get shoe waves in a minute out here. Like you paddle out so quick. It's just a very small lineup right there from like when you finish the wave until you have to paddle back out, and waves come everywhere. So yeah, he'll be looking to probably for 2 waves right now.
You can see some fans down here early. It's 7:30 local time. Always a treat to watch the world champs kick off the morning and see if the rookie can create a major upset. Cade Matson just developing his name globally, but a hard-working surfer that had a stellar junior career and the belief in himself to continue his life as a pro surfer after a serious injury that had him laid out, breaking his back, losing sponsorship. That could just spiral you the wrong way mentally. But his belief that he could go and recover, get more backing, put himself on tour is nothing short of incredible. Watching Liam O'Brien up and out. Jake Marshall shadowing him there.
Getting that early start, even in the non-priority heat, you know, having a wave, you know, that you could say that 5-point ride's a keeper today, just with the conditions on hand, and you know that's got to feel good, making your opponent a little bit nervous. You know, Jake could be wanting to stack something up on the board there down the beach.
Mostly being on the non-priority heat, for you to be able to actually have a decent backup score, like on a day like today, a decent score, a 5-point ride is not going to be thrown out the window like that easy. So just being smart, catching waves, and Jake up and riding.
Jake, little whip off the top, second turn into clear water. Nice punch there on the end section for a 3-turn combination for the Californian. Fighting back in the heat with Liam O'Brien. Still 31.5 to go, Strider. How about this one?
I'm just so fired up right now. This turn right here, money, just perfectly placed that board on that second turn. You know, like we talked about it with the conditions getting lower tide. It's really hard to find that perfect position with the board and the lip, and he just, you know, to me that was well done. Really beautiful surfing and clean. You know, kept those rails nice and fluid through those turns. So hard. Well, look at, I mean, look at the water. It's bumpy out there. It's not easy.
Yeah, the acceleration throughout the second turn was impressive. The way he was able to put the board just up in vertical and just push it through it and accelerate that moment. It's not easy to do. And like you mentioned, there's a lot of turbulence out there today. You can see it even from the screen right now. Just a lot of water moving, kind of a lumpy morning, and yeah, he made the most of it.
Exciting start to what's supposed to be a massive day for pro surfing. As we say, a big good morning to Kaipo Guerrero in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Kipes off to a great start when you have an 8.67 on the opening ride of the day.
Good signs for today, and the Red Bull Athlete Zone pretty busy, and the anticipation. Just saw Jordy Smith, Cole Hauschman getting ready for their heat. You guys talked about two of the largest guys on tour, combined 12 feet and 6 inches of surfing power. That's heat number 3, so looking forward to that. Those guys are ready to hit the water. And I got a Jack Robinson a breakfast report. It consisted of scrambled eggs, bread, and a side of cornbread. So that's it here from the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Breakfast of champions. Thank you so much, Kaipo. Enjoy the morning feed and prepare for potentially 28 heats today. A lot of fun things to do in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. There's even a little golf simulator that all the San Clemente boys were all over yesterday.
Wait a minute. What about your shot?
Wasn't going to bring it up, but now that you did.
Right on the green. Joe Turpel. Joe Woods Turpel.
Yeah, just don't expect that to happen again. 9:15 to go here. Cade up and under, Jesse.
Yeah, just nice cover up for him. Just the wave wasn't clean. It's going to be hard to find a wave like John's wave today. So as you see it right there, there's just a lot of lump and a lot of texture halfway through that wave. And after he came out of the barrel, just no lip, he tried to attack because he kind of had to go big. And yeah, just not giving it an opportunity.
I also feel like he's pushing a little too hard. You know, he came out of there looking for a vert. Maybe a wrap would have been good. I mean, he does, you know, he could stack up a couple scores here. It's not too late.
Marshall looking for a section to work with. He's just left chasing as he steps off. In the non-priority heat with Liam O'Brien, you can see Marshall with the 5.83, O'Brien with the 5.0. Jake getting that running left, 3 big turns. Liam looking super stylish on the combo on the right-hander moments ago. Jake staying with Chris Gallagher, longtime championship tour surfer, longtime coach as well, an amazing chef. Always.
Really?
Yeah, he's great. I remember years ago I called him to do a little article with Surfline about food on tour because he would look after, you know, the Hobgoods, travel with Taylor Knox. Life on the road, if you've got someone who knows how to cook, that's a huge advantage.
That's why I sparked up, because, you know,
God, you love
I love cooking. So, you know, knowing that he's might have to have a little Iron Chef moment with Gally. Yeah.
And yeah, Jake was so happy about what he had last night for dinner as we see him whipping through 3 turns now, maybe a little bonus. That thing gutters out on the inside, but his backhand's so smooth, so powerful, and kind of his secret weapon. He uses his backhand a lot when he can in beach breaks, just get automatic scores.
And you know what? I think it's very impressive from him. He has a kind of a pace that he keeps throughout the whole turn usually. And here he's accelerating every turn he's doing it, like a little bit more of like energy. So this is very good for the judges. Judges are really going to like that.
We haven't talked about it much, but the sharp eye under his feet, I mean, that was some great surfing. I'm so used to him doing those big, beautiful carves, you know, on those open faces. That's what, you know, Jake Marshall kind of reminds me of. But these compact, tight turns that he's doing, that board just looks like a magic carpet under his feet.
I totally agree with you. And that board the board could make a big difference in the surfing. But like you mentioned, like he usually has that pace, that Jake Marshall pace that you can identify as soon as he stands up on a board, you know, like just a beautiful, smooth style. But that more aggressiveness that he's bringing into those turns, it's pleasing to the eye.
I remember seeing Jake when he was about 10 at a contest in Ventura, California, and he lost the heat, and he was devastated, like absolutely devastated. It was that moment I saw that fire that he had to win any loss it was, even if it was a final. It just never felt good to Jake. And it just built him to be such a dangerous competitor from Southern California, surfing every weekend up and down the coast, seeing a lot of Griffin Colapinto, a lot of Kanoa Igarashi back then. But he was such a fighter and a warrior throughout that entire amateur career, and he went through some interesting runs on the qualifying series. There was one year, I think he thought he qualified. There were even some little quiet celebration dinners before, and then he ended up falling out of qualification by the end of the Hawaiian leg of the tour. Then had to wait through, you know, the downtime through the pandemic and pull himself together again to put another run to qualify. And now he's put himself back on tour a couple of different times, but a lot of growing moments for Jake, and I think we're seeing his best stuff right now, Jesse.
No doubt. More maturity, surfing amazing as he always did, but just putting it together in heats and getting better every day.
5 minutes on the clock in the heat with Florence and Cade Matson as we see how this one started. First wave of the day, 8.67. Cade was trying to control the start, but John slipped underneath him, pulled up and under. Big old hack. 8.67 and the lead. After a long time on the clock went by, Cade started pulling into tubes. 5.5, still his best so far.
Yep, but then there was John to match up and get a second scoring ride and the bango after the barrel. So that, you know, those combinations of maneuvers didn't do anything crazy, but that stacks up a couple extra points off the end of a tube ride. Next thing you know, you're sitting there looking at needing one of the biggest scores of the entire event, a 9.43 or 3.4. That's a hard one.
Now looking at Cade Matson going for a rodeo. It looked like there, missed the grab, and with 4 minutes to go, he knows he needs almost a perfect score. Next wave now setting up for Jake Marshall. Going for a similar type of move. Hey, we've seen that rodeo flip pulled off here by Matt Wilkinson back in the day. Unfortunately, he didn't make that heat.
Wilco.
But let's see that again. Yeah, hi, Matt Wilkinson. Hope you're doing great.
He always is.
He always is doing good.
He's always happy. I mean, Jesse, we don't see the rodeo too often.
You don't. Like, you've seen it only a very few times. It's a very critical maneuver to do. Him right there, just not enough lip to actually, both of them, not really enough lip. In this situation, he was kind of lateral. You want to get very vertical when you're going to that turn. Kelly would probably tell us how to do that turn better than I would.
Pretty rare to see it performed. Jordy did one in the Mentawais a few years back. That was considered the best air at the time, but we're going back, what, 10, 12 years, and that was in a free surf trip. When you go to competitions, Heitor Alves pulled one at lowers. Wilco, a couple different times in his career. Pat Gadauskas did one in the Maldives in a QS, and then kind of did more of a Gorkin rotation in Tahiti. And Jesse Mendez, oh, hey, Jesse.
Against me, he did one.
Was that the heat you were in?
No, in Portugal.
Oh, my goodness. Got a good view of that. Backside float,
wow.
Big fin drift into reverse for Marshall, and will tap it shut. Incomplete on the final turn. But I love how he's switching gears now, showing that he could be loose and radical. He's putting together those three classic power snaps. Now he's throwing the tail out and showing his depth on his backhand today.
A lot of variety, and that's exactly what, you know, you have to do to keep the judges' attention right there. Bang, throwing the tail around so clean. So great work from Marshall. I'm just like rolling into just being more and more of a fan. Looks like John picked one up, Jess.
Yeah, just a little bit of a cleaner wave, nice and hollow barrel for a day on the standards like today, and just finish it off strong. John's is looking solid, man. As soon as, like I mentioned, like if he starts getting waves in those conditions, like most likely he's gonna blow up, you know? Like, put yourself in opportunities and they can turn into good scores.
I think there's also a recipe for waves like that. When you're in a platform like this, in a beach break, and you've got all these riptides and everything happening, you just got to find clean water, right? And that's what I think he's done. You know, once he has priority, he gets himself into a position to go find that clear water.
Yeah, and like catching waves, sometimes it's the easiest way for you to find clean water, because if a rip current goes through where you're sitting, for you to paddle around it usually sends you out, so you kind of get stuck. So riding a wave and going underneath and around, it's much faster and easier, so you can get in a good rhythm just by catching waves and getting clean water.
Cade pulls in for a moment, but the thing shut down really quickly, forcing him to straighten out and incomplete. Matson with a 5.5 and a 4 is down to 52 seconds. A challenging heat always when you're battling against John. You're taking on the guy that's #1 in the world. That's why seeding is so important as well. When you become a rookie on tour, you're always going to be surfing against the top guys in the world. As I think Cade's realizing it might be over. 30 seconds, he's going to call it a day.
Unfortunately, this heat ended on that first exchange.
Yep.
Right? I mean, it was unbelievable how important that was. We never did get a look at Jake Patterson's face, but I'm sure he's upset with that.
He might have, yeah, he's probably back there waiting to have the debrief with Cade. Jake, one of the best coaches in the game, will have some wise words to send to Cade, the rookie, before he prepares for the Australian leg of the season. And world #1 looking solid and really well barreled this morning at Super Tubos. John moves on to surf again today in the round of 16. And looking very impressive, and probably just thankful that he had a different kind of start than he did against Marco Migno the other day, where he had to get a 3-point ride on the buzzer to survive the opening round. So John will not go too far. We'll have another surf later on today. We'll see if it's either Jake Marshall or Liam O'Brien. Good job to Coach Ross Williams. One of the best surfers in the world throughout that Momentum generation and all those Taylor Steele movies, and actor as well in that movie Loose Change and The Show. And he's got a cool, funny personality. He's going to have some fun today with John. Moving on to the next round. Let's get more barreled throughout the round of 32. Back for more at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. We'll be right back. Thanks for being with us. Waves are super fun. John just got really barreled, and he's moving on into the round of 16. Looking for another win out here in Portugal. Won it back in 2016 when he clinched his first world title. Went back-to-back. 2017, he clinched the title at Pipeline. And it's been a long time since then, but in great form. Jordy Smith now hits the lineup with Cole Houshmit. 6'3", 225 for Cole. Jordy might be around the 200 mark. Gonna go find the scale downstairs and have him weigh in after this heat's over. But Jordy's been in great positions this year on the rankings, as we'll catch up with what Cole did during the break, Jesse.
You know, Cole's going to be so dangerous in these conditions. He's such a big guy, but he's so explosive. Like, sometimes bigger guys tend to be a little bit slower and smoother, but him is just all about power and being fast, and that's what he did right there. Just 2 solid turns in such a small transition of a wave, and yeah, he's going to be a big task for Jordy.
See Jordy coming off his finishing move, a man who's been very consistent at this changing venue for so many years. You never know what you're going to get. Barrels, onshore, offshore, mobile sites, and he's found some rhythm out here, making 3 finals in the past. Backhand is still fire from Jake Marshall, as he can pull off everything. He'll celebrate that finishing move as the judges are playing a little bit of catch up. He had the 5.83 early, a 4.83, And a couple more important scores coming through, and the priority side of this heat was.
I love it. I mean, buckets out the back, just super smooth flow through the wave, having a lot of energy down the line, the confidence coming out of it. You could see he liked it. You know, finding the vertical part of the wave to work with. You know, these waves are starting to cup out. They're really wedgy, and, you know, for you to whip that turn up there into that section, it's really technical and fast, and that board fitting perfectly. Once again, the sharp eye on point.
Jordy on the right, Jess.
Yeah, a little bit more of a messy wave, but just so agile. Like cat reflexes for him right there. Transition in between second and third turn was very quick, and for how much water was moving and how turbulent that bottom of the wave was, he was so clean on rails. That was a great effort for him. Just obviously, score is going to be probably on the low side just because the wave didn't give him much opportunity. But as far as looking good, like that was a well-surfed wave.
Let's talk to the most barreled surfer from this morning. John Florence is with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, and the scary part is John's telling me he's still just waking up. Didn't look like it in that heat, though. What a way to start the morning, John. Walk me through just that first wave, how important it was for you to catch that, and what you were looking for when you paddled out this morning.
Yeah, when we showed up and looked at it, it was kind of hard to tell what it was doing, and I think it actually got a little better once the sun kind of came out and the tide dropped a little bit. There was, like, once I paddled out before the heat started, I kind of saw that there were some barrels. And then, yeah, that first one I just got really lucky. It was just such a nice little double up to it. So I was stoked to start the heat with that, and then even more so because it was kind of tricky after that to try to find like an open wave. This wind's kind of starting to pick up, so it's making it crumble a little bit more. But yeah, it's fun.
When I remember watching you in the opening round, waiting on the steps, wondering if you got that score to have a different way to start this round in 32. How much confidence does that give you going into the next round?
Yeah, the first round was hard. I just was like, I felt really good, but I just wasn't like in the position for a wave, and I was kind of frustrated with that. So it feels really good to find a wave right away and just get the heat started and get surfing.
And the surfing is coming well. What is your biggest thing that you want to take from this heat into the next one, round of 16?
It's hard to say. I felt like I did a lot of things right in that heat. My second left, I like made it and then like fell over my front foot. And I don't know if it was just early morning, not thinking, but that next one I'm gonna just double grab rail that's out of the whitewater.
There you go. That's the lesson. Congratulations, John. See you in the next round.
Thanks so much, AJ. John Florence having a nice morning, and what a way to wake up. That's better than any cup of coffee you'll ever have. Just get shacked all morning. 867, 1484 total, and Hausman going left. Strider.
Bang. I feel like, you know, Jesse talked about how quick he is, and you can just see it. He's really getting into a rhythm out there, and I think everybody's learned from that first heat watching Cade not catch any waves for so long. You better just get going, and that's exactly what these guys are doing.
Cole Hausman working with Goofy Foot great Luke Egan. As you see that setup work, Jesse, on the inside.
Just beautiful surfing and just quick on his foot. Just a lot of power. Yeah, good surfing from here overall.
A tough start, result waves for Cole Hausman, losing in the elimination round at Pipeline, even though he put together a really great performance. Just slipped to third at the end and then did one spot better at Sunset, losing in this round, in the round of 32. So it comes in to top 3, 32nd in the world. Are you stressed about that for Cole Hausman and his hopes to make the midseason cut?
You know, you would think about it. It'd be in your mind. But it's the place where you have to go. This is where it counts. This is when you have to get out of that mindset, get into just being confident, and just going out and establishing your mind as I'm the best surfer in the water, and I need to do my surfing that I know I can do. Try to not to focus on anybody else around you, and make sure you give yourself the best opportunities, which is finding the best waves.
Graham Smith looking on, watching his son Jordy Smith compete. It's probably one of his favorite things to do. He's been enjoying some big moments for a very long time. Jordy, 5.33 on the opener. Won the opening exchange over Hausman, who turned in a 4.5 on his start. Multiple-time finalist, yet to win this event, as we see Luke Egan, Cole Hausman's coach, also the coach of Caroline Marks. Wasn't his first world title that he was helping out with the coaching responsibilities. The famous one going back to Joel Parkinson in 2012. Luke was right by Joel's side. As now we have 11 minutes on the clock for Jake and Liam O'Brien. Yeah, we kind of didn't go into the cut super deep in the first 2 stops of the season. There's a lot in front of us there, but now that we're at stop 3, knowing that they only have 1 throwaway, Coles will be the one at Pipeline in that elimination round, going to Bells and Margaret River for the first time. Has us all wondering what to expect from the rookie on tour that had a lot of expectations. So Jesse, really just what is the difference of the level coming off the Challenger Series and the difference of competing on the Championship Tour?
Yeah, it's a big difference, man. You're surfing against the best of the best, not just the best surfer, but the best competitors, the ones that are able to capitalize the best in 30 minutes on a heat, or sometimes 40 as we have it today. And every heat is a big battle. Like, it drains so much energy out of you physically and mentally, and you got to be ready for it. And when you come from a challenger, which is a high level as well, but it's 1 step below, so you really have to adapt. And yeah,
watching Cole Hauschman looking at this left again. Nice clean bottom turn, tail whip reverse, looking for a bonus to combo it up. Nice wind up, shuts it down. Real clean surfing from the big man. His way before got him out front, but here's Jordy with an answer back. Nice power hack to start, wide open face, big backhand float off the roof, and he'll step off. The battle continues here in the priority heat as well. Marshall throwing the tail high, reverse attempt. Goes away from him, but still has the lead over Liam O'Brien with 9:20 to go.
Wow, that was a lot of action right there, and all really fun to watch. Here we start with George on the replay. Gets one good little substance of a floater there, but nothing really. Everything else kind of just rolling along laterally here. Gets down the line in the lip, and those are not easy to make. But that was pretty much the substance of the wave for George on that one. This one though, Jesse, bones it out.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. He's so agile. Like, he's very aggressive surfer and fast, and even though he's big, he's still able to get up there very quick and tight to transitions. And right here, look how much lump that wave's going through, but he just kind of ignored, had that tail high, blow tail, came out, moved his foot back to the placement that he had to be. See right there, as he was pumping, he was moving the front foot backwards just to set up for this finishing nice kind of lip line solid turn. So good surfing for both surfers again.
Cole Hauschman had a big steak last night, just preparing for game day, he told me. He's been enjoying hanging out with Luke Egan. They said the pool where they're staying is so cold just during the winter time that it's been kind of that ice bath, sauna combo. So they've been having fun with that, just staying loose, staying calm, staying ready. But Hauschie last night was, you could tell, really motivated and fired up. Couldn't wait to start things off this morning. He was really looking forward to the matchup with Jordy Smith, somebody he's been looking up to his whole life. And he's got a lot of great energy in all of his waves and showing his depth above the lip, showing some power. I mean, that was kind of what Jordy brought to the table when he qualified, saying, wow, this guy's huge. But it's not just about rail surfing. It's about his depth above the lip as well.
I think they both, offer something on their own. I feel like Cole's just a little more raw.
Here comes Cole, winds up for another huge air reverse. He pulls it down and just doesn't right away. That was gigantic. Huge ramp. Louis didn't even flinch, and he's already waiting for the update of the scores. Thanks for downloading the app, Louis. Great to see him utilizing all the tools on the replay. How close was Cole to landing this one, Jesse?
Hey, man, I think he did everything he could right there as he landed. Just with the low tide now, the problem is when you land those waves, it dissipates very quick because there's no water under you. Right there, he's probably in a knee-deep water, so all the energy of the wave just dissipates and it doesn't push you out. But that was beautiful work from him. Amazing grab. See his head kind of rotating a little bit before the board, so that just means it's going to whip the board around, and almost a full rotation. But as soon as he was trying to come up, the wave just kind of had no energy, just not enough water under him.
You could see some of those near makes, Jesse, for these great aerialists on tour, and they could just shake it off so quickly. But gosh, how bad are some of those wipeouts when you're getting compressed and you're trying to get the score? So in a free surf, you'll let it go if you get uncomfortable, but the difference of trying to pull it off and what they actually are going through when they're compressing like that.
Yeah, it's you don't feel it. Most times you don't feel it so much right when it happened, but a few hours later, when your body gets cold, you know, just all sorts of hips and knees and everything starts to get a little tight. So they're putting a lot on the line. Mostly in a dumpy beach break like this, it's very unforgiving. It really puts your body into work.
So Cole Hoshman still out front though, 5'4", 6'5". Jordy has a 6'3". O'Brien in the priority heat. Clean backhand whip off the top into a lot of foam on the face. Redirects for a 2-turn combo and steps off. He's chasing a 7.5 was.
Yeah, you know, he's searching. It's hard out there right now. You saw the surface of the water, but, you know, he had one clean section right here, but it didn't give him the opportunity to drive out of his turn. So, you know, that gave him kind of that back seat coming into the second turn, which there wasn't a lot of flow. You know, that's what, and you're looking for that. Out of a turn, you're looking for some speed to do for the next one, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, and that's the contrast that it's been with his opponent, Jake. Just every turn just coming out with more speed and gaining speed throughout the whole wave, and it's going to get rewarded better.
That was a great example of that point, Jesse. Jake's backhand just so fast in between turns and building momentum. 5.83 is Marshall's low score. This is where Jake gets really tough to beat. When he's got the lead in priority and a few minutes on the clock, he's really solid at closing out matchups. Important one for him as well, as he's got a tie right now in the rankings with Griffin Colapinto at equal 11th. Here at stop number 3, here's the recap. Liam O'Brien and Jake Marshall going head-to-head for a spot in the round of 16, and found some nice little runners early. Liam looking smooth on his first opener of a 5.0 was.
Yeah, but it was Jake that came, that second turn right there. He's keeping those transition moves, you know, making maneuvers into transition turns and coming out of them with speed like we talked about. And I just feel like he's got a magic carpet giving him confidence and finding these cupped out nuggets. He's on fire.
Yeah, he's definitely looking great. Just solid surfing, very fast, dynamic, and I almost felt like Leon started very well. Just a solid 5-point ride, looked good, but then he kind of lost rhythm out there. Just kind of set a little bit too much. Sometimes that's what happens. You're trying to find for waves, trying to look for waves, and you can't really. Let's see if in the last 3 minutes he can find something.
Little wedge popping up, packing it and sliding out is Liam O'Brien. Unable to get enough speed to get the exit. Now he's down to 3 minutes on the clock. Liam O'Brien always gets more and more dangerous the bigger the surf is. As we look at Jordy Smith pulling in. Wow, beat that section, but it just shut down completely. Jordy still chasing the rookie, needing a 5.65.
Yeah, you can see that, yeah, a little bit of crumble on the lip line there from that little bit of wind. Has a tiny bit of west in it, and that's supposed to clock around, come more offshore through the day, come more north. So it's going to clean up the lineup. You know, after we get through that low tide, we're supposed to see that wind come around as well. So I think in the back half of the day, we'll see better waves as things clean up. But right now, it's a challenge for these guys. They push through.
What happened on this one, Jesse?
Just disengaged the fins right there. Like, was probably relaying a little bit too much on the fins and not on the rail. But also the wave was just very crumbly and just a lot of water moving. Did better this way.
Pops out the other end. Liam O'Brien had one chance, slid out, got to repeat the backside tube riding effort, gets the exit with now 1:55 to go. Trying to break down a 7.5. Let's have another look, Waz.
Yeah, grabbed, learned off that first one where he disengaged the fins there. He kept them connected. If he could have come out of that with a little more speed into that section, there could have been a bigger score coming at him, but that one slowed him down. Kind of compressed him off the end, so it didn't let him out fast, and the speed dissipated. But nice technique coming into it, good stall. You know, grabbed the wall, pushed underneath, and, you know, used his body perfectly. Just the wave kind of slapped over and flapped on him and kind of slowed him down coming out. So the second maneuver didn't have much in it.
So Liam O'Brien getting the exit, trying to break down a 7.5 that he needs to take the lead off Jake Marshall. Liam pulled together such a great North Shore season with not just his event results from Pipe to Sunset, but just overall. If you're one of his sponsors, you'd be proud of what he was doing on the big sessions at Waimea Bay. Just left a big impression as one of the standouts from the North Shore season.
Yeah, he always is. He's been kind of an underground charger for the past 8 years or so. He's a young guy, and you see him maybe having an opportunity here.
Little wedge popping up for O'Brien, looking for a big ramp, big full rotation. Unfortunately, couldn't bring it down. So Liam running out of time, 22 seconds on the clock. And Jake Marshall, just his rhythm was just insane throughout this heat. How close was he on this one, Was?
He kind of just overdid it, and in that situation, it's hard, but, he had a good jump at it. But you can see where he kind of was too extended in his body, wasn't compressed enough. So he's just got a little ahead of himself with it and came unstuck.
Standing by for those last couple of numbers on the screen for Jake and Liam O'Brien. Liam with this, or Jake with the 6.67 and the 5.83 is able to take the lead and hold on to it and move on to the round of 16. Liam O'Brien, number 7 in the world, will try to hold on to a top 10 spot before heading home for the Australian leg of the season. And Jake's always got some success in this country from the Challenger Series and also here on the Championship Tour. Round of 32 continues with this overlapping format. We'll bring in Kaipo Guerrero and a man who has many leather-bound books, Paul Evans.
The thing that makes Peniche different, probably the climate, the waves. The waves break really close to the shore. It's probably the hollowest shore break kind of sand bottom we have on tour, and that creates for very exciting finishes. People get a lot of reps when they ride. A lot can happen within that 30 minutes. You see a lot of heats change within the last 5 seconds just because you get so many opportunities. There's huge tide differences here in Europe, so that's a big factor. And it's really the guy who kind of puts all of it together in the week that really comes out on top. Yeah, 24 is like all the effort, all the thought, everything goes into trying to win the title. At the moment, trying to just get to that final 5. And just really focusing on myself. People always kind of talk about that, but it's really a difficult task to be able to truly focus on yourself. And that's really what I'm just practicing.
Monday morning in Portugal, the battle of the big men continues. At the moment, it's the younger of the pair, the junior Cole Hauschman, taking on the veteran Jordy Smith, and a little bit of a margin over him. It's quite a slim one right now with under 17 minutes remaining. Here to talk you through the rest of this action this morning. John, myself, Paul Evans, this is Kaipo Guerrero, and right now, Kaipo, we're watching Jordy Smith in the hunt for not a big score, mid-range number he needs.
Yeah, and but there's difficulty in the water right now. And with that difficulty in the water, the opportunities have been a little bit diminished. The quick start from Cole Hauschman is going to be you know, really valuable. I love the matchup of the two heavyweights here on the championship tour.
We've been discussing the sort of return to, well, his best form really, a Jordy Smith. And I just wonder how much of that inspiration to sort of draw deep and surf and compete like that comes from the fact that there is this new generation coming around. There are these much younger surfers, and I wonder how, for him, is he inspired by trying to kind of keep up with the youngsters?
Well, keep the kids in their place, right? But then you're matched up with guys like a Cole Hauschman, who's exciting, dynamic, and part of that new generation. Here goes Jordy.
Smith dealing with multiple lips and gets under it. It's so smooth in turbulent waters. And a very crisp flick down out of the lip as well to finish. 5.65, that requirement. Some tube time there for Jordy. And with light to moderate breezes, onshore breezes, that tide getting pretty low. It is quite choppy and turbulent out there, and he did so. I just almost smoothed that water out with his surfing.
Yeah, and we heard Jordy talk about, you know, the big tide changes and how the challenge. But hey, look at, when you're 6'3", 200 pounds, you're going to power through that, get through those steps, no problem. That little chandelier on his head did not affect Jordy at all. Again, probably the most difficult part about this is this takeoff with the steps there. You can see that nose poked, air underneath the board, engages the rail, and this is when size helps you out. So you can just punch through that and make your way out for a completion. Pretty interesting also with Jordy and Cole Hauschman. Jordan Michael Smith, you know the number, 23. Cole Hauschman, number 91. Another NBA reference right there. That was the jersey number for Dennis Rodman. Couldn't tell by the hair, but that's exactly the inspiration for Cole Hauschman. Here he is.
Here he goes on a left-hander. This one much cleaner on the face, some authority in that first snap, and another. And that one is incomplete for him. Let's see how that affects the number. We've got a score to come in for Jordy for that tube, and he looked so nimble on his feet getting into that, came out and tagged the lip as well. And right behind him that way from Cole. He would have loved to really combo those turns together. What happened here?
Let's take another look at it. So nice start, and just caught that toe rail. So coming off of that, it was kind of a flick off the top. You see here, gets that turn in really quick. He wants to combo, get two maneuvers in, but that flick off the top and on the way down, we'll see it in slow motion here. Little disengaged, landed forward on his board, catching the rail, goes down.
This one still very evenly poised. 13 minutes and about 15 seconds remaining in this heat number 3 of the round of 32. Here's Smith. Whips one backhand. It's smooth. It's nicely joined up. Searching for sections down the line. He'll kick out the number for his previous effort to that one, 4.83. Not enough to get back in the lead at the moment. Jordy has a little bit of work to do. And here's Cole again, and he stalls, and he gets cover, and he'll come out here. And good enough to get a little clip to the head, and no problem for a man of his stature. Just pushes through. So another wave to score for Cole. His previous doesn't affect his scoreline. We'll get a number to come in for him. Let's see where that one goes score-wise. His low number, the 5.47. His high, the 6.5.
Tube seeking here. Finds it, and you can see a little attitude coming out here. Whoa, yeah. Feeling that he improved upon his scoreline. We'll see what the judges think. But a nice angle from above. Some decent tube time there in some challenging low tide conditions. Again, a little bit of almost a double arm drag. Disappears. Judges love that. Through the foam, navigating that, keeping the fins engaged. Tries to maximize the tube time. Little hatchet on top of the head, no problem for the big man. And he kind of gives a little soul arch on the way out. Here's Jordy. Always really smooth. That's a dependable backhand hook that Jordy Smith has. But unfortunately, the wave splits into two pieces and doesn't really allow him for anything really dynamic for the end. Beautiful first turn. And just a check second turn. And then you can see the wave splits and he just has to get out of there. But this is the money. You get to really check it out in slow motion, dissect that. So these guys are kind of, I mean, it's a grindy heat. You know, that's what's on the table right now. But the two big guys, biggest on the tour, are actually doing a great job.
Going wave for wave at the moment, half a dozen waves apiece. We're just waiting for that score to come through for Cole. Not sure it's going to change anything. It won't. As we were under 11-minute mark, it is still the Californian, the Goofy at the moment, with a slight lead in this one, third of a point, slightly less than that in it, as we enjoy sunny skies on a Monday morning in Portugal. Let's go and get an update with AJ and Renato.
That's right. We knew that we were watching the tides here at Super Tubos to find out if there was going to be enough opportunity. Renato, you have an update for us on the call.
Yes, we're going on hold after this main round 32 hit 3. And that's the reason. Today is not only the biggest tide of the window, biggest tide coefficient, but one of the biggest tide coefficients of the year here in the coast of Portugal. So at the low tide, opportunities pretty much disappear. We don't want to put the surface at risk, and we have time. So we're going to do a break. The next call, 10:45 local time. Stay tuned. Check again. The show will continue today.
The show will go on, but we'll have a brief break for you after this, Paul.
Thanks very much, AJ. So that tide, that low tide, really affecting the scoring opportunity. It's still going out, actually. It's got about another 30, 40 centimeters to go out. This is live action. Jordy Smith's in a tube, really nice and clean. And he comes out with a low line. So Smith, 5.65, still hunting for that number. And gets himself in a barrel. These lefts do seem a lot cleaner, more action. These two going at it, hammer and tongs. Here's Hauschman. In a speculative effort, he'll throw that one away. He certainly won't get a score for that. Jordy makes his way past him. He'll snaffle priority as well. 5.65, that number. Jordy's been searching for that for a while now, Kayo.
Yeah, and let's see another look at this. Is this going to be the score that he needs? Nice clean tube, spent some time in the barrel, and fights his way out.
When you
on the line. And this one right here, this is nothing. This is just a throwaway. Nice 80s style aerial. Get the shot, but that's it.
When you come out low at the bottom of the tube as opposed to just coming out the front of it, is that going to affect the score?
Well, you always want a clean exit. You know, so anytime you're having to fight through some lip or some white water or chandelier, you're not going to get the impact that you would if it was a nice hollow square barrel with a clean exit. That being said, he did disappear. He did spend some time in the barrel, but to contrast that, the last frontside barrel from Cole Hauschman, he disappeared and he just got a 4.7. So I guess that's the game that we're playing right now as far as contrasting the different scores. And the judge is taking a look at it on the replay before assigning the number.
Just over 8 minutes remaining in this third heat of the round of 32. And that update from Renato Hickel from Tools and Competitions. We're going to go on hold for the low tide, that big tidal swing.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, so what's happening with the tide is we're, you know, if say we get called back on in another couple hours, the tide's going to be at a similar place that it is right now, but it will be an incoming tide. So it will be a low tide if they call it back on, but then all those, we see the windows, right? And then the windows open up at the break where that incoming tide will provide some opportunity. If we get started again, we will get started on a low tide.
Yeah, it should just smooth things out a touch more. That flooding tide, those rips will calm down a bit. Also, those tidal streams will be going kind of in the same direction to the wind as well, which should just help smooth things and offer scores. Number for Jordy, he gets an improvement. It's a 5.43, but he's still looking for that 5.65, just over 7 minutes now.
Yeah, no, pretty close, but no reward. So Jordy's going to have to keep on going. Good news for Jordy, though, is that Cole took that wave right behind him. So Jordy does have priority right now with 7 minutes. Looks like he's interested in this one.
Little lump swinging in here. What's Jordy got for us? He's looking right. Here he goes. He grabs the wall, gets a good pump behind the curtain. And that one cups out. Gets nice and round, but it will clip him. So can't get an exit on that. And priority now back to Cole with the lead as well. It's been a while that Jordy's been hunting for that score. He's been busy. He's given us a little bit of everything, chasing down the number, but unable to unlock a high 5. Essentially what he needs, that 5.65, the requirement. There's Dad watching on, just slightly concerned.
There's G. Graham of Smith Shapes, Jordy's dad. I mean, you talk about someone like Jordy Smith literally grew up in a surfboard factory. And so, of course, it's going to produce a surfing super talent like Jordy Smith. And you can see, Paul, lots of beach with this low tide. We saw the tides earlier, 11 feet. You know, I don't know what that, you can translate that into metric, but in Imperial, 11 feet of tide change. That's
yeah,
a
it's
lot.
big. It's 3 meters of tide change, and just as Renato was touching on it, one of the biggest tides here. We've got the spring equinox coming up. That's next week, and generally we get the biggest tides around the equinox. I mean, the range is already pretty big here. Every couple of weeks you get big tides, but particularly this time of year, it's really affecting things at the moment. It's not slowing down. Cole Hauschman overly. Here he goes again. He's found himself a right-hander. Deep bottom turn, pushing hard. And for a big strapping lad, he's pretty light on his feet and nimble in tight spaces. Getting a couple of quick whipping redirects there. Let's see where that goes number-wise. Can he add a little bit of pressure back onto Jordy?
I love the way he swings off the bottom. Just a little check off the top, but just, again, I admire the backhand surfing of a lot of these goofy foots that have that just sit off the bottom and maintain that long bottom turn, a la Mark Akalupo.
Under that 5 minutes now, a number to come in for Cole. If he improves on 5.47, he might add just a touch more scoreboard pressure to this guy, Jordy Smith, with a grimace from him. He's got the bit between his teeth, and he's rallying here. He's keeping on catching wave numbers in. It's a 4. It won't improve Cole Hauschman's position, and it will give priority back to Jordy. So with 4.5, he's probably at best. He might priority maybe 1 use of it, possibly 2, but he's not going to have too many more rolls of the dice. He needs to make this next one count.
The bit between his teeth, is that a horse reference? All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Paul. I like this. I like the newness.
It's uncomfortable. I think the bit between the teeth, it's metal. It's probably not ideal.
I love it.
And he might be feeling a little discomfort right now. His season started off so well in Hawaii, and he would have, you know, this is a place he's done really well in the past and would have envisioned going very deep into this event. And right now, around a 32, that's an early loss. And coming up against someone who has struggled actually so far this year. A lot of people were touting Cole to do big things, and he still might do. Only third
he needs
event
it, right?
He needs a result here, and he's at the moment, this is something of an upset with Cole with this lead. It is a slim lead. There's not a big separation between these two at the moment. 1900ths of a point separating them. As we'll see this set come through and just blow up the sandbar here, and that will continue to happen. There will be more and more straighter ones with this tide going out, with these rips chewing through it. Let's check out a recap, heat 3 of the round of 32. See how this one's gone down.
Well, Cole Hauschman off to the start. The big guy from San Clemente, utilizing some power there and some strong legs to come through this. Hauschman again. Nice air reverse, tidy on the landing. Looks down the line, bang for the finish, and that's put Cole Hauschman in the lead. 6.33 here for Jordy. That backhand hook's been very dependable for Smith. And we're back to live action.
It's as we were in terms of the scoreboard and priority. Jordy hasn't been tempted into anything that comes through. You can see from that drone shot, that rip, just chewing into things a bit on the apex of the peak hit. That's the reason why those lefts have been cleaner. That rip is coming from the left of your screen and into these rights. Here's Cole under Jordy's priority. He's got some speed here. What's he got? He finds a ramp. Nicely done. Collects that reverse. And a snap in a smaller compressed pocket. A third turn as well. And he doesn't need to do much to displace a lot of water, this guy. That board looks sharp, and he finds it pretty easy to bury it using that force and that power. Let's have another look at this long left.
Here he goes again. Looks like it's beach breaking his hometown of San Clemente, and he's very accustomed to that. No stranger to that quick twitch that he needs. I like it again. Down the line projection with that air reverse. A little bit more busy work here. Mayhem looking really good and solid under his feet. Love this in slow motion. You can see the air, picking the nose, gets the fins in for the revert out of that air reverse. Quick back on the gas pedal on the front part of the board. Gets a snap in. And really nimble for such a large surfer. Snap of the fingers, he approves.
3-turn combo for Hausman under Jordy's priority. Let him take that wave, just watched him. He would have been watching from out the back and seeing, first of all, the air and then the spray, which would have improved his mood. Let's see if Cole improves his score. It's with the judges right now. They got their work cut out, actually. We've seen a lot of different surfing going down, and they've really got to differentiate the minutiae of the differences, the nuances in these maneuvers. Numbers in, it is a slight improvement. 5.6, not a huge one. Doesn't really change the context that much for Jordy. 5.78 is the requirement. But Cole just nudging up that score. 30 on the clock now. Real pressure on the South African as he is looking to stay in competition here. 5.78 the requirement. Kaipo, has he got a set?
The clock's his nemesis right now. 20 seconds, and this is going to be the last swing of it with this approaching swell hitting the bar. So he's going to have to try to stroke into it, and this is going to come right down to the horn for Smith. Hands do not leave the rail, doesn't get into the wave, and so that's going to be it for Jordy Smith.
Jordy Smith will be out of time. He has been rallying for a 5 for 20-odd minutes and ultimately unsuccessful in that quest. It's Cole Hausman who will be absolutely delighted with this win around a 32. And these are the kind of tight heats where runs can be started, and he needs to go on one, actually, does Cole, the rookie. He's up against it with his results. Didn't do great in Hawaii, struggled over here in Portugal. It's a brand new opportunity to go deep into the event and start putting points on the board, look towards avoiding that cut line, as he'll bring that in with a big hammer to finish. And his crew as well, they've been pretty vociferous. They're a big squad, and they've been backing each other up. They'll be absolutely delighted as well.
Yep, Peniche. It's Peninsula now. It used to be an island, survivor island for Cole Hausman, because he needs this result if he wants to survive that mid-season cut. Got it.
All right, that'll wrap things up for heat number 3. We are going on a short tidal hold. We will have an update show coming up after the break, though. We'll be breaking down the talking points from this morning, looking into the rest of the day as well. We'll be right back. Good morning once again from Portugal. Welcome to the Corona Update Show. It's still pretty early. It's breakfast time here, and the tide's had something to say about proceedings. It's low tide right now, and it has affected conditions to the point where we've gone on hold for a little while. You can see that dry sandbar. We're going to wait for the Atlantic to flood back in and fill that thing over. Still some great talking points from the heats we have been able to run this morning, and here joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you guys through it. Kayo, Jesse Mendes. Yeah, just a quick start this morning, chaps. 3 heats run, but we've already seen some good action.
Totally, and it was crucial for us to run those 3 heats because when we come back later on today with the higher tide, we can actually run all the round of this next 2 rounds, 16, 32 and 16. So it could be an exciting day and some good conditions.
Setting yourself up for success, right? By the end of the day, if it goes according to plan, Paul, we'll be in the quarterfinals for both the men and women, and then you can really pick the best windows, especially given these big tides, for a finals day. So I like what I'm hearing from tours and comps right now.
Tide never not a factor. I'm just thinking, Jesse, if you were getting ready to prepare, you're in, say, heat 4 or 5, and you were ready to go and you were fired up, how hard is it just to kind of hold that fire and bring it back in a few hours' time?
I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy. When you're that first heat after the call, you set up your whole morning for that, and then you kind of have to slow yourself down and come back on. But those guys have done that so many times. If not on the big stage, they've done it in a Challenger Series, they've done it in a QS, and this is normal mostly for Europe. Like, we have huge tides here, like bigger than usual most places in the world, so it's going to happen.
Well, heat number 1 this morning had a lot of fans excited about seeing a clash go down, featuring the yellow jersey of John Florence taking on Matson, and certainly from John's point of view, this one didn't disappoint.
First heat in the morning, John, and the rookie with a big challenge. It's got to be intimidating for someone like Matson, especially when your competitor starts with a wave like that, Jesse.
Yeah, and that was the difference of the whole heat right there. They're kind of like fighting against each other. John was trying to get some room, but the whole time Cade was on top of him, and he just didn't block the right, and he was able to get under him and get a beautiful barrel and start with the 8.67. He was able to fight back, but as soon as he was fighting back, John would come in an even better way behind. So he was just one step ahead the whole heat, and just doing John magic here at Portugal once again.
John Florence's relationship with this wave at Super Tubos continues in first heat of the morning. He looked great out there. We still had a little bit more water on the sandbar. He had no trouble at all finding some tubes. That excellent number is a great way to advance as well. For Matson, things are getting a little tricky for him. That cut's looming, he'll head to Oz, and he's a work ahead of him.
Yeah, that's your rookie year, survival on the rookie year. It really comes down to getting out of the gates really fast, and unfortunately for Katie's going to really have to gain some ground on the Australian leg.
And from just thinking of John's point of view, no one's really surprised to see him performing like that out here. He does always have ability in any kind of conditions, and you think about surfers as specialities, but it does feel like John at the moment, aside from his just regular attributes, he just has something going in heats where you feel waves are going to come to him. He does seem to have that relationship with the ocean going again.
Yeah, surfers that usually do well here, all of those surfers are very good at just being in rhythm with the ocean, but those ones that have the special tune with it tends to do better here. And also the surfers that have a lot of variety under the barrel, like that are good in barrels and good in airs both ways, like they have a huge advantage because every day is going to be a different task here. Winds change all the time, big tides, and John is one of those guys. He has that advantage.
Yeah, you never know what you got to pull out of the bag here, you know. So could be a barrel, could be a turn, could be an air. You got to have that entire repertoire to be able to pull from, because, like you said, ever-changing.
Well, we've also seen from this morning's action, Jake Marshall, a crucial heat for him, got the win over Liam O'Brien. That's a really important result for Jake as well. Be delighted with that. And then we just saw the clash of the big men, Jordy taking on Cole.
Love that. Heavyweight match, right, out there, and Cole Hausman in a position where he really needed to perform. Number 4 and coming into the rankings, Jordy Smith would easily be the favorite, but Luke Egan in the ear of Cole Hausman and Jesse. Cole came out and got the job done.
Yeah, he's just so explosive, such a quick surfer, and when you have that, being a big guy is just a perfect combination. As you see it right here, still very dynamic and quick in the transitions. Great footwork right there, bringing the foot back around to finish off the wave strong. And a good combination. Jordy actually looked great. Like, this is a big turn for him right there, setting up for a nice, strong floater. Just was always a little bit behind, always a little bit behind. It was a close heat, but you went Cole's way.
Tight heat. Cole Hauschman will be absolutely delighted with that result, and an important one in the context for him. Jordy Smith will head over to Bells Beach and to Australia and look to pick up the form that he rekindled over on the North Shore. A tough heat for him this morning, but a great story for Cole Hauschman and for the rookie class in general. It's not easy for those guys to come on tour, take on the best. And over here in Portugal, an opportunity for surfers to really put themselves in strong contention. Do you know what? Let's go and have a word with Cole. He's standing by with AJ.
Cole, we jokingly reference that heat as the battle of the heavyweights. You and Jordy Smith, two of the biggest guys on tour, and for you, on paper, seeing his name in this round of 32, how did you handle it?
Yeah, that was a fun heat on paper too. I kind of was telling myself it was a battle of the heavyweights, and I mean, I grew up watching Jordy, and he's one of my favorite surfers. I used to flip him in the mirror and watch him goofy. So to have a heat with someone like that, super cool. And yeah, just stoked. They got really tricky out there and hard to kind of like pick a good wave, but I just stayed busy, and a few mistakes here and there, but paid off in the end.
One, for you, how important is it to have a heat that turns into something a little bit grindy with a few mistakes, but you still come out on top to build your confidence?
Yeah, I kind of got caught up in like the big picture of just like wanting to make the final, and Lou kind of just told me to slow down and take it heat by heat, and yeah, every heat matters for me right now, especially, and my goal is finals day, so just taking it heat by heat and gonna get there. So
it's such a big part of your rookie season, especially with the cut just 2 events away. How do you practice that, focusing heat by heat and sort of putting that big picture on the back burner?
Yeah, as much as like before the season started, I told myself I'm not going to worry about the cut and just put it out of the picture and just go out there and do my best surfing. And then the events come around and you don't get a result, and then all you can think about is the cut. So it's pretty funny. I actually had a good phone call with my dad the other night, and he's like, hey, look, it doesn't matter if you make the cut or not. Just go out there and do your best surfing, surf as good as you can, and more so just put on a show for people. And if I do that, I'll be happy, and hopefully that'll bring me results. So.
It's been a great show so far, Cole. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Great insights there from Cole Hauschman. And love his honesty. And always something easy to do when you got a win and you're feeling pretty good, just to speak and talk about where exactly you are and where you want to be. But let's see where he goes in this event. A good opportunity for him. Low tide right now. We know it's going to come back in. We know we're going to be back on here later, and we're looking forward to some clashes coming up. What heats you guys looking forward to the most?
I think both Jesse and I are looking forward to it. And Jesse, I'm going to get your comment on it. Heat number 10, some old friends. Now they're going to be rivals out there. Gabe Medina, Miguel Pupo. Talk to me a little bit about the dynamic that we're going to see in that heat.
And that's exactly why I picked that heat. I think just when you carry throughout your entire life a rivalry, which they're best friends growing up, but they surfed against each other every weekend pretty much when you're growing up, and you bring it to the big stage, and both guys with a lot of maturity, it's going to be fireworks. Not to mention, this conditions suit them very well. Like with this wind blowing slightly into the left, and with the higher tide, we might see some big ramps and maybe some barrels as well, so it'll be very fun to watch.
Yeah, friends bring out the best in each other when they're in the jerseys against each other. So that's why I'm with you in looking forward to that heat number 10 in the round of 32.
We've got a lot of great heats to come up this afternoon. We're going to go on hold for this low tide. We've got a 10:45 call, so that'll give us an hour and a bit after low tide, possible 11 a.m. start. Stay tuned, worldsurfleague.com. We're going to send you some content as well to help pass the time for that hold. We're going to go inside pro surfing at the Lexus Pipe Pro. We'll see you back here real soon.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. I mean, look, I won Pipeline 2 years ago.
Aloha kakahiaka with a double shaka.
Opening day of the season.
It is on.
The championship tour is the pinnacle. This is the dream for pro surfers. It is the best waves in the best conditions all around the world.
Surfing as a whole has been looked at so many different ways, but we're here competing. You have winners and you have losers, and there's no in between.
Every time these surfers paddle into their field of play, the ocean, anything can happen.
There is going to be a moment in your career, if not several, where you're fearing for your life.
The pressure that's on some of those surfers below that mid-year cut line, it's do or die situation.
These are elite athletes who put their entire lives into preparing for this tour.
Carissa Moore, I'm 31 years old and I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii.
5-time world champion.
John Florence.
Gabriel Medina.
The young 20-year-old world champion making history.
Jordy. That sounds so old, huh?
Yeah, I'm 31 years old.
I'm 18.
This is where they've wanted to be their whole life.
Same mullet, same me.
Yeah, what a day. Let's go.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
What is happening?
They're here to win a world title, plain and simple. You're either a champion or you're a failure.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing.
Caitlin Simmers dominating.
The brutality of sport is that it's all about winning and losing. To the victors go the spoils.
This is the WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Lexus Pipe Pro.
It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today.
Scary is one way to describe the small stretch of reef that is the most significant place in the world of surfing.
Pipeline is definitely one of the most iconic waves on the world tour. There's serious consequences at this wave. People have died out there, but then people's whole careers have been made on just a single wave out here.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
It's kind of like the red carpet of surfing. Like, this is where you want to like show and strut your stuff. The greats of this sport have put on performances out here. To be able to perform here, to hold your own, to get the results here, I think it just like solidifies that you're one of the best.
There's a saying, you don't know unless you go.
Here he is looking at back door, Kane. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
The reality of any wave with a reef underneath them, the risk of hitting the reef is very high.
You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out.
He's gonna be under the lip, grabbing the right.
Those moments are defining of whether or not that you have the ability to get back on the horse to catch another wave.
Oh, and gets the guillotine. Check on him, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there, and I'll be the first to admit it, I absolutely am. But I think that's what makes it such a great challenge, is if you can know how to navigate that fear, you're gonna have a really good outcome in this event.
We are at the Media Day, WSL Media Day. I am on stop number 3, my favorite stop, the social stop.
For the best surfers in the world, the 2024 season officially begins in a few days.
Say I'm Griffin, I'm Cross, and we're gonna quiz each other.
Sure, go for it.
I'm Griff.
In 2024, everyone is raising the stakes. We have seen the best surfers in the world get even better. There is no getting warmed up. It starts at Pipeline. You have to be on point.
So hands up. Yeah, and then 3, 2, and action.
It's all smiles for Hawaiian Carissa Moore. The 5-time world champion is following her heart and stepping away from competition.
Sweet, thanks guys. I'm leaving the door open. I'm not looking at this as like a retirement. I'm looking at this as I'm stepping away for now, and I'm gonna explore all the different things that life has to offer at this moment. It's a nerve-wracking decision because it's the biggest change I've had in my whole life. But I'm also really, really excited about what lies ahead and the opportunities to evolve and grow and challenge myself. This was a special one this year in Maui, the end of 2018. The waves were fire. Like, some of the best waves I think we've ever gotten on Maui. I just remember it was a super solid swell, but it was like the most perfect direction.
It is so hard to sum up Carissa Moore because she is so all-encompassing. She is one of the best female pro surfers that we have ever seen in the surfing world. She's the modern idol for these young girls right now who are dreaming of becoming professional surfers.
I definitely think like the first world title was super special. Just getting to like reach that level that I had dreamed of my whole life and being like, oh, I can do this. I did it. It's been 13 years that I've competed on the championship tour, and there's been some incredible highs, but also a few lows too.
To see her go through that devastation of losing a world title, having it slip through your fingers, not once, but twice. No one had ever gone through that in surfing history before, and that was devastating.
Your new world champion, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I mean, it was super hard. It was super hard losing the final event 2 years in a row after like leading the season. It was heartbreaking. And regardless of the outcome, like, I tried my best. And I would have loved to have come out on top, but you know what? It didn't work out that way.
Whether you are here or there, we don't care. We are happy that the Lexus Pipe Pro is on like popcorn. Heat number 1, elimination round for the women's division. In the red, Carissa Moore. In the blue, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I've dedicated most of my life to competitive surfing and being in a jersey, and I want to go on surf trips again. I want to make a movie. I would love to dive more into my nonprofit. I want to spend more time with my husband and maybe start a family at some point.
I know, I got kind of emotional getting my jersey.
As we see Carissa Moore pulling in to her first wave, and she almost makes it out.
Yeah, almost. You know what? She had to fight through that little chandelier, and that, I think, slowed her down.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the flow. Belting it. Nice, clean finishing move there. Carissa making a move. About a minute on the clock. Gets a little bit speed out in front. She pulls into the first section, but she can't come out. She goes down, chasing a 3.86. All surf fans hoping to see that fairy tale story of seeing her back in a final here at Pipeline, but it will be an elimination round loss for the 5-time world champion.
This is not the end of Carissa Moore's career, I feel. I think a new chapter in life may recharge her. We never know. One thing I've learned about Carissa Moore is never, ever count her out.
With Carissa moving on, a new generation of women are taking over surfing's biggest stage.
Legends are leaving. However, that's opening up space for people to step into that spotlight. New faces that want to prove themselves. They want to be here.
Kelly Slater, this is his 31st pipe event.
There's just always that question mark, you know what I mean? Like, what's Kelly gonna do? How's he gonna surf? What's he gonna ride? It's always exciting.
You really have to be present in this moment of his career because we don't know. When is he gonna decide to walk away?
I'm not going to make an announcement. I think I'm just going to retire when I do. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration.
Kelly Slater up and running with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last of Kelly Slater, a 9.23.
The undisputed greatest surfer of all time is entering his 31st season on the championship tour.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. you're kind of only as good as your last heat in some people's minds, but I don't think that whatever I do now is going to erase 11 world titles.
Do you think he can still contend for a world title at this stage in his career?
Honestly, probably not. At some point, it's like gravity. He's competing against guys that are like 22 years old, 23 years old, people in the absolute prime of their life.
Hey, Kelly, hey, good. I gotta get the shade. Too much sun.
Yeah. Good to see you, buddy.
All right,
yeah, good.
The proof is in the pudding. He has slowly declined, and he's 52 years old, but what do you expect?
It's hard when you hear somebody read, say, or write those things. It's hard when your life is public, when there's opinions about you out in the world. It stings a little when you hear somebody say that. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Let's surf. All right.
What's amazing is him actually even being relevant and being able to compete. He only won a couple years ago.
Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro Pipeline.
I committed my life to this, you know, all the heartbreak, but I just savor this, and this is the best one of my life.
I mean, Kelly's such a freak, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he's mixing it up and winning events is insane.
Even just getting out of bed and competing with these young guys is a big deal. Like, that's a major accomplishment to be able to compete at a high level physically as a 52-year-old.
He's been on this tour for longer than anybody. It's a miracle that he's still here. It's not normal.
The GOAT, Kelly Slater!
For Kelly Slater, my 2024 year is just celebrating my career as a champion and walk away with my head held high.
How are you guys?
Good to see you. How you been?
Let's go.
Buddy, how are you?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Another mic. I only have 2 on. Can't you just tap into these things? Jesus Christ.
There's a reason for so many mics. The surfing world always wants to hear what Slater has to say, and more importantly, when he plans to walk away.
When you turn 50, things are different with family and work and goals and desire.
All right.
Competition's been my platform for so long. I don't really know much else. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration. What's motivating me is pipeline. I love surfing pipeline. All right, I'm done. Let's surf. Morning, guys. How you doing? Good. All right.
Ethan Ewing coming up against the 8-time pipe champion, Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater is about to paddle out into his 31st appearance at Pipeline. His fountain of youth is Pipeline. It's the one wave where he is timeless. It's where he belongs.
When we talk about surfers having a relationship with a wave, top 3 of all time, that has to be Pipeline and Kelly Slater.
Here we go, Kelly up and riding in a barrel at backdoor, disappeared, and Kelly Slater is going to keep traveling and does not reach the opening. Ethan Ewing, late drop, side slipping into the barrel. He's deep, he's disappeared, and Ethan Ewing is coming out. Double E.
Slater right behind him. Pulls into a barrel of his own, gets through some turbulent water there. He goes down, still seeking a completion.
Kelly Slater looking to break that 12.66 combo, gets in the barrel, sits under the curtain, comes out, and going for the alley-oop, and lands it.
Kelly now, needing a 9.66.
Here we go, Slater, straight into it, winding down the line. We see Kelly Slater bow out of competition.
You know, I can blame the ocean, but it was really my impatience. I was really looking forward to this event.
I think it's really important for all of us who've been watching Kelly forever, or if you're just watching him for the first time, you really have to be present in this moment of his career, because we don't know. When is he gonna decide to walk away? And that would be the greatest of all time moving on.
I'm not gonna make an announcement. I think I'm just gonna retire when I do. Just kind of step away, but we'll see.
Molly putting her head down, grabs her around the pipeline, pulls up and under.
Your last score, perfect 10.
That semi-final heat was history made. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline ever.
Betty Lou dropping in, grabbing rail.
It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
We're on standby for the score.
There's been many major milestones in women's surfing, and their performance standards continue to be pushed, especially at Pipeline.
Moana, wow. The young phenomena, continues her assault at the bonsai pipeline.
It all started with a few female icons paving the way.
When we look back at the really iconic female surfers at Pipe, there's been a bunch of women throughout generations who have put time in here in this lineup and really fought to get some waves. You think about who came before for this moment, and you have to think about Margot Oberg, Rochelle Ballard, Lisa Anderson, Megan Abuba, Kiala Kennelly. I had to just go and get burned and get stuffed and take really gnarly wipeouts and stuff behind guys just to get the respect. This is the most competitive lineup in the world.
Being able to surf pipeline with no one else in the lineup is so important to the growth and evolution of women's surfing because we've never been given the opportunity. And now we have the opportunity to showcase to the world that this is where women's surfing is going.
Bigger backdoor section, pulls straight in, driving through, comes out.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
They told me to stand still, so I'ma keep on running.
Women have really staked their claim here at Pipeline, and not just sitting out there in the lineup, they're packing bombs.
In the barrel, Tyler Wright comes out.
You're seeing more confidence, taking off deeper, getting deeper in the barrel.
Because there's an event out here that has really helped professional women surfing at Pipe and Backdoor.
There's going to be a massive shakeup. Some of these younger girls coming up the ranks that are feeling really established, like a Betty Lucicura Johnson, Molly Pickwell, they have that confidence from being rookies already. They're starting to really believe that they belong.
It's just really cool to see how many of the new generation are really progressing the sport. You can see it in their eyes. They've got this determination, and you can tell they want it. That's what it takes, is a holistic effort of everybody backing women surfing to surf the craziest, most dangerous wave in the world.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing. It's gonna push all of us to do things we never thought we could.
Shining.
I'm still feeling this change in the guard. I'm still feeling this new generation coming into play. And when we look at the quarterfinals, Katie Simmers has so much courage in her surfing.
She draws different lines to the other girls, you know. She charges, and it seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial for the girls to get into positions to catch hard waves.
Tati's fearless. She hits any big section more than I think than almost any other girl on tour.
This is going to be a test for our women.
The girl that wins the Pipe Pro today will have to have left her fears at home.
The women's quarterfinals, Tatiana Weston-Webb in the blue, Caitlin Simmers in the red. Caitlin has first priority right now.
Caitlin Simmers at backdoor.
Oh,
simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out.
Wow.
Behind the peak, completely backdooring that section. That is what we love to see.
917 for Katie Simmers.
She's out to prove that she means business.
The smile coming off of her face right now is incredible.
As we see now, Tati finding some room to move at Pipeline. She'll still be chasing Katie's lead.
We are in a gladiator pit. I mean, when there's a lot of people in the water, here we go. Oh, Caitlin Simmers grabbing the rail. Wow!
Her technique is just absolutely textbook. She is an icon of the sport.
Caitlin Simmers dominating over Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Those were my two only waves I've had my whole season here. I kind of can't really get waves here, so I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some. Yay!
Quarterfinal number 3, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Pipeline has offered Sakura her best CT result. That was a semi-final placing.
She's still a teenager. She's got open eyes. She's learning. So what I expect from her is a little more maturity, and that's a dangerous combo because she's got a lot of talent.
Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title at just 21 years old.
Having the world title with you, you become a new person. There is that experience to draw on, and if you can focus on that, the second one will come.
This is Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Both of these women charge. Caroline goes pipeline, gets behind the barrel. The easy one for Caroline Marks. Backdoor wave for Sakura. Pumps through there. Strains out for completion. Sakura's got a strong lead over Caroline Marks. Big sets coming through here. And Sakura's on the move.
Look at this.
Look at this one. Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spin through Sakura Johnson. Comes out. That thing was a spooky, scary, wide, dredging backdoor barrel.
Coming after the spin, that was just perfectly reading. That was the best wave of the day so far on the women's side. That was as good as he gets for backdoor.
That's everything today, is committing to those waves early, committing to the drop, and she was rewarded with the barrel. That was the easy part.
A 9.7. Her highest single wave score of her professional career. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson moving on into semi-final 2.
You just had to keep putting time, especially here at Pipe, and yeah, just really happy to get these conditions, these waves, and I think all of us girls, even the men, are just, these are the days we dream of.
Absolutely stole the show.
Sakura was ready for the moment. She's put in the time in all aspects of her surfing, and we're starting to see that confidence that she has in herself, in the water, in how she wants to win come through.
Imai has first priority. He's going to swing at this backdoor section. Behind the curtain, Imai looking for the exit, no!
Fiovanti airdrops it, comes screaming out.
John up and riding in the barrel and coming out with the spin.
50 seconds.
Can John come back? Hold the horses, here comes John.
Deep in pipeline, looking for the exit.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipeline Pro.
Good morning, everybody, and what a Saturday morning that we have for you for the Lexus Pipe Pro. The Hawaiian Water Patrol activated for finals day.
It's pumping, and it's 8 to 10 feet with some wild peaks. It's like a 13-second interval. Makes the waves move really kind of slower, but they stand up on the reef super tall, so it's going to be, an epic day at finals. Let's go.
The stage is set, glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
The quarterfinals get underway, and Imai Kalani DeVault comes close to perfection.
Imai on the takeoff, pulls in late, deep, behind the curtain. Imai looking for the exit, no!
Oh my God.
That was a 10.
That was my...
Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Baron Mamiya taking on Jordy Smith.
In the past 3 years, I kind of went into a little bit of a slump. This off-season was just all about training. Surfing came second for once. I'm not the youngest guy on tour anymore, so you got to kind of put in extra effort and extra hours. I still have the same fire. I still have the same burn to win.
I grew up watching, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe. I always knew that, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest. And pipe's, up there with winning a world title. That's at the pinnacle for me, for sure.
As we get set up for this classic, Jordy Smith locking in against Mamiya. Big, deep cave, and that one explodes. And takes down the South African local boy, Baron Mamiya. Knifes the takeoff right behind him with the arm bar. And comes out without a problem.
Jordy made a bit of a mistake there. He probably needed to do one big pump. He would have made that barrel.
Yeah, that was radical. Absolute fireworks to start this heat.
Mamiya without priority.
Oh, man, Jordy's going to be kicking himself.
As Jordy comboed within a few minutes. An absolute show from the North Shore local boy.
He's really playing with it. This is so last minute.
The first time I surfed out here, I think I was 8 or 9, or I was pretty young. Uncle Derek took me out, and my first wave, I just cartwheeled down the face, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. I just got pounded, but then my next wave was fun, and yeah, I just fell in love with the wave ever since.
John Florence is a former two-time world champion and considered the most talented surfer in the world. But even the best have challenges to overcome.
Yeah, I think the mindset and the confidence for me ebbs and flows. I think it's, I spent a lot of my career chasing what that motivation is, you know? For me, competing has always been a really cool kind of platform in that way. Last year, I struggled with it.
John Florence comboed and a nearly impossible task. Medina, 19.2 wave total. John going down.
I think last year was perfect for this year. And what I mean by that is it was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed, he was hungry. You know, he obviously wanted to finish really high.
Oh my God, inside I was like screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding, like, no, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be here. I internalize it.
John's a pretty low-key guy and mellow, so when he has that extra fuel, I think it's a good thing.
I honestly feel like John sees the next few years as like a really important chapter in his life of like being at that apex part of his surfing career, physically, psychologically, and I feel like he's planning on having a massive year.
Barrel and pipeline, John.
He's getting older and surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
Still going.
Come on. I think if I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business. It's just all part of this process, trusting myself and going to the heat, taking a deep breath, letting go, and just surf. Like almost smiling and just thinking like, I can't wait for my first wave to come right now. Like that would be pretty satisfying.
Quarterfinal 4, John Florence versus Leonardo. I mean, obviously, John is the favorite.
This is the quarterfinal I've been looking forward to. A two-time world champ, 8 event wins, and we're celebrating John's 100th career event here at Pipe.
Leo, he's one of the gnarliest guys out here at Pipe. I think we're gonna see some fireworks before the end.
Here we go, backdoor. Fioravanti airdrops into this one. It's a wide open barrel. Fioravanti comes screaming out.
Paddle back very easy. That was a beautiful wave for him and very smart.
Can John come back? Pipeline.
He sees this wave, has potential. He just gets deep enough, gets the speed out, and he's gonna get rewarded.
He's done that about 10,000 times out here. Pretty cool.
Here goes Leo. He just needs a 3-point ride.
Make it.
That should do it. A voracious competitor.
Finish it off as well. Like, he knows how important every little bit is.
He needed 2.84. He got a flat 3-point ride. No time on the clock, really.
It's a 50-second, guys. 50 seconds.
Hold the horses. Here comes John Florence. Oh. Big girthy pipe barrel. John comes out. John needs a 4.67. Look at the numbers coming through.
An 8.0. John wins the heat.
John has just turned the heat in the final 30 seconds.
Wow. I knew we were gonna have a nail biter, but man, that was incredible.
I ended up being a little deeper than I thought I was, and then I got a good pump though, and it was just a fun wave. I was just thinking, I was like, if I make this heat, I'm changing my strategy the next one.
Insane finish, epic for John, and I can't wait to see the girls next.
Can't wait.
30 seconds remaining, first priority blue.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Super gnarly, committed drop.
I think this was a moment in women's surfing history. It will go down as one of the greatest heats ever.
The stage is set here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today. I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just into a couple of
Everyone on the beach is super excited, especially us up in the tower. I genuinely think this is probably the best day that we've seen, and it's going to be firing. It's going to be well double overhead, I reckon, for the whole day.
Whew, perfect day to crown some champions.
The girls have been knocking on the door to some great performances for a long time. The girls just need to trust how good they are and take some risks, and they're going to have a wide open canvas and be able to have a lot of space to maybe take the best wave of their life.
Coming into semi-final 2, we've got a great matchup. It's Molly Pickham taking on Betty Lou. Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like, do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
Semi-final heat number 2.
Quite the storybook matchup right here.
These two want to beat each other more than anything.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make for the North Shore local.
She saw that one coming in. You can just tell she knows what she's looking for out there. Molly will want to go anything.
She wants a bomb, and she wants that Hail Mary moment. She wants the 10.
Here we go, out in the back.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail, the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
This was absolutely insane. Grabs the rail, pulls up underneath the lip, comes flying out with the spit.
Molly has it dialed. She is so sure of herself.
Molly Pickham, your last score was a perfect 10.
I'm so stoked for her. That is an iconic wave. What a moment for her to remember forever.
This heat is far from over. Molly Pickham swinging again. This one spitting her out into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Betty Lou and Molly Pickham absolutely charging.
Such a moment for women surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now.
Betty Lou has dreamed of this. It's her last chance to try to turn this heat. And here she goes, looking for an 8.61. She pulls in. She salutes the hometown crowd.
Stand by for the last score.
That's the score, that's the score.
Last score, Betty Lou, an 8.33. Not enough.
Molly Pickham survives and moves on to the final.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this. And to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing. And I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers for sure.
Thank you. As much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other. It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
At the age of 18, Caitlin Simmers is becoming the face of female surfing.
Caitlin Simmers, 2 big wins in her rookie season.
Katie Simmers coming from a place called Oceanside, California. There's this kind of grit to it. Katie Simmers is really proud to be like that OG Oceanside. Her parents are awesome. Katie's dad, he's an electrician by trade. Katie's mom, a hospice nurse, and just like kind of that American story of just working hard and keeping things simple.
Impeccable surfing, new school, designed with some old school line.
She draws different lines to the other girls. It seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial to get into positions to catch hard waves.
You know, I'm super impressed with Caitlin Simmers and some of the new crop. I've never seen like such a new young generation so excited to surf pipeline. And this is just the beginning of what we're going to see in the many years to come.
It's time for the final. Caitlin Simmers taking on Molly Pickham.
Thank you so much,
Molly has come into this year so strong, so focused. Nothing is getting to her, but Katie can be a dark horse and take that win.
Molly Pickham locks in, pulls in, standing tall, and gets blown out it backdoor.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in. Huge backdoor section. And she reappears.
And right when you see Molly start with a 9-2-7, Caitlin does have an answer back. Opportunity setting up for Katie Simmers. Drills it. How about that hack?
Molly Picklum, she needs a score of a 3-3-9.
Katie's just got to just hold it for a couple minutes.
Molly up and riding, grabbing rail in the barrel. Can she thread it out? No!
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti.
Yeah, girl! Katie, congratulations.
Pipeline for the girls. That's all I have to say. This race's terrifying. I respect everyone who wants a part of it, and I respect everyone who doesn't want a part of it.
She has always been doing things that are kind of just right over the edge of like what people can do. I swear she can almost do anything. You're a champion.
The magnitude of her performance, stuff we never seen in surfing history. It was showing to the world that she's going to be the best ever someday.
Let's get behind your women's champion, Katie Simmers.
We just saw the bar go so high for women surfing. Today inspired me 100%. However, I always knew the women had it in them if we had the opportunities.
It's always been known kind of that the girls can like surf pipe, but I hope this event shows everyone like the girls can do it. I'm really happy to be a part of it, but I'm just proud of all the girls who like are even out there and friggin' hearts racing and really scary.
It's come down to these two surfers, John Florence, Baron Mamiya.
Here we go, the battle. John pulling in.
That's what we want to see. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. Baron! Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
The crowd has gathered at Ehukai Beach Park. Pipeline, the playing field. We saw a WSL buoy out there disappear. That's a clear indicator that there's some waves coming.
On standby for the score.
The numbers were excellent for John Florence. He's going to be into the final. Baron Mamiya with eyes on the lineup right now. This could be a breakthrough event for Baron Mamiya.
The North Shore is Baron Mamiya's backyard, and Pipeline is his playground.
Oh, here goes Baron Mamiya. We call him Barrel Mamiya and Pipeline pulling in, coming in.
I love surfing pipe. It's my favorite wave in the world. I grew up surfing it.
He's got a special relationship with this wave for sure. I mean, when he was a kid, they started calling him Backdoor Baron. Man, I don't think there's been a barrel this whole season that he hasn't made. He knows every part of the reef. He knows exactly where he wants to be. He believes in himself, having won Sunset, the other year.
Year 2022 Hurley Pro champion, Baron Mamiya!
I really want to beat the best guys, John, Medina, Philippe. If you're on this tour and you don't think you can beat those guys, then you probably shouldn't be on tour. Growing up watching John, every kid from here wants to be like him.
John Florence wins his very first Pipe Masters trophy.
I always knew that if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at Pipe, I would have to win the Pipe contest, and I really want to do that. Pipe's up there with winning a world title for me.
Baron Mamiya in blue, Connor in red.
Semi-final number 2 out in the water to set our finals. What about this battle right here with open priority?
Connor O'Leary looking Pipeline. Baron says, I'll go back door, brother. Simultaneous barrel, Connor and Pipe coming out. Baron at back door. Oh, wow, he's coming out.
Firing out there. Wow.
What a start to this heat for Connor. I feel like if he's going to have a go at Baron, he's got to go right and take some opportunity off Baron.
Backdoor again, barrel and Baron Mamiya deep. He pumps, and he's coming out. Holy moly!
Oh my goodness. That first pump, Rocky, set him up, driving all the way through that hollow section. Then the second section, he makes it through.
Baron backdoor. Baron drags through this in a cavern, disappears. Second section from Mamiya. And Baron comes flying out.
was definitely the best heat I ever had on CT. I just felt like, I don't know, it was just like, I just felt like every good wave was coming to me.
You said that winning the pipe event would be the pinnacle for you, and now you're one heat away. How do you keep the focus and get ready for that next heat?
Yeah, just keep the same focus, same goal. Just one more heat.
A total win for the North Shore of Oahu. As you see where we are here at Pipeline, well, that's the school that both these guys went to.
What a school to grow up in, huh?
Amazing, right across from Pipe.
Oh man, just finish school and come straight check the waves.
It's just too good to be true when you look at the final. Baron Mamiya, John Florence, both North Shore local boys, both the best at pipe and backdoor, and it's like two different generations slightly. You know, for Baron, he looked up to everything John did, wanted to emulate his style, how late he was taken up under the lip, but then he also probably dreamed of beating him too.
You gotta appreciate the history these two have and the history that they're about to make. Here we go, the battle. Both surfers looking at this one, a little shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. And here goes Baron Mamiya, he's going.
Baron up and ready.
Baron's gonna get the first wave, locks in, trying to burn off some speed. He'll get pumped out, there's a make. Definitely in his happy place, hasn't been tested yet, but here's John, stretched out wave at backdoor. John winning the opening exchange, out in front with the lead and priority.
John pulling in, barreled at Pipeline, coming out and going on.
Finds the exit, John Florence. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. He's on the takeoff, grabbing rail Pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit, Baron!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Is this real life?
No, Rocky, I don't think so. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a perfect 10. 10 straight across the board for Baron Mamiya. Baron's in first with a 10.0 and a 6. We'll count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final is over.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamiya!
Oh my God, dude, I can't believe it. That 10, I literally couldn't believe I made it. I was in the barrel and I just couldn't believe I came out. I was like baffled.
This win for Baron will definitely cement him as one of the legends from Hawaii. I think everyone's going to remember who he had in the final, which makes it even more incredible. You want to beat the best. On finals day, John was the guy to beat, and Baron proved that he can mix it up with the best at backdoor and pipeline.
Yeah, John. Thank you so much, Bob. It's a pleasure to be out there with you.
Baron Mamiya, your champion. And now #1 in the world. He'll be wearing yellow over at Sunset Beach.
On the next episode of WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Hurley Pro's Sunset Beach gets underway.
Wave raises up, Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn. Molly Picklum. Radical.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs onto it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Oh my goodness.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. I mean, look, I won Pipeline 2 years ago.
Aloha Kakahiaka with a double shaka.
Opening day of the season.
It is on.
The championship tour is the pinnacle. This is the dream for pro surfers. It is the best waves in the best conditions all around the world.
Surfing as a whole has been looked at so many different ways, but we're here competing. You have winners and you have losers, and there's no in between.
every time these surfers paddle into their field of play, the ocean, anything can happen.
There is going to be a moment in your career, if not several, where you're fearing for your life.
The pressure that's on some of those surfers below that mid-year cut line, it's do or die situation.
These are elite athletes who put their entire lives into preparing for this tour.
Carissa Moore, I'm 31 years old and I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii.
5-time world champion.
John Florence. Gabriel Medina.
The young 20-year-old world champion making history.
Jordy. That sounds so old, huh?
Yeah, I'm 31 years old.
I'm 18.
This is where they've wanted to be their whole life.
Same mullet, same me.
Yeah, what a day. Let's go.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
What is happening?
They're here to win a world title, plain and simple. You're either a champion or you're a failure.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing.
Caitlin Simmers dominating.
The brutality of sport is that it's all about winning and losing. To the victors go the spoils.
This is the WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Lexus Pipe Pro.
It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today.
Scary is one way to describe the small stretch of reef that is the most significant place in the world of surfing.
Pipeline is definitely one of the most iconic waves on the world tour. There's serious consequences at this wave. People have died out there, but then people's whole careers have been made on just a single wave out here.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
It's kind of like the red carpet of surfing. Like, this is where you want to like show and strut your stuff. The greats of this sport have put on performances out here. To be able to perform here, to hold your own, to get the results here, I think it just like solidifies that you're one of the best.
There's a saying, you don't know unless you go.
Here he is looking at backdoor, Kane. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
The reality of any wave with a reef underneath them, the risk of hitting the reef is very high.
You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out.
He's gonna be under the lip, grabbing the rope.
Those moments are defining of whether or not that you have the ability to get back on the horse to catch another wave.
Oh, and gets the guillotine. Check on him, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there, and I'll be the first to admit it, I absolutely am. But I think that's what makes it such a great challenge, is if you can know how to navigate that fear, you're gonna have a really good outcome in this event.
We are at the Media Day, WSL Media Day. I am on stop number 3, my favorite stop, the social stop.
For the best surfers in the world, the 2024 season officially begins in a few days.
Say I'm Griff and I'm Cries, and we're gonna quiz each other.
Sure, go for it.
I'm Griff.
In 2024, everyone is raising the stakes. We have seen the best surfers in the world get even better. There is no getting warmed up. It starts at Pipeline. You have to be on point.
So hands up. Yeah, and then 3, 2, and action.
It's all smiles for Hawaiian Carissa Moore. The 5-time world champion is following her heart and stepping away from competition.
Sweet, thanks guys. I'm leaving the door open. I'm not looking at this as like a retirement. I'm looking at this as I'm stepping away for now, and I'm gonna explore all the different things that life has to offer at this moment. It's a nerve-wracking decision because it's the biggest change I've had in my whole life. But I'm also really, really excited about what lies ahead and the opportunities to evolve and grow and challenge myself. This was a special one this year in Maui, the end of 2018. The waves were fire. Like, some of the best waves I think we've ever gotten on Maui. I just remember it was a super solid swell, but it was like the most perfect direction.
It is so hard to sum up Carissa Moore because she is so all-encompassing. She is one of the best female pro surfers that we have ever seen in the surfing world. She's the modern idol for these young girls right now who are dreaming of becoming professional surfers.
I definitely think like the first world title was super special. Just getting to like reach that level that I had dreamed of my whole life and being like, oh, I can do this. I did it. It's been 13 years that I've competed on the championship tour, and there's been some incredible highs, but also a few lows too.
To see her go through that devastation of losing a world title, having it slip through your fingers, not once, but twice. No one had ever gone through that in surfing history before, and that was devastating.
Your new world champion, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I mean, it was super hard. It was super hard losing the final event 2 years in a row after like leading the season. It was heartbreaking. And regardless of the outcome, like I tried my best. And I would have loved to have come out on top, but you know what? It didn't work out that way.
Whether you are here or there, we don't care. We are happy that the Lexus Pipe Pro is on like popcorn. Heat number 1, elimination round for the women's division. In the red, Carissa Moore. In the blue, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I've dedicated most of my life to competitive surfing and being in a jersey, and I want to go on surf trips again. I want to make a movie. I would love to dive more into my nonprofit. I want to spend more time with my husband and maybe start a family at some point.
I know, I got kind of emotional getting my jersey.
As we see Carissa Moore pulling in to her first wave, and she almost makes it out.
Yeah, almost. You know what? She had to fight through that little chandelier, and that, I think, slowed her down.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the flow. Belting it. Nice, clean finishing move there. Carissa making a move. About a minute on the clock. Gets a little bit speed out in front. She pulls into the first section, but she can't come out. She goes down, chasing a 3.86. All surf fans hoping to see that fairy tale story of seeing her back in a final here at Pipeline, but it will be an elimination round loss for the 5-time world champion.
This is not the end of Carissa Moore's career, I feel. I think a new chapter in life may recharge her. We never know. One thing I've learned about Carissa Moore is never, ever count her out.
With Carissa moving on, a new generation of women are taking over surfing's biggest stage.
Legends are leaving. However, that's opening up space for people to step into that spotlight. New faces that want to prove themselves. They want to be here.
Kelly Slater, this is his 31st pipe event.
There's just always that question mark, you know what I mean? Like, what's Kelly gonna do? How's he gonna surf? What's he gonna ride? It's always exciting.
You really have to be present in this moment of his career because we don't know. When is he gonna decide to walk away?
I'm not gonna make an announcement. I think I'm just gonna retire when I do. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration.
Kelly Slater up and running with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last of Kelly Slater, a 9.23.
The undisputed greatest surfer of all time is entering his 31st season on the championship tour.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. You're kind of only as good as your last heat in some people's minds, but I don't think that whatever I do now is going to erase 11 world titles.
Do you think he can still contend for a world title at this stage in his career?
Honestly, probably not. At some point, it's like gravity. He's competing against guys that are like 22 years old, 23 years old, people in the absolute prime of their life.
Hey, good. I gotta get the shade. Too much sun.
Yeah. Good to see you, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, good.
The proof is in the pudding. He has slowly declined, and he's 52 years old, but what do you expect?
It's hard when you hear somebody read, say, or write those things. It's hard when your life is public. When there's opinions about you out in the world, it stings a little when you hear somebody say that. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter. Let's surf. All right.
What's amazing is him actually even being relevant and being able to compete. He only won a couple years ago.
Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro Pipeline.
I committed my life to this, you know, all the heartbreak, but I just savor this, and this is the best one of my life.
I mean, Kelly's such a freak, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he's mixing it up and winning events is insane.
Even just getting out of bed and competing with these young guys is a big deal. Like, that's a major accomplishment to be able to compete at a high level physically as a 52-year-old.
He's been on this tour for longer than anybody. It's a miracle that he's still here. It's not normal.
The GOAT, Kelly Slater.
For Kelly Slater, my 2024 year is just celebrating my career as a champion and walk away with my head held high.
How are you guys?
Good to see you. How you been?
Let's go.
Buddy. How are you?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Another mic. I only have 2 on. Can't you just tap into these things? No. Jesus Christ.
There's a reason for so many mics. The surfing world always wants to hear what Slater has to say, and more importantly, when he plans to walk away.
When you turn 50, things are different with family and work and goals and desire.
All right.
Competition's been my platform for so long. I don't really know much else. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration. What's motivating me is pipeline. I love surfing pipeline. All right, I'm done. Let's surf. Morning, guys. How you doing? Good. All right.
Ethan Ewing coming up against the 8-time pipe champion, Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater is about to paddle out into his 31st appearance at Pipeline. His fountain of youth is Pipeline. It's the one wave where he is timeless. It's where he belongs.
When we talk about surfers having a relationship with a wave, top 3 of all time, it has to be Pipeline and Kelly Slater.
Here we go, Kelly, up and riding in a barrel, at back door, disappeared, and Kelly Slater is going to keep traveling and does not reach the opening. Ethan Ewing, late drop, side slipping into the barrel, he's deep, he's disappeared, and Ethan Ewing is coming out. Double E.
Slater right behind him. Pulls into a barrel of his own, gets through some turbulent water there. He goes down, still seeking a completion.
Kelly Slater looking to break that 12.66 combo, gets in the barrel, sits under the curtain, comes out, and going for the alley-oop, and lands it.
Kelly now needing a 9.66.
Here we go, Slater, straight into it, winding down the line. We see Kelly Slater bow out of competition.
You know, I can blame the ocean, but it was really my impatience. I was really looking forward to this event.
I think it's really important for all of us who've been watching Kelly forever, or if you're just watching him for the first time, you really have to be present in this moment of his career, because we don't know. When is he going to decide to walk away? And that would be the greatest of all time moving on.
I'm not going to make an announcement. I think I'm just going to retire when I do. Just kind of step away, but we'll see.
Molly putting her head down, grabs her around the pipeline, pulls up and under.
Your last score, perfect 10.
That semi-final heat was history made. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline ever.
Betty Lou dropping in, grabbing rail.
It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
We're on standby for the score.
There's been many major milestones in women's surfing, and their performance standards continue to be pushed, especially at Pipeline.
Moana, wow. The young phenomena continues her assault at the Bonsai Pipeline.
It all started with a few female icons paving the way.
When we look back at the really iconic female surfers at Pipe, there's been a bunch of women throughout generations who have put time in here in this lineup and really fought to get some waves.
You think about who came before for this moment, and you have to think about Margot Oberg, Rochelle Ballard, Lisa Anderson, Megan Abuba, Kiala Kennelly.
I had to just go
and get burned and get stuffed and take really gnarly wipeouts and stuff behind guys just to get the respect.
This is the most competitive lineup in the world.
Being able to surf pipeline with no one else in the lineup is so important to the growth and evolution of women's surfing because we've never been given the opportunity. And now we have the opportunity to showcase to the world that this is where women's surfing is going.
Bigger backdoor section, pulls straight in, driving through, comes out.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
They told me to stand still, so I'ma keep on running.
Women have really staked their claim here at Pipeline, and not just sitting out there in the lineup, they're packing bombs.
In the barrel, Tyler Wright comes out.
You're seeing more confidence, taking off deeper, getting deeper in the barrel.
Because there's an event out here, that has really helped professional women surfing at Pipe and Backdoor.
There's going to be a massive shakeup. Some of these younger girls coming up the ranks that are feeling really established, like a Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, they have that confidence from being rookies already. They're starting to really believe that they belong.
It's just really cool to see how many of the new generation are really progressing the sport. You can see it in their eyes. They've got this determination, and you can tell they want it. That's what it takes, is a holistic effort of everybody backing women's surfing to surf the craziest, most dangerous wave in the world.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing. It's gonna push all of us to do things we never thought we could.
Shining.
I'm still feeling this change in the guard. I'm still feeling this new generation coming into play. And when we look at the quarterfinals, Katie Simmers has so much courage in her surfing.
She draws different lines to the other girls, you know. She charges, and it seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial for the girls to get into positions to catch hard waves.
Tati's fearless. She hits any big section more than I think than almost any other girl on tour.
This is going to be a test for our women.
The girl that wins the Pipe Pro today will have to have left her fears at home.
The women's quarterfinals, Tatiana Weston-Webb in the blue, Caitlin Simmers in the red. Caitlin has first priority right now.
Caitlin Simmers at backdoor.
Oh,
simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out.
Wow.
Behind the peak, completely backdooring that section. That is what we love to see.
917 for Katie Simmers.
She's out to prove that she means business.
The smile coming off of her face right now is incredible.
As we see now, Tati finding some room to move at Pipeline. She'll still be chasing Katie's lead.
We are in a gladiator pit. I mean, when there's a lot of people in the water, here we go. Oh, Caitlin Simmers grabbing the rail. Wow!
Her technique is just absolutely textbook. She is an icon of the sport.
Caitlin Simmers dominating over Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Those were my two only waves I've had my whole season here. I kind of can't really get waves here, so I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some. Yay!
Quarterfinal number 3, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Johnson. Pipeline has offered Sakura her best CT result. That was a semi-final placing.
She's still a teenager. She's got open eyes. She's learning. So what I expect from her is a little more maturity, and that's a dangerous combo because she's got a lot of talent.
Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title at just 21 years old.
Having the world title with you, you become a new person. There is that experience to draw on, and if you can focus on that, the second one will come.
This is Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Both of these women charge. Caroline goes Pipeline, gets behind the barrel. The easy one for Caroline Marks. Backdoor wave for Sakura. Pumps through there. Straightens out for completion. Sakura's got a strong lead over Caroline Marks. Big sets coming through here. And Sakura's on the move.
Look at this.
Look at this one. Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spin through Sakura Johnson. Comes up. That thing was a spooky, scary, wide, dredging backdoor barrel.
Coming after the spin, that was just perfectly reading. That was the best wave of the day so far on the women's side. That was as good as he gets for backdoor.
That's everything today, is committing to those waves early, committing to the drop, and she was rewarded with the barrel. That was the easy part.
A 9.7. Her highest single wave score of her professional career. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, moving on into semi-final 2.
You just have to keep putting time, especially here at Pipe. And yeah, just really happy to get these conditions, these waves. And I think all of us girls, even the men, are just, these are the days we dream of.
Absolutely stole the show.
Sakura was ready for the moment. She's put in the time in all aspects of her surfing, and we're starting to see that confidence that she has in herself, in the water, in how she wants to win come through.
Imai has first priority. He's going to swing at this backdoor section. Behind the curtain, Imai looking for the exit, no!
Fiovanti airdrops it, comes screaming out.
John up and riding in the barrel and coming out with the spin.
50 seconds. Can John come back? Hold the horses, here comes John.
Deep in pipeline, looking for the exit.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipeline Pro.
Good morning, everybody, and what a Saturday morning that we have for you for the Lexus Pipe Pro. The Hawaiian Water Patrol activated for finals day.
It's pumping and it's 8 to 10 feet with some wild peaks. It's like a 13-second interval. Makes the waves move really kind of slower, but they stand up on the reef super tall. So it's going to be, an epic day at finals. Let's go.
The stage is set, glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
The quarterfinals get underway, and Imai Kalani DeVault comes close to perfection.
Imai on the takeoff, pulls in late, deep, behind the curtain. Imai looking for the exit, no!
Oh my God.
That was a 10.
That was my...
Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Baron Mamiya taking on Jordy Smith.
The past 3 years, I kind of went into a little bit of a slump. This off-season was just all about training. Surfing came second for once. I'm not the youngest guy on tour anymore, so you got to kind of put in extra effort and extra hours. I still have the same fire. I still have the same burn to win.
I grew up watching, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe. I always knew that, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest, and pipe's up there with winning a world title. That's at the pinnacle for me, for sure.
As we get set up for this classic, Jordy Smith locking in against Mamiya. Big deep cave, and that one explodes and takes down the South African local boy. Baron Mamiya knifes the takeoff right behind him with the arm bar and comes out without a problem.
Jordy made a bit of a mistake there. He probably needed to do one big pump. He would have made that barrel.
Yeah, that was radical. Absolute fireworks to start this heat.
Mamiya without priority.
Oh, man, Jordy's going to be kicking himself.
As Jordy comboed within a few minutes. Absolute show from the North Shore local boy.
He's really playing with it. This is so last minute.
The first time I surfed out here, I think I was 8 or 9, or I was pretty young. Uncle Derek took me out, and my first wave, I just cartwheeled down the face, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. I just got pounded, but then my next wave was fun, and yeah, I just fell in love with wave ever since.
John Florence is a former 2-time world champion and considered the most talented surfer in the world. But even the best have challenges to overcome.
Yeah, I think the mindset and the confidence for me ebbs and flows. I think it's, I spent a lot of my career chasing what that motivation is, For me, competing has always been a really cool kind of platform in that way. Last year, I struggled with it.
John Florence comboed in a nearly impossible task.
Medina, 19.2 wave total. John going down.
I think last year was perfect for this year. And what I mean by that is it was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed, he was hungry. You know, he obviously wanted to finish really high.
Oh my God, inside I was like screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding. Like, no, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be here. I internalize it.
John's a pretty low-key guy and mellow, so when he has that extra fuel, I think it's a good thing.
I honestly feel like John sees the next few years as like a really important chapter in his life of like being at that apex part of his surfing career, physically, psychologically, and I feel like he's planning on having a massive year.
Barrel and pipeline, John.
He's getting older and surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
Still going.
Come on.
I think if I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business. It's just all part of this process, trusting myself and going to the heat, taking a deep breath, letting go, and just surf. Like almost smiling and just thinking like, I can't wait for my first wave to come right now. Like that would be pretty satisfying.
Quarterfinal 4, John Florence versus Leonardo. I mean, obviously, John is the favorite.
This is the quarterfinal I've been looking forward to. A two-time world champ, 8 event wins, and we're celebrating John's 100th career event here at Pipe.
Leo, he's one of the gnarliest guys I hear at Pipe. I think we're going to see some fireworks before the end.
Here we go, backdoor. Fioravanti airdrops into this one. It's a wide open barrel. Fioravanti comes screaming out.
Paddle back very easy. That was a beautiful wave for him and very smart.
Can John come back? Pipeline.
He sees this wave, has potential. He just gets deep enough, gets the speed out, and he's going to get rewarded.
He's done that about 10,000 times out here. Pretty cool.
Here goes Leo. He just needs a 3-point ride.
Make it.
That should do it. A voracious competitor.
Finish it off as well. Like, he knows how important every little bit is.
He needed 2.84. He got a flat 3-point ride. No time on the clock, really.
It's a 50-second, guys. 50 seconds.
Hold the horses. Here comes John Florence. Big girthy pipe barrel. John comes out. John needs a 4.67. Look at the numbers coming through.
An 8.0. John wins the heat.
John has just turned the heat in the final 30 seconds.
Wow. I knew we were going to have a nail biter, but man, that was incredible.
I ended up being a little deeper than I thought I was, and then I got a good pump though, and it was just a fun wave. I was just thinking, I was like, if I make this heat, I'm changing my strategy the next one.
Insane finish. Epic for John, and I can't wait to see the girls next.
Can't wait.
30 seconds remaining. First priority blue.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Super gnarly, committed drop.
I think this was a moment in women's surfing history. It will go down as one of the greatest heats ever.
The stage is set here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today. I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just into a couple of.
Everyone on the beach is super excited, especially us up in the tower. I genuinely think this is probably the best day that we've seen, and it's going to be firing. It's going to be well double overhead, I reckon, for the whole day. Whew, perfect day to crown some champions.
The girls have been knocking on the door to some great performances for a long time. The girls just need to trust how good they are and take some risks, and they're going to have a wide open canvas and be able to have a lot of space to maybe take the best wave of their life.
Coming into semi-final 2, we've got a great matchup. It's Molly Pickham taking on Betty Lou. Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the calls out. She's like a spicy one. She's crazy. She's feisty. I'm spicy. She's like, you know, do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we will do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
Semifinal heat number 2.
Quite the storybook matchup right here.
These two want to beat each other more than anything.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make for the North Shore local.
She saw that one coming and you can just tell she knows what she's looking for out there. Molly will want to go anything.
She wants a bomb and she wants that Hail Mary moment. She wants the 10.
Here we go, out the back.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
This was absolutely insane. Grabs the rail, pulls up underneath the lip, comes flying out with the spin.
Molly has it dialed. She is so sure of herself.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
I'm so stoked for her. That is an iconic wave. What a moment for her to remember forever.
This heat is far from over. Molly Picklum swinging again. This one spitting her out into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Betty Lou and Molly Picklum absolutely charging.
Such a moment for women surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now.
Betty Lou has dreamed of this. It's her last chance to try to turn this heat. And here she goes, looking for an 8.61. She pulls in. She salutes the hometown crowd.
Stand by for the last score.
That's the score, that's the score.
Last score, Betty Lou, an 8.33. Not enough.
Molly Picklum survives and moves on to the final.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this. And to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing. And I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers for sure.
Thank you. As much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other. It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
At the age of 18, Caitlin Simmers is becoming the face of female surfing.
Caitlin Simmers, 2 big wins in her rookie season.
Katie Simmers coming from a place called Oceanside, California. There's this kind of grit to it. Katie Simmers is really proud to be like that OG Oceanside. Her parents are awesome. Katie's dad, he's an electrician by trade. Katie's mom, a hospice nurse, and just kind of that American story of just working hard and keeping things simple.
Impeccable surfing, new school, designed with some old school line.
She draws different lines to the other girls. It seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial to get into positions to catch hard waves.
You know, I'm super impressed with Caitlin Simmers and some of the new crop. I've never seen such a new young generation so excited to surf pipeline. And this is just the beginning of what we're going to see in the many years to come.
It's time for the final. Caitlin Simmers taking on Molly Picklum.
Thank you so much, guys.
Molly has come into this year so strong, so focused. Nothing is getting to her, but Katie could be a dark horse and to take that win.
Molly Picklum locks in, pulls in, standing tall, and gets blown out at backdoor.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section. And she reappears.
And right when you see Molly start with a 9.27, Caitlin does have an answer back. Opportunity setting up for Katie Simmers. Drills it. How about that hack?
Molly Picklum, she needs a score of a 3.39.
Katie's just got to hold it for a couple minutes.
Molly up and riding, grabbing rail in the barrel. Can she thread it out? No!
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro, presented by Yeti.
Yeah, girl! Katie, congratulations.
Pipeline for the girls. That's all I have to say. This race's terrifying. I respect everyone who wants a part of it, and I respect everyone who doesn't want a part of it.
She has always been doing things that are kind of just right over the edge of like what people can do. I swear she can almost do anything. You're a champion.
The magnitude of her performance, stuff we never seen in surfing history. It was showing to the world that she's going to be the best ever someday.
Let's get behind your women's champion, Katie Simmers.
We just saw the bar go so high for women surfing. Today inspired me 100%. However, I always knew the women had it in them if we had the opportunities.
It's always been known kind of that the girls can like surf pipe, but I hope this event shows everyone like the girls can do it. I'm really happy to be a part of it, but I'm just proud of all the girls who like are even out there and friggin' hearts racing and really scary.
It's come down to these two surfers, John Florence, Baron Mamiya.
Here we go, the battle. John pulling in.
That's what we want to see. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. Baron! Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
The crowd has gathered at Ehukai Beach Park. Pipeline, the playing field. We saw a WSL buoy out there disappear. That's a clear indicator that there's some waves coming.
On standby for the storm.
The numbers were excellent for John Florence. He's going to be into the final. Baron Mamiya with eyes on the lineup right now. This could be a breakthrough event for Baron Mamiya.
The North Shore is Baron Mamiya's backyard, and Pipeline is his playground.
Oh, here goes Baron Mamiya. We call him Barrel Mamiya and Pipeline pulling in, coming in.
I love surfing pipe. It's my favorite wave in the world. I grew up surfing it.
He's got a special relationship with this wave for sure. I mean, when he was a kid, they started calling him Backdoor Baron. Man, I don't think there's been a barrel this whole season that he hasn't made. He knows every part of the reef. He knows exactly where he wants to be. He believes in himself, having won Sunset, the other year.
Year 2022 Hurley Pro champion, Baron Mamiya!
I really want to beat the best guys, John, Medina, Philippe. If you're on this tour and you don't think you can beat those guys, then you probably shouldn't be on tour. Growing up watching John, every kid from here wants to be like him.
John Florence wins his very first Pipe Masters trophy.
I always knew that if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at Pipe, I would have to win the Pipe contest, and I really want to do that. Pipe's up there with winning a world title for me.
Baron Mamiya in blue, Connor in red.
Semi-final number 2 out in the water to set our finals. What about this battle right here with open priority?
Connor O'Leary looking Pipeline. Baron says, I'll go back door, brother. Simultaneous barrel, Connor and Pipe coming out. Baron at back door. Oh, wow. He's coming out.
Firing out there. Wow.
What a start to this heat for Connor. I feel like if he's going to have a go at Baron, he's got to go right and take some opportunity off Baron.
Back door again. Barrel in Baron Mamiya deep. He pumps and he's coming out. Holy moly.
Oh my goodness. That first pump, Rocky, set him up, driving all the way through that hollow section. Then the second section, he makes it through.
Baron backdoor. Baron drags through this in a cavern, disappears second section from Mamiya, and Baron comes flying out.
It was definitely the best heat I ever had on CT. I just felt I don't know, it was just I just felt like every good wave was coming to me.
You said that winning the Pipe event would be the pinnacle for you, and now you're one heat away. How do you keep the focus and get ready for that next heat?
Yeah, just keep the same focus, same goal. Just one more heat.
A total win for the North Shore of Oahu. As you see where we are here at Pipeline, well, that's the school that both these guys went to.
What a school to grow up in, huh?
Amazing, right across from Pipe.
Oh man, just finish school and come straight check the waves.
It's just too good to be true when you look at the final. Baron Mamiya, John Florence, both North Shore local boys, both the best at pipe and backdoor, and it's like two different generations slightly. You know, for Baron, he looked up to everything John did, wanted to emulate his style, how late he was taken up under the lip, but then he also probably dreamed of beating him too.
You gotta appreciate the history these two have and the history that they're about to make. Here we go, the battle. Both surfers looking at this one, a little shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. And here goes Baron Mamiya, he's going.
Baron up and ready.
Baron's gonna get the first wave, locks in, trying to burn off some speed. He'll get pumped out, there's a make. Definitely in his happy place, hasn't been tested yet, but here's John, stretched out wave at backdoor. John winning the opening exchange, out in front with the lead and priority.
John pulling in, barreled at Pipeline, coming out and going on.
Finds the exit, John Florence. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. He's on the takeoff, grabbing rail Pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Baron! Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Is this real life?
No, Rocky, I don't think so. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a perfect 10. 10 straight across the board for Baron Mamiya. Baron's in first with a 10.0 and a 6. We'll count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final is over.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamiya!
Oh my God, dude, I can't believe it. That 10, I literally couldn't believe I made it. I was in the barrel and I just couldn't believe I came out. I was like baffled.
This win for Baron will definitely cement him as one of the legends from Hawaii. I think everyone's going to remember who he had in the final, which makes it even more incredible. You want to beat the best. On finals day, John was the guy to beat, and Baron proved that he can mix it up with the best at backdoor and pipeline.
Yeah, John. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be out there with you.
Mamiya, your champion. And now #1 in the world. He'll be wearing yellow over at Sunset Beach.
On the next episode of WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Hurley Pros Sunset Beach gets underway.
Wave raises up, Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn. Molly Picklum. Radical.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Oh my goodness.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. I mean, look, I won Pipeline 2 years ago.
Aloha Kakahiaka with a double shaka.
Opening day of the season.
It is on.
The championship tour is the pinnacle. This is the dream for pro surfers. It is the best waves in the best conditions all around the world.
Surfing as a whole has been looked at so many different ways, but we're here competing. You have winners and you have losers, and there's no in between.
Every time these surfers paddle into their field of play, the ocean, anything can happen.
There is going to be a moment in your career, if not several, where you're fearing for your life.
The pressure that's on some of those surfers below that mid-year cut line, it's do-or-die situation.
These are elite athletes who put their entire lives into preparing for this tour.
Carissa Moore. I'm 31 years old, and I'm from Honolulu, Hawaii.
5-time world champion.
John Florence. Gabriel Medina.
The young 20-year-old world champion making history.
Jordy. That sounds so old, though. Yeah, I'm 31 years old.
I'm 18.
This is where they've wanted to be their whole life.
Same mullet, same me.
Yeah, what a day. Let's go.
The WSL Championship Tour is surfing's biggest stage.
What is happening?
They're here to win a world title, plain and simple. You're either a champion or you're a failure.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing.
Caitlin Simmers dominating.
The brutality of sport is that it's all about winning and losing. To the victors go the spoils.
This is the WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Lexus Pipe Pro.
It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today.
Scary is one way to describe the small stretch of reef that is the most significant place in the world of surfing.
Pipeline is definitely one of the most iconic waves on the world tour. There's serious consequences at this wave. People have died out there, but then people's whole careers have been made on just a single wave out here.
Oh my goodness, Pipeline is coming alive.
It's kind of like the red carpet of surfing. Like, this is where you want to like show and strut your stuff. The greats of this sport have put on performances out here. To be able to perform here, to hold your own, to get the results here, I think it just like solidifies that you're one of the best.
There's a saying, you don't know unless you go.
Here he is looking at back door, Kane. Oh my Lord, have mercy.
The reality of any wave with a reef underneath them, the risk of hitting the reef is very high.
You hit that reef, you're in trouble. There's just big stumps like that are sticking out.
He's gonna be under the lip, grabbing the rim.
Those moments are defining of whether or not that you have the ability to get back on the horse to catch another wave.
Oh, and gets the guillotine. Check on him, Hawaiian Water Patrol.
People are lying if they say they're not scared out there, and I'll be the first to admit it, I absolutely am. But I think that's what makes it such a great challenge, is if you can know how to navigate that fear, you're gonna have a really good outcome in this event.
We are at the Media Day, WSL Media Day. I am on stop number 3, my favorite stop, the social stop.
For the best surfers in the world, the 2024 season officially begins in a few days.
Say, I'm Griff and I'm Cross, and we're gonna quiz each other.
Sure, go for it.
I'm Griff.
In 2024, everyone is raising the stakes. We have seen the best surfers in the world get even better. There is no getting warmed up. It starts at Pipeline. You have to be on point.
So hands up. Yeah, and then 3, 2, and action.
It's all smiles for Hawaiian Carissa Moore. The 5-time world champion is following her heart and stepping away from competition.
Sweet, thanks guys. I'm leaving the door open. I'm not looking at this as like a retirement. I'm looking at this as I'm stepping away for now, and I'm gonna explore all the different things that life has to offer at this moment. It's a nerve-wracking decision because it's the biggest change I've had in my whole life. But I'm also really, really excited about what lies ahead and the opportunities to evolve and grow and challenge myself. This was a special one this year in Maui, the end of 2018. The waves were fire. Like, some of the best waves I think we've ever gotten on Maui. I just remember it was a super solid swell, but it was like the most perfect direction.
It is so hard to sum up Carissa Moore because she is so all-encompassing. She is one of the best female pro surfers that we have ever seen in the surfing world. She's the modern idol for these young girls right now who are dreaming of becoming professional surfers.
I definitely think like the first world title was super special. Just getting to like
reach that level that I had dreamed of my whole life and being like, oh, I can do this. I did it. It's been 13 years that I've competed on the championship tour, and there's been some incredible highs, but also a few lows too.
To see her go through that devastation of losing a world title, having it slip through your fingers, not once, but twice. No one had ever gone through that in surfing history before, and that was devastating.
Your new world champion, Caroline Marks.
Yeah, I mean, it was super hard. It was super hard losing the final event 2 years in a row after like leading the season. It was heartbreaking. And regardless of the outcome, like, I tried my best. And I would have loved to have come out on top, but you know what? It didn't work out that way.
Whether you are here or there, we don't care. We are happy that the Lexus Pipe Pro is on like popcorn. Heat number 1, elimination round for the women's division. In the red, Carissa Moore. In the blue, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
I've dedicated most of my life to competitive surfing and being in a jersey, and I want to go on surf trips again. I want to make a movie. I would love to dive more into my nonprofit. I want to spend more time with my husband and maybe start a family at some point.
I know, I got kind of emotional getting my jersey.
As we see Carissa Moore pulling in to her first wave, and she almost makes it out.
Yeah, almost. You know what? She had to fight through that little chandelier, and that, I think, slowed her down.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson has the flow. Belting it. Nice, clean finishing move there. Carissa making a move. About a minute on the clock. Gets a little bit speed out in front. She pulls into the first section, but she can't come out. She goes down, chasing a 3.86. All surf fans hoping to see that fairy tale story of seeing her back in a final here at Pipeline, but it will be an elimination round loss for the 5-time world champion.
This is not the end of Carissa Moore's career, I feel. I think a new chapter in life may recharge her. We never know. One thing I've learned about Carissa Moore is never, ever count her out.
With Carissa moving on, a new generation of women are taking over surfing's biggest stage.
Legends are leaving. However, that's opening up space for people to step into that spotlight. New faces that want to prove themselves. They want to be here.
Kelly Slater, this is his 31st pipe event.
There's just always that question mark, you know what I mean? Like, what's Kelly gonna do? How's he gonna surf? What's he gonna ride? It's always exciting.
You really have to be present in this moment of his career because we don't know. When is he gonna decide to walk away?
I'm not gonna make an announcement. I think I'm just gonna retire when I do. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration.
Kelly Slater up and running with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the last of Kelly Slater, a 9.23.
The undisputed greatest surfer of all time is entering his 31st season on the championship tour.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know. You're kind of only as good as your last heat in some people's minds, but I don't think that whatever I do now is going to erase 11 world titles.
Do you think he can still contend for a world title at this stage in his career?
Honestly, probably not. At some point, it's like gravity. He's competing against guys that are like 22 years old, 23 years old, people in the absolute prime of their life.
Hey, Kelly, how Hey, good. I gotta get the shade. Too much sun.
Yeah. Good to see you, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, good.
The proof is in the pudding. He has slowly declined, and he's 52 years old, but what do you expect?
It's hard when you hear somebody read, say, or write those things. It's hard when your life is public. When there's opinions about you out in the world, it stings a little when you hear somebody say that. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter.
Let's surf. All right. What's amazing is him actually even being relevant and being able to compete. He only won a couple years ago.
Kelly Slater has just won his 8th Billabong Pro. Pipeline.
I committed my life to this, you know, all the heartbreak, but I just savor this, and this is the best one in my life.
I mean, Kelly's such a freak, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that he's mixing it up and winning events is insane.
Even just getting out of bed and competing with these young guys is a big deal. Like, that's a major accomplishment to be able to compete at a high level physically as a 52-year-old.
He's been on this tour for longer than anybody. It's a miracle that he's still here. It's not normal.
The GOAT, Kelly Slater.
For Kelly Slater, my 2024 year is just celebrating my career as a champion and walk away with my head held high.
How are you guys?
Good to see you. How you been?
Let's go.
Buddy. How are you?
What's up, man?
Good to see you.
Another mic. I only have 2 on. Can't you just tap into these things? No. Jesus Christ.
There's a reason for so many mics. The surfing world always wants to hear what Slater has to say, and more importantly, when he plans to walk away.
When you turn 50, things are different with family and work and goals and desire.
All right.
Competition's been my platform for so long. I don't really know much else. When I step away from full-time competition, I won't be at a loss. You know, it'll be, for me, it's a celebration. What's motivating me is pipeline. I love surfing pipeline. All right, I'm done. Let's surf. Morning, guys. How you doing? Good. All right.
Ethan Ewing coming up against the 8-time pipe champion, Kelly Slater.
Kelly Slater is about to paddle out into his 31st appearance at Pipeline. His fountain of youth is Pipeline. It's the one wave where he is timeless. It's where he belongs.
When we talk about surfers having a relationship with a wave, top 3 of all time, it has to be Pipeline and Kelly Slater.
Here we go, Kelly, up and riding in a barrel, at back door, disappeared, and Kelly Slater is going to keep traveling and does not reach the opening. Ethan Ewing, late drop, side slipping into the barrel, he's deep, he's disappeared, and Ethan Ewing is coming out. Double E.
Slater right behind him. Pulls into a barrel of his own, gets through some turbulent water there. He goes down, still seeking a completion.
Kelly Slater looking to break that 12.66 combo, gets in the barrel, sits under the curtain, comes out, and going for the alley-oop, and lands it.
Kelly now, leading a 9.66.
Here we go, Slater, straight into it, winding down the line. We see Kelly Slater bow out of competition.
You know, I can blame the ocean, but it was really my impatience. I was really looking forward to this event.
I think it's really important for all of us who've been watching Kelly forever, or if you're just watching him for the first time, you really have to be present in this moment of his career, because we don't know. When is he going to decide to walk away? And that would be the greatest of all time moving on.
I'm not going to make an announcement. I think I'm just going to retire when I do. Just kind of step away, but we'll see.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under.
Your last score, perfect 10.
That semi-final heat was history made. I don't think we've ever seen women surf to that caliber at Pipeline ever.
Betty Lou dropping in, grabbing rail.
It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
We're on standby for the score.
There's been many major milestones in women's surfing, and their performance standards continue to be pushed, especially at Pipeline.
Moana, wow. The young phenomena, continues her assault at the Bonsai Pipeline.
It all started with a few female icons paving the way.
When we look back at the really iconic female surfers at Pipe, there's been a bunch of women throughout generations who have put time in here in this lineup and really fought to get some waves. You think about who came before for this moment, and you have to think about Margot Oberg, Rochelle Ballard, Lisa Anderson, Megan Abuba, Kiala Kennelly.
I had to just go and get burned and get stuffed and take really gnarly wipeouts and stuff behind guys just to get the respect.
This is the most competitive lineup in the world.
Being able to surf Pipeline with no one else in the lineup is so important to the growth and evolution of women's surfing, because we've never been given the opportunity. And now we have the opportunity to showcase to the world that this is where women's surfing is going.
Bigger backdoor section, pulls straight in, driving through, comes out.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
They told me to stand still, so I'ma keep on running.
Women have really staked their claim here at Pipeline, and not just sitting out there in the lineup, they're packing bombs.
In the barrel, Tyler Wright comes out.
You're seeing more confidence, taking off deeper, getting deeper in the barrel.
Because there's an event out here, that has really helped professional women surfing at Pipe and Backdoor.
There's going to be a massive shakeup. Some of these younger girls coming up the ranks that are feeling really established, like a Betty Lou Johnson, Molly Picklum, they have that confidence from being rookies already. They're starting to really believe that they belong.
It's just really cool to see how many of the new generation are really progressing the sport. You can see it in their eyes. They've got this determination, and you can tell they want it. That's what it takes, is a holistic effort of everybody backing women surfing to surf the craziest, most dangerous wave in the world.
I think this is a turning point in women's surfing. It's gonna push all of us to do things we never thought we could.
Shining.
I'm still feeling this changing of the guard. I'm still feeling this new generation coming into play. And when we look at the quarterfinals, Katie Simmers has so much courage in her surfing.
She draws different lines to the other girls, you know. She charges, and it seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial for the girls to get into positions to catch hard waves.
Tati's fearless. She hits any big section more than I think than almost any other girl on tour.
This is going to be a test for our women.
The girl that wins the Pipe Pro today will have to have left her fears at home.
The women's quarterfinals, Tatiana Weston-Webb in the blue, Caitlin Simmers in the red. Caitlin has first priority right now.
Caitlin Simmers at backdoor.
Oh,
simmering, boiling on the stove and coming out.
Wow.
Behind the peak, completely backdooring that section. That is what we love to see.
917 for Katie Simmers.
She's out to prove that she means business.
The smile coming off of her face right now is incredible.
As we see now, Tati finding some room to move at Pipeline. She'll still be chasing Katie's lead.
We are in a gladiator pit. I mean, when there's a lot of people in the water. Here we go. Oh, Caitlin Simmers grabbing the rail. Wow.
Her technique is just absolutely textbook. She is an icon of the sport.
Caitlin Simmers dominating over Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Those were my two only waves I've had my whole season here. I kind of can't really get waves here, so I was terrified out there, but I'm glad I got some. Yay!
Quarterfinal number 3, Caroline Marks, Betty Lou Johnson. Pipeline has offered Sakura her best CT result. That was a semi-final placing.
She's still a teenager. She's got open eyes. She's learning. So what I expect from her is a little more maturity, and that's a dangerous combo because she's got a lot of talent.
Caroline Marks, 6 years on the championship tour. She's already won a world title at just 21 years old.
Having the world title with you, you become a new person. There is that experience to draw on, and if you can focus on that, the second one will come.
This is Caroline Marks versus Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Both of these women charge. Caroline goes Pipeline, gets behind the barrel. The easy one for Caroline Marks. Backdoor wave for Sakura. Pumps through there. Strains out for completion. Sakura's got a strong lead over Caroline Marks. Big sets coming through here. And Sakura's on the move.
Look at this.
Look at this one. Sakura, this thing's a beast. Spin through Sakura Johnson. Comes out. That thing was a spooky, scary, wide, dredging backdoor barrel.
Coming after the spin, that was just perfectly reading. That was the best wave of the day so far on the women's side. That was as good as it gets for backdoor.
That's everything today, is committing to those waves early, committing to the drop, and then she was rewarded with the barrel. That was the easy part.
A 9.7.
Her highest single wave score of her professional career.
Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, moving on into semi-final 2.
You just have to keep putting time, especially here at Pipe. And yeah, just really happy to get these conditions, these waves. And I think all of us girls, even the men, are just, these are the days we dream of.
Absolutely stole the show.
Sakura was ready for the moment. She's put in the time in all aspects of her surfing, and we're starting to see that confidence that she has in herself, in the water, in how she wants to win come through.
Imai has first priority. He's going to swing at this backdoor section. Behind the curtain, Imai looking for the exit, no!
Fioravanti airdrops it, comes screaming out.
John up and riding in the barrel and coming out with the spin.
50 seconds.
Can John come back? Hold the horses, here comes John.
Deep in pipeline, looking for the exit.
Welcome back to the Lexus Pipeline Pro.
Good morning, everybody, and what a Saturday morning that we have for you for the Lexus Pipe Pro. The Hawaiian Water Patrol activated for finals day.
It's pumping and it's 8 to 10 feet with some wild peaks. It's like a 13-second interval. Makes the waves move really kind of slower, but they stand up on the reef super tall. So it's going to be, an epic day at finals. Let's go.
The stage is set, glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
The quarterfinals get underway, and Imai Kalani DeVault comes close to perfection.
Imai on the takeoff, pulls in late, deep, behind the curtain. Imai looking for the exit, no!
Oh my God.
That was a 10.
That was my...
Quarterfinal number 2 is going to be Baron Mamiya taking on Jordy Smith.
The past 3 years, I kind of went into a little bit of a slump. This off-season was just all about training. Surfing came second for once. I'm not the youngest guy on tour anymore, so you got to kind of put in extra effort and extra hours. I still have the same fire. I still have the same burn to win.
I grew up watching, all the best surfers in the world surf pipe. I always knew that, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at pipe, I would have to win the pipe contest. And pipe's, up there with winning a world title. That's at the pinnacle for me, for sure.
As we get set up for this classic, Jordy Smith locking in against Mamiya. Big, deep cave, and that one explodes. And takes down the South African local boy, Baron Mamiya. Knifes the takeoff right behind him with the arm bar. And comes out without a problem.
Jordy made a bit of a mistake there. He probably needed to do one big pump. He would have made that barrel.
Yeah, that was radical. Absolute fireworks to start this heat.
Mamiya without priority.
Man, Jordy's going to be kicking himself.
As Jordy comboed within a few minutes. An absolute show from the North Shore local boy.
He's really playing with it. This is so last minute.
The first time I surfed out here, I think I was 8 or 9, or I was pretty young. Uncle Derek took me out, and my first wave, I just cartwheeled down the face, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. I just got pounded, but then my next wave was fun, and yeah, I just fell in love with wave ever since.
John Florence is a former 2-time world champion and considered the most talented surfer in the world. But even the best have challenges to overcome.
Yeah, I think the mindset and the confidence for me ebbs and flows. I think it's, I spent a lot of my career chasing what that motivation is, For me, competing has always been a really cool kind of platform in that way. Last year, I struggled with it.
John Florence comboed in a nearly impossible task. Medina, 19.2 wave total. John going down.
I think last year was perfect for this year. And what I mean by that is it was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed, he was hungry. He obviously wanted to finish really high.
Oh my God, inside I was screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding, no, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be here. I internalize it.
John's a pretty low-key guy and mellow, so when he has that extra fuel, I think it's a good thing.
I honestly feel like John sees the next few years as like a really important chapter in his life of like being at that apex part of his surfing career, physically, psychologically, and I feel like he's planning on having a massive year.
Barrel and pipeline, John.
He's getting older and surfers keep getting better and better. It's been a few years since he's won, you know, so there's always those challenges you need to overcome mentally to like get back into the winner's circle.
Still going.
Come on.
I think if I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business. It's just all part of this process, trusting myself and going to the heat, taking a deep breath, letting go, and just surf. Like almost smiling and just thinking like, I can't wait for my first wave to come right now. Like that would be pretty satisfying.
Quarterfinal 4, John Florence versus Leonardo. I mean, obviously, John is the favorite.
This is the quarterfinal I've been looking forward to. A two-time world champ, 8 event wins, and we're celebrating John's 100th career event here at Pipe.
Leo, he's one of the gnarliest guys out here at Pipe. I think we're going to see some fireworks before the end.
Here we go, backdoor. Fioravanti airdrops into this one. It's a wide open barrel. Fioravanti comes screaming out.
Paddle back very easy. That was a beautiful wave for him and very smart.
Can John come back? Pipeline.
He sees this wave, has potential. He just gets deep enough, gets the speed out, and he's going to get rewarded.
He's done that about 10,000 times out here. Pretty cool.
Here goes Leo. He just needs a 3-point ride.
Make it.
That should do it. A voracious competitor.
Finish it off as well. Like, he knows how important every little bit is.
He needed 2.84. He got a flat 3-point ride. No time on the clock, really.
It's a 50-second, guys. 50 seconds.
Hold the horses. Here comes John Florence. Big girthy pipe barrel. John comes out. John needed a 4.67. Look at the numbers coming through.
An 8.0. John wins the heat.
John has just turned the heat in the final 30 seconds.
Wow. I knew we were going to have a nail biter, but man, that was incredible.
I ended up being a little deeper than I thought I was, and then I got a good pump there, and it was just a fun wave. I was just thinking, I was like, if I make this heat, I'm changing my strategy the next one.
Insane finish. Epic for John, and I can't wait to see the girls next.
Can't wait.
30 seconds remaining. First priority blue.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Super gnarly, committed drop.
I think this was a moment in women's surfing history. It will go down as one of the greatest heats ever.
The stage is set here at the Bonsai Pipeline. Glassy conditions, big wide open caves if you want it.
It's going to be so fun. It's actually going to be crazy waves go down today. I think I'm going to go biggest board I got and just into a couple of
Everyone on the beach is super excited, especially us up in the tower. I genuinely think this is probably the best day that we've seen, and it's going to be firing. It's going to be well double overhead, I reckon, for the whole day.
Whew, perfect day to crown some champions.
The girls have been knocking on the door to some great performances for a long time. The girls just need to trust how good they are and take some risks, and they're going to have a wide open canvas and be able to have a lot of space to maybe take the best wave of their life.
Coming into semi-final 2, we've got a great matchup. It's Molly Pickham taking on Betty Lou. Molly and Betty have grown up sparring against each other their whole lives. They bring this intensity together, which I think is going to be amplified in this heat.
She's a great competitor. She's hard to beat. She's got some little tricks up her sleeve.
Betty Lou is all fireworks.
Sakura is so competitive on anything.
She likes to get the claws out.
She's like a spicy one. She's crazy.
She's feisty. I'm spicy.
She's like, you know, do whatever she wants to get what she wants, and then all of us are like, well, we'll do that too then.
Me and Molly love to compete against each other. We have a great understanding of where we're coming from and how bad we want to get there, and whatever it is, we're gonna fight for it.
Semi-final heat number 2.
quite the storybook matchup right here.
These two want to beat each other more than anything.
Betty Lou just lunging into daylight. What an easy make for the North Shore local.
She saw the one coming in. You can just tell she knows what she's looking for out there. Molly will want to go anything.
She wants a bomb, and she wants that Hail Mary moment. She wants the 10.
Here we go, out the back.
Molly putting her head down, grabs the rail of the pipeline, pulls up and under. She's still going and gets the exit.
This was absolutely insane. Grabs the rail, pulls up underneath the lip, comes flying out with the spin.
Molly has it dialed. She is so sure of herself.
Molly Picklum, your last score was a perfect 10.
I'm so stoked for her. That is an iconic wave. What a moment for her to remember forever.
This heat is far from over. Molly Picklum swinging again. This one spitting her out into the channel. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, pulls in, under the hook, spat out.
Betty Lou and Molly Picklum absolutely charging.
Such a moment for women surfing. It honestly is bringing tears to my eyes. This is history being made right now.
Betty Lou has dreamed of this. It's her last chance to try to turn this heat. And here she goes, looking for an 8.61. She pulls in. She salutes the hometown crowd.
Stand by for the last score.
That's the score. That's the score.
Last score, Betty Lou, an 8.33. Not enough.
Molly Picklum survives and moves on to the final.
This is crazy. As little kids, we would have been dreaming of this. And to be fair, a lot of older women would have been dreaming of that for women surfing. And I'm so honoured to be taking that opportunity and taking the charge with Betty Lou and all these girls who are amazing surfers for sure.
Thank you. As much as they both wanted to beat each other, they also wanted to empower each other. It was just monumental for women in not just surfing, but sport as well.
At the age of 18, Caitlin Simmers is becoming the face of female surfing.
Caitlin Simmers, 2 big wins in her rookie season.
Katie Simmers coming from a place called Oceanside, California. There's this kind of grit to it. Katie Simmers is really proud to be like that OG Oceanside. Her parents are awesome. Katie's dad, he's an electrician by trade. Katie's mom, a hospice nurse, and just like kind of that American story of just working hard and keeping things simple.
Impeccable surfing, new school, designed with some old school line.
She draws different lines to the other girls. It seems like she reads the ocean really, really well, which is really crucial to get into positions to catch hard waves.
You know, I'm super impressed with Caitlin Simmers and some of the new crop. I've never seen like such a new young generation so excited to surf pipeline. And this is just the beginning of what we're going to see in the many years to come.
It's time for the final. Caitlin Simmers taking on Molly Picklum.
Thank you so much, guys.
Molly has come into this year so strong, so focused. Nothing is getting to her, but Katie can be a dark horse and to take that win.
Molly Picklum locks in, pulls in, standing tall, and gets blown out at backdoor.
Here goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section. And she reappears.
And right when you see Molly start with a 9.27, Caitlin does have an answer back. Opportunity setting up for Katie Simmers. Drills it. How about that hack?
Molly Picklum, she needs a score of a 3.39.
Katie's just got to just hold it for a couple minutes.
Molly up and riding, grabbing rail in the barrel. Can she thread it out? No!
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Pipe Pro presented by Yeti.
Yeah, girl! Katie, congratulations.
Pipeline for the girls. That's all I have to say. This race's terrifying. I respect everyone who wants a part of it, and I respect everyone who doesn't want a part of it.
She has always been doing things that are kind of just right over the edge of like what people can do. I swear she can almost do anything. you're a champion.
The magnitude of her performance, stuff we never seen in surfing history. It was showing to the world that she's going to be the best ever someday.
Let's get behind your women's champion, Katie Simmers.
We just saw the bar go so high for women surfing. Today inspired me 100%. However, I always knew the women had it in them if we had the opportunities.
It's always been known kind of that the girls can like surf pipe, but I hope this event shows everyone like the girls can do it. I'm really happy to be a part of it, but I'm just proud of all the girls who like are even out there and friggin' hearts racing and really scary.
It's come down to these two surfers, John Florence, Baron Mamiya.
Here we go, the battle. John pulling in.
That's what we want to see. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. Baron! Oh, man, Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
The crowd has gathered at Ehukai Beach Park Pipeline, the playing field. We saw a WSL buoy out there disappear. That's a clear indicator that there's some waves coming.
On standby for the score.
The numbers were excellent for John Florence. He's going to be into the final. Baron Mamiya with eyes on the lineup right now. This could be a breakthrough event for Baron Mamiya.
The North Shore is Baron Mamiya's backyard, and Pipeline is his playground.
Oh, here goes Baron Mamiya. We call him Barrel Mamiya and Pipeline pulling in, coming in.
I love surfing pipe. It's my favorite wave in the world. I grew up surfing it.
He's got a special relationship with this wave for sure. I mean, when he was a kid, they started calling him Backdoor Baron. Man, I don't think there's been a barrel this whole season that he hasn't made. He knows every part of the reef. He knows exactly where he wants to be. He believes in himself, having won Sunset, the other year.
Year 2022 Hurley Pro champion, Baron Mamiya!
I really want to beat the best guys, John, Medina, Philippe. If you're on this tour and you don't think you can beat those guys, then you probably shouldn't be on tour. Growing up watching John, every kid from here wants to be like him.
John Florence wins his very first Pipe Masters trophy.
I always knew that, if I wanted to be one of the best surfers at Pipe, I would have to win the Pipe contest, and I really want to do that. Pipe's, up there with winning a world title for me.
Baron Mamiya in blue, Connor in red.
Semi-final number 2 out in the water to set our finals. What about this battle right here with open priority?
Connor O'Leary looking Pipeline. Baron says, I'll go back door, brother. Simultaneous barrel, Connor and Pipe coming out. Baron at back door. Oh, wow, he's coming out.
Firing out there. Wow.
What a start to this heat for Connor. I feel like if he's going to have a go at Baron, he's got to go right and take some opportunity off Baron.
Backdoor again, barrel in, Baron Mamiya deep. He pumps, and he's coming out. Holy moly.
Oh my goodness. That first pump, Rocky, set him up, driving all the way through that hollow section. Then the second section, he makes it through.
Baron backdoor. Baron drags through this in a cavern, disappears. Second section from Mamiya. And Baron comes flying out.
It was definitely the best heat I ever had on CT. I just felt like, I don't know, it was just I just felt like every good wave was coming to me.
You said that winning the Pipe event would be the pinnacle for you, and now you're one heat away. How do you keep the focus and get ready for that next heat?
Yeah, just keep the same focus, same goal. Just one more heat.
A total win for the North Shore of Oahu. As you see where we are here at Pipeline, well, that's the school that both these guys went to.
What a school to grow up in, huh?
Amazing, right across from Pipe.
Oh man, just finish school and come straight check the waves.
It's just too good to be true when you look at the final. Baron Mamiya, John Florence, both North Shore local boys, both the best at Pipe and backdoor, and it's like two different generations slightly. For Baron, he looked up to everything John did, wanted to emulate his style, how late he was taken up under the lip, but then he also probably dreamed of beating him too.
You gotta appreciate the history these two have and the history that they're about to make. Here we go, the battle. Both surfers looking at this one, a little shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. And here goes Baron Mamiya, he's going.
Baron up and ready.
Baron's gonna get the first wave, locks in, trying to burn off some speed. He'll get puffed out. There's a make. Definitely in his happy place. Hasn't been tested yet, but here's John, stretched out, wave it backdoor. John winning the opening exchange. Out in front with the lead and priority.
John pulling in, barrel to pipeline, coming out in front.
Finds the exit, John Florence. Baron, not to be outdone, he wants the answer back. He's on the takeoff, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit. Baron! Mamiya!
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Is this real life?
No, Rocky, I don't think so. Last score for Baron Mamiya, a perfect 10. 10 straight across the board for Baron Mamiya. Baron's in first with a 10.0 and a 6. We'll count this down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The final is over.
Give it up for your Lexus Pipe Pro 2024 champion, Baron Mamiya!
Oh my God, dude, I can't believe it. That 10, I literally couldn't believe I made it. I was in the barrel and I just couldn't believe I came out. I was like baffled.
This win for Baron will definitely cement him as one of the legends from Hawaii. I think everyone's going to remember who he had in the final, which makes it even more incredible. You want to beat the best. On finals day, John was the guy to beat, and Baron proved that he can mix it up with the best at backdoor and pipeline.
Yeah, John. Thank you so much, pal. It's a pleasure to be out there with you.
Mamiya, your champion. And now #1 in the world. He'll be wearing yellow over at Sunset Beach.
On the next episode of WSL's Inside Pro Surfing, the Hurley Pros Sunset Beach gets underway.
Wave raises up, Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn. Molly Picklum. Radical.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail, hangs on to it, transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Oh my goodness.
Bom dia, and for the second time today, a very warm welcome back to the fair shores of Portugal. Peniche, the iconic surf town, reaching out into the Atlantic, picking up swells on what's been a blustery waiting period thus far. We've got some sunny skies, some fluffy white clouds as well up there, and we do have a better looking lineup. A little tidal hold this morning. The low tide bottomed out, quite a big swing here as ever in Europe, a particularly big one today, and we've just been waiting for that to settle down. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through things this morning. Kaipo Guerrero, we're feeling pretty good about getting going here, maybe, Kaipo.
We got past the low tide, right? So I think that was the goal, get past the low tide, incoming tide. Conditions, shape, and scoring potential should increase is what I think. I'm not sure, though.
Overall, in terms of just our forecast and what we've been looking at as well, we would think things were going to clean up this morning, and it certainly felt that way. Looking back in, we've got some pretty smooth ocean out there, some clean lines coming through. We're confident.
Like to see offshore win, right? that helps the playing field as a whole, and things are looking up.
That's what we're anticipating. Let's go and find out exactly what the call is. AJ is with Renato.
That's right, Renato. I know we were on hold here for a little bit this morning. Give us the update.
We back on. Just between the 15 minutes from the call and now restarting, we already saw 3-4 incredible barrels. Conditions improved dramatically with hour and a half of the tide pushing in. Winds really light. Supposed to clock a little bit more from the north. Sun is out. Huge show. We're going to see airs. We're going to see barrels. We're going to see turns. Stay tuned. Stay right there.
So we know this morning with the hold, there was, when we were talking this morning, the hold impacted what we could get done today. What is the remaining schedule?
Well, we had to call it off the quarterfinals. Both men and women quarterfinals were on standby. And we will continue with the overlapping heat system at 40 minutes. So we're restarting now this heat number 4 of the round of 32, and we go straight into the round of 16, anticipating to finish around 6:23 p.m. local time.
All right, so there you have it. We'll send it back to you, Paul and Kaipo in the booth.
Thanks, AJ. Well, Renato stoked. That's generally good news. Pretty confident about our conditions, Kaipo. We like that.
He's happy. That makes us happy. But look at this first heat as we come back to competition, Paul.
Picking things up, heat number 4, the round of 32. We'll see Seth Moniz, 13th in the world out of Hawaii, taking on Crosby Colapinto. And Crosby part of that rookie pack with a little work to do here in Portugal. It's been a place he's been to plenty of times before on the Challenger Series, also traveling with his big bro. He knows this wave pretty well. You think about the sort of surfing you'd associate with him, big turns, powerful sections, loves a tube. He's a charger as well. Let's see how he can go out here. Both of these two, of course, very adept when things get hollow. Let's see exactly what supers can offer us. We do have that tide pushing in, which should encourage this swell onto what's a pretty shallow sandbar this year. And plenty of energy from that ocean still. We cleaned things up a touch overnight. It was pretty wild yesterday. In the late afternoon, we saw that raging sea really just calmed down, and now much more groomed lines. And true to our forecast, we've been looking at this from a long time, mate, and we kind of identified these 3 days. Today's Monday, we've got Tuesday, Wednesday as well, and actually so far so good, and it's looking pretty true to form, kind of what we were expecting.
Yeah. So here's Seth Moniz, you know, already at a young age. I feel like a tour veteran, 39th CT event for Seth. So you would think the experience, he's going to have the advantage here at Super Tubos because it is a tricky lineup. But you mentioned, Paul, that Crosby, he's got a great coach, his older brother, Griffin, who's actually been a past champ here. Griffin took out the win, so good to see Crosby. When we look at heat winning percentage, Crosby hasn't won a heat yet. He's still early in his career. Seth Moniz, only 20%. When we look at Super Tubos, has surfed 5 heats here and won 1 of those 5 heats.
Yeah, it's not been a great venue for him. He does feel like one of those surfers when he gets on a run, he'll either go really deep into an event or possibly fall out early. In this round, of course, it's still early knockings as we'll go into live action. And we'll have a look here, loading up with some speed and a section running away. And Crosby unable to unleash.
Talked about a young veteran in the way of Seth Moniz. That was the veteran move. He happily gave away that wave to Crosby, an open priority and now established priority. He's going to control this heat. And since we're returning to this overlapping heat format, these guys are going to be in the priority position in their entire heat. So you see Crosby takes off on this one. Gotcha. There's nothing doing. Looked for a ramp, but couldn't get there in time.
So just forcing his way out the back, and he'll make his way into the lineup. Plenty of time on the clock for this pair here. They would have been keeping pretty close eye on things and watching the movement on this bank. That low tide troublesome, but we not a long way away from mid-tide. It will flood in pretty fast through that flatter section of the beach profile. When it does that, probably thinking the best time of the entire day, coming around lunchtime. We're not miles away from that, so pretty confident for an improvement here. Let's see how this ever-shifting and dynamic lineup changes throughout the day. A big day of competition. Lots of surfing yet to come in Portugal. Been here a long time, mate. We've had to make some decisions, and we've actually got quite a bit of surfing yet to run.
Yeah, but you know what's the encouraging thing, Paul, is that we had that huge swell. We had that storm come through, and it was really blustery, but the bank has held through all that movement. I mean, the compacted sand here, we still have the kind of the main peak, the main focus at Super Tubos over here. So, I mean, I feel that's encouraging because, you know, if the same thing happened in a beach with larger grain sand, say Hawaii, where I'm from, it would have been just blown out. It wouldn't even look like the same break, but this place maintains its shape. I feel because of the bathymetry, but also because of the tight, compacted sand.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great point. Most of our Atlantic beach breaks here, when we get a big storm come through, you generally get current from one way, usually from the north, so usually from right to left as we look out to sea, and that'll rip the sand away in one direction. Just where we are on this beach here, it's actually where the current kind of splits, so we don't have a big pull gun one way or the other, and you almost just get that slightly slack water. That's why we see that rip go through, and it's generally pretty good news for this bank. I mean, it's amazing how consistent this setup comes, pretty much exactly the same spot year after year. We're not really scouting out up and down the beach, so Super Tubos is one of the most consistent venues in terms of a beach break, a sand bottom waves, one of the most consistent in the world.
Imagine the pioneers that first saw their eyes here, pulling up to a small fishing village and find a perfect A-frame peak with nobody out.
Living in a van, eating cans of sardines. Yeah. Living the life.
I'd love to see a little bit of the history of this break as it was pioneered. But now the news is out. Everybody knows about the Portuguese pipeline Super Tubos, and it's a great addition to the championship tour.
Still waiting for this thing to fire up. We've lost 5 minutes off the clock thus far. Just a quick speculative attempt from Crosby Colapinto. Seth Moniz, he's got his tactics dialed in, knows exactly the kind of triangles essentially he's looking for, something with opportunity. It did seem to be favoring the lefts this morning on the other side of this low tide. Let's see if that continues, just with this kind of wind as well blowing into it. Just clean that up a touch more on the face, but already compared to some of the rips we saw this morning, it looks a little bit smoother on the face, and that's going to be important in terms of the scoring potential.
Yeah, exactly. And I think having the break was maybe an advantage to both Seth as well as Crosby, in that the beginning of this heat, you know, we're in the overlapping heat format. Typically, they'd be in a non-priority point in their heat, but just having to reset, they got some time out there in priority heat for basically 40 minutes. Sammy Pupo's getting ready.
Yeah, he loves this place. And very active in the free surfs as well. Loves to get his laps in and get warmed up, get dialed in with the sandbar. Dialed in with surfing in fresher waters as well.
Yeah, Sammy's going to have a challenge. He's going to be in heat number 12 up against Kanoa Igarashi when we get to there.
Yeah, be a really interesting clash, that one. Kanoa with that momentum that we've been talking about from the opening events over on the North Shore. Love to follow that over here in Portugal. Place has been good to him in the past, but momentum on one side of the world in the Pacific, in the tropics. Does it carry over to Europe? We'll find out. We'll know a lot more by the end of the day. In the meantime, here's Seth, prods one up, and then some white water on the face makes it tricky, but his blade's sharp enough to make an incisive redirection back into the pocket. And just in terms of that opening exchange, letting the first wave go, a slight advantage to Seth.
Yeah. Tommy Witz as well as Griffin Colapinto with a keen eye here. With the replay, it's this first turn. Beautiful. Nice snap off the top. And then you said it, that was a little bit of troubled water, a lot of foam to deal with. He's able to get the rail in there, but you can see how catchy it was. So really all the points are going to come from this first snap. But it was encouraging that, you know, he completed the ride, kicked off in on his feet. So like you said, early advantage to Seth Moniz. And that snap, I mean, it's funny to see how surfers grow into their technique and their body mechanics, but basically your same kind of style that you and your turn type is something that you're just part of your DNA. I mean, I've seen Seth do that snap since he was 12 years old, and he's just a bigger frame with more power, but it's basically the same snap. So yeah, it's an interesting study in body mechanics when you look at surfers and their evolution. Here we go, Seth again.
Trying to find some power out of the Atlantic, and he parks one in a tube, and he gets a good pump, and it looks like he'll muscle through here. A tricky wave to ride, had to paddle hard to get there. Then he had to stall in, and then had to pump to escape. So a lot went into that ride, and a much bigger wave, and crucially, throwing a tube as well.
Here we go. Gets in the barrel, forces his way out of that barrel, but what he's getting going right now is trying the intimidation factor, I think, that he's going to put upon the rookie, getting some scores straight away. Nice arm drag to get in there, disappears, and then has to get out of here manually through the curtain. That takes some strong legs in a strong stance. for Seth Moniz.
Already in the opening stages of this heat, 2 rides, 2 completions. Gone on the maneuvers for a 4-point ride. That last tube, that's with the panel in terms of a score for him. But if he had fallen on that one, unable to come out, obviously it would have impacted his score. But obviously just a bit of momentum as well. Right now, he will have 2 scores locked in. He'll have a pretty sizey lead over Crosby Colapinto, who's got a little bit to think on out the back now. Still plenty of time, though. He'll have, well, just under 31 minutes. And they're on their own, these two. Then when the next heat 5 comes out, they'll still have priority over it. So plenty of time to find the sets on what we hope will be an ever more consistent sandbar. Judges still waiting on that number for Seth Moniz. Pretty round tube, was pretty open. The exit wasn't the cleanest we've ever seen. He forced his way out. It's hard to do. Let's see where that goes with a number. The judges will leave themselves probably a bit of room. We could see some really nice tubes going down through the later part of the morning and through midday.
Yeah, this is true. So waiting for the number for Seth. It just dropped.
All right, 6-point ride for Seth Moniz. So pretty good returns, really, from opportunities that have come through. He snaffled both of them. And it was by virtue of the fact that he did ride that first right-hander, put himself just a touch wider.
Yes. Speaking of numbers, I love the story of jersey numbers for a lot of the surfers. Number 7 on the back of Seth Moniz. He comes from a family of 7, so that's why he chose that number. But also, number 7 was the number that Mick Fanning had on his jersey during his championship tour years. And Seth Moniz actually spent some time with Mick, got the approval, took that number out of retirement, and he's doing it proud. Here we go again, just up and down seeking something, but that's not going to change anything. But yeah, Seth went to the Gold Coast, spent some time with Mick on his rookie year, and nabbed that lucky number 7 for his jersey. Crosby, on the other hand, you can see him with number 66. It's the inverse version of his brother's number, Griffin's number 99. So Crosby said, hey, spin that around upside down, I'll take a 66.
Just over 29 minutes remaining in this, our first heat after a little tidal hole. We've been chatting tides this morning. Let's go and get an update from Strider. He's on the sand.
Yeah, down here on the beach, and well, we got a lot of tide movement today. We went off earlier this morning because the low tide was at 9 o'clock. It's down about a 0.4 foot, so it like really drained it out. You can still see you can't even barely see the bottom of the waves at the moment as it's cupping out still so hard, but the tide is rushing in. It's coming up to an 11.1 feet. That means that this water is going to come all the way up. It's going to clear all these fans off the beach, and it's going to end up all the way to the scaffolding. That's where the water ended up yesterday on the high tide with the swell. So, you know, hopefully there'll be some space left, but everybody just showing up down here on the beach. Energy's good. Can't wait to see the rest of it.
In terms of opportunities out in the water, mate, still some fun peaks out there.
Oh my gosh, it looks really good, and the wind is perfect right now. You know, this north wind is cleaned up a lot. There was a little bit of west in it this morning. It's coming around more to the north. We got a little side offshore hit on the left, and it looks really fun. As the tide fills in, it'll open up the playing field a little bit more for more opportunity.
Love it. Thanks, Strider, down on the beach reporting. All of that water will get filled in pretty soon by that tide. When it does, this energy that's at the moment just swinging around the headland here will come real close to shore. One of the reasons why fans love this event, the proximity to shore, the drama that unfolds, and of course the spectacular fashion that the waves break, going top to bottom in shallow water, offering tubes up and down this beach. Here's another opportunity for, well, this is Crosby Colapinto, hits one, nice style to it, nice speed, and takes on a heavy section, does it really well. So comboing up the maneuvers, and that's going to feel a lot better for Crosby.
Yeah, nice start for the rookie. Probably feeling pretty at home right now with both the size and the shape here. And those beach breaks, as you can see, quick feet here to get around the section, combo it up. 2 beautiful lip glides to get down the line and fit a lot into a little amount of space. And that finish was not easy. So you get to see this in slow motion. First glides through the lip there. Gets down, identifies he's got room for one more, but has to just ride the edge of the lip. There's going to be an impact because of that, and he's able to put some steel footing and ride out strongly.
Yeah, powerful surfer, isn't he? I feel like that kind of turn is one that's paid dividends in terms of points down the years. It's a heavy section to hit. The drone showed it quite well, actually. You see the 2 waves kind of converging. When they do that, you get that closeout section. The contrast to that, I guess, with Seth's wave, his second turn, just to cut back the finish. but Crosby able to go and attack the lip. Never easy to do here. If you've got a ton of speed, that helps. And his legs strong enough to emerge from that. Let's see where that goes with the panel. Having a look at Ethan New, and he's getting ready. And he'll be taking on David Silva. An interesting clash, that one. Total contrast to styles. See, the stance is different, but two very different approaches to wave riding. Let's see which of those goes better out here. Ethan still looking to get a big result here in Portugal. He's never really been able to go deep into the event. Not been around for a finals day. Let's see how he goes in this event this year. He has been a surfer on the up and up. Pretty much every time we see him surf. Meanwhile, from the drone, we're having a look at a clip off the top from Seth. That one running away, running fast, a speed turn redirect, never really able to give it the treatment there.
Yeah, just this one ran away. Gets that in there, but just really needed more to, really put something meaningful on the board. Backhand glide on the lip, but just could not fit a second turn in there. Meanwhile, Crosby put in a pretty beefy number.
Yeah, score-wise, this thing's fired up really nicely. 7 points. So that combo, judges love that. That critical section, he took it on. No half turns for Crosby Colapinto, belted it. 7-point ride. That is a great number, particularly after just the opening couple of exchanges in the heat, the little read on the ocean, just some happenstance really in terms of positioning of where he was. It was Seth Moniz who had the slight advantage early on, and Crosby rests back control really. He's still in second place in this, but he does have that high score, and he'll get a second number real soon. Here he is. And the first turn opens up the body, gets nice and vert on the backhand again, really nicely controlled. Gets a little release from the tail, and again it's a 2-turn combo. The pragmatism didn't wait a long time to get a wave. It's going to be another good number for him.
A couple of bats on the backhand is going to be a good backup for that 7-point ride. I expect him to take the lead when this score drops. Watch this one. And let's make it 2. So this is just having to, the wave going quickly. Crosby has to get up there, make a really short, abrupt turn to make sure that he continues down the line, gets a second turn in. And this is pretty horizontal, but able to get that release at the end. And that's what happens when you kind of got that first horizontalish bat on the backhand, and then able to load up, take advantage of the closeout section on the end. So well served.
In terms of the tactics here, you just drop a 7. He's not waiting around looking for another perfect bomb. He just wants to get another score locked in, and this looks like exactly what he's going to get.
Smart surfing, right? Smart surfing for a rookie. And a lot of times we call these guys rookies. Sure, you're going to be a rookie in the way that a lot of these stops will be new to you. But to get to this level, you've surfed thousands and thousands of heats. So obviously Crosby knows how to compose a heat and put it into practice. So again, a heads-up play by Crosby Colapinto.
All right, here goes Seth from deep on the bank, just shuffles into position. Nice first turn with good flow, and a second one nicely positioned. We'll have a look on a softer soapy section. Doesn't bother with a final turn there, didn't really need to, wasn't a lot on. Got work done early on that wave though. So these two showing us a little bit of everything. Seth Moniz in motion.
Yeah, so Seth answering back here, has time. The wave peels a little slower, so he has time to actually have some hooks on the back end. Got a little, messy at the end, so we'll see how that affects the score. Meanwhile, Crosby did back up that 7-point ride.
Yeah, 4, 6, 7 for him, puts him in the lead in this. He's got priority as well. We've gone on hold for a low tide. We've started again, and we're straight back to action. A great heat unfolding at the moment. It sees Californian Crosby Colapinto with a lead over Seth Moniz, and more live action from a Monday morning in Portugal right after the break.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, and by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
Welcome back to Super 2 Boss. A tide flooding in on our reliable sandbar, throwing up some tubes already after the restart. Heat number 4 out in the water. He's part of the rookie class, the San Clemente squad. Crosby, Colapinto with the 7 and the 4.67 at the moment. Good enough for about a point and change of a lead over the Hawaiian Seth Moniz with a few laps of the championship tour and some stellar performances at different venues around the world. If he can continue his campaign here in Portugal, he's going to have to get himself some numbers. 5.67 at the moment, the requirement for Seth, and we'll send out another heats soon as well. We'll set that up as we'll check out Ethan Ewing and David Silva taken to the water. Well, now this is going to change the dynamic with 4 surfers in the water, Kites.
Well, Ethan and David will be in the non-priority section of their heat, so they're going to have to steer clear of both Seth and Crosby. But this new heat, you said it, in that it's going to be a contrast, not just in stance between David Silva and Ethan Ewing, but really in just their surfing approach. David Silva with a much more square kind of stance to him. He's got a lethal backhand. We know he's got an air game as well. Ethan Ewing, we love just the body mechanics and the technique by Ethan. One of the best rail surfers in the entire world. So that's going to be a great one to watch with that contrast style once that one kicks off. There's Ethan right there.
So Ethan Ewing out on the peak will have to cede passage to Colapinto and Moniz if a wave comes through. They're in non-priority heat, but of course if they find themselves a bit of space, they can do whatever they want in the context of priority between the two of them as well. Of course, Ethan Ewing, a decent start of the season from him. He'll love to go deep here, and a bit of a contrast for Silva, who actually needs a result. He had a bit of a nightmare campaign really in Hawaii. Didn't start great here, found himself in the elimination rounds. Got out of that heat though, surfed pretty well. So let's see if that fires him up, but he's back against the wall, and that's when he's dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, David Silva, he shows that he's got, you know, the metal, if you would. In that elimination round heat, he turned that heat right before the horn and performed under pressure. So, and you know, really David Silva, you got to think of him as a beach break would be one of his kind of like strengths in his surfing approach.
Yeah, absolutely. The other strength of his, of course, is his strength, and particularly in, like we talked about, how heavy these sections can be. So good at taking on heavy beach break lips. Here's a redirect, a whipping one from Ewing. And that bladey surfboard of his just looks electric and alive. Any kind of wave, that thing's just twitching into action. And he's able to wet the rails and get something going early on in this heat. These two pretty different part of the ocean actually at the moment, but a separation between them. These guys are slightly further up north, Ewing and Silva. So plenty of room, and they'll be able, if it stays like that, just to kind of surf their own heat really, away from the attentions of Moniz and Colapinto. Ewing looking for a result here in Portugal after a stellar campaign last year.
Double E, right? So easy on the eye. I mean, every single time he does that swoop and redirect on the DHD, it's so pleasant to watch. Aesthetically, Ethan Ewing surfing is just top notch. Here we go, Crosby.
Here's Crosby Colapinto loading up here, squares off the bottom, takes on the lip, and again, and gets the drift into that lip and the release out of it. So two distinctly different turns using the combination. So strong off the bottom, the setup worked for him. Another good wave.
Beautiful wave for Crosby, and looking really loose. Here we got Crosby here. Look at the board. Look at the mayhem on how loose and easy it's gliding over the water. You know, there was a talk with his shaper, Matt Biolis, and he was talking about the radius on the rail and how his different team riders of different sizes have a different radius on just on the edge of the surfboard rail. Really round up front, catch free, as you can see, just keeps the board nice and loose and free with that down rail with a really round radius. He likens it to the radius of like maybe a half-cent mark. Here we go, David Silva, geez.
Silva committed to the float, arrives late. He's so good at doing that. It's actually the backhand float maneuver that paid him dividends in the elimination round yesterday, just up the beach of Moya Leste. And again there, first hit puts him pretty late into the second one. He's got those really, really strong legs, that low center of gravity, and able to open up the body. And a good start in that one, with Ethan Ewing dropping a number. David Silva didn't want to hang around. And a quick reply from him. Let's have another look.
You called it, Paul. Staunch, right? Solid stance here. Low center of gravity, so no problem to get up in the lip. Glide there, airdrop back down, and quick feet to get back up one more time. Strong, solid surfing by David Silva. Check this out in slow motion. Gets a little bit of a rock there. Drops there. Pure air after that backside floater. And then quick feet to get back up in the lip one more time. Nice reply from David Silva.
David Silva using his strength on that wave to get those two turns done. It's not an easy section to hit. Deceptive, this wave. You're looking at it, particularly in conditions like this, and you think, yeah, it's a beach break. Go out and do some turns. There's quite a lot to it to come out of the lip, land on those flats, and get going again on the accelerator and get another section, get another turn done. That's what Silva did there. Let's see where that one goes with the panel. It seemed a bigger wave with a little bit more energy than Ethan's. The judges will pick that over and give it a number.
It'll be a breakthrough for David to get through this round. He's had two previous starts here in Portugal. Both times he was unable to advance out of the round of 32. So this is a little bit of a barrier for David Silva to overcome. And we'll see what the number that the judges give him and see if he's going to be on top of Ethan Ewing, who's up in surfing.
Yeah, clean wave here for Ethan. And he'll wind into that a couple of times, just opening up the shoulders into the lip. And still gliding down the line. Gets another nice turn done. So polished. Everything he does is, everything seems in perfect position. Had to be a little patient to get the finish on that wave. When he did, it looked nice.
Polished, shiny surfing. Look at this, just swinging, making it look so easy, loose on the rails. Has to skip over a bit of a curb there to get to the next section, but you know what? Exploits it and gets one more backhand re-entry up there. Ethan Ewing, love what I'm seeing here by Double E. Just swinging through it, and then you see difficult water here, has to skip over that section. No problem. Doesn't have to, no exaggerated kind of body mechanics on his end. It's just smooth, where a lot of surfers would be struggling to make speed. Ethan Ewing just utilizes angles, body mechanics, and technique to put that DHD through its paces.
Yeah, it's almost as if those slow-mo replays actually give a little extra value with Ethan, because you kind of appreciate just how technical his surfing is, because he's so easy on the eye as you watch the live, particularly as he surfs away from you down the line, because everything's so polished. You maybe sort of underestimate exactly the work that his board's doing, but you can see there how dynamic those turns are. Here's a speedy wave and some tight pockets surfing really nice again from Colapinto. Just belts it once more. Really good energy and rhythm to this wave. He'll finish with a click in the white water. But the first two hits, they were speedy, straight off the bottom. It drew off the bank, looked really good.
Oh my, Crosby Colapinto hit the dance floor, and he's on beat on this wave. Perfect timing for the surfer from San Clemente. Once, twice, make it 3 times. There's no wasted energy between those turns for Crosby Colapinto. Right on beat. He's brought his dancing shoes in this heat.
Yeah, it does seem to be mixing the turns as well, doesn't he? No problem with that at all for him, putting the variety in. He's not doing repetitive tagging in the lip. He's mixing it up, which looks really, really good, and he seems to be going from strength to strength in this heat. Let's get caught up here. Ethan Ewing pulling in.
Oh, wow. a drainer for Ethan Ewing. Does a disappearing act, a small barrel, but this one just drained out. Behind the section here, disappears, comes through, and a open exit for Ethan Ewing, so didn't have to really battle out of that barrel like we've seen in the past with a couple of these surfers. Look at how he backdoors this section. Where does he go? He's way back there. Second section comes through here, maintains his rail line, forward drive for Ethan Ewing, and comes out the puka, the hole, no problem. Doesn't have to bust through the chandelier or anything. So well done.
Yeah, really deep one for Ethan Ewing. And just timed sweetly with the speed through that section. That thing thrown out nicely. And that would have been great vision for him from inside that one. Let's see how that goes score-wise. We're waiting for quite a few numbers, actually. Scores to come through. Judges have got their work cut out here this morning. There's all sorts going on. We've got turns in the lip, float maneuvers, gliding over, and a deep tube from Ethan Ewing.
There he is. Bravo. Italo Ferreira.
He's had great success here in the past. Couple of wins for Italo. Loves surfing here. Getting the Apple Watch and get ready to go to business. Looking forward to seeing his matchup and how he goes out here. Showed us flashes of, I would say, his best stuff over in Hawaii. Just want to see more of it. Want to see him keep surfing heats with that. Really that kind of smothering approach when he's just all over everything, all action. Italo, that's what we love to see. That's coming up pretty shortly, under 10 minutes time. Meanwhile, live action. Crosby, again, heavy section. And just aims the turn just a touch wide. I think that was pretty smart. Right next to him, that thing was throwing out super heavy. Here's a throaty one for Moniz. Driving through an open section. And the tubes are really starting to happen now, close to that mid-tide, that prime spot. Speaking of tubes, here's a backhand drainer for Ewing. Is he going to come out of this? He's traveled, and ultimately that one will run away without him. Just saw a quick glimpse of him. He did cover some ground in there. Looks like the tubes have come to the party here.
Well, we talked about the tide rushing in with this big tide coefficient and is opening up the barrels here on the replay. Ethan Ewing this time backhand gets caught up there. That one takes him on the head. And the Crosby Colapinto, this is a powerful section that Crosby had to overcome. Tricky water here for the finish. And ends up just getting engulfed. But you can see pretty thick lip on this one. Projection turn down the line. Gets back, eyes up this section. This is going to take a lot of strength. Lip glide, but so caught up in the lip, the converging water, just sweeps him off the heels, unable to ride out in front of the white water, so incomplete for Crosby Colapinto.
Oh, a couple of changes to Ethan Ewing's campaign this year. One of them could be particularly significant. Who he's got in his corner, Jake the Snake. Let's get some insights from him. He's with Strider.
Thank you very much. Yeah, down here with Jake Patterson. Jake, you know, in the corner of Ethan Ewing, did you guys have a conversation about surfing under priority to begin the heat?
Yeah, we're just trying to eliminate the luck factor out there because it's a huge, big open playing field. So just trying to make sure, you know, he stick to his guide, not the other two guys with priority. So, yeah, eliminating the luck factor, mate.
And what about the equipment? It looks like he's got a nice little blade there, DHD. He's out in front of the Shapers rankings at the moment.
Yeah, this is his backup. It's a 6.1. He's actually riding a 6.2. As we saw with that barrel ride, we went like, just if one of those barrels do come, we wanted to go a tiny bit longer to make sure you got the drive to come through it. So he's riding a little bit of a step up at the moment.
Thank you very much, Jake. Lucky to have Jake down on the beach here, and a few words from the master himself.
Thank you very much, Strider.
Nice note on Ethan Ewing's board that he's riding, that DHD. He's utilizing full fiberglass fins. So those are milled fiberglass fins rather than, a lot of fins have a foam core, which would be a RTM, kind of like a resin transfer molded fin. So the foam core fins that are those resin transfer molded fins have a little bit more flex in them. There's so much power in Ethan Ewing that it looks like he prefers that pure fiberglass fin. They're a little bit heavier, but they're a lot stiffer.
Yeah, 6.2 as well in terms of board choice. Relatively speaking, I guess that's a fairly long board for the championship tour.
Right, we've seen actually, I feel board lengths have slowly crept up just by an inch or so, and a lot of surfers are enjoying, you know, a little bit of longer rail line. This guy's got some spring in his board.
Italo heading down the beach here, and he'll be looking to soak up those vibes. and deliver out in the water. He'll like the look of some of these peaks swinging in as well. Clean on the face, that offshore lip line, smoothing things out as well. 6 minutes 25 to go in the heat featuring Crosby and Seth. It is Colapinto, the rookie at the moment. The 7 has been backed up with a 5.8 for his previous to last score. So just extending those numbers. And Seth Moniz has been catching waves. He's been unable to really unlock and replace that 4.33 now that it's his backup. And the number he's looking for, 6.81. As we see, paddle out the back. Crosby does have prio. He'll use it here, right-hander for him. And a quick turn, just a check turn in the pocket into the lip again. And he looks like he's covering all sorts of different parts of the waves out here. He looks in good flow.
When you're a surfer that grows up in beach breaks, I feel that you develop that quick twitch type of surfing that Crosby is displaying right now. Super quick feet. You can see, like, here again, just quickly, little check turn, sees it coming, and is able, again, to fit 2 maneuvers in a very short space. Sometimes has to cut a little short there, but hey, that's a snap, and then a lip glide for the finish for Crosby Colapinto. Slow motion, you can really check it out. Snap, but gets right back on that toe edge to get back up into the lip, glides through there, and just beats the falling lip, so he avoids all that energy for the completion.
Really nicely timed that wave, wasn't it? Sets himself up for that strong finish and that heavy dumping section, really. And we've seen it get the better of the very best surfers in the world down the years. It is not an easy section to hit. It's also one that has a pretty big impact as well. There's not a lot of water where that's landed. It can be pretty painful if you get in the wrong place. But so far, Colapinto is going all right in this. Looking to try and extend his lead, make it tougher. Meanwhile, this is Silva in the non-priority heat.
Lethal backhand. David Silva, I mean, his best CT result was utilizing that backhand over in 2021 in Mexico, and it was long bottom turns and targeting the lip just like that we're seeing in slow motion for Silva, rotating the board all the way around, but then gets right back on those heels, staunch stance, and able to swing back vertical. So David Silva, with that contrast of style between Ethan Ewing, we'll see how the numbers add up for these two, but I like the fact that Silva's able to just glide through there, gets the completion, looking really quick on his toes.
Yeah, really important wave for him, actually, because Ethan Ewing is piling up the points on him and has built up a pretty healthy lead, actually, at this stage. Plenty of time left to come in that one, but Silva just with a 4.27 prior to that. Ethan, the 7.83. So his high score for the tube and the 4.73 as well. And Silva really needed a reply, and that was a very well-surfed wave, and that is exactly the kind of stuff you'd expect him to do. And he never really gives up on sections. You see our camera following him, you're thinking a bit of white water stretched out in front, that might be it. Nope. He gets straight on the accelerator, projects down the line, and is so good at finding extra sections. And he's going to need a number from the panel just to improve his overall position in the heat. Of course, time on his side, 23 minutes left to go in that heat. They'll have priority as well.
Speaking of time, we're down to under 3 minutes in the priority heat. Seth Moniz kind of up against the wall right now, Paul. He's got priority, but he needs a big number.
Yeah, it's got tougher for him, actually. Let's stick with live action. David Silva here, so wasting a little time. And again, a couple of big hits, just slightly overdoes it there. And he'll be disappointed. That's a maneuver he's so good at. And he won't get a completion for his last turn, but Crosby's last wave, 6.17, so he's added quite a bit of pressure on Seth. Now needs a big number. Here's David.
Yeah, so David, you know, a nice start here, but this one late and over-rotated. Couldn't get the board back underneath him, so that's just going to be a throwaway score for David Silva. Previous wave score, pretty good, though.
Yeah, solid 6.67 for him, and he needed that. It came just at the right time, really, as Ethan was just starting to kind of run away with that a little bit, not what you want. And a solid, solid reply. That's why the Brazilian squad, they were in full voice. They loved it. His previous to after 3 big turns, powerful turns. 6.67's a good number, and it puts him right back in contention. 5.9, his requirements. And he's not going to waste too much time out the back. He's going to go again here. Found himself a left, bit of shiny face in front of him. Too much face in front of him. He'll realize pretty quickly that one will stretch away. But why not just speculate Ethan can sit with priority. David Silva can chip away on the inside. 90 to go in a Colapinto Seth heat. 717, that requirement now that has gone up for Sethman. It's going to be tough to find. He's got priority though, Kaipo, but he really needs a good looking wave and he needs over a point from his previous best.
Yeah, you pretty much summed it up for the mission for Seth Moniz. Needs a set wave, a pretty special wave to get that number, a 7.17. And really unfortunate for the Hawaiian right now. He's down to just 60 seconds. So this is when you either get a gift from the Atlantic or you get shut down at the door. And I don't see a whole lot out there for Seth.
Yeah, you can do all your prep, get your training dialed in, work on your boards, everything come together, but ultimately, final seconds of a heat, what you're looking for is a bit of energy that came from a storm, generally thousands of miles away in an ocean. There's so many random factors. Let's see how he goes with, well, just over 30 in this. You just want to see a lump. If not, he's just going to have to try and maybe get the inside, see if he can find an air section, make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just hope just at least to get a chance to respond at this point. And it really doesn't look like Seth's going to even get a chance to respond. I mean, here comes one. I don't know if it's going to eventuate. He's taking a look at it.
We'll count down here. There's a little bit of energy coming towards him. He didn't look overly interested or enthused when he first saw it. He'll try and swing here. Won't even let him in. I think he realized that from the beginning. It was going to be a soft one. Silver will snaffle it up, though, and say thanks very much. And he'll just go to work here and keep banging away. Why not? Under the priority of Ethan Newman, he will just keep swinging. And Silver again, a couple of quick hits. 4.27, the backup. Let's see if he'll threaten that number. Not too sure he will. And that'll be it for Crosby and Seth's heat. That was heat number 4. It will be disappointing for Sethman. He's unable to. We would love to just get him another wave and have a crack, but unable to find anything. You have to say a very well-surfed heat from Crosby Colapinto. And after waiting out the hold for the low tide, just having to sort of dial back on all that prep that would have been done about 2 hours ago, he'd been ready to go. And he had to just kind of put a lid on that, turn it down to simmer and just sit and wait. And after you've done that, to come back and perform as he did. He actually threw away solid numbers as well. He looked great, really. Rights, lefts, all sorts of good turns going down. So far, so good for Crosby.
There you go. The rookie's through on to the round of 16. And we'll see Crosby again this afternoon.
All right, so getting close to a Monday lunchtime in Portugal. Some good numbers going down. We've seen tubes, we've seen big, powerful turns, more live action from Peniche right after this. Taking the pulse of a fun morning of competition here at Super Tubos. Yellow jersey, John Florence. Guess what? Excellent numbers for him, carrying over with the momentum he had from Hawaii, bringing it back to Portugal. And he loved it this morning. Tide was favorable during his heat. Early morning light, found himself good tubes. And then Jake Marshall out of San Diego, a tough heat against Liam O'Brien. Tell you what, he looked good. He looked fired up as well, determination. There's some real steel about his performance. And he found himself some nuggets and was good enough really to surf a heat where he's never really in a lot of danger. Kept a bit of a distance going, and then the heavyweight clash. Two big guys. Houshmand, he's a unit, so's Jordy Smith, and we were wondering how this one was going to go down. Ultimately, the rookie just belting it, and this will do wonders for his confidence. Found himself good opportunities. found himself some airtime as well, throwing in rotations and pretty much doing whatever it took to get it done in that battle. It was an entertaining morning. We had a little tidal hold after that. We've come back, Kaipo, and Super Tuba's not disappointing us.
Nice to see a couple of rookies get through that round of 32 and on into the round of 16. Look at this exciting heat that we just got started.
Amazing looking matchup here. 2019 world champ, two-time winner here, Italo Ferreira out of Brazil, taking on Matty McGillivray, who's been on tour a couple of seasons, and he's shown us flashes of brilliance, particularly in heavy tubes. And again, two radically different styles, really. I mean, they couldn't be much more different in terms of contrast. Just the way they get to their feet, but just the way they surf waves as well. And interesting to see how this one will go down. Really looking forward to seeing what Italo does out here, because you think this is bread and butter for Italo Ferreira, these kind of conditions.
Ferreira, I mean, when we refer to the numbers, Portuguese heat winning percentage for Italo Ferreira at 72% on the heat wins out here. And experience, he has surfed 32 heats in Portugal at Super Tubos and has won 23 out of those 32 heats. So the numbers stacked in Ferreira's favor in this clash with the South African.
Yeah, he's been so in tune with conditions here down the years. Great at finding tubes. Big backhand air rotations as well on the right-hander. All sorts of stuff, and he's won heats. He's won them actually as well. He's often had heats where he's throwing away really big numbers as well. Just been so dominant. Here's a look at a replay of Ethan Ewing, and that's just classic Ethan style. So polished, but sharp and venomous as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, catching up with live action here, Paul. Looks like Italo Ferreira got a wave.
Yeah, warming up the crowd, finishing off a ride there. Ferreira looking for a quick start here. And we got the merch going. Here's Matty. Meanwhile, he'll want to have something to say about this, because you know what? He doesn't mind being a bit of a dark horse, but an outsider in heats. Doesn't mind the upsetter role either. And he'll be looking for opportunities out here. He'll be dialed into exactly the sort of waves he wants to catch and find. Matty, based overlooking Jeffreys Bay, a lovely, delightful part of the world to come from, but really enjoys his time in Europe and here in Portugal. All right, replay of Italo.
Let's see what Ferreira did. Quick, such a fast rotation on that air reverse, and that's why he is so deadly out here at this beach break. Quick feet again. Now watch in slow motion as we got the shifting of the feet up onto the nose, picks that nose, reverts straight out of it, but does it in such, it's just such a fast rotation. We see kind of like lazy air reverses, but Italo just pop, and the approval from the beach as well.
Italo Ferreira wasted no time at all, getting busy. This is another look at Matty.
Matty would have loved to get that first section of snap there, but had to skip that one, so that's certainly not going to be one of his top two by the end of his 40-minute heat.
All right, so 13 minutes and about 10 seconds to go in the Ethan Ewing David Silva heat, which has got much close up by virtue of that last wave from David Silva. But Ethan Ewing still in front in that one. And it's still very early stages with Matty and Italo. Meanwhile, let's have a debrief with Crosby Colapinto. Heat winner is with AJ.
Yeah, Crosby, all smiles coming in after that heat. When we go on a hold like that and you're the next heat, how do you prepare for it?
It was kind of nice because it was like we had time to just cruise, and we were hitting golf balls and hitting shanks, so it's kind of nice to just like chill and then watch the ocean. And it was pretty low tide and dumpy, so with the tide coming up, it got a lot better and a lot nicer looking. So
as the tide came up, how did you pick your waves and your position in the lineup?
I mean, it's so tricky out there. It's like kept moving around with all the rips and stuff, so just trying to find like the clean pockets and then look for like kind of the quick like two-turners was kind of my, once I was out there I was kind of lost in the beginning, but then once I got that first wave I was like, okay, those are the waves I'm looking for, and then kind of look for those.
And speaking of looking, I understand you've already looked at who your opponent will be in the next round.
Yeah, the big boy, biggest guy on tour. I'm coming up against Cole, so one of my best friends, and it'll be pretty fun. So one of us will make the quarters, and that's pretty cool.
We'll see you then.
Thanks.
Thanks, AJ. Great stuff. That's a great looking matchup next round.
San Clemente friendly fire with the two rookies.
Travel time here, and it emerges as well. The energy from Ferreira, the energy on the beach has just dialed up considerably. He covered so much ground And right behind that, live action from Ethan Ewing, whipping that board in the pocket. So Italo, we picked him up, just driving through sections, driving, and that just kept providing for him. He's so good at making it out of these tubes, and did it again right there. So a quick start from him is what we anticipated. We knew he wouldn't sit around and maybe wait for bombs and wait for perfect ones, just get busy, but find himself a really nice looking tube. As we turn our attentions to the Ethan Ewing, David Silva heat, which doesn't have a long time left. All right, here's a replay of Italo.
Hits the gas pedal, and the Timmy Patterson able to drive through that barrel, and even gets a little bit of a front side float after that. Look at this, pushing on the front foot, has to break out a little bit, but then again, so quick. Italo just gets up on the whitewater, floats through that section after the barrel ride, just to give a little bit more for the judges to digest, and the crowd again, stoke it.
Great support for Italo down on the beach here, a vociferous crowd. Meanwhile, this was Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, Ethan, I mean, I think probably he is under the priority of David Silva, so just taking a swing at it, but not going to be one of his top two, but he'll still be on top in the priority heat.
Yeah, 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go in that one. Ethan still with that lead. It's not a huge number, being chased down by David Silva. Meanwhile, busy as you like. Italo again having a go, swinging. And Italo Ferreira's not waiting for his numbers to come through. He'll keep catching waves here. And that's exactly what we'd expect from him, right? That's the kind of heats he likes to surf. He likes to just catch anything that comes through. A massive wave count generally from his heats. And you have to say that's the kind of Italo, that vintage title-winning Italo. When he was back at his best, he was all over everything.
Yeah. Energized, right? In one word, Italo Ferreira. And talk about energy here. Check this out. Nice carve to stop. And now watch this little twitch of the board. And one more time, so fast reflexes down the line for Italo Ferreira. And again, bringing energy to the beach, and fan favorite, no doubt, here in Peniche.
Yeah, under 10 minutes, he's gone the nose pick down to the flats. He's gone deep through a tube. He's doing powerful snaps high in the pocket, showing us a bit of everything. Let's get some insights from Italo's camp. Striders down the beach.
Down here on the beach, and well, we checked in with Reynos Hayes. He's got his book out. He's writing down every wave, writing down every score and what he did on those waves. He's also writing a 6-0, so a lot longer board than you would think under his feet. Tri-fin, pintail setup. And down here on the beach, we've got everybody enjoying him, and their fans are definitely, you know, backing him up. He's got a whole crew with shirts and flags and the whole family vibe. So a lot of support here in Portugal.
Ferreira, a massive favorite here on the beach, and he'll be absolutely buzzing from the ways he's been able to catch scores coming through. His silver, meanwhile, live action, bang, massive hammer, and just hangs it up. 8.5 on the clock. He needs a number, 5.97. That was a big turn.
Big turn, and not much of a requirement for David Silva to turn the heat on Ethan Ewing. And like you said, just one turn, but it was a big, dynamic, backhand, vertical re-entry for David Silva. Take a look at this. Winds up, bats it right over the fence. David Silva, 5.97 though. You're going to have to get a lot out of it. Pretty vert, throws the tail out the back, fins free. So we'll see. So I feel it's going to be right on the line for David Silva. Meanwhile, Italo.
Wow, huge rotation, drifty. Will he hang on here? He will stick this. Italo Ferreira absolutely loves it. And he is all over this heat already.
You know he's on when he starts working the crowd, right? Check this out. Tosses it up there, right around. That was a full rotation, back on rail. Difficult landing, points it to the beach. Peace, shaka, cheers on the sand. One more time, you're going to see this. It's going to get a little bit corked out, a little bit inverted. Front foot comes all the way off, catches the nose again mid-air, full rotation, basically disappears into slow motion in the whitewater, re-emerges, and time to work the crowd for Bravo.
There's so much going on out in the water right now. It's all action out here on this beach. 2 heats running concurrently and very different styles out in the water. And that's great news for the crowd on the beach who are loving this. Ferreira is in full flow here. And a big rotation for him on the forehand. On that left hand, it does have that north wind just blowing into it slightly. And he's wasted no time in going to the air. He's had deep tubes as well. And a throaty tube here and a good exit. So we are absolutely game on in that heat too. Matty McGillivray, he's so good in the barrel. This one nice and clean. How about this drop?
Drops straight into on the rail, and look at this is a super tube at Super Tubos. Nice and square. McGillivray waited for this one, and he scored.
So much happening, so many talking points right now at the moment. Ferreira's firing up the crowd. McGillivray, he is a quiet achiever. This guy's a low-key action hero, loves jumping off very tall things, and he loves getting tubed right there. That was deep, that was clean. The face looked beautiful on that as we watched it, and he'll go again here, and he'll look to get some more cover. This one a smaller wave, but he'll get the exit, and he'll throw up a nice snap as well through that whitewatery section. So the flow from McGillivray, that's there, and our judges have a fair bit of work to do here. They got some numbers to assign.
It's going to be a sneaky comeback here. It looked like it was all Italo in the non-priority heat against Matthew McGillivray, but McGillivray patient, finds a couple of gems, and just like that, in quick succession, is right back in the game. This one a smaller barrel, gets a little shampoo on the way out, but then punches it for the finish for some varieties. So 2 scores owed to us by the judges for Matty McGillivray, and he's going to tighten it up with this challenge against Italo Ferreira.
Really entertaining stuff here at Super Tubos on a Monday lunchtime. That tide flooding in, and really so much scoring opportunity out here, and really a good showcase for the overlapping heat format. We don't want to waste waves. We had to wait out the storm, and we're able to use, basically maximize any opportunities coming through with these 4 surfers in the water.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I want to acknowledge, in the priority heat, we were waiting for that score for David Silva. Needed a 5.97. David Silva, for that one backhand reentry, came up short with a 5.3, so did not turn the heat on that one turn. So he's still trailing Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing, however, with, you know, real control.
Yeah, he does. He's got priority. Looks like a set swinging in down there. I'll be very surprised if we don't see at least another attempt from David Silva, though, because when he's chasing down a number, particularly one of those mid-rangers, he'll be bang up for this clash, taking on Ethan, who hasn't added significantly to his total for a while, actually, in this heat. So it's been about just waiting to see what David Silva can do by way of a reply. He's got 4 minutes to do that at the moment, though. And Ethan having a look, and you see that paddle style where he didn't paddle in earnest or in anger for the wave. He just kind of looked down the line. That's because he didn't want to give up priority.
Yeah, pretty busy heat when we look at these two. 15 waves total ridden between Ethan Ewing and David Silva. Ewing with priority. He's going to use it, Paul.
All right, here he goes, live action. Ewing on a right-hander, and the floater puts it down to the flats, and almost inexplicably, because that is a relatively stock maneuver for him, goes down.
It's a gentleman, Ethan Ewing, because he just opened the door for David Silva in these final 3 minutes.
Yeah, I tell you, he won't be enjoying that. It's Jake the Snake will be just grimacing as he watches from the beach and wondering what exactly happened there. An incomplete maneuver for Ethan Ewing, and the priority handed right back to Silva. 5.97, that requirement for Silva. There's not a huge number. Will he get a wave in the final 3 minutes?
Now remember, David Silva not only has that lethal backhand approach, really able to put his board vertical, but he's got an exceptional air game. So if Silva's able to find a left-hander in particular with a ramp, could spell trouble for Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, speaking of air game, just mad numbers coming in for Ferreira. 8.67 for his last wave, so going excellent. A hefty number for him. Prior to that, he got a 7.1. Have a look at McGillivray, 8.9 for his deep tube. We got a smaller tube. We need a number for that too. That'll be coming. Don't think it'll be excellent, but McGillivray is staying right in this tough heat against Ferreira, already with huge numbers. We've still got plenty of time left to go in that one. 22 minutes remaining in that heat. They've both got excellent already. We are absolutely loving watching this go down. A little belt of energy swinging in out of the Atlantic. Looks like we'll split the peak. We'll stay with the priority heat, and Ewing, he'll grab the rail and pig dog. And from above, we'll watch this one spin down the beach. And we won't see an exit from Ewing. We'll pick up the end of a wave from David Silva. How crucial is that going to be?
Well, he put the sign up, right? David Silva, he's trying to sell something right now. We'll see what happened on that wave. Remember, Silva just needs a 5.9, basically a 6-point ride.
Really clutch moments here. So incompletion for Ewing. He won't be adding to his total. David Silva went right the other side of the peak. We'll watch him making his way back out. He'll battle right to the end in this one. True grit from Silva. But at the moment, a score to come in from the panel for him. 5.97 is that requirement. Let's get a look.
Let's see what happened here. Nice there. Oh, gets a little air under the board. Has to sneak into some open water again. Wants to fit in another turn, and he does. And that's exactly why he gave the fist pump. 5.97, 6-point ride is basically what he needs.
Generally speaking, you'd much rather not have the downtime between the turns. He had to do a lot of work just to cover that ground. You'd be thinking most of that's going to come from that first turn. Was it good enough for a 5.97? You look at his scoreline, think of his 5.3, needs half a point better than that.
Exactly. That 5.3 was just one turn, and that one turn on the 5.3, I think that last turn, that last wave, that turn was more dynamic than the previous one for his 5.3. So I would expect that number to be north. We'll see.
All right, let's see how this one goes. These are really tense moments. Ewing, meanwhile, wants to have something to say about it. There's the flow from him. There's a nice combo. Loads of spray coming off that board. And he'll look to bring this in here. It's been a while since he added to his score. Let's see if he can do that and possibly have something to say. It's with the panel right now. We'll count down. Let's get another look, Ethan.
Oh, this is important for Ethan Ewing, because if David Silva is able to turn that heat, he's going to need to respond. And he had to go a long way to get those turns in there, Ethan Ewing. So this one's going to be decided on the beach.
There's all sorts going down out there. These guys are going to make their way back in. The judges will be checking the replays, making sure they nail this. Important scores to assign. The right-hander first from David Silva. When he split the peak with Ethan, Ethan got himself another wave after that as well. Let's see how significant that is. Here is McGillivray. He just got a 6-1 for his second tube. He's not a long way back from Italo Ferreira in a heat which has massive scores going down. Meanwhile, we're looking at live action of Conor O'Leary right now, just belting this, and that is a solid goofy foot clash. He's taken on Ramsey Bukiam out in the water in that one, and he will love to see the big scores go down from the action we've just had out in the water. It's been pretty breathless, actually, Colin. There's been so much going on. Massive airs, deep tubes, all sorts happening. Scores are just starting to fill in. David Silva, just remind you, we're still waiting just to clean up the result of heat number 5. It's Ewing versus David Silva, and we're waiting for a number. It's a 5.97, that requirement for Silva. Meanwhile, we'll have another look here, Kaipo.
So it needs a 6-point ride right here, and you called it, Paul, in that what's going to cost him is that downtime in between maneuvers.
So he did a lot of work to get that done. He rallied hard. He did what he had to do, really, to find himself a wave and ask a question of the panel. But they've answered, and it's good news for Ethan Ewing. David Silva won't get a number. It's a 5.2 for him. Ethan did actually get an improvement anyway. So even if that number had come in, there was an improvement from Ethan Ewing at the end of that heat. So well surfed. He was in a spot of bother there when we were watching those replays, waiting for that number to come through. But Ethan Ewing will be absolutely delighted to get out of another tough heat. Disappointment for Silva. We'll be right back with more action from Super Tubos real soon. It is pumping out there. We're bringing Joe and Jesse for the call. See you soon.
My name is Miguel Fortes. What I do for WSL is forecasting and helping the calls. I can watch 3 or 4 times a day the forecast. It's almost like religion, you know. Before the event starts, we have to come to the North Coast, check where the banks are. There are some decisions easy, there are some decisions really hard. And of course, I feel the pressure. It's not just check the forecasting. We have to be living by the ocean, pay attention to the signs every day. Surfing teach you many things. Share waves, share with friends. It's a good community here.
The round of 32 continues here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Miguel Fortes making some amazing calls, saying that it should be cleaning up throughout the afternoon. Really fun heats already underway with McGillivray 8.9610 in the barrel, but Italo out in front with a 7.10 and an 8.67 back-to-back. Goofy footers everywhere. Connor O'Leary kicking things off against Ramsey Bolkhaim for a chance to move into the round of 16. Goofy foot's in the water, Goofy foot's in the booth with Jesse Mendez and Ryan Callanan. Got caught in security, and they let you upstairs to join us for the call. Ryan, how'd you get it done?
Yeah, maximum security here.
Oh, yeah.
It's nice to be up here and in the booth and, yeah, watching the beautiful waves.
Thanks for joining us. Obviously, traveling a lot this year and for a while now with Connor O'Leary as he takes on Ramsey. How was Connor feeling in the lead up to competing today? Because I saw you guys show up on dark this morning.
Yeah, we were here super early. Yeah, I think he feels good. It's here, I mean, obviously for everyone, it's been a lot of lay days and a lot of wind and rain and storms. And so we're trying to keep the spirits high as we see him up and riding now.
Big throw tail reverse for O'Leary. Beautiful hack to finish. We love combinations like that, especially starting in the air. Solid way to kick things off, especially when you're in the non-priority side of your matchup, Jesse.
No doubt, and finding those lefts sometimes it's, you know, it's a little sneaky one. No one's like just sitting at far bar, and it seems like he's sitting a little bit to the left of us, so taking advantage of the non-priority heat.
Far bar left. Ryan, you paddled out earlier, right before we were called on today. How did the conditions feel before the heats got started?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously called it off and went on hold, so I had a quick paddle out there in the break. I came down early to have a surf, but it wasn't as, I thought there was going to be some barrels and stuff, but it wasn't as inviting as I thought, and the motivation was a bit low after yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, now, as you can see, the conditions have cleaned up so much. The wind's dropped off a lot. It seems, when I was out there, it was kind of pretty straight, and the tide was still very low, but as the tide comes in like we're seeing it, you know, it's really peaking it up and making some really good options. And, you know, to have overlapping heats, I think it's one of the most exciting places because there's so many peaks and like you see Connor getting a start like that just to, you know, or this one I don't even think we saw.
Yeah, this one was at the start, right at the horn. Connor O'Leary going right and kicking out of that one. Got a 4.17 there, then rolled into this one, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful from him. Just very critical, dynamic, and just the footwork, being able to regroup and finish it off strong, just cat reflexes for him.
And also in the heat, Ramsey from Morocco throwing down 2 quick turns. Great to see him officially getting to compete on tour this year. Back to live action, Italo moving quickly. Fin ditch to start, nice clean snap to finish on the backhand for Italo. His 7th wave ridden, trying to improve on a 7.10 as, gosh, he's already got some giant scores in the priority heat here in the round of 32. A lot of great storylines this year, Ryan. We've got you with a ton of momentum entering top 3 inside the top 10. And I think the cool part too was celebrating probably your best performance of your career at Sunset. You couldn't stop laughing about it because, you know, in history, kind of went away from me. Before we get there, Ryan, what did you see in this one from Italo?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you get so much speed out here at Supertube. He's got so much power. So to be able to get up in the lip, and you can see on that last turn he did so well to get there early and kind of ride out before it all converged and pushed him off with too much foam. So, you know, it was a beautifully ridden wave. His timing's always impeccable. So once again, nice wave as we see Ramsey stroking into one.
Ramsey with some speed first section. Nice speed float to come around the corner. Jams it hard in the pocket and winds up for another nice tight turn. A little 2-for-1. Bonus little hack before he steps off. McGillivray will throw that next section away as he's in the heat with Italo, chasing a 6.87 to move into the round of 16. Flurry of action. Some big heats just went down. Ethan Ewing won the last one, and he's with AJ.
And Joey, a flurry of action, exactly what happened in your heat as well, Ethan. Coming into a overlapping heat situation, what was your strategy for finding the waves?
Yeah, it was kind of just like staying away from the heat with priority for the first 20 minutes. That's kind of hard because they're looking for the best waves as well, so they're like moving into our area. But yeah, I was just trying to move around and try and find the clean water. And there's some good waves out there, but you just have to, I don't know, keep moving around and finding them.
You found one of them at least, that 7.83. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that was a really fun wave. I was lucky because Crosby and Seth were a little bit too deep, so I was in the good spot, and it felt good. But then I couldn't back it up for the whole rest of the heat right till the end. So yeah, but David's also such a good competitor, and yeah, wish him the best.
Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Perfect. Thanks, AJ.
Ethan moving on, getting past David Silva. He will be surfing again today in the round of 16. Last year's runner-up in the world. Looking solid today. Let's catch caught up with Connor O'Leary's back end here, Jesse.
Just always pivoting off the back foot so well, just so dynamic and quick. Very powerful guy too. Here we see Matt just a little bit late, kind of a closeout. But they're catching so many waves right now. It's very fun to watch.
And non-stop, yeah. Matthew with 8 waves. He actually has more waves, believe it or not, than Italo. That's pretty rare. And then you've got Ramsey and Connor already starting. O'Leary on the left we saw 7.33 already as he's sitting in the lead over Ramsey. And it's kind of cool, Ryan, when you're traveling with someone, you've got a good friend sharing just insights about the surf and just spending time together. When you both have great results to kick off a season with yourself and also for Connor O'Leary, what's the vibe been like coming off a really successful Hawaiian run of the year?
Yeah, it's obviously neither of us have really been in this position before. You know, normally we come out of Hawaii with maybe one result or like a mediocre one, and I think Connor even last year had maybe the worst start of his whole career, but he brought it home strong in the end. But yeah, I mean, to start this way is pretty special. As we see Ramsey
quick,
putting it up there.
Wow, got there quickly, a lot of fire. As we know, Ramsey comes from Morocco and he spent a lot of time in Europe, so I saw a support crew in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. They are just as fired up as him right now, Ryan.
Yeah, that was an incredible wave. Obviously, everyone knows how good Ramsey surfs, and he's been, you know, for him to get his shot on the tour, I think he's one of those surfers, Jesse, you know, we competed against him on the Challenger a lot. And he was always that guy that you were just thinking if he can get to the World Tour, he's going to like excel massively. Like his surfing is big. It suits kind of the waves on the tour more than maybe the Challenger. So to see him get his chance and kind of capitalize on it in waves like this and the surfing he's doing, you know, he's probably one of the best goofy footers in the world at the moment, and we've probably got 2 of the other ones out there as well, so this is crazy to watch.
I think you're speaking to, yeah, the reputation that Ramsey's had for a long time amongst his peers, you know, that when he hurt himself before his rookie debut, you know, I think the tour was just as devastated for him because there's something about great surfers on tour, the whole level will rise, where it's not like, oh, thank goodness he's not around because he's a threat to beat you. You actually want the world to see what he's capable of, and you guys had front row seats through just about a decade on the QS and Challenger Series, Jesse.
Totally. I mean, we've been surfing against each other since even ISA days, like even when we were Groms before we were professional, and as we see Ito up and riding just in and out. But yeah, like you mentioned, like you have to rise here. In this stage, like if you don't rise, you're out in 5 events. So that's all you have. Like you either step up or you're done.
Gosh, Ryan, you could speak to all the different roller coaster rides you've had, and I'm really enjoying where you're at in your career because you've earned every bit of this momentum that you have. But yeah, talk about, well, watch this. Big wall stretching out, big lofty backhand float for Matthew McGillivray. The guy can always land on his feet. Really fun to see him stretch out that backhand float. But he's chasing a 6.87. Italo's waiting on a score as well with 6.10 on the clock. Let's have another look. Ryan, what'd you see here?
Yeah, this was a massive section. You can kind of like, I don't know if you can tell as much on the webcast for the viewers, but just being here and surfing here, the waves stretch out a lot and almost bend away from you sometimes. So sometimes you think you got more room than you actually do, which is probably what happened there. He thought he had a bit more room to go a bit deeper off the bottom and then got a bit caught behind. But I mean, that was a huge section, a big floater. It was unfortunate he didn't get another turn because that could have been a big score.
5:30 on the clock and rolling into the left with some speed. Italo Ferreira, alley-oop, big full rotation, right into a wrapping cutback. Two-time champ of this event, 2019 world champ, does a chop pop to celebrate with his eyes closed. It was just a matter of time before he saw a ramp like that, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, after that alley-oop, the chop off was just that easy. But as you see right here, just beautiful section. Amazing timing right there for him just to be able to pop that, and just the wave is so powerful here, and the amount of speed he was carrying throughout the wave, he had, like, the transition was very tricky. As soon as he was landing right there, he had so much speed, he had to kind of carry their momentum through, otherwise you're just going to get exploded. So, I mean, amazing surfing for him.
Just an absolute launch. Ryan, what'd you see here?
Yeah, like Jesse said, just perfect timing. I think these conditions for Italo are just, he'd be a scary person to have on a day like this, you know, where there's a lot of reps. He can try a bunch of stuff. If he falls a few times, you know he's going to stick a few. His make rate's ridiculous. So to have him be able to have reps and get a lot of opportunities is pretty scary.
His make ratio is unbelievable, and you're reminded of what really took him to his world title. Even here at Super Tubos, he could look at a closeout and turn it into a 10. And how do you surf against a guy like that who doesn't have to have priority, doesn't have to have that perfect looking wave? He can just get speed and huck it into the flats and get a 10-point ride.
I mean, there's not much you can do. You got to really just focus on yourself and try and do your best surfing, and hopefully that he's not on his prime day, because if he really is, like Ryan said, this condition suits him so well that most likely he's going to get 2.8s, you know, and that's what he's doing right here. Like, he already has an 8.67, and he probably going to get another one.
Getting coached by Reynos Hayes in this one. Ryan, you spent a lot of time with Reynos over the years. It's kind of nice having him here in Italo's corner.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we've got a big score coming in for him, but, you know, he might have actually, he's probably a really good influence on Italo. Sometimes, like, talking about competing against him, I feel like you were saying he's so hard because you can not really give him an inch or a closeout. He's going to get a big score. But, you know, sometimes he's so unpredictable. I feel like he doesn't even know what he's doing, which actually makes it really hard to compete against because there's not that much structure. But he just keeps going, where Reynos is very calm, settled, you know. I feel like he'd bring a bit more maybe structure and stuff to his competitive strategy and stuff. So, it, you know, that could be a deadly combo.
8.5 just came through for Italo. 8.67 before that. Throwing away a 7, a couple of high 6s, some 4s in there. This is the printout we're used to seeing from Italo in conditions like this, Jesse.
Yeah, it's so impressive. Like, I mean, he had a lot of tries right there, a lot of mistakes, but at some point he's going to start sticking them, and he did it a few times in this heat already. Both ways too. Alley-oop, just a normal full rotation, and Matt McGillivray on the other side has been surfing great. Like, he actually identified probably the best waves of the heat. One of them being the best score of the heat, just needs to find another one. That's basically what he's looking for right now. And if the wave comes, like, he's so capable of doing it. It's just a matter of being in the right time at the right place.
Matthew McGillivray still in it, chasing an 8.27. His best score in the matchup in the barrel, a perfect right-hander. got the 8-9. I think he shows us quite often how good he is when he's pulling up and under the hood. We saw that 10 in Tahiti, kind of did that again at Pipe this year, where he can go straight down into a bottomless pit. He's got a lot of strengths on tour, Ryan.
Absolutely. I feel like he, you know, every year he shows us something else as well. Obviously him in the big stuff, he doesn't seem scared at all. He loves the heavy water, but yeah, like you said, he definitely identified the best way over the heat, and if he can happen to find another one, it's going to be right there.
McGillivray does have priority, representing J-Bay, South Africa, as he's got some support on the stands there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Final minute, he's got Italo trailing him just to give him some energy right behind him. That wave's not going to help out. Maddie's starting to run out of time. Heat winners are moving on to the round of 16 to surf again today. The quarters will be set for the men and women. Looking at finals days, even as early as tomorrow, if there's still some surf around. If it drops too much, they'll have Wednesday as a great option as well. Ocean staying calm. Maddie's just hoping for one more chance. Definitely one of the more entertaining matchups we've seen today.
I mean, those heat totals are just crazy. Like, a place like this, you could get through your heat with 8 points, or so sometimes when the waves turn on for that one heat and, you know, you get 15 points and you still need a mid-8 to get through, it can be pretty demoralizing. But I mean, at least you feel like you're surfing good.
Here we go, 2 seconds on the clock. Wow. Big forehand hook from McGillivray, unloading one of the coolest forehand carves we've seen in this event. And he left chasing an 8.27, put a lot into that turn, but did he need more, Jesse?
Yeah, he did need more, but he was on his way. Like, if like this turn right here, it's gonna be a very solid score just for itself. Just very critical on rail, very powerful, but just right there, just getting a little bit stuck and wasn't able to finish. That closeout looked good too. He could have finished it strong, but wasn't really a mistake because he had to push that hard on that first turn in order to get an 8.27. So, I mean, sometimes that's just how it rolls.
What a great matchup. What a great heat. Matthew McGillivray throwing down a huge turn as we go back to Connor O'Leary, coming off a cool open face hook, and he will slip on the inside corner, and Jesse and Ryan fell out of their chairs because it looked like he had the perfect rhythm.
It's probably not the best heat for me to watch. I'm going to be all like, got my hands up in the air.
That's the best part. No, let it out. You're allowed to. Just express yourself, my friend. Gosh, Connor looked great on that one. Big snap, big carve, and just slipped off.
Yeah, I mean, he looks so solid at the moment. Like, I feel like the last year, even the year before that, but last year especially, really felt like he clicked into another gear. Like, you know, he's figured it out, I think, and to see I feel like if he just clicks on two turns on one wave, it's going to be 8. So I think he knows that. I think everyone knows that, and it makes him really scary to compete against.
So Connor and Ramsey will be the priority heat as we check out this one again, Jesse.
Yeah, just beautiful, like perfect timing right there, just on rail. Like, he has that turn dialed, like how powerful he usually is and how extended he gets usually in that carve. It's very hard to bring it back under you and come out clean, and he did very well. That just the wave ran out a little bit too much, but that's just how it goes, and Italo stoked.
Italo Ferreira getting the win, 8.67 and an 8.5, and definitely one of the best heats we've seen today. Italo using that big alley-oop to move on into the round of 16, where we'll see him again later on today. New heat coming into the lineup with Iago Dora and Frederico Moraes on deck, and we'll still continue our conversation with Ryan Cownan right after this.
Seconds of red, white, Ramsey, 6 points. The last of red, white, Ramsey, 6 points. That puts Ramsey in the lead. And the corner, last.
Italo Ferreira getting the win in the last heat over Matthew McGillivray and caught a lot of waves, a lot of entertainment, 17.17 combined total. As a lot of talk about him finding his mojo and rhythm back. He had a tough injury last year that he had to recover from. Thanks for being with us. Hey, how do you like the set? Couple of books, couple of legends, Ryan Callanan, Jesse Mendez. I'm Joe Turpel. Ryan, I really appreciate you coming up on set. I know you had a tough loss yesterday over by the jetty with David Silva and Gabriel Medina after such a great start to the Hawaiian leg of the tour. I know you were looking forward to going further in this event, but can you give us the insight from your headspace on and how you moved on from that loss yesterday?
Yeah, I haven't really moved on yet, but it's lingering.
You
but
get there. That's what I was
yeah, I'll get there
about,
for sure. No, I mean, actually, you know, I was a little nervous coming into this event. I don't know why. I guess just after having such a good start, kind of maybe the expectations rose or something. So it was, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't expecting to be as nervous as I was coming in and looking for another good result. And it probably affected me in round one. I felt a lot better in round two, but yeah, you know, sometimes they just don't go your way. I felt like I, you know, didn't have the best heat yesterday, but I also didn't really feel like I did that much wrong. So just, you know, trying to take it as it comes, and hopefully it's my throwaway for the year and move on to bells. But definitely coming down this morning and watching all these heats is stinging a bit more.
Well, I really appreciate you being here for the call. Yago Dora hitting the lineup with Frederico Moraes. You're good friends with both these guys, but specifically Kikas. You've spent a long time with him in his career, especially here in Portugal. It's pretty rad to see him suit up because all the fans on the beach are hoping that he wins. Jesse, Kikas already got started.
Yeah, just amazing backhand right there for him. Back-to-back 3 turns, just solid. No downtime, clean rails, beautiful surfing.
Exactly what you expect from Frederico, Ryan.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, again, just to start with a wave like this under priority in your heat is just like a blessing, really. But he's just so, you know, rock solid, and just when he gets the timing right on the backside, it's pretty special to watch.
Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Italo is with AJ.
Speaking of special to watch, Italo, and you're practically home away from home here with the crowd all behind you, you in the rhythm with those airs. What is the thing that stands out for you in moments like this?
Especially the energy, you know. I love to be in Portugal. It's one of my favorite places in the world, and I can do like everything out there, you know. I can get barrel, do like backside turn, backside air, front side airs, everything. So I have all the arsenal, so it's good when I have opportunity to put all this together, you know. And I had like luck that I got like some good walls, and I'm looking for like still like doing those surfs, you know. And yeah, I'm really happy.
As you should be, and I know you have to go get the board repaired. So we'll have one more question for you in português, por favor. O que você pensa antes de aéreo?
Então, é difícil de pensar o que você vai fazer ali no momento, né? Até quando você pega a onda, mas como aqui tem muita oportunidade, né? É bom porque se você estiver precisando de notas, você consegue fazer 2 notas muito rápido. Então foi o que eu tentei fazer na bateria ali no início. Eu acabei caindo, mas depois eu ajustei a minha mente e aí sim eu consegui executar as manobras que eu gostaria de fazer. Então foi uma excelente bateria e estou muito feliz de ter avançado. Agora é resetar novamente e ir para a próxima com tudo.
Parabéns.
Yeah, obrigado.
Thanks so much, AJ. Quick to Jesse Mendez. What was the question and what was Italo's response?
The question was, what is it taught before in the air? But he did say a lot of stuff, so it's going to be hard for me to say everything he said.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a moment. Ramsey's got a little left to hop out as we go back to the summary.
But basically, he said it's very hard to, what he wanted to say basically was it's a reflection. He doesn't really think so much of what's happening. It just happens. And then he went on to explain it a little bit more, but that was a long story. And now he said it's basically reset into the next one, fix the board, and it's it.
There we go. Thank you so much. Appreciate the translation. Thinking of who's the best in the air right now on tour, Ryan? As far as like making airs and using them for heat wins?
Yeah, wow. That's a great conversation. I mean, Italo is probably one of the more consistent. I feel like Iago's really stepped up the last year. He's, you know, watching the way he competes, I feel like he really sees it as a strength of his and tries to use it, and he's really confident in it, which is awesome to see. Obviously, Gabriel has been maybe less than we've seen in the past, but you just know it's there. Like the other day in round 1, you could see he was going for it, and as we see Iago throwing the tail a little bit there. Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the picture. I mean, Griffin, obviously, Philippe, unfortunately not here, but he's all-time number one for me, I think.
Well, here's one guy we're always expecting to go big. How'd you like this wave, Jesse?
Just great surfing. Nothing special, mostly from Iago, but nice blow tail right there to finish. The wave was kind of crumbly, so it didn't really give him enough power for him to actually project into the flats, but beautiful bottom turn right there, using the backhand to just guide him, and just very tight in the pocket. Great surfing for him. The wave split up a bit right here, which kept the speed on the low side, and then right as I mentioned, it was kind of a crumbly section and not much power, so he wasn't really able to really launch the way he wanted, but still a solid surf for what the wave gave him as an opportunity.
And then Connor getting this wave on the backhand, Ryan.
Yeah, that's bumpy looking wave there. Sometimes you just find the clean water, and sometimes, you know, the section goes into the rip and it just makes it really hard to surf. So he did well to navigate it, but I think, you know, the overall scoring potential was, it wasn't going to be the 6, and he knew that on that last turn. It looked like he just flopped off.
Things have flipped. Connor in second. Ramsey is 7.67 and a 6.5 is out in front. So O'Leary's chasing a 6.85 now in the priority side of the heat. Frederico on the left, we saw in the non-priority start, 6.17 on the opener. As we see this wave splitting up, we'll stick with the backhand of Frederico Moraes, deep off the bottom again, and a solid power snap to finish for the local hero. Now rolling in on the backhand is Iago Dora in the non-priority heat with Kika. She'll get hung up and incomplete. But Frederico turning in some powerful backside turns, Jesse.
Yeah, that was great for him. What I've really liked about that wave was just the first setup carve. He kind of noticed that the wave was kind of bending out to sea, so he really kept it mellow and kept the speed throughout the turn to really hit it when the wave was more hollow and actually had some power to match him. As you see it right here, he takes off. It looks like a beautiful wave, but like Ryan mentioned before, sometimes the wave bends out to sea here. So he just set up for this big turn right here, and that was very critical. You see he's like upside down, kind of free falling after he hit the lip, so that was an amazing turn for him.
Another angle from kind of deep. This is just standard procedure for how consistent he is with maneuvers like this, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like he's also done a lot of time out here, I know, the last few years, and so he knows the way the wave breaks in different tides and like the lefts, the rights, how they're going to bend and stuff like that. So he did really well to read that wave, and as you can see, when they get foam on them, like Iago's wave, then they're so tricky to surf. But Frederico's wave, he saw it, identified that it had 2 sections on it and 1 major. As we see Ramsey, I think he split the peak with Fredo, so see what he got done.
First turn right there, Jesse, and created some space for
gosh,
unbelievable backside turn, and I love that little applause there. He deserved that.
He really unleashed on that last turn. Like, you know, there's a few turns that you usually expect, like the one that Freddie had, like it turned out to be what you expected to, and that one from Ramsey on the other side is just like buckets everywhere.
Do you think Fred was hoping for to do a bit more what Ramsey did, but maybe got a bit late?
Yeah, that's what happens. And sometimes it feels like you did that, and you look, and it doesn't look as great, and the other way around as well. Sometimes you think like the turn didn't look that good, and you come in, and everyone's stoked on it.
Absolutely.
Last time we saw Jack close his eyes, he did a huge alley-oop. Well, there's a punt, grabbing slob, and now throwing the carve back into the pocket. Smaller wave for Connor O'Leary, so he's going to whip the tail again into reverse. Fun to watch. Chasing a 7.77.
Yeah, that was, I mean, if Ramsey didn't get that wave before, that would probably be in right there, but I think Ramsey's, or he might have already, yeah, he did, upped his score So
Yeah.
that's going to make it a lot harder for Connor. I don't think now that's going to be enough, but that was looked really fun to do.
And here comes a fun lap. Dora wants to go for the air. Stumbled a bit, but still holds his composure to lay down the alley-oop.
Wow.
Jams it shut. This is the day that we were hoping for at Super Tubos. Enjoying the aerial show with combination of turns. This is exactly what Iago loves to do at Super Tubos, Jesse.
Yeah, that was so impressive. And what I love about the alley-oops, it's such a progressive maneuver, but as you see it right here, it's so functional. Like, he's going down the line and he's actually gaining speed by doing it, and he just lands it perfectly to combo it up with a huge layback. So that was perfect execution, perfect choice of turn, and yeah, that was beautiful from him.
Great transition as well into the finishing move, and probably would have been a bigger air if he didn't lose his rail right before the launch, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like for his standards, he would have felt like he got there late, but he's just so good at adjusting to what's happening in the air, and he just made it work so well. Like Jesse said, the transition out of it was so clean and gained speed into the next bottom turn to set himself up perfectly for that last layback.
Ramsey quickly through a couple of big points. Can go vertical in such a short space, and he'll lose the handle on the finish. His way before, though, that big power hack that he laid down was a 7.43. So Connor O'Leary's chasing a big 7.77 on the one where he did a couple different errors on. Iago trying to catch up to Freddie's lead, and we'll get caught up here with Ramsey, Jesse.
Yeah, a little bit late on that first turn, and then nice vertical for him right there, and just the wave split up big time, and he was trying to gain speed, just couldn't, and then overpowered the last turn. But I mean, he kind of had to, like, I don't think he was going to better his score even if he landed that, but I guess the waves are so good right now and so consistent that they're just riding waves. They're not even, like, they get out the back and they're into another one.
Yeah, I was just about to say, how good are the waves getting?
That's
For surf
so
fans,
fun.
it's awesome to see just peaks, people splitting the peak, big airs, big sections. Like, you know, it's such a good place to see, like, amazing surfing.
Just in a beach break like this where, you know, last heat we were talking about the barrels from Matthew McGillivray. He didn't even win that heat. The air show, then also the powerful act of Ramsey. You could do anything you want on a day like today if you're one of the best in the world. Ramsey still out front. Connor O'Leary getting his last score in at a 5.57. That score, even though we enjoyed watching it unfold, Jesse, was it really just because of the size of the wave that really flattened that number?
Yeah, probably, and also the first air, as much as it was pretty rad, the tail was a bit low because he had to hit it kind of late. Like, the section was pretty short in front of him, so he had to get up there pretty quick. And yeah, just that's basically it. The intensity of the wave wasn't there. That's pretty much.
And Frederico Moraes 6.83 on his last. As we wait for the last of Iago Dora, the alley-oop still hasn't been scored yet. Ryan, being close to Frederico for a very long time, I always reflect on that Instagram post when he got his spot back on tour, and it was really emotional to finally get his spot back because, you know, last year he was here as a replacement surfer and lost out in the first round, and he's gone through those ups and downs since, you know, starting off with a successful rookie year. There's been a lot of challenges, and yet tell us about that journey that he's been on and how cool it is to see him back on tour.
He's definitely, yeah, I feel like, yeah, like you said, a lot of ups and downs. I mean, this sport, there's a lot of ups and downs, but to have 2 years off or a year off, and then to put a good year together on the Challenger after, you know, not making the cut, and then, you know, he didn't make as many heats as he would like that year on the Challenger, even just to keep his confidence up. So to get some good results and re-qualify, I really feel like I've seen a change in his perspective. He's just happy to be here and competing and seeing everyone and traveling everywhere, and he seems like, you can see it in his surfing, he looks loose and looks free, and to see him that happy and just stoked to be here, it's a really awesome thing. It's
got to be a really cool friend to have when you're in Portugal. Have you gone to some good parties and some soccer games and VIP treatment?
Bit of VIP treatment, but not yet. We're been pretty bunkered down and locked into the comp zone, but yeah, I'm sure he's definitely a good person to know here.
That's awesome. Frederico in the non-priority heat. He just dropped a second because we just saw a 9 from Iago Dora. How do you like that score, Jesse?
Well deserved. Like, I mean, Yeah, just literally well-deserved. That was an excellent wave and excellent surfing. Above excellent surfing, actually. Just started off with that big alley-oop into that huge layback. That was impressive.
Yago's been improving, getting consistency on tour, coming off his best year to date last season. His father, Leandro, looking focused, paying attention to his son in the lead, not relaxing even with the 9-point ride, knowing that Freddie can turn this one with 21 minutes on the clock. Down to the final minute, though, for Connor O'Leary as we focus on the priority heat, chasing a 7.77. Just a matter of the ocean giving him a chance to answer back. Meanwhile, Yago will grab a wave against Federico and just up and out.
Yago's scary when it's like this too. When he starts rolling on those little ones, you're like, oh no. You want to block him, but you don't want to use priority. You got to wait for the good waves, but you know he can just drop a big score at any moment. The lineup out there too. Sometimes it can feel like if you ride a lot of waves, you can get in more rhythm. So, it could help him in the long run.
10 seconds on the clock. Connor O'Leary left with priority, chasing a 7.77, and we are already into the countdown. We'll see if he got up in time. First turn, fin throw into, pulls it around forward as he will ride this one into the beach. Didn't get the chance that he was hoping for to answer back, but put up some great numbers. His wife there to support him, and what do you think Dog's going to say after that one, Ryan?
The house might not be as happy tonight.
Oh, no.
I mean, Gab's in the quarters, which is great. Fred's got a good chance here, so, I think just seeing what Ramsey did then, it was pretty impressive, but you got to be on the good waves, and it just didn't go his way that time.
Tough one there for Connor O'Leary, but still enjoying the best start he's had on the top 34, including a semi-final finish at the season opener at Pipeline. As we roll in again with Yago Dor. How's this wedge? Tail high, reverse, and two sections colliding at an awkward angle. Will be cruel to Yago's finish. But that's that crazy technique and form, and just so impressed that his style doesn't change when he gets into the air, Jesse.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch him mostly perform. There's a few guys that perform so well on jerseys that looks like they're free surfing. He's one of them, and right there, just unfortunately, just the conversion of that back whitewash coming behind him just didn't give him a chance.
Ramsey getting a big win, representing Morocco on the top 34. Surfed a lot of events out here at Super Tubos, some giant ones back in his junior days, so he's in familiar territory. And thanks for joining us on set once again. Ryan Callanan, what's your schedule like? You got time for
You can do another one?
a little bit more? All right, well, stick around. And we'll bring in a brand new heat, a fun one to watch coming up next. Jack Robinson, runner-up in the final last season, will be looking to win the contest this year. Back for more right after this.
On the blue heat, situation remains the same. Priority with blue-white Frederic Moraes. Second priority with blue Yago Dor.
Thanks for being with us. You are watching the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona. As you see a nice rodeo flip attempt, just missing the grab on the inside corner.
Getting things started with Jack Robinson and a local named Matthias. These guys surf like they're in a video game, doing all the things you'd want to do in your brain. Well, you can download TrueSurf today for free from the App Store or from Google Play. You can tap WSL Events to play the virtual version of the MEO Rip Curl Pro. Judges at Super Tubos are looking for long, deep barrels, giant airs, big combinations, and they actually send out a nice letter every morning on what they're looking for based on the conditions. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, and Ryan Callanan for the call. Jack Robinson taking on a local boy named Matthias Canyoto, and this kid is 16, and he's really the truest local right here from Peniche. As we have a backhand whip, another solid snap from Jack Robinson. Out in the inside corner, throwing a fan of spray, and we'll step off to kick off that non-priority heat with the grommet. Fun to see new faces pop up in this event as we look at Jack from the start, Jesse.
Yeah, that was critical surfing right on the pocket right there. Second turn, kind of kept it a bit short, in my opinion. He could have maybe opened up a little bit more, but solid surfing overall. That's a great start for him.
Another view from the sky on his backhand technique. Ryan, what'd you notice?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Jesse. I mean, first wave of the heat and probably just, you know, getting the feet in the wax a little bit. Jack's one of the best at, you know, waves like this where you got to feel in rhythm with the ocean. That just looked to me like he was just starting off and just wanted to get a little score on the board against a wild card too. Maybe he's thinking he doesn't need to do as much, but the kid can surf.
Certainly can. There's a lot of athletes in different sports that they're before a big game, they're watching tape of the other team before they compete against them on the field or on the court. Ryan, is that something you do? Do you spend time actually studying your competitors to kind of have a plan when you have to compete against them in the water?
Not really. I try to just focus on myself and what I want to do and getting what I want to do right. I feel it, you know, it seems to me like if I can get myself right, then it kind of can play out how it's going to, and to not worry about the other person. But I mean, just by competing against them multiple times and being around them and watching, you kind of pick up little things they do. Some people like to get the inside, some people like to start fast, some people like to catch a lot of waves, have priority, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, you kind of pick up little traits, and if you can change up one of their things that maybe they like to do and you force them into doing something else, it feels like a little win. But for me personally, it's more just focusing on myself.
It's like that balance you're mentioning of you don't want to get too carried away with what they're doing, but if you do know what they're capable of, or you can take away one of their strengths, that's a win in itself, right, Jesse?
Totally, and it's like Brian mentioned, as much as you don't study them, like they've been surfing against each other for over 10 years. So, and their habits, like you tend to do the same things on the heats over and over because that's just part of your characteristics. So if you can try and, yeah, just push their buttons a little bit, it helps.
Jack Robinson's last is 6.0, 2.5 on the start for Robinson, and Matthias with a 3.67 on his opener. The 16-year-old wild card looking for a spot in the round of 16. Let's chat with Ramsey on the glass with AJ.
Ramsey coming up here a little bit out of breath because it was so back and forth between you and Connor in that heat. You knew it was coming, but what did it feel like going up against him?
Well, Connor is a good friend of mine. I really love the guy, and actually he's an inspiration because he's, you know, we have pretty much similar style. We are kind of big and goofy footers, and we surf with you know, a little bit of power. So I knew it was going to be a very tough heat. He's been on tour for quite a while now, so I've been watching him, and so yeah, he's been inspiring me, and it was good to have a hit with him. It was a good battle. I knew it from the start. It was going to be a battle, and I knew those 2 6s weren't going to cut it. So I was like, come on, you know, try to get some waves, and yeah, but the rhythm was non-stop. I got caught by a few sets too. It doesn't look like it, but you get pounded out there.
I mean, no, it looks like it from the beach. Don't worry about it. And then you told me in the opening round that you felt the fear coming out here at a proper pumping Super Tubosh when you were a kid. It's not quite as big as you described then, but what was the emotion going through when you took off on that 7.67?
I mean, you show it. I showed it at the end. You saw it, I think. I was pretty pumped. You know, I grew up surfing beach breaks like that, you know, all over the places, holloways, powerful beach breaks in France and stuff, coming to Portugal since I'm a kid. So I like it, you know, 2 quick big turns, and felt pretty good, honestly. Felt pretty good. The last turn was pretty critical, and yeah, I was just excited because I had 2 6s. I was like, okay, this has to go higher. And yeah, no, like I told you, I'm loving the waves. I have a really good board under my feet, JS, and ready for the next one.
Ready for the next one. Before we let you go, you want to say anything to friends and family back home?
Yeah, actually, there's a few friends out here in Portugal from Morocco, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, like always, you know, Morocco support. I love it, and let's try to go all the way.
See you in the next one.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you.
So good. Ramsey is on fire. What a great human being, and so great to have him on tour. Yeah, you could say you're powerful, Ramsey. That was awesome. What a great heat, and a lot of respect that he has for Connor O'Leary as he moves on into the round of 16. Ryan, have you been to Morocco before?
I went after this event last year, actually.
How was it?
Amazing.
A lot of rides.
Yes, a lot of rides. I drove basically the whole length of the coast, which was pretty cool. Full adventure with Billabong. Yeah, we didn't get the best waves, but we had some moments that were pretty incredible. So I'd love to go back and just, you know, maybe go for a swell and just really dial into some zones and just surf rights and get better on my backhand, because that's all we seem to do.
Good thing we got some laughs out there today for surfers like Yago Dora. He still has that big 9 that he got from the alley-oop to the hack on the finish. And also Frederico trying to avoid elimination here in the round of 32. I mentioned how Matias is like the closest local, because back when Frederico Moraes was a wild card here, Vasco Ribeiro, Francisco Alves, Miguel Blanco, a lot of the others there from different parts of Portugal. It's kind of rad that there's a kid that grew up right here on this peninsula running down the line right now. Matias, quick speed turn. He loves to ramp up, going for a full rote, and he goes down. I talked to Jan Martin, who's in his corner, and he said, yeah, I mean, we had to kind of explain to him about the overlapping format before he got started. They decided to kind of relieve him from the pressure of maybe getting in a priority interference. They said take the first start of the non-priority side and look for a big section to do something giant. You know, being 16, if he lands a big alley-oop or something crazy, that might give him confidence. And then when he's on the priority side of the heat, he could go right next to his competitor and compete. What do you think about that plan?
I think it's a great plan because that's his best chances as well. If you're going against Jack Robinson, which the guy's probably about 20 kilos heavier than him, has been a yellow jersey before. So if you try and match power to power and just rail surfing, obviously Jack's going to come up on top. And just the experience of probably finding good waves. So if he can actually add some big ramps, find some big ramps and do some big airs, he could have a point of difference right there, because he's so good in the air, that kid. That's his point of difference.
This year we've had some fun wild cards to watch, from Kai Lenny to Brody Sale, as we look at Jack Robinson moving his stance forward to go the distance, and it's still going down the sandbank. Jack Robinson makes it. Throws down a snap on the inside corner and steps off. His coach Leandro enjoyed that one. Cool how he moved his stance so forward, especially backhand on that wave, Ryan.
Yeah. If there's a barrel out there, Jack's going to find it. He's probably one of the best, especially backside barrel riding. Like, you see the little adjustments he makes and then knows when to slow down. Somehow it still comes through that foam and just hangs on. So rock solid on his board. But just a nice back up to his 6 there, and see what that score comes in as.
How'd you like the entry into this one, Jesse?
What I actually thought was impressive, the beginning of the wave, looking at front angle, I was like, is he missing something? And he's not, like, there's no barrels out there, but somehow he was looking down the line and seeing that thing opening up. He almost gets buckled off right there. It gets pretty deep.
Yeah, you can even see he looked like he was pretty deep to me, and he stuck his bum in the wave and wanted to get deeper. So, you know, he just really knows the barrel so well. It feels like he spent so much time in there, more than probably nearly anyone. And he just looks so comfortable and knows exactly what the wave's going to do and how it's going to feel.
Certain surfers, like you mentioned, are just getting barreled all the time. I mean, Jack gets barreled every heat at sunset when you don't always predict it's going to happen. And then out here as well, he could find it. What is with that? Is that just his approach, what he's looking for, what he's gifted with the relationship with the ocean?
I mean, it's probably a bit of everything. Where he grew up is very barrel related, and he, as we see Iago just smoothly landing another one as usual. But yeah, back to Jack. He just, growing up at Margaret River, there's so many heavy waves and a lot of barreling waves there, and I feel like he really honed his skills on those kind of waves, where a lot of surfers, QS surfers trying to qualify, I think they kind of practice in, here's Iago again, just smooth as silk, as always. That's a really good backup. It's probably going to better his 4.
And this is what you were talking about earlier. It's like hard to let him go on anything. That smaller wave, but still pulling off a crazy rotation as Jack kicks out.
Yeah. Yeah, back to Jack though. He, like a lot of surfers, you know, maybe depending on where they grow up, they kind of get forced to surf or get more used to beach breaks and explosive surfing, and where I feel like Jack did the opposite way. He got really good in the heavier water, in the barrels, in the kind of really good waves, and then he did really well to go back and work on his smaller wave surfing and his airs and his, you know, combinations. And he's just, as you can see over the last few years, he's evolved so much as a surfer, and he's a real title threat now. It's pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, really impressive, especially with his first year on tour, winning in Mexico, which was just to stay on tour. That win was so important to qualify for the following season. Now it's all about WSL Final 5 and world titles, with some big shoes to fill. There's, you know, the big legends from Australia moving on, from Parko to Fanning to Taj before them. All the world champs and the heavy hitters passing the torch to Ryan, Connor now surfing for Japan full time. But you got Jack and then Ethan Ewing coming incredibly close to getting the world title last season. Here's Iago Dora in motion. Nice, clean, controlled backhand snap. We'll have to arc it one more time in the pocket. Trying to better a 4.33, so he's interested in this end section. Throwing down another backhand snap, bit more vert, but he'll...
See back up at the break ball that way for ages.
That was the longest wave ever ridden out here.
Wow, a long way to go for Iago Dora. The score in, though, for that rotator on his forehand, the air, 6.77. So he actually already improved on his total out front as we watch this, right, Jesse?
Yeah, this wave just, it was always kind of going away from him. This first turn was very nice to set up, but see right here, you always had to stay a long time at the bottom turn, and the wave never got steep, so he was always having to force something.
Even from here, it looked like it was going to give him something. He was waiting for it, but it just never kind of stood up the way he thought it was, or it looked like it. Federico out the back in the barrel.
Not bad, Freddie. Let's see if he can make it out. Federico Moraes ends up traveling for a bit and ends up being complete as he's chasing an 8.95 now in the heat with Dora. And Federico able to regain first priority quickly with 3:25 on the clock. Medina Pupo coming up next. A classic one there. Those two from the same rookie class. Gabriel, a 3-time world champ, multiple-time finalist at this event. Had some wild ones with Julian Wilson out here over the years. And Jack just getting started. His numbers in a 6 and a 5.77 in the heat with wildcard Matias, who got the call up because of Kelly's withdrawal. Still dealing with some hip pain after that pretty intensive surgery he had last September. Iago Dora in quite a rhythm, always enjoying his highlight reel. It's like you're watching a movie part, checking out the recap, focusing on Iago above the lip once again, Jesse.
That's as perfect as you can execute a wave out here. Just beautiful, progressive, transitional air, alley-oop, and into an amazing layback. Just it made it look very big as well. And here, just polar opposite, just like not much speed, and he just made it happen somehow. Tail high, lofty air, and getting a great backup, then leading the heat.
9-point ride, wave of the day so far. We'll see if it gets top honors on the Corona Post Show at the end of the day. 2 minutes on the clock. Iago way out in front. Ryan, how you feeling overall about this year? Big goals. How do you like how your body's feeling, your boards are feeling, and what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, big goals. Boards are feeling amazing. Body's always got niggles, but they're just pushing on. You know, nothing too serious, but always managing something. So, but it's, yeah, I'm excited for the rest of the year. You know, Bells, I have had some success there, so I can't wait to get back down there.
Some success. Final last year with Ethan Dewey.
Yeah, I'm excited to go back there. I really enjoy being down there. Here we see Fred needing a big score.
Winding up for the backside tail high reverse and ends up going down.
That would have been crazy.
And always has that element of surprise when he goes for airs. You usually seeing some big, powerful rail hooks. But he did use airs to upset Mick Fanning back in 2015. And that could have been one of the main reasons Mick lost the world title. As we look at this again, Jesse.
He was looking good, very inverted, just wasn't able to bring the board back underneath him, and it wasn't easy. It just had to go big and didn't roll out.
So we'll see if Freddie will get another chance here. This is his home court as far as support goes, coming from down the coast, where it's almost impossible to get a hold of the guy when he's here in Peniche.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans on the beach cheering for him, walking down. There was a guy sitting on the stairs before, and there was people yelling at him to come down and sign stuff. And they're just, the fans here are so, you know, they're incredible, and they're such big surf fans, and just, you know, to have someone like Fred here that they can support. And unfortunately for them today, he's not going to get through this one, but you know, he's putting in a good showing this year so far. And
he'll still be doing interviews for the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
Such a legend. As we look at Yago Dora just pacing his way in, a very solid performance to get a 9 and a 6.77 and a chance to surf again today at really fun Super Tubos. And Frederico's going to bow out here in the round of 32 and prepare for Bells Beach, the next stop on the championship tour. Jack and Matthias will take the priority heat, and we're getting close to Medina and Miguel Pupo. Ryan Callanan, thanks so much for coming in. Always enjoy catching up with you. Hope you have a nice travels back home to Australia. I hope you get the upgrade and lay flat.
That'd be nice.
That would be nice.
And we'll do this more often, my friend.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, boys.
Awesome.
Thanks, Ryan.
Ryan Callanan moving on to Bells. Final there last year with Ethan Ewing. And also some exciting action coming your way here in the round of 32, because Gabriel Medina is paddling out right now with Miguel Pupo. And we'll have the priority heat with last year's runner-up in the event, Jack Robinson, still dealing with the 16-year-old wild card from Peniche named Matias Canhoto. Take a quick break. We'll be right back with Paul Evans and Kaipo stepping in for the call.
Blue white top two. So that's official. Finishing the second place, the winner. Допустим third. Well, first round на entry. E completar aqui. Será com certeza entrar nas suas melhores. Vai liquidar tudo pela frente. Portanto, estamos já por a meio desta bateria número 9. Agora então a bateria projetada. All official results from heat number 8. The winner blue, Yago Dora, second place, blue white, Frederico Moraes. Resultados oficiais da bateria número 8. O vencedor de azul, Yago Dora, segunda posição, azul, Frederico Moraes.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Millennium, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Corona, this is living.
Welcome back to Super Tubos and Air and Tube Fest going down. It's all action out in the water. It's very entertaining stuff. How about this next heat? Great looking clash. Medina fresh out of dominating the elimination round, taking on Miguel Pupo. Great looking matchup for these two, and an adoring crowd here in Portugal. They're pretty warmed up already. They've seen some big things happen in the last 2 hours since we restarted after the low tide. It's fun to watch it and break it all down. Joining me to talk you guys through it, I'm Paul Evans. He's Kayo Guerrero. He's Strider Wazalewski. How are we doing?
Amazing. The action has been red hot. We've seen barrels and airs, and just the people are lighting up on the beach. Energy is high, and sun's out. It's been a turnaround from this morning.
Straight at it. Here we go. Picking up live action here and swinging hard and just drilling it in the pocket, really. So wasting no time at all. Pupo getting to work early. Does not want to let Medina get a start on him. And just pushing that board up hard and crisp. Robbo, nice wrap from him. And again into the lip, pushing and keeping the speed. Had a little look for a third turn, wasn't forthcoming. This guy, Medina, there we go. How'd you like that? Just lands it soft as you like. First turn is a full rotation on the forehand, and we are absolutely game on here. This is the kind of stuff we expected to see. Medina doesn't disappoint.
Little missed opportunity there, though, after the air to not make that next turn. He could have had a massive score.
I think we're going to see some entertaining surfing here, guys.
Just straight into the wind. I mean, absolutely beautiful work. The technique is so on point to, be able to rotate like that. Kipes, I mean, look at the head rotation. Everything happens perfectly.
Been looking forward to this. And Gabe, we've seen this over and over again, the full rotation. He's able to spin with the quickness, and then, kind of that came up short, but gosh, this matchup between Miguel Pupo and Gabe Medina is, I've been waiting all day for this. Meanwhile, this replay, Jack Robinson, Jack's just on point. Jack's in control, not just his board, but this heat as well. So Robinson looking good. Here we go with Miggy on the replay, Strider.
Miggy has the number. He just hits it on the button every time on the backhand. He's got such a good pivot point that just, it's almost like automatic for him. It's super fun to watch. Good little cutbacks. Couple, some smooth surfing right there from the youngster, but Mateus. But I feel like he's got to go a little bit bigger. He's got to have to surf a little bit stronger.
Here's the first wave of Miguel Pupo. This was a 5.33 for Miggy and his starter against his good friend Gabe Medina. We got a lot of scores to go down right now to get caught up, Paul.
Yeah, blistering start there in heat number 10, the Pupo Medina clash. And a statement of intent from Pupo. Catch waves, hit him hard. 5.33 for that last replay we saw. That was his first wave. Got another score to come to him. We're owed a number for Medina. And number come in for Jack. It's going to be a decent one for him. He might make it slightly more tricky for the young wild card.
Coming into this heat between Miguel Pupo and Gabe Medina, interesting stat is that both of them had been on tour for 12 seasons. This is their first matchup head-to-head.
That's wild.
How does that even happen?
That is wild.
That is...
We're baffled.
Yeah.
Well, you think, being on tour that long, you'd match up, but we talked about that, I think, yesterday, when just the seeding and how you come up against somebody over and over again and other people you don't. It's just interesting. You don't even see them in the draw.
But already, it looks like an entertaining encounter. The 5.33 for Pupo. Going to get Medina's number. Another score for Miguel, and we just want to see more waves ridden, and that is a paddle with some intent behind it. And here's another good-looking section lining up with loads of section and speed, and massive again with the alley-oop. Lands it, goes into a carving, knifing turn, which puts him back in a pocket, and he'll juice this thing as well. So Medina has rotated both ways already on these lefts. He seems very relaxed by land. He looks very happy and loose by sea. And he'll just keep on chopping away through to an inside. This crowd was already in full voice, maybe just a little bit gutted to see Federico Moraes go out. Well, there'll be a bit of smile on their face by one of their favorite surfers, their entertainers, Medina, as Kingy looks on. He's prepped his man, told him, I earwigged a little bit on a prep, and I think some of Kingy's insight was, it's pumping.
I mean, just watching that wave, there was never a doubt in my mind that he was going to make that, which means in his mind he's already stuck it and moving on. Do you know what I mean, Kipes?
Yeah, I mean, check this out. Giant alley-oop all the way around. Did not lose any forward momentum at all. Grab rail cut back for Medina. And just the control, like you said, Strider, of his board, in control the whole time. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Gabe Medina. He had a lackluster Hawaiian leg coming into this event. This is where he's going to make up, or potentially make up on, you know, on the deficit that he's currently in the rankings. One more time, you get to see this in slow motion, Strider.
Yeah, you know, it's just the board up into the wind, and then once he starts, he rotates the shoulders and the head follows, and then, you know, the landing was just butter soft. I mean, there was nothing that was a jolt or a jarred in that, and everything just looked so clean that you just in his mind he must have already had it, made it, moved on before he's even done it yet. We saw that on his first wave, but to back it up just solidifies the fact that he is in complete control.
A lackluster campaign on the North Shore. Pit stop in Puerto Rico in the Caribbean, the ISA Games, a gold medal, a qualification for the Olympic Games as well for Medina, and a rejuvenated, a wholly different animal here in Portugal, and already showing us flashes of brilliance. There's Leo Fioravanti with belly, just taking some information on. We saw his good mate Ramsey just smoke his last heat. He was pretty stoked on that. He was watching pretty closely those right-handers that Ramsey was belting on the backhand. I think he's actually just looking a bit at positioning here as well and wondering exactly where he's going to find his best scores.
Yeah, you know, and the Italian flags are all over the beach down there. It was interesting. I was down there earlier, and when Ramsey was going out, they had Vasco Ribeiro was down on the beach, and a couple of the Moroccan crew, and Kaoli Voss down there to back him up. So it was really, really cool to see there's a lot of support for Ramsey here.
Yeah, squads coming together, and this day always looked like promising us much on the forecast last few days out. We knew there was going to be a bit of size and energy in the water. The winds actually got better. We were a little worried about where exactly they were going to blow from. Looking pretty good and clean right now. We waited for that tide, and this is what we waited for, and it's when it all comes together. It looks lovely.
Yeah, the forecast was pretty right on there. It was supposed to be a little bit west in the morning, as we saw, and then coming around more north, which is, you know, pretty much offshore here on the lefts, and you know, the right's a little bit blowing away, but still great texture.
We've had a bucket full of excellent scores, Paul. We just added another one.
Yeah, all sorts going down. 8-3-3. That was the big lofty alley-oop Medina. Before that, 7-1-7. So already massive numbers for him, and a mountain to climb for Pupo. Plenty of time though, just under 29.5 minutes for him. He's comboed right now is Miguel, and they'll look to chip away and reply as soon as possible to that. But Medina just coming absolutely flying out the gates. What do we got here? A bit of interest, and this looks ominous. He is flying down the line. Just had to wait a little bit. Actually, the wave was slightly non-cooperative, but I tell you what, when he's in this kind of form, as soon as he gets to his feet, you see him standing there. We know what's coming.
Kingman, there's the coach. You know, Kingy seems to have a pretty good dial with Medina, and just putting him in a comfortable place. He spocks it out for him, gives him an understanding where he thinks he should be, and then Medina goes out, backs it up by feel, he said. Goes out there, doesn't always necessarily do exactly what, you know, the coach's corner says. He just really feels it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, Gabe Medina here, when we look at Super Tubos, he's got a lot of reps. He's surfed 38 heats here in competition so far. This is his 39th, with a heat-winning percentage of 61% for Gabe Medina. So the numbers, again, in Medina's favor. Here he goes again.
Back at it. Belts one, backhand. Look at the whip he gets from the bottom turn. He's so rapid. And going late into the lip for a third turn. So much strength, aggression, rapidity from him. And he is showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever. He's already got 15.5 locked in. He wants more.
He's going to town. I mean, hey, you don't want to peak too early, Gabe, but he's certainly showing us fireworks right now in this round of 32. Past champ out here, and looking like he's got the number.
I feel like he's also trying to make sure that Miguel Pupo knows that he's not taking him lightly, because, you know, Miguel Pupo can come so strong on this backhand and his forehand and even in the air. So I don't think Miguel's going to lay down in this one, but, you know, the form of Medina, his complete, beautiful
interactive display in the lip line there was just so perfectly timed. And even the one that wasn't off the end, he just somehow got the board into it to click it off and back out. It's unbelievable.
Still just under 27 minutes to go in that non-priority heat. A big points total from Gabriel Medina Robinson and Canyoto. Just 6:45 left to go in that. The wild card with a bit of work to do.
Unusual that the non-priority heat has the fireworks right now, which is unusual in this overlapping heat format. Generally, you're going to have the priority heat with the big numbers and with the choice of the waves and putting up all the scores, but not the case between the two friends, Gabriel Medina and Miguel Pupo.
Kayo Belli getting ready to take on Leo Fioravanti. And Kayo didn't have a great start to the season, did he? Struggled on the North Shore. Let's see if he can come back here in Portugal, as we see Canyoto redirecting with a little bit of authority, just trying to get back in this heat, really. He's a little way back now, 8.23 the requirement. If he can do it with one wave, just about enough time to get a couple of sixes. That is the size of the task facing him. That, of course, assumes there is no improvement from Jack Robinson. But Canyoto, nothing to lose. He's representing his hometown. Portugal stoked to see him doing it. He's got a bright future in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, for someone like Mateus, you don't lose. You either make the heat or you learn a bunch of lessons, and you learn from the world's best. So class is in session right now, Strider, for this young man.
Yeah, he's looking like he's looking for something else down the line on his waves, where I feel like he needs to be starting to go more vertical and finding a less lateral approach, maybe, to come up with the big scores.
Medina in the tube, backside grabbing the rail, and that one spits, and he won't come out of that, but finding some deep cover there. Had a little squint down the line afterwards as well. Does the little mental debrief. He's so fired up for this, and he's just got that, I don't want to say a devious look in his eye, but just an ominous kind of vibe about him, where he's looking up and down the beach. Any kind of wave that shows he's going to give it the treatment.
One of the best backhand barrel riders in the entire world, but the clamp shut him down. The stuff that Gabe Medina is able to do, you know, especially at backdoor pipeline, as amongst goofy foots, best in the business. The way he's able to adjust his speed and pump through those barrels.
All right, 4:30 to go in our priority heat. Let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. Iago Dora is with AJ.
Iago, parabéns, congratulations. A really fun heat to watch. I want you to take us through that 9, that air, how it felt to land it.
Yeah, that 9 felt really good. I made a little mistake in the start of the heat. I paddled for a wave and couldn't catch it, and then I was just like, okay, I'm not gonna worry about it, just gonna surf on it. And I just started surfing, and then I found that nice wave. That wave had a really good ramp, so I was like, this is the opportunity, I have to go for it. And I landed and had another section to do a turn afterwards, so it felt good.
E para o Brasil, me diga sobre seu onde é excelente e 9.
Sim, muito feliz de achar 9 ali, né? Tem altas ondinhas hoje. Feliz que vai ter mais round. Vamos embora, vamos com tudo.
Parabéns, congratulations.
Obrigado.
Thanks, AJ. Iago Dora absolutely stoked to get out of a tough heat there. And he has upset the crowd, to the form of Frederico Moraes fans who would have loved their guy to go well. But Iago Dora, he's got plenty of fans of his own in this part of the world. And one of those surfers we've identified already on this broadcast as potential to go very deep into this event. Let's check out Robbo on the backhand. Nice glide up into the lip, rides that lip down to the flats, and then just reverses one out of the lip, mixing things up. A softer section is slow to come towards him, and he gives that a little tickle as well to finish. He's been able to take most of this heat in his stride, really. Never really been asked too much of a question. Just keeping something of a lid on things in terms of his scores. A 6 and a 5.9 is decent returns. Here's another look at that left.
Quick down the line here, and this is why I like the evolution of Jack Robinson surfing. Always known for barrels, big turns on big waves, but just the flash in smaller beach break conditions coming to life here. Just so quick, and then throw a little variety here with disco spin. And of course, connecting those sections, and so, you know, the evolution. You want to be a world champ, you got to do it in everything. And Jack Robinson, again, that nose pick, air reverse, pretty impressive. And a quick rotation, Paul.
Yeah, looks like he's enjoying himself. He will still be very aware of the fact that a wild card with no pressure on them, they can pull scores out the board. And to that end, we're looking for a number for him as well. That requirement, though, has gone up for Kayo to 8.23, so that excellent number, really, with a couple of minutes. The chance of getting a couple of sixes, that seems tough now, and it probably will be one excellent wave for him. So Jack Robinson just trying to improve further. He won't actually do with that last wave. It's as we were, down towards the 90-second mark. Kayo checking the Apple Watch, realizing that probably doesn't have much continued participation in this event. I'd be absolutely delighted, though, the local, the teen, with what he's been able to do thus far, coming up against the very best in the world. He's also been out in the water watching Medina, just put on an absolute clinic. 7 waves ridden already by Gabriel. Massive numbers in 15.5 for him. Doesn't even have priority yet.
I mean, at least he's given the grommet some idea that there is a chance for that score, right? I mean, he can do it. The waves are out there. Medina's, he's got it, and he's actually been compared to Medina as a surfer.
How does it go down that Medina's caught those 7 waves, Miguel Pupo just 2? What's he thinking?
Well, for Miguel Pupo, he's just playing, this is playing the game, Paul. You want to hold on to your priority. There's no use in Miguel going on a wave right now with 30 seconds in his non-priority portion of the heat. This is just textbook stuff. Pupo, you want to hold on to that priority, let Jack Robinson's heat end, and move on. Here's a last-ditch effort for the wild card.
Yeah, here goes Kayo. This one's nice and smooth. Figure 8, wrap and carve back into the pocket. And again, just looking really, really polished. Throws in a little layback to finish as well. So multiple maneuvers from him. And a good way to finish off, getting a ride and getting completion as well. And he's come up against, obviously, one of the best in the world. So getting a loss as a wild card, that's no disgrace at all. I reckon we'll be seeing that guy again here and other important events in the future. Kayo has been very highly touted by people that know in Portugal. And of course, the talent conveyor belt from this part of the world has been pretty productive in the past. His last effort.
Yeah, he was super smooth and you know, finding a little bit of a lip line where he went a little bit more vertical on the wave, but yeah, in the end, his wave choice just kind of let him down. He didn't have the waves that were standing up in front of him to give him the bigger sections. And the one that I did see him on, he kind of laterally surfed it a little far down the line and didn't find the vertical, more critical section on that wave.
Kayo will bring this in. He will get plenty of support from the crowd on the beach here as well. Portugal always stoked to see their surfers, their wildcards representing here, but ultimately Jack Robinson was just too good, really. Didn't have to do too much as well. There's different ways of doing it, throwing excellent scores in the early rounds. There's also just getting through without really breaking stride. Jack Robinson is through out of the round of 32. We're going to get a quick commercial break, more live action from Super Tubos, where it's pumping real soon.
Totalmente de vermelho na terapia. Pela frente tem um único competidor, já com ótimos resultados ao longo dos anos. Foi também campeão mundial júnior, da lista vermelho e branca, representação do Brasil, Kayo e Jordy nesta bateria. Então, uma bateria muito interessante, com 2 guerreiros extraordinários para o Kayo. Nunca se rendem, vai ser, não é que muitas vezes os outros se rendem, mas estes dois estão com a faca nos dentes até aos últimos segundos de qualquer bateria, em quaisquer condições, exímios competidores. Finalmente, obviamente, representando Itália, Kayo Rally, com a representação do Brasil, com 38 minutos pela frente. Está 11 now on the way. Red from Italia, we have Leonardo Fioravanti. Red white from Brazil, we have Kayo Rally. Now 37 minutes and 45 seconds ahead of us. Those two graduates, those two fighters, these two, they never surrender. So expect a very exciting piece for Leonardo.
Boss, and things firing up. A really fun day of competition comes to life, and a deep throaty tube for the South African. Matt McGillivray is stoked with that. Tell you what though, is up against this guy. Ferreira went mad, was just dropping all sorts up and down the beach on everything, throwing in big rotations, finding ramps, doesn't matter which way he spins. Same kind of result, huge numbers. And Ferreira going really good in that one. Ramsey, another heat of the powerhouses, the big man. His backhand is absolutely lethal. This was fire, a high 7. And Bucham is always going to need to deliver the power, come up against Connor. And he kept finding opportunities, smashes it again. So Ramsey Bucham, his campaign in Portugal, he'll be absolutely stoked. Got a lot of mates in this part of the world, they love it. Gives himself a little clap too. And then meanwhile, Iago Dora, an electric surfer, unlocked a win last year. Back home in Brazil, loves competing in Portugal, went well here too last year and dropped an absolutely huge score in this heat, a massive 9 for him. How about this stuff? He is absolutely delighted to find those sections, tagging it for a finish. And Iago Dora sent Frederico Moraes to Bells Beach with that performance. That's the pulse. We're all caught up on what's been a really fun mid-portion of the day. And now let's check out a brand new heat in the water. Leo Fioravanti taking on Kayo Ibelli. 40 minutes for them. The first 20 of that will be without priority. Priorities with 2 Brazilian goofies. And the scoreboard tells the story really from that heat, guys. Medina, look at those numbers for him. That is absolutely huge.
Yeah, giant heat total so far for Gabe Medina. Borderline exit at 15.5, but Miguel Pupo playing the smart game, Paul, in that he held on to priority. He's got priority. He needs to strike back, but first he's just got to break the combo. He's got to get a 7-point ride on the board in reality, Strider, to break the combo and put himself in a good situation in the back half of this heat.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when your opponent catches a flow the way that Gabriel did, under, the non-priority heat. It's almost just baffling, It doesn't happen, but once it starts, it's hard to stop it.
Yeah.
And you saw him just constantly just catching waves, and he's got a 6.27 as his throwaway. I mean, today, we haven't seen a ton of huge scores. We have seen some really big scores, but for a heat total that he's got right now already, I feel pretty confident that Gabriel is winning this heat.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Gabe Medina has had no business getting an 8.33 in the non-priority section of this heat. And even and maybe I'm looking forward to it too soon, Strider, but Gabe wins this heat. Round of 16, it's going to be a heat to watch. It's going to be Jack Robinson versus Gabe Medina, if Gabe is victorious in this matchup against his good friend Miguel.
Well, the tide's coming up, so it's going to be hard to find the barrel as the tide comes up, so it's going to be a lot of just lip line ripping.
Ibelli, big deep bottom turn, really nice drifty off the top, and that went wrong for him. That was so nicely set up. It's been a hallmark of his career that he generally doesn't fall off. He's done a few times this season, and that won't help.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle's just one of those guys. He's a dark horse. He's such a good surfer. He's such a smart surfer. He's taken down. He's basically a giant killer. He'll take down top seeds. But right now, he's also a rhythm surfer, and that's not going to help his rhythm. In incompletion. That's going to be his second incompletion at the start of this heat.
Ibelli throwing that one away, and a good opportunity to put a score on the board there, and a missed opportunity for him. Still with all that time yet to go, but just a little bit of a blot in his copybook early on in this one. Fioravanti is confident anywhere around the world, but particularly when he's competing in Europe, and he loves this spot. And expect him to be inspired by the kind of action that he's been watching over the last 2 hours, really, with just huge numbers going down. And very dialed in Leo as well. Let's see how he goes about finding himself some numbers out here. 13 minutes remaining in the Medina Pupo clash. Been one-way traffic so far. Bit of a rout, really, with Medina throwing up those huge points and nothing in the way of a reply from Pupo. You think about arriving late from Medina and all that fatigue from surfing. He mentioned he was feeling it in his legs from surfing over there and winning that event. But in a heat like this, when you kind of get your work done early, just that mental side of it, will it be a little easier for him, I wonder? We'll revisit that chat in a second, because we're going to get some insights from Jack Robinson. Just won his heat. He's standing by for a chat.
And very business-like approach for you in that heat. Talk to me about your strategy.
Yeah, well, I was excited to get out there. I had a lot of energy before the heat, and I know the wild cards are always dangerous. So Mateus, I was like, okay, I'm going to stick with him and just try and build. And yeah, he's a really good surfer, so I wanted to make sure I just got the heat started and yeah, caught waves.
How much did that quick start really help you out as you built throughout the heat?
Yeah, it's good. Always good to start quick if you can, but you know, it's a beach break, so it's really unpredictable. But yeah, it's nice to be here in the cold another day, and yeah, step by step.
Another day and another round. We'll see you then.
We'll see you soon. Okay. See you guys.
Robinson taking that heat in his stride and looking to go deep into this event. And that form over from Hawaii looking pretty good so far in this one. Just revisiting that chat we were talking about early on, Medina, if he is able to hang on here and he's got the work done early, just wonder if this is one of those heats that maybe doesn't take it out of you as much, Kayo, as when you're chasing things down.
Yeah, is Medina such a dominant surfer that he can actually pace himself through a competition? The answer, yes. He's certainly aware of stuff. He's certainly aware that he's got his good friend in a combination, and I feel Medina's just done it so many times. Like I said, 38 heats just here in Portugal. He knows how to, you know, take the foot off the gas when he doesn't need to.
It's been a pretty good day so far. It could be slightly better because I could be talking to Belly. Stephen, do you copy?
How are you, my friend?
Ah, good to hear. All the better for hearing your voice, mate. Just watching live action here of Medina ripping one. Confident sort of chap?
Yeah, no, he's really good. He's obviously got a great connection here with Portugal. He's spends a lot of time here. He has a house down the road. So super comfortable. Got through that first tough heat with Gabriel in the first round so smartly, and out there in this little bit of a lull at the moment. So hopefully a few waves come in and they can get to do their stuff.
Yeah, he's here on Atlantic shores, home shores in terms of Europe. Different surfers can react in different ways, so that's how people feel the pressure of a hometown crowd and big support. How does Leo tend to react to that?
I think as he's getting older with the experience, he's sort of, you know, tending to thrive on it. And you look at what he's learned over his career, that all the, you know, true champions that you try to emulate, they thrive in those situations, and the better they are. As we see him taking off now on a little smaller left, try to get the ball rolling. So we'll see how we go. No, his eject button. Yeah, so no, I think it's later going on in his career. It probably is going to help him a bit more than anything else.
Hey, Belly Strider here. Did you send Leo out there on a certain peak, or did you have to just adapt to the conditions as it changes as the tide comes up?
No, it's definitely that centre peak that everybody's been focusing on. But you've been watching it with the beach breaks, and there's a few rides that have been down the beach that you saw Jack and those guys like drift down, and Ramsey got a score down the beach. You know, don't close it out, and just keep yourself open to how the conditions can change with his tides filling in with his huge coefficient. So, you know, you really got to keep your eye on it. We've seen it in the first half of this heat. It's really changed. It's filled in a lot.
We've had a couple of lay days here, Belly. I know you like to swing the golf clubs around up and down the coast. There's a few good courses you like, but you're good, mate. Your partner, he's not here at the moment, and we're disappointed not to see him over here.
No, I was talking to him a fair bit. Yeah, he's still sort of like just with a bit niggling hip and getting it ready. He really wants to be able to give himself the best opportunity to finish the year out. He's working on it. He's still in Hawaii. Getting rehab and fixing on it, so hopefully he'll be 100%, which is totally motivated to come down to Australia and make his exit plan for one for all to see.
All right, well, we wish him well with his recovery. Thanks for the catch-up. We'll let you get back to concentrating on Leo. Thanks, Belly. 8:14 to go in the priority heat. Medina Pupo, it's still Medina with that massive lead. No scores added by Pupo. He's sitting there for a while, and he needs to get going. He needs to get his skates on. Meanwhile, in the other heat, which is Leo Fioravanti, of course, that's Belly's stepson. He doesn't really have points on the board either at the moment, so just a little lull. This one's dialed down a bit, and we kind of expect that. You get pulses from the ocean, the energy just dialed back a touch.
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, this tide filling in and the swell dropping off, it really does choke out the consistency of the waves. There'll still be waves arriving, but there won't be as many as we were watching earlier. So it does definitely draw out the lineup as well. So you know, there's only a few waves working at the same time.
See a little wave swing in here. Well, a decent looking wave actually. And is this the reply from Pupo? Nice turn from him with speed and venom. And then that one into the wind. That could have got nasty, actually. Meanwhile, in the tube, in a deep tube, traveling really fast, making sections, blistering speed. Comes out to elation from the crowd. Medina waited a while and found himself a deep, deep tube.
People enjoying themselves, aren't they, on the beach with the Medina show right now. He's in complete control. He's looking in great form. He had a slow start. He came back in elimination round. And I feel like this is when Gabe Medina starts basically snowballing down the hill and gathering momentum. Check this out. Double arm drag at first, second section goes through, one more section, and wisely just perfect pull out there, little doggy door. Gabe Medina strategy, I mean, he can't put a foot wrong right now.
He gets the hula hoop going here too. He starts whipping up into the bowl, just, ducks the little shandy section, but then gets the hips moving and gets the, forward motion happening. And, it's such a beautiful thing to watch. Just, he's Houdini at the moment, pulling everything out, his magic tricks. He's just, he's just probably put up another solid, close to excellent score on the board.
The replay of Leo Fioravanti. He's on the other side of the peak there, and Paul looks like his best effort so far.
Yeah, having a swing, isn't he? Just wants to get something of significance on the board. Doesn't want to sit for too long. This was the effort to get back in the heats from Pupo.
He really looked like it was going to be a really great score for him. But I feel like he got away from himself on that and tried to just, he pushed a little too hard. He tried to go to it too soon, and he ended up in a bad position in the air where his board got away from him. So if we go up to the lip line too soon, you don't really compress and push the board out in front of you. And that, you could see it was just too quick, and board was going one way, he was going the other. It didn't work out for him.
Yeah, and I think also, as we see Sammy here with airs out here with this offshore wind, the counter rotation of alley-oop seems like it's the preferred air with an offshore wind, because you're counter rotating rather than in motion rotating, and you saw the in motion rotating there. But quiet moment for Sammy to prepare for his heat up against Kanoa Igarashi coming up.
Yeah, he's got a tough one, hasn't he? Igarashi looks back to the kind of form we've been much more accustomed to seeing him over the last few years. Igarashi dialed in with Jake the Snake back on tour as well. His live action Fioravanti, and not really the opportunity. He was kind of forcing that a touch there, looking for a ramp on the backhand. He knows it as well. That was never really on for him. So trying to get something going in the non-priority heat. Why not?
Gabe Medina, heat total cracked into the excellent range now.
Wow, here we go. Gabriel Medina, 8-2-7 for him. And after sitting for a while with just small numbers coming in, throwaways, wave number 11, the 8-2-7, a deep tube, and he's absolutely lethal out here. This is a bit of a masterclass, a bit of a clinic from Gabe.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I mean, here we go again.
All right, he's not done. Swinging down the line here, and he's got a ton of speed. He's loaded up into a section. He'll throw that one away. Meanwhile, Kayo has a look out the back still. 3.5 minutes. Will Gabe head out the back? Absolutely he will. He's got his good buddy Combo to the tune of 16.6, but he won't even let him sit in the lineup on his own. He's heading back to cover him.
Oh, he's got more variety to show us. He just went for the flip. He's looking for more.
It's busy. 12 waves written so far for Gabe Medina, and an excellent heat total. And he's paddling back out for more.
We were looking for a response from him on the championship tour in Portugal. I think it's fair to say we've had one, and we've had one in the most emphatic way. It's still early rounds, of course. This is the round of 32. We've got a lot more business to contend with here in Portugal, but so far it's looking very ominous indeed.
And the way that the water's moving now and pushing in, everybody, the boards that they were riding would be, pretty bladey and with that hollow, section and a lot of tail rocker. And if you look at Medina's boards, they don't change much in the conditions, you know what I mean? But I wonder if the other surfers would need to change their equipment to, lend to their surfing in these kind of waves, because you can see everybody else kind of having a difficult time in the surf right now, and Medina's not.
Ibelli cracks one into the lip. And then another good hit from him, just forcing that tail through a white watery section. in a belly. That'll feel much, much better for him. He hasn't got out of the decimal so far. And the first legit number, it's taken a little while to come for him as well. Leo has posted a score on the board, the 5.67. This is his reply.
Solid surfing. Kyle belly, you know, just is pretty much punching it. We've seen him do that layback oncoming section snap a number of times, and just trying to get any kind of meaningful number in the non-priority section of this heat. Like the belt right there, throwing the tail is really impressive, and you can really see that from above. Coming back to Gabe, and why not one more air?
That's why he paddled out the back. He just wanted to do more surfing, and an absolute show being put on here from Medina. Coming through all the way to the inside for a finish. Throwing the air reverse out the back, and then a little snap in the pocket. And again, why not? He'll just reverse one and whip that tail backhands out of the lip. And now it's time to bring it in.
Yeah. One thing about his boards, though, these Cabiancas are a little bit more foiled than his just even 2 years ago. They were a lot fuller railed. These boards are a little bit more foiled the last couple of years. Medina doing just the aerial antics. Look at solid and confident going in. I look forward to seeing him this afternoon in his matchup in the round of 16. It's going to be an epic one.
Medina away from him to bring this to shore. It won't threaten his top two, you wouldn't think. He has got two excellent waves in the 8s and done it differently as well. One of them for a deep and throaty tube, multiple section tube. One was a big air. Let's have another look at him here. And very nimble for a big guy. Very sprightly and light on his feet, and absolutely loves finding sections out here. The air and tube shows what you hope for at Super Tubos, and that's exactly what we've had here. And he'll just bring that back in for a debrief with Kingy shortly. And yeah, feeling very confident about coming back this afternoon and bringing us more of that. Just bottle it, come back with more. What do you do if you're Miguel Pupo? I guess you just say, wasn't my day today.
Yeah, definitely not.
You get ready for bells. Is exactly what you do. You come in, you digest this heat, and you get your mind around some backhand surfing. But it's Gabe Medina. Look at that, excellent numbers.
Gabriel Medina on an absolute tear out here. Massive total, 16.6, a pair of 8s. Huge stuff from him. A statement performance, and setting up for a very enticing looking clash in the next round as well. Can't wait to see that. Of course, we've got loads more yet to come throughout what's looking like being a fun afternoon of competition here at Super Tubos. It's not let us down so far. A little tidal hold. We came back and we turned the tap on. Really, scores have gone huge. Really big numbers going down, and really entertaining stuff for our fans. Loads more yet to come as well. We're going to check out Kanoa Igarashi taking on Samuel Pupo real soon too. More live action from Peniche, Portugal, right after the break.
On the previous heat, is number 10, on blue, the winner in blue, Gabriel Medina, second place, blue, white, Miguel Pupo. Congratulations, Gabriel Medina. You are on the next round. Thank you so much for your presence here, Miguel Pupo. Parabéns ao vencedor da bateria 10, Gabriel Medina, na segunda posição ficou o seu compatriota Miguel Pupo. Parabéns também pelo certo apresentado ao Miguel Pupo. Falar na família Pupo. Temos o Samuel na água agora, tem outra bateria azul a enfrentar o japonês Kanoa. Last of red white, Kayo value 3.67. Last of red white 3.67. Última de vermelho branco, Kayo 3.67. It's a red white closing. The red.
Welcome back to Portugal, and the afternoon started out pretty exciting. It carried on from strength to strength, and that's mainly due to the performance of one man. Gabriel Medina has ripped this place apart. He's with AJ.
Incredible, a magician. These are some of the words used to describe Gabe during that heat, the 8.33 in the non-priority heat. How did you find that wave, and what did you see as it was developing in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, I had in the beginning I had a lot of opportunities. I tried to catch a lot of waves, and I had some nice waves. You know, I just went for it. I knew the way, like the start we're gonna get a lot of waves, so I was like just going for it. And the first one, actually, I should go easier in the second turn, and then yeah, whatever. But yeah, I'm happy with my performance. The waves were really fun, so I'm happy to make it through.
As you should be. I know you have another heat to get ready for, so really quickly for Brazil, você é como mágico encontrando ondas incríveis. Como você faz isso?
As I say, like I try to surf as much as I can and find opportunities, you know, because sometimes it's hard. And yeah, just trying to make the most of it. Yeah.
The most was made. See you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I made my hit, but like I felt bad because Miguel is a really good friend and one of my best friends. So yeah, I knew I was gonna be happy if he makes, you know, like anything. But yeah, I'm happy with the win, and yeah, let's keep going.
He doesn't look like he feels bad, does he? He looks quite happy.
Yeah.
I would say he looks quite content.
It's bittersweet. I mean, those guys, you know, they've been competing against each other for so long. But yeah, Miggy's out. But look at, we got younger brother Samuel out in the water right now.
Representing Mapupo, Samuel will take on Kanoa Igarashi. Another great looking matchup. Two surfers with very well-rounded repertoires. And they might be able to showcase the full range of that out here with all sorts on offer, really, in a dynamic lineup, changing conditions, that tide filling in. And I just wonder, is it maybe down to a case of surfers able to, yes, see inspiration from the 8s and the 9s and the excellent scores, but also start to think, okay, let's just build that proverbial house. Let's get some scores on the board.
Yeah, change the game plan for sure. I feel like we're 2 hours off the high tide. Things are still going to change dynamically.
Wow, some speed here and a venomous hit. And looking to put something up because not a lot's been forthcoming for a belly. Meanwhile, good crack from Leo. Didn't have a lot of room to move and did real well to get that turn in. The whole thing just sort of converged on his shoulders and actually gets the better of him. He'll be deemed incomplete. So this one, these two with their sleeves rolled up, going at it, really a very different sort of clash from the previous heat, and just putting that noise out of your mind will be part of the skill set required for these two to just really focus on their own campaign, because getting eliminated at this stage is not something you want to do. And particularly when we've got the best part of the forecast ahead of us as well, a fun day here and some cleaner conditions, some lighter air, some offshores for the next couple of days. You definitely want to be participating. Leo looks a touch frustrated.
As he should be. You know, it's you see guys in the previous heat getting some big numbers. You're scrapping around. Now you're in the priority part of your heat. You're down to just 14 minutes. It's hustle time. Fioravanti out in front, but you know, he knows his heat can turn really easily.
Igarashi and Pupo will have non-priority for their first 20 minutes. I think you guys are familiar with the format by now, but opportunities at a break like Super Tubas in particular to find stuff away from that priority. We do have multiple peaks, and we do have these rips that can go through the lineup as well, just mix things up a bit. It isn't obviously a reef break where you have markers exactly where you want to sit, and generally speaking, priority will have the lion's share of what comes through. It's a little bit more democratic, this lineup, and there will be different ways of doing it up and down the beach. 13 and 30 to go in the priority heat, the red heat. Fioravanti's numbers in. It's an improvement for him, but he knows he probably left a few points on this one.
So this one coming in, we're watching the replay right here. This is a 4.53 for Leo Fioravanti. Here's the last of Kayo belly. This is wave for number 4, actually. This is a 5.6 that we're seeing right now on the replay.
And Leo, wave number 7, still waiting on the score here, but really nice in the corner, drops the wallet. You know, it's really hard to come back out of that with the core strength, but did well right there.
Yeah, an interesting exchange, that one, a key wave, wasn't it, for Kayo, 5-6, the first real sign of quality from him in this heat, and a crucial one as well. Leo scores, they're not massive, 10.2 thus far, a score to come in as well though, and a really crucial one for Kayo to match. Will go very close to Leo's high score. Let's see this next number, where it comes in and where it puts us, as that one ticks away. The clock on that will go pretty fast if you're chasing numbers, if you haven't ridden many waves as well. And it will be an improvement for Leo, as we see Igarashi making his way back out. So a number to come in for him. Let's get a look at Kanoa.
So we're waiting for this score, the opener for Kanoa Igarashi up against Sami Pupo. So actually, we're waiting for a bunch of numbers right now before we can give you the situation in either the heat, in either the priority heat or the non-priority heat.
All right, last number to come in for Leo. It's decent, 6'5", that right-hander. And that's put him in a bit of control in this one. Meanwhile, drilling down the line with some intent here. Samuel Pupo, really nice, a dynamic turn. That was very well done indeed. Dynamic surfing and mixing up the maneuver late in the turn. Good balance and poise, a great recovery.
That was really impressive for Sami Pupo.
Live action once again from Ibelli, a slopey looking wave, and never really committing to the inside section. We just picked up the end of that wave. May have got work done out the back. Didn't seem overly enthused as that thing fizzled out on the inside, though under the 11-minute mark in that red priority heat. Ibelli at the moment with a little to do. He needs number 657. Is that requirement previous to his last wave coming in?
Well, watch this with Sami. Watch him slap the lip right here. Whap! Throws the tail, throws the fins, and then right here, just a bending maneuver. Oh, pokes the nose. Little nose pick on the way out. That was some cool turns. A little bit different from what we've seen all day.
Kayo gets a nice vertical turn there, but you know what? Overall, you can see the shoulders are kind of down on this wave. He's not really feeling like he's loving it, so you can tell it's not the wave he was looking for. And he's going to definitely need another one. We saw Leo kind of shooting across in the lineup in the background, trying to cover him. So not going to give him any space in the end of it.
10 minutes to go in that priority heat. Numbers still to come in right now. We're waiting for our panel to give us scores and update that situation. But it is a much closer, much tighter heat with Leo and Kayo at the moment than the one we saw previous to that. That Leo, that 6'5" that he got just now, just nudging things up, actually, making that requirement harder for Kayo Ibelli. Let's see how he responds to that. The sluggish start to the season for him. He kicked off great last year in Hawaii. Really strong campaign over there. This year, complete opposite, really. Bit of a nightmare for him. And I want to bounce back strong here. The cuts looming large after stop 5. So this is stop 3. And going out of the event at this stage is going to make it really, really tough in Australia. You'd be thinking finals days finished at least if you were to bow out at this stage without results on the board. Let's have a look at a spin here. Igarashi's in the non-priority heat. And he actually will just let that wave go, and that's why, because he did have priority over Samuel, but he was like, you know what, there's nothing doing there. Samuel can just afford to roll that dice, realizing that Kanoa wasn't going. Snaffled it up, why not? You might as well stand up. You've got plenty of time out in the water. But that one ultimately won't pay off much for him. Still waiting for numbers in the heat with got priority with Kayo Ibelli. And let's see where that one goes. 3.67, that low score for him. He'll need to improve his high score, obviously, to bring that requirement down. It's a 6.8 right now. And this one, it's gone a little bit quiet. And when it does that, you'd certainly want to be the surfer in the lead.
Yeah, it's a tough go, you know, at the moment. And I think that, you know, with that tide being filling in and all, the lack of opportunity, you really need to capitalize on those moments. Leo's come off his board a few times, and that's been unfortunate for him. But that one big frontside gaff that this man did was really sick. I can't wait to see the score for Sami Pupo's wave, where, you know, he's flying down the line, identifies the section, and has to make a decision with the wind at his back. And he made a perfect one. The way that he railed into it and turned it over, it was just beautiful.
Well, an early loss in Portugal is not something that Fred Moraes would have wanted, representing this country. Nevertheless, AJ caught up with him.
Kikas, I know it means so much to you to get a chance to compete in front of this crowd. A hard-fought heat today. Talk to me about what went down.
Yeah, it's always tough to lose at home. Obviously tougher than other places. But Iago surfed really good. I felt like I did a good hit with what I had. Yeah, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. So, yeah, today wasn't my day, unfortunately, at home, but there's still 2 events to go.
A gente aqui é incrível. Para você, o que significa para as pessoas vendem a praia para você?
É incrível ter tanta gente aqui, ter Portugal a apoiar. Claro que eu queria dar mais, infelizmente não deu. O Iago foi um bom surfista, surfou bem. Custa muito mais perder em casa, mas faz parte. Foi a vida que eu escolhi, a profissão que eu escolhi. E pronto, temos 2 etapas. Agora é ir com tudo para a Austrália e acreditar que vai correr bem.
Parabéns, we'll see you in Australia.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, a pretty relaxed Fred Moraes. Got a couple more events. He just sees opportunities. We're watching Kanoa Igarashi making his way back out. Just caught vision of that during that interview of Kanoa dealing with a little bit of a stickier section. Did quite well to deal with it. Let's have another look at the work he got done.
Yeah, so Igarashi down the line. Nice slash there. Looking forward to this finish. And that's the guy that you don't want to meet in the water. That's Doug Rail on that one. Meanwhile, on the left, Sammy up and down.
A little bit of the wind out of the sails after the Medina heat. I feel like, you know, we're ready for a lot of action, but it's tough when the faces get slopey like this because of the tide. It doesn't offer the kind of performance you want.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you those ramps, doesn't give you that big face, and you have to wait for those bigger waves in order to get that kind of action out of it. And so that means you got to sit and wait a long time.
As we see an entry here and a deep driving bottom turn, almost 2 driving, almost blew himself out the back there. He'll do well to hang on here. Kayo Ibeli, and brings this to an inside bowl, an important wave for him, a really important section. Nice slash backhand, ejecting some spray and throwing in a reverse out of the lip to finish, which will be incomplete. And this is an error-strewn few minutes here as we see Igarashi, and he's not a guy that makes tons of mistakes in heats. Last couple of waves on the right, he lost the fins on the bottom turn, and it all went wrong for him. And this time on the left, what happened?
Let's check it out. Nice first snap, but then that bobble right there killed the forward momentum, and he missed time, so he is already on his way to it. This right here by Kayo Ibeli started pretty impressive that he stuck with this thing.
Well, the thing that was impressive to me is how big the wave got on the inside. The wave's overhead, you know, so a lot of momentum carried through to the inside with this wave. Kind of overcooks it right here when he busted to the beach. If he could have pulled that down, maybe, you know, put himself in a little bit better position as far as you know, needing to score.
Yeah, hindsight's perfect, isn't it? You know, you take a look at this, does a good job of that first turn, sticks with it, and then gets another nice turn in there as the wave grows a little bit, gets steep, and probably didn't need to get this radical. Could have just kind of did a standard re-entry to finish, just to leave a good last impression. Here's Sammy Pupo with the live action.
Bang, one out of the lip, down to the bottom, and then just whips it straight up again. Good rhythm through the opening section for Samuel. This one's steep for him. And again, getting that release from the tail, and again, an error. So some difficult sections to finish, it would seem, out there. We've seen several incompletions, and surfers, one of the very finest caliber that you'd be expecting to make these turns. You know, if they're falling off, it's tough to land these maneuvers. And a few missed opportunities, and if fall on waves when you know there are more points out there, it's going to take its toll on the mental game.
You know what? We waited for a while for that first wave of Sammy Pupo, Paul, and it did drop. So nice start for Sammy.
Yeah, really solid 7 for him. And that was that beautiful drifting release of the tail and the fins through the lip. 7 points for his first wave. He's been trying to back that up for a little while now. Of course, that non-priority heat, by the time left to come, he was trying sort of similar looking maneuver on that wave. Didn't happen for him, but 7's a decent platform. We're feeling pretty good about the way things are going against this guy, Igarashi, loading up. And he'll throw an air away on the backhand.
A lot of mistakes in this heat. I feel like Super Tubos got beat up by Medina, so Super Tubos is back in the driver's seat right now, taking back what she thinks she deserves, because at the moment these surfers are having a tough time bringing down maneuvers. They're coming unstuck, and you know, the ramps have all changed, the faces have changed, and the conditions are definitely a lot more challenging.
The interesting part of that is, though, even though we're looking at different kind of surfing, different conditions as well, the goal is still the same, and what's at stake at getting through to the next round. It's about getting it done, and you would have loved to make highlights reel, be in the Corona post-show, and, you know, it's good stuff for your Insta, but you know what? Just get out of the round, get through.
Yeah.
W is a W, isn't it? You just get through this round of 32. I mean, you're losing this round. That's a 17th. That is a throwaway finish, so nobody wants that.
Into the final 2 minutes for red heat. Fioravanti, it's heat 11. Taking on Kayo Abelli. Fioravanti got that improvement. His previous to last, that 5.9. He's just turned up the pressure a touch. One of Abelli's scores is matching pretty close to Leo, but his backup is very meager. 3.67. Here we go, Kanoa into the bottom turn and then out of the lip. And again, that's much more like it from him. Much better rhythm and flow, and crucially completion. He ain't done yet too. That high tide will bring more energy through to the inside section. We saw that with Kayo's wave, which stood up. Kanoa trying to sniff out an inside bowl there, but decent work done out the back.
Yeah, I really liked his vertical stab on that section on the backhand. You know, like you haven't seen a lot of that as this heat's rolled on. A lot of lateral surfing, a lot of down the line trying to catch into sections, but beautiful work by Kanoa there.
Fioravanti in action here, bang. Bit of venom, bit of spark to his first turn, just clawing at the wave face here, and he'll tag it hard again. And will he hang on here? He will. He'll wind up the windows a bit, do a bit of snowboarding, and he'll get it done. So in the lead prior to that, and a technical, tricky maneuver. We've seen a lot of surfers getting bounced off on that section, the last half dozen or so waves, and Fioravanti will be feeling a lot better about hanging on to this.
The Italian stallion comes through at the end, rides out into the sunset after, you know, kind of getting a little bit of water in the face and slapped around a bit, but came out on his feet, so he's going to leave his opponent out the back. There's that replay of Igarashi, Kaipo.
Yeah, Kanoa is still trailing Sami Pupo, but again, we're watching a lot of these replays and we don't have a number assigned to them yet, so we can't give you really, you know, an accurate situation out of the heat, but it's back and forth. Priority heat did end though, so we're still waiting for some numbers. Looks like it's going to be Leo out into the round of 16, Paul.
Yeah, we went for number 4, but he was already in the lead prior to that, so looking pretty good for Italy, for Leo Fioravanti. And of course, his stepdad, Stephen Bell, we had on the headset earlier as well, giving us some insights. Leo loves his time down here in Portugal, just got a home just down the coast in Ericeira. And he's stoking out the fans here, and he'll be absolutely buzzing to get out of a tough heat and conditions, really, that, well, they changed in front of his eyes pretty much as he was paddling out. He had a shift. It was good enough to adjust to that. The number of his last wave, it will be a decent throwaway, 5.87. It won't affect anything. Meanwhile, Samuel Pupo, he's got a 7 locked in already. And that's much better stuff from him as well. Nice and agile and athletic, sprightly on his feet, and nimble too. He'll get a finish. So some quality going down in that heat between him and Kanoa Igarashi. Official results for Leo, heat 11. Got it done. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. Kayo Abelli, unfortunately, will bow out. We'll see him at Bell's. Time for a bonsai brew break. And when we come back refreshed from that, we'll bring in Joe, we'll bring in Jesse, we'll bring in a world champion as well. Caroline Marks is coming into the host set. Don't go away.
So congratulations to another Fioravanti, the winner of the heat. Kayo Abelli, Jordy, and Matson for the top of the race for the World Series Cup. Now, with your 13 in red, USA, with Christian Colapinto, in white, Hawaii, and with the airline Panama. In center of batteria number 3, Victor Vermelho, Pedro Vermelho está dentro de Colapinto, Vermelho branco, e dentro de Colapinto, simplesmente foi from USA, Victor Vermelho branco com o Havaiano, airline Panama. Pronto, estamos sem break. Felizmente, ainda tem o mando aqui em cima a fazer o trabalho. E, como não temos que cumprir as regras da natureza, eu vou sair um bocadinho. E muito obrigado, Bruno. Volta. I'm going to leave it for a while. Obviously, now I use the good hand with Bruno, but I'll be coming back in just a few.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
What an exciting day for pro surfing here in the round of 32. It's been a lot of action, a lot of big airs, barrels, basically everything you hope for when you come to Super Tubos, and things just get better in the booth. Reigning world champion Caroline Marks joins myself and Jesse Mendez for the call. Caroline, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. This is fun.
You're coming down for a surf anyway, right? So
yeah, it worked out good. The waves are really nice today, so gonna just delayed my surf a little bit, but this will be a fun heat to announce. Two people I know pretty well, so it'll be cool.
Gosh, and also yesterday coming off a super heat. That heat was so fun to watch with yourself and Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, it was crazy. We both were just kind of going like back and forth, and I had a feeling that was going to be like a really hard heat, and I think both of our strengths is our backhand, and we were just sitting in the right spot, and the waves were providing. It was a lot of fun. I really enjoy heats like that, so that one felt good.
There's heats where you just look forward to on tour, where you see two people's strengths and you want to put them in certain type of conditions. That was kind of one of those days, bringing out the best from yourself and also the rookie Sawyer Lindblad, as Caroline's in the quarterfinals already. Joining us to break down the action, Griffin Colapinto taking on Eli Hanneman. That one just getting started. And Kanoa Igarashi and Samuel Pupo will be the priority heat for 15:45 to go. Griffin, Eli, this matchup definitely popped when we looked up the heat draw today, Jesse.
Yeah, I think that was actually Strider's pick for the heat to watch for today, and it's going to be a big one. I hope they are able to find a bunch of sections and big ones so they can actually go to the air.
Already getting things started. Griffin Colapinto down carve, picks the rail back up into a fin drift that leaves him out the back, so already kicking out of his first wave. We noticed Griffin Colapinto kind of packed up, went behind the scaffolding on those sand dunes back there, and just had some headphones on. The hands went out, went to a deep place of meditation right before this matchup. He's been really relying on that really calm, quiet headspace of self-belief before he paddles out to his big matchups. Really cool to see him take that to another level this year, Caroline.
Yeah, absolutely. Griffin, it seemed like last year he really started to really get into all that stuff, and he just seems really locked in. It's pretty cool and inspiring. I definitely want to get more locked in like Griffin, so he's super into it. But yeah, I mean, obviously different things work for different people, and Griffin found what works for him, and so that's what's really cool. And yeah, obviously it's been working. He looked really good on that first wave. It was unfortunate it kind of went fat, but it was a nice first turn.
Now watching setup work from the Maui boy, Eli Hanneman. Nice foam climb punch right there. Put a little extra on it, but just one move, kind of a warm-up wave for himself as well as he's getting started. Coach Tommy Whitaker looking on. Coaching Griff, coaching Cros. Crosby looked great this morning. Getting a big heat win to move into the round of 16. But it was pretty cool, Caroline, when you won your world title. There's all the energy as well for Griffin Colapinto, the hometown hero, the sea of red shirts that were at Lower Trestles there. And I know you guys see each other a lot at Lowers all the time, and I know you're kind of feeding off that energy as well. We'll get there in a moment because we've got a nice running section laying into it and incomplete. Kanoa Igarashi's had a couple of falls in this one, Jesse.
Yeah, and I mean, they're going big. You kind of have to when you're going against Samuel. Samuel's, it's so lethal in those conditions. He started with that 7-point ride with a huge layback to finish, and he backed it up just now at a 5.6. So they kind of have the heat settled already, and that wave was kind of a closeout, so he had to go big in order to get that score with only one turn. And it's a rematch from last year, so this is exciting.
Ah, really exciting. Samuel Pupo started with the 7. Kanoa's best, a 6.77, so a really close battle with 12:55 on the clock. But I was thinking about the energy you felt at Lowers, but also take us deeper into You know what? We might not tell stories anymore. There's so much action. This was that wave from Kanoa, Caroline.
Yeah, that was kind of just a one-turn wave. It's funny, that's Havana, his girlfriend on the screen. We were talking about the heat just before they paddled out, and she was telling me it was a rematch, and she was telling me that Kanoa was winning the whole heat, and then Sammy won in the last couple minutes. So I think this is a obviously, I think Kanoa would be thinking about that, and he'd probably really want to win this heat. But this is a really good matchup. They're both really good in waves like this, so it's already fun to watch, but I'm excited to see this next 12 minutes.
And it's impressive to see that she noticed that, Kanoa's girlfriend noticed that. So no matter how much you try to get it off your head, those things are always creeping in. It's the matter of how you react to it, you know, like it's a reality. Like Samuel turned the heat over in the last minute last time. You just gotta focus on this next one. It's gonna creep in at some moment in the heat, but you just gotta keep the positive mind and go through it and capitalize, turn into good energy.
Well, you always wonder if there's something in your mind when you talk about a rivalry or a previous heat that didn't go your way, and I love that the camp was thinking about it, remembering what happened last year to maybe build the fire for Kanoa Igarashi. How about this one stretching out quickly for Sammy Pupo, waiting for the ramp to show up, an aggressive backside air rotation, and just went down.
That was very close. Just beautiful approach from him right there, right on top of the board. He was very stable. The only issue was as he was landing, all the water, what it does, it usually breaks and comes back up. And when he was landing on top of his board, the wave, the water was coming back up, and he just kind of came unglued. It's a lot of power and a lot of water moving. As you see it right here, just very calm approach, beautiful technique, rotating all the way around. See, like he's so stable on top of his board, and right there, you see the water coming up and just buckled him off.
Close one there for Sammy Pupo, who's already turned in some really exciting moments in his career, finishing a runner-up to Felipe Toledo in Rio, came close to a major championship tour win, then went through the tough part of falling off tour last year, went back to the Challenger Series, won Snapper, and then it was so stressful. He couldn't make a heat after that, after such a big result to start, and it came down to Sakurima and officially got his spot back on tour. Still in the lead over Kanoa Igarashi at the moment. Pretty fun, Caroline, for you anticipating, you know, finals day, knowing that you're in the quarters, a place that you've had a lot of success as a past champion here in Peniche, but also just kind of putting together some really fun heats, you know, post your world title and in a great place so far in your world title defense.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's funny. I was talking to Luke, my coach, about this yesterday, but I've been in the finals days like this year, every event, but I feel like I haven't quite performed the way I wanted, and I've had like tricky heats with waves and stuff, but yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Obviously, we're relying on Mother Nature and stuff, so I think yesterday the heat felt so good because I was like finally able to like perform the way I wanted to, and yeah, I mean, that's obviously what you want to do. Everyone's so good, and it's so gnarly and so hard, so it just felt good to kind of put some really good scores up and get some opportunity, and this is a nice wave from Kanoa.
Kanoa putting this one together, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a beautiful combo, three-piece right there, just finish it off strong. I think just what he needed on that wave, like first nice carve, a lot of drive, a lot of power, and then second turn kind of setting up for a big closeout, so good surfing for him right there.
Well done. Igarashi always really smooth and kind of feeling like this would probably be his second home. Just about 40 minutes to get to his house in Irasira as we look at this one setting up. Nice fun looking left and digging in is Griff. Nice through the lip. It's getting a little bit full on this inside corner, but Griffin's going to hang in there. Now starting to bowl up on the inside track, managing his speed well, and a little tail slide and rides his way through. Almost remind me of a little Mason Ho kick out there at the hands. Griffin's looking like he's in form, and non-priority heat, not bad, just to keep the flow going there, Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. Griffin surfed that wave really well. How fun did that left look, Jesse?
It's so fun.
Mind surfing those waves. Yeah, he had really nice flow through the whole wave, and like you said, with the overlapping heats, when you don't have priority, it's nice to get a score in that non-priority heat, and yeah, he just did that there, so that was really nice, and it's nice that it gave him that like nice end section, and he kicked the tail, and yeah, it should be a good score.
Nice work for Griffin all the way through, and then a little drift at the end to finish things off. That'll go with his 3.0
as he's in the non-priority heat, just getting started with Eli Hanneman. Let's catch up with Leo Fioravanti with AJ.
Leo, congratulations. I know that was a really scrappy heat that you had to just win. You know these tides in Europe as well as anybody. How did you navigate them?
I think, like you said, I grew up on these tides here in France. It's crazy tides, so I've been used to it my whole life. I knew it was going to change a lot, so I was ready for that. And even though it was a bit slow, I trusted where I was, and I just believed that waves would come. I was all the way down there, and I'm stoked that I got a couple good waves.
As you should be. A huge crowd here on the beach for you, but I know you have a lot of fans watching at home as well. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, it's so cool how many Italians, Europeans are here supporting me, and thank you guys for coming down the beach. E grazie a tutti per il tifo. Un abbraccio forte, ci siamo. Credo un'altra hit oggi pomeriggio, quindi dai.
Always great to hear from Leo Fioravanti in his happy place at Super Tubos ever since he won a Grom Search event here back in the day. So a lot of reps and all different types of conditions at this venue. He moves on to the round of 16 to surf again today. Caroline, it's really cool in the last few years how we've got the same events for men and women from start to finish, with Griffin up and out. Equal prize money as well, which I was reminded when you're here of winning that first event where he took the big prize check and went on to be really excited in the world title race. I was thinking about getting to surf with men and women. On the men's tour, is there anyone that gives you a lot of advice or that really inspires you a lot?
Yeah, I think obviously everyone has kind of their own crew that they hang with, and I feel like I obviously am around the San Clemente guys the most, just living there now and stuff. So Cole, oh my gosh, that was insane.
That was insane.
Eli going for a big air.
I was saying that like Cole Hauschman is now working with my coach Luke Egan, so that's been really fun to kind of feed off him, and he's also one of my favorite surfers on the tour. He's just kind of has a lot of power and is another goofy foot as well. So I'd say, yeah, I guess I'd take a lot of inspiration from all the guys in San Clemente and stuff. That would have been crazy if we had made that.
Look at that launch into the flats from Eli, Jesse.
Man, it's just, I guess, the momentum he was carrying throughout that turn. You need so much momentum that sometimes when you just land on a flat section, you just don't have enough transition to keep you moving. And that's what happened right there. As soon as he landed, the board stops and your body is just going full speed. And I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. It's just the toughest landing you can ask for.
Just kind of reminded me how he started off the final at the U.S. Open. Bigger section here at Super Tubos and a radical end section in the flats he was trying to land in. But he did that big full road against Griffin's younger brother, Crosby. Started with the 9, and that carried him all the way to the win. A huge moment for Eli, representing Maui, who's been attached to that San Clemente crew and had a lot of success, even helped Cade Matson qualify at Saquarema at the last part of the season in the Challenger Series. Kanoa down to 4:19 on the clock. And remember, we saw that right run through. 6-2-3. Jesse, he did get the lead change over Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, I expected him to get the lead change, no doubt. That was solid surfing. It was a great wave. It wasn't a set, but still, he put it on Rayo. He was pretty clean throughout the whole wave and kept the speed. And it's 4 minutes left. Sammy has priority. He doesn't need much. A 6-point ride today. We've seen a lot of those. So obviously now with the tide getting a little higher, there's been a little bit less of opportunities. But Sammy has that in the same way Kanoa has in the back of his mind that they had a rematch here. Sammy knows that he beat him before in a buzzer beater about a year ago. So he's soaking all his energy into that.
I just love how they remember that and bring it into their next heat. Caroline, do you have those moments where you're like, oh, this person got me last time, it's not happening again?
Yeah, it's funny when we were talking about the Kanoa Sammy heat from last year, and it kind of, like Jesse was saying, you don't really forget about it. I actually, last year when I was in the final with Molly at Sunset, I lost needing a 3 for like 20 minutes. I couldn't find a 3, and I just couldn't get over that one. And I had a few heats later on that year that I needed to score at the end, and I was like, okay, like I'm gonna get it. Like you just have that extra motivation. So even though it stings so much in the moment, sometimes it's like, it's good. You know, you remember those things, and that's what it's all about. We love it.
Yeah. I mean, I was telling you at the start how I'm loving your form coming into this year, but how are you feeling about your performances so far? Hang on a second. Eli's going to roll in and just up and out. But yeah, how are you feeling into stop 3? Having a good time?
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. I definitely came into this year with some confidence, which was nice. And Portugal's one of my favorite events on tour. I think just the beach breaks and stuff, I feel pretty comfortable. But yeah, like I was saying, in Hawaii, I guess I didn't really perform the way I wanted. I kind of just feel like I wasn't quite really in rhythm with waves and stuff. But yeah, that's why the heat yesterday kind of felt really nice. And hopefully I can just keep pushing the performance of my surfing and stuff and get good waves. And Sammy's on a good left right now, and he's a 6. Ooh.
Oh, just slipped off, and he's so good at staying on his board. He rode away for a moment there, upside down. Tough one for Sammy as he's still chasing a 6.0, and if he had connection with his board on that, that's easily the score. A minute 45 to go in this rematch from last season. Kanoa trying to get Sammy Pupo back as we check out this last attempt again, Jesse.
Yeah, just the wind didn't cooperate with him so much right there. Usually this wind helps you out, but if your foot's not on the right place on the board, it's just going to get your board a little bit out of the position he wanted to be in right there. That's what happened. It got him stuck with the board like on his back area, and yeah, that's not ideal for Landon.
Down to a minute 20 on the clock. This is Eli in the non-priority heat. Nice full wrap, really solid above the lip, and he'll just crush it with a turn and an awkward fall again. So just coming unglued on the finish. He has a 2 and a 1 so far. Griffin has a 3 and a 5.33, so a little bit slow in the first half of their heat. As Kanoa and Sammy are starting to run out of time. Pupo doesn't have priority, as we'll see what happened to Eli here, Caroline.
Yeah, he started off with a nice wrap, and then if he would have made this turn, he probably would have been similar score to Griffin and just had him like right in the heat. But yeah, unfortunately, just kind of got bucked off the last section. Yeah, goes Griffin, I think. That's right.
Yeah, Colapinto, tail high reverse, and he will right away. A tough one there with the section exploding underneath him, but he found some space to stay nice and low. Kate kind of imitating that right away motion from Griffin. Great execution to get rid of a 3-point ride.
Impressive from him right there, and also just how he's able to identify, and he kind of early grabbed that way, that air right there. You see he starts already very early with the grab just because the wind's blowing into the left, so it's kind of pushing the board away if you're trying to do an air on the right, and the landing was so critical. You see it disappears. It's kind of a similar landing that Samuel had on the left a few waves ago. As you see it right here, as he's landing, the wave is coming up on him, and he disappears. Seems like he's not going to land it, but he just comes out clean. That has to be close to an excellent score.
Well done for Griffin Colapinto, pulling off a huge punt right there and a critical landing. We've run out of time in the heat with Kanoa and Sammy Pupo, and Kanoa comes through in the rematch, gets him back from last season, 13-point total to move on into the round of 16, and that was incredibly close. That might be one of those little underground rivalries starting to emerge on tour, Caroline.
Yeah, for sure. That probably felt really good for Kanoa to get the jump on that one. Yeah, they both surfed really well in that heat, and yeah, I'm sure they'll have a lot more matchups in the future for sure.
Last score for Eli, 197, fell on the finish. Last for Colapinto, like you're expecting, an excellent number, Jesse, 8-point ride.
Yeah, those ones are almost easy to identify. That was a special turn. Like that was a big section. The moment that we have right now in the ocean, there's not many critical sections because there's a lot of water already in the bank, so the wave's starting to be a little longer, but not as critical. So that section was very critical, and he went as big as he could.
So Kanoa moving on into the round of 16. He will be surfing again today, so a quick turnaround for Igarashi. Coming up next, we'll bring in Jacob Wilcox and Imai Kalani DeVault and continue our conversation with Caroline Marks.
Para uma manobra final. E está ela. Algum interesse ali por parte do Victor, que arranca para onde? Sem manobra. Então, já está o Victor. There's already a red white flag to the line, so we can just taking a look at that one.
Did you know that Peniche was an island?
It's my perfect place to be because it's where I can actually find a balance of everything. My family's from here. Peniche was an island, but was really close to this continental coast. And with the time, the currents, the rip currents, and the tides, the sand kind of like got stuck in one place. That's why it's called a peninsula. And actually, the dunes are getting bigger and bigger, so it's good for everything ecological to protect the coastlines from the big waves, from the storms. We cannot mess it up. We want this for the next generations, so we should protect it.
We're always so lucky to travel these beautiful locations, and a really cool one to check out is Peniche here in Portugal, about an hour drive from the airport in Lisbon. And you'll find this really cool peninsula, the waves all around it. If it's onshore here at Supertubos, just go to the other side and you could find some great conditions as we start heat number 14 of the round of 32. Rookie Jacob Wilcox from Western Australia taking on Maui boy Imai Kalani DeVault for a spot into the round of 16. Here we go with Wilcox, and he'll just get stuck on his warm-up. Griffin Colapinto still out in front with that 8-point ride over Eli Hanneman, and still enjoying our hang time with reigning world champ Caroline Marks. Caroline, when we kind of come off that piece showing the really cool parts of Peniche, makes me think of how focused you have to be to win events, you know, to be a top athlete and a world champion. But do you allow yourself to kind of play tourist here and there and check out the sights around the world?
Yeah, for sure. It's funny. I feel like my first couple years on tour, I didn't even care to do anything like that. I was just so like all about surfing and so focused on my heats. And now that I've been to places a couple times, I definitely like to explore and like be a little bit of a tourist. And you know, we've had a few days off, so I checked out Lisbon the other day, which was really cool. And so I guess it just kind of depends on like the waiting period and stuff and how that works out. But of course, you know, the Kaunas is the priority, but I think you can get away with doing it all. So
that's the beauty, kind of managing the waiting period, your energy, making sure you're ready to compete, which could be tomorrow for the quarterfinals. As we see an opportunity set up now for Griffin with priority. Now setting up his first turn, he throws the tail high and going for broke on that section. He might have seen that left kind of going flat, so he wanted to really capitalize on something really radical there.
Yes, and just identifying that was very smart of him, because you can see it on the screen right there. The wave is going completely flat, and that's all because right in front, they're surfing basically right in front of us. And this left right here, as you see it right there, just tough landing for him. He was going into the flats, like his face was still facing like the back, so he couldn't really see the landing. And just all the water is coming out right here. So what that does, it digs kind of a hole, and the left, when the tide comes in, it just gets kind of into deep water.
We saw a good example of that right there. Griffin trying to capitalize on that first section. Finished third in the world last year. His best result to date on the championship tour. Had all the hopes in the world to try to clinch a world title on his home break. Then ended up having surgery. Worked out his hips and his body and had some time out of the water for actually a very long time. And that's when he actually took off to Orlando, Florida, and did a pretty intensive meditation practice with his younger brother Crosby, Jet Schilling, Seth Moniz, and a few others. Here's Griff again rolling in on the left. Wrapping turn, there's that fullness on the higher tide. What are his options now, Caroline? You think with that staying really full, does he just have to capitalize on the pocket when he can?
Yeah, for sure. I think obviously we saw him get an excellent score for one maneuver. That was a really impressive maneuver, and that's what's Griffin has that X factor in his surfing. And so, you know, if he finds another section like that, and you know, he'll have 2 excellent scores and he'll be well in the lead. And Eli unfortunately hasn't really gotten started in this heat, so I think Griffin's just really trying to work on bettering that backup score.
So 12:25 on the clock with Griff and Eli. Last heat in the rematch from last year with Kanoa and Sammy. Kanoa got the win, and Kanoa's with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Kanoa, what's it feel like just clawing back in a heat like that, you know, having to come back from behind?
Last year in the same round, I had Sammy as well. And I had 14 points before he had, I think, over like a 4. And he clawed back and got me. So I knew, you know, I knew it's possible out there. He showed it last year, you know, and it's just, you know, I got both of my waves without priority. And it's just one of those days where priority is kind of out the window and you just got to pick your waves.
What did your coach, Jake, tell you on the download after the heat?
He kind of scolded me, honestly. He told me that I can't have any more heats like that. And I agree with him. I was a little bit sloppy and I was not as sharp as I wanted to be, but I think I barely got the job done, which I'm really happy about. I think those are the heats that you just kind of have to scrape by, and then hopefully I can have a little bit more, I guess, enjoyable heat in the next one.
Round of 16, you're up against a childhood friend, Leo Fioravanti. Your thoughts on the matchup?
Yeah, I feel like we have a lot of heats together nowadays. I mean, as if it wasn't enough when we were juniors, but this is, I guess, where it really counts. But yeah, I'm really excited. He's really good in these conditions in beach breaks, so I'm gonna have to really lock in here and make sure I don't give him too much space.
One last shout out to your friends in Japan, your friends back at home.
Yes, what's up, everybody? It's probably right around midday, I think, in Cali right now, so it's a good time for everyone to be watching. Big shout out to everyone from in Huntington. そうですね、あとみんな日本のファンもいつも応援ありがとうございます。また今日もまた毎回難しいヒートっていうけども、本当にもう CT のレベルはもう本当にもうタフなヒートばっかりなので、もうあんまり点数が最初の方出せれなくてちょっと焦ったけど、でもその中で一応リラックスして一本一本の波に集中してどうにかできたので、また次も頑張ります。
See you in round 16.
Thank you. See you guys.
Well done to Kanoa Igarashi, a global sensation, big in Huntington Beach, all around the world, and really big in Japan. If you're driving around in Japan and Tokyo, you'll see him on billboards. As we have Griffin on the left again, it's staying really full, so he's got to kick out. But yeah, loving that matchup, Kanoa, Leo once again. And it's really cool that Stephen Bell's here, you know, because he was the one bringing them both around the world back when they were about 10, 11, 12 to all the world-class venues, even here at Super Tubos. So they've got a lot of memories to float back on from those early matchups through the junior series.
I mean, they probably had more matches with each other than they had with anyone on tour, so it's going to be a fun one to watch.
Now seeing a bottom turn up and out from Imai, who had a great start to the year at Pipeline, but was devastated when the foam ball picked him up and knocked him out of getting a 10-point ride. Lost to Ian Gentile, but started with a quarterfinal, so much better connection with the results to kick off this season on the championship tour. It's got to feel good that he's got Eli in the water too in opposite heats. As Hanneman chips in to this left, can he get there early for a nice solid section? Quick snap. It's starting to run out of room on that full open face. So you can see the challenge there to try to get there quickly, but Eli's hanging in there. He might have something on the beach for us. He'll just try to force the rotator before hitting the sand. These two probably dreamed of this matchup through the offseason. Eli's just could be moments away, one section away from really getting back in this heat. As we look at Griff now, snap and little fin ditch. Roundhouse cutback through the full part of the wave. Keeps control tight in the pocket. Now springs into an end section that he earned. Well done for Griffin, and everyone's loving it. His coach, looks like Kate Matson right there as well. Kraz stoked on that one, and he'll be getting a nice number to go with that 8-point ride in just a moment. Caroline, nice effort for Griff, and really cool that he got that bonus finishing section.
Yeah, for sure. He started strong and finished strong, so definitely will be for sure in his top 2, and that was probably exactly what he was looking for, so that was really, really well done by Griffin.
I know you're going down for a surf today, but it's probably also homework and studying with the tides and what the waves look like for game day potentially tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. No, it's really good to watch what the guys do out here, and obviously in Europe the tides are so extreme, so it's good to see when it's low, when it's high, and all these things, and see how they kind of approach it. So definitely doing some homework today.
Also, a lot of big news from the round of 16 yesterday as we watch this last at Griffin one more time, Jesse.
That was, I thought it was so impressive how he was able to actually like hit that first section, kind of give it a second and then release the board. Like, it just shows how much control he is on top of the board, and just matching the speed of the wave. The wave really slowed down right now with the higher tide, and he's just in the perfect rhythm. She looks great.
And then getting this score, Imai, his 4.17 on his opener, Caroline.
Yeah, this wave, kind of a hard wave to surf. He did well in the beginning, and we've kind of seen a lot of these lefts go into deep water, so he's just kind of sticking with it, non-priority heat, and getting a score on the board, so that'll feel good for Imai.
It's all about adapting to the changing tides when you come to Europe. When we had CTs in France to Portugal, it can be almost look like a completely different playing field. There's famous 6-hour holds at times in France when it'd be 6 foot and firing, and then the tide changes and it looks like it was completely flat, and you'd wait around all day and then turn the contest back on. As we're loving that we're still running through the high tide. Full rotation for Eli. Incredibly close to pulling off a massive air. That definitely would have broke the combination, Caroline.
Yeah, this heat's crazy, because if Eli would have made both those airs, he could have had just, I mean, the first one maybe would have been a 10. It was so crazy. That was incredible. It's like he could have had 2 excellent scores, but incomplete, so he doesn't really have much, but he's definitely really close to having a really big score for sure.
With his ability to pull those off, what's going on for Eli? How hard is it to land those airs at the moment, Jesse?
I mean, it's just sometimes the section doesn't really, it's just a luck. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and it's not happening for him right there. Like, he did everything perfect once again. As he was landing, just kind of got buckled, like a little something hit him right there and just threw him off. Like, those maneuvers just need so much effort from you and so much momentum that anything that touches you could buckle you off. Like, it's that hard to do it, and that's why they get rewarded so well when they land it.
World number 1, John Florence, preparing for the round of 16. They'll have another match with Jake Marshall. They've had some fun heats over the years. Also a former champ out here in 2016. All eyes on world number 1, which was kind of what I was bringing up earlier. A lot of big news in the round of 16 over at the Jetty, with Molly Picklum going down in that round. Also Katie Simmers going down as a competitor, as a reigning world champ, where you sit on the rankings, Caroline. Are you feeling that door kind of opening a bit?
Yeah, for sure. I think regardless of that, it's such a long year and so much can happen and so much change can happen. But yeah, of course, when you see people ahead of you, like, lose out and stuff, it definitely, that door opens for sure. But I guess I'm not really too focused on what anyone else is doing. I'm more just like, okay, this is a long year and there's a lot of work to be done. But yeah, definitely a big opportunity with them out of the contest for sure.
It just shows you how many contenders there are these days on tour, and to win a world title in this era is so meaningful, as we keep talking about this game-changing moment of what's happening on the top 17. It's been so exciting to watch.
It's super fun to watch all the women's side too. It's just been very competitive. We're gonna have a new winner of the year, right? Like, everyone that won the previous events have lost already, and Jacob up and riding.
Will Cox getting some speed on this left. Multiple time wild card. It all kicked off for him at 16 here in Peniche when he rerounded the world title race. He just had one thought in his head as a 16-year-old: get barreled, and it was nice and hollow that day. He was pretty skinny back then and light, and you could tell he didn't have a care in the world, and now he's just bigger, stronger, And he's learned so much, especially from those serious ups and downs in pro surfing, getting close to qualifying a few times. But he's in a great place in his career. 4.83 for his start, 2.33 on his last. Still wide open in the matchup with Imai Kalani-Deval. Down to 2:45 to go, and though in this much anticipated heat with Griffin and Eli. For Colapinto, he's just outside the top 10. I think this is where we really feel the pressure for surfers really trying to make the midseason cut. Eli and all the rookies going through it for the first time, Caroline. You know how dramatic that will be at Margaret River when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely adds a lot of pressure, and obviously when you're a rookie, you come up against a lot of high seeds. As you see Eli coming up against Griffin. Griffin finished 3rd last year, so it's definitely a really tough thing to make. I think no matter what position you're in, it's definitely, everyone's just so good now and it's so competitive, so definitely going to be a lot of pressure on the rookies for the next couple events.
Eli Hanneman sitting 26th in the world at the moment. You've got to be in the top 22 to surf the entire year and try to compete for a spot in the WSL Final 5. The big mover will also be Gabriel Medina, who looked really solid today. Medina 26th in the world, so yeah, things are going to be shuffling quickly here at stop number 3 of the year, just with one throwaway result to get past the midseason cut. Minute 30, Eli with priority, and has he run out of time, Jesse, needing 2 new waves?
Yeah, it's looking very tough for him right now with 1 minute and 30. Like for him to get a wave, come back, and have Griffin have a mistake, and then him capitalizing on the wave after. It's not doesn't look promising for him, but maybe just for him to finish with a strong approach, that would be nice for him to carry on that momentum into bells.
Yeah, tough. You're going to see Eli under a lot of pressure with really looking at 2 events left to try to move up above the top 22. I mean, the thing is, for you, Caroline, you got an instant connection with bells. Some surfers really do. And there's him being from Hawaii. He could be one of those stories that fits right into the mix at Bells Beach this year. Yeah, for sure. I think him being on his forehand, he's obviously got that nice wrap and surfs a lot of right points. So I think he can definitely do super well there. And I hope he does. Eli's such a great surfer and a great person. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, he puts in so much hard work. I think his last post after sunset, he was just saying, hey, my time will come. You know, you put so much hard work into this game, and when you don't get the result you're hoping for, it can be really tough to move on to the next one. I love that Cade Matson's here, had a loss this morning to John, but that's been the secret to these guys' success, just backing each other, showing support, feeding off that energy. And Griffin Colapinto will take the match against Eli Hanneman and move on to the round of 16. Griff will surf again today. Eli will prepare for bells, and we'll expect big things out of him. Cade happy with Griff's performance. Cade, another surfer to watch to make it past the cut. He'll be under pressure with Eli as well as we head to Bells and Margaret River. Wilcox kicking out. He'll have the priority heat with Imai, and we'll continue on with action and bring in Callum Robson and Rio Waida. How quickly does this format go in waves like this? We've seen so much action today. Definitely one of my favorite days of the year. Caroline, I can't thank you enough for joining us on your way to a free surf. Please come in as much as you want this year. That's what world champs get to do. Anytime. Open the door and let's chat.
Thanks for having me. That was fun.
And we could still do our one-on-one at some point. Yeah. We're supposed to do your world title interview.
It's a little delayed, but we'll get there.
We'll get there.
We got the whole year.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. Caroline moving on to the quarterfinals potentially tomorrow if it is finals day, as we continue on with the round of 32 here in Peniche. Stay tuned, more action to come with Callum Robson and Rio Waida just getting started for a shot at the round of 16. We'll be right back.
So blue still in the lead, and blue-white Jimakalon is still second and chasing 3 points to take the lead. On the blue lead, Santo now 18 minutes, 20 seconds. That's the priority hit now, the blue one.
Portugal's an amazing country, has so much great history. The culture is incredible, and there's great waves up and down the coast. One of our favorite stops on tour as we continue on with the round of 32. We've got Callum Robson taking on Rio Waida. Caltex getting down to the inside section, and we'll throw a nice backhand hack to finish. The hero from last year getting a 10-point ride on a wild barrel. Dark, things spit. It was thick and gnarly that day, and oh, it was such a beauty. Can't get enough of it. It's just been on replay on worldsurfleague.com. I've watched it about 20 times this morning, and I'm sure just a pinnacle moment for Callum Robson in his career. Well, he'll have to probably get the job done in a different way on this higher tide. Let's break it down, though. Callum versus Rio. What are you seeing there, Jesse?
I mean, a lot of contrast in that heat, actually. Callum just stalked, like, big guy, very solid on his foot, he's going to throw buckets, and Rio just kind of the opposite, like on the smaller side, but very dynamic, very agile, progressive, so it's going to be a good mix. Let's see. But, like, the way the conditions are right now, like, we're with a pretty high tide, it's kind of slow. It's really going to be up to who selects those waves better. Like, it's going to make a lot of difference.
Callum versus Rio just getting started. A fun one to break down. Rio Waida actually has just been doing a lot of work on his surfboards with Sharp Eye. He kind of refined the nose of his board, kind of that front part of his board, refined it in a bit, and got those sent here straight to Portugal. Hadn't ridden them yet, but made those adjustments, and he looks amazing. Looked really good on him yesterday in the free surf, so an adjustment on the fly. You know, it's stop number 3 of this year. Sometimes you got to rethink your program while you're in the middle of competing on tour. As we go back to Callum's start.
Yeah, nice first start, and then just to wrap, wave kind of growing on the inside, and as I mentioned, he's just going to be solid on his foot. Like, he's going to get the work done. Right here, the wave got so tall for, like, being pretty much on the sand right there and just attacking the lip very strongly. Had a lot of intensity on that section right there, and just coming out clean. Great wave.
More waves on the way here, and rolling in, we've got a fun-looking right setting up for Rio Waida. Chips that section, little lean back, good for one move, and Rio's on the board. Score for Callum coming in at a 5.67, so things just getting started. Let's catch up with Griffin with Kayo.
Thank you, Joe. Griff, you went excellent out there. 8-point ride. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, the start of the heat was really slow, and Eli and I were kind of like, it was this weird kind of like following each other around, but then like get away from each other, and then I kind of realized that I was almost getting sucked into his game plan at the start, and I was kind of like confused on what to do, and then I just realized, like, no, just like stick to your game plan, go, just get a score. And then I started with the 5, and that gave me like nice little momentum build, and I was like, okay, now next wave I get, just go for it. And then the 8 I got was just like, looked like a straight closeout, and it was, but I was just kind of, for a second, I almost didn't go, and then I was just like, oh, I'm going. And then luckily I got the grab because the wind's kind of going against it, so it's hard for those airs. That's why I was so psyched when I landed it.
Yeah, we were psyched for you. You talked about Eli. I mean, he's adopted part of your crew. You know, what is it like to have to surf a heat against a good friend?
Yeah, another one. I had Kate at Sunset, now Eli here. It was pretty challenging, but I mean, frick, we're living the dream doing this, and yeah, I'm sure we'll be doing it for a long time. And whether you guys fall off and get back on, like, doesn't really matter. We're all frickin' doing the thing we love, so it's all good.
One last question for you. You've won this before. Can you win this again?
Yes.
That was a quick answer. I like it. Griffin Colapinto coming out into the round of 16.
There we go. Feeling the confidence. Thanks, Kayo. Griffin going deep against another good friend, Eli Hanneman. And sometimes, yeah, it could be awkward. Your best friends, all of a sudden you're on tour, especially with different goals on the line for each of them, how important every heat win is. But also it could be awkward for the parents as well. There's a gym in San Clemente called Lifetime, and a lot of these parents of the kids in San Clemente have memberships there. So, you know, the Cade and Griffin heat at sunset. Next thing you know, Camille, Griffin's mom's working out, then Rick Matson walks in. They're almost like, do we talk about this heat coming up? And yeah, it's a friendly fire, but obviously there's so much more into it with all this on the line as we see Imai coming through. The big finishing move on that section. And then back to Rio's wave as well.
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. See how dynamic Rio's turns look. He accelerates throughout the turns. Obviously, on the powerful side, he's going to be with less power than Callum because he's such a much bigger guy. But that was a great wave for Imai as well that we just saw right there. That was a very good finish.
Imai looking so strong and powerful on his comeback run to the top 34. Already had a lap as a rookie a couple of years back and has been really focused. He started riding a little bit more length to kick off the season. He found a magic 6.3 that felt really good. That seemed to be a bit of a trend to kick off the year. And working closely with Channel Island Surfboards once again. So Imai 6.93, 4.17 start, building to an 11.10 total. Wilcox with priority now needs a 6.28.
It was a very slow heat so far. Like obviously Imai now getting that wave that give him the opportunity to unleash a very strong turn to finish and getting that higher score. But so far before that, both of them with a pair of fours. Even the other heat already had better scores than them. That's just kind of how it rolls. Sometimes your heat kind of goes slow for a bit and starting to warm up now. Hope they have a few more opportunities. Looks like someone's paddling. Jacob, maybe?
Jacob Wilcox rolling in now, stepping on the gas. Couple of driving pumps. Now hard off the bottom. Fin throw in the closeout section, and he can't hang on. So sometimes just one big hack could get you a big score. That's what he was going for. Instead of a big air, he just wanted to lay down some power. Couldn't pull it off, but still 10:15 to go.
Yeah, have him land that. That was going to be very close to Imai's best score. That was very critical turn, but kind of happened the same thing that happened with Samuel. I think Eli had it also in the air. As he was landing on the turn, just the wave was coming back up against him and just buckled him off.
So Jacob Wilcox trying to make a big impression as a rookie this year. Over 10 wild card opportunities before officially qualifying this year. Same age as Jack Robinson. Good friends, and it's kind of rad. It's always been regular versus goofy. Both have similar strengths, especially in heavy water. As we see the windup for the fin throw, Imai ends up rotating away. And now Rio Waida from Indonesia. Throwing down a clean top turn. He's getting more of a section here and sets it up well for a clean finish. So yeah, the update on the Sharp Eye is looking smooth in these higher tide conditions as well.
Yeah, he's looking good. Nice way to finish right there. A lot of very dynamic, and it was, yeah, great finish for him. Now going to paddle back out. The good thing about with all this water now, it makes it so much easier for you to paddle back out.
One more look here, Jesse.
Yeah, let's see how this wave started. Started kind of with the cuddy, the wave a little bit flatter. Right here is where we saw it, like, nice wrap, made the most of that section, and right here just where he finished it very strong. A lot of power through the back foot, pushing it as much as he could basically on that section. Good effort for him.
Rio Waida getting a spot for himself in the Olympic Games through some hard work in Puerto Rico. He said he was really proud of himself, and you got to honor that in moments because it's such a busy year. Before you know it, you're starting from scratch at another event. Getting clipped on the first section is Imai. But I was talking to Glenn Hall, who's working with Rio this year, and he said it's really like a coach's dream. He feels like it's a gift to work with someone like Rio, how polite he is, how attentive he is, how much he absorbs when they work on things in between heats. I think Crow, or Micro, feels like the lucky one, which is really cool from a coaching standpoint. Just looking forward to every time they meet up to work on pro surfing.
Yeah, I mean, I never was a coach, but I guess if you could expect from your student to be, it's just a good listener and try to absorb as much as you want to give it to him, because obviously Micro is there to help, and smart of him to be open because Micro has so much experience on tour himself and also as a coach on tour, and he turned out to have some great athletes, a lot of wins under his belt, and if Rio can take some advantage of that, that would be smart of him.
Yeah, I think definitely Micro's breakthrough moment globally as a coach was turning Wilco into a guy who's winning events and wearing the yellow jersey when he went back-to-back at first 2 stops of the season, a handful of years back. As we look at Callum, backhand snap, fading, hoping he gets a nice section here. He's earned this little bowling whitewater section. He'll fit in one more turn as he's still leading over Rio, but Rio's still waiting on a score. We'll give you that official update in just a moment as the judges are playing catch-up. Kayo has been a very busy man. He finds himself in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
All right, so I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with the world champ, Lucas Fink, world champ skimboarder. Thank you for joining me here, Lucas. Wow, I got so many things to talk to you about. First of all, you're the first non-American skimboard world champ. Congratulations. Are we expecting a Brazilian song? We've seen it in surfing. Are we expecting that to happen in skimboarding as well?
It's happening already for sure. It's not only in surfing, skating, skimboarding as well. We kind of have a new world order and Brazilians are taking over. Yeah, as you said, first world title, first ever non-American in 2019 and now 2024. 3 times world champion, going for the 4th, hopefully.
Going for the 4th, getting fueled right here. Speaking of getting fueled, towing, Nazare, no fins, just a skimboard. How do you do that?
No fins, no straps, just a lot of control and passion for my skimboard, yeah. That was a cool project we came up with. I gotta say, give a big shout out to my buddy Lucas Chumbo. He's my mentor in big waves, and yeah, we created a cool new segment in my career. Of course, inspired by Brad Domke, which was a pioneer of big wave skimboarding. But yeah, kind of took over the scene as well. Been riding some of the biggest waves of my life here in Portugal. It's my 3rd season, and yeah, this one was pretty good actually. Now just waited for the contest here in Peniche, and time to go back to Brazil soon.
Yeah, I like some favorites. Who are you watching here at the comp?
I'm a good friends with all the Brazilian crew, so I'm passionate about Brazil athletes, surfing, so I'm cheering for all of them. But me and Italo are good friends, and today I'm hoping he makes it to finals day. But all of those guys, we got Miguel here getting ready, we got Medina. I'm a fan of all those legends.
Awesome, I'm a fan of you, bro. Cheers.
Cheers.
Lucas Fink.
Thanks so much, Kayo and Lucas Fink. Lucas is a great follow. If you guys have social media, just at Lucas Fink, you could find some crazy clips of what he does in big waves on a skimboard. It's unbelievable. As we see a little backside hacking complete. And it probably influences champions like Tom Curran, who's been looking at skimboards a lot recently. Could learn a lot from those guys, what they do without any fins on their board. As we take a look at this wave again, what happened here?
Yeah, the nice first start. He caught the rail a little bit there, and right here just maybe forced a little bit more than he needed to, and then his foot got unbuckled, and just, yeah, that was it.
So Imai leading the heat over Jacob Wilcox. 2 big guys. Seems like that's been the theme this year on tour. Everyone's pretty huge. Remember, surf magazines used to break down the perfect height for surfers. You know, they're always looking for new things to drop in their editorial sections. And for a while, it was kind of thought maybe you got to be shorter and, you know, smaller and kind of more compact to your board. And these days, it's like there's giants on tour.
Also, I think the board designs really started to help the bigger guys. Like, the boards started to be way more dynamic, faster. So those guys that were bigger, sometimes they're a bit slower. But now, see someone like Cole Hauschman, like, he's so fast, dynamic, explosive. And part of it's his talent, part of it is also his boards.
Wilcox from West Oz snaps to start, backhand snap again. And he snuck in 2 turns before it shuts down. He's been putting a lot of energy into this heat, now catching 10 waves so far. And still chasing down the lead from Imai. Jacob's hoping for a 6.28 on those 2 turns.
That's, I'm not sure if he's gonna get the score on that wave. It'll be, but he's definitely gonna get closer to what he needed right now. Those are 2 strong turns, and you see here, Rio
Waida still leading the heat with Callum Robson. Rio got a 6 on his second scoring ride, a 4.33 start. so was able to get the lead change there. Last year, Super Tubos gave him a lot of big scores, one of his best performances from all of 2023. You always take away how fast this guy can go on a wave and how amazing he is with progression as well. You can kind of understand where he comes from and know why he loves surfing Karamas so much and all those really hi-fi venues back home on the island of Bali. There's the wrap as we see Imai into the closeout section. He controls it.
Good finish there. As soon as it felt like Jacob was kind of coming back to the heat, which he did, but Imai also taking the opportunity that he had lessons, probably going to capitalize on his 4.17. Maybe not by much, but he will probably. Great finish for him, and the judges have been liking a lot all day, but mostly throughout this time that the waves are kind of flatter, so if you can find a section that has more consequence to it, a little bit more power and a little bit hollower, they're getting rewarded nicely, and he did that.
Matchups are stacking up in the round of 16. It doesn't get reseeded, it just follows the draw. Round of 32 is the last time you see the high seeds surf against the low seeds. As we're looking at 55 seconds for Wilcox. Jacob on his last of 5.5 was his best. He has one more score to lock in. Now running through this high tide left, up and out is Rio Ida. Wilcox trying to find some momentum here. He knows he has the home court advantage when it comes to the final stop of the midseason cut, but he's hoping that he'll be nice and qualified by then. As we look at the backhand form again from Jacob, what'd you see there, Jesse?
Yeah, just the wave didn't really cooperate with him so much, and here's the wave that I think I was talking about of Imai. Yeah, finished it off strong right there, just solid on his foot. And Jacob actually did better, so he got a 5.5. Made his life a little bit easier, but we're still waiting on the last of Imai, so that's probably going to better his position as well.
You can see the difference of a high tide heat for Wilcox. Definitely anytime it's hollow, he's a favorite to win anywhere in the world, and having to go to more sluggish turns took away that kind of X factor that he has out here at Super Tubos. Wilcox stays in second, and Imai Kalani DeVault will get the win, 5.77, 6.93, and move on to surf another heat today. Wilcox pushing hard on his last couple of points, trying to get in the mix. And his 5.5 ended up being the best, Jesse.
Yeah, maybe if you could have find a third turn of that wave, which I know there wasn't barely any time, but that would have helped his cause. But overall, he was probably looking to a 7.2. I don't even know if that was going to be that high. But hey, he's going home and has the home court advantage.
That's right. For the next two stops, Wilcox will prepare for Bells and Margaret River. And Imai Kalani DeVault moves on for another heat today in the round of 16. As Wilcox will pull into a closeout on his way through, and we'll be bringing in Baron Mamiya and Joan Duru to start off their matchup here in the round of 32, and bring in Paul Evans and Kaipo Guerrero for the call right after this.
Congratulations, Imai Kalani. Thank you so much for your surfing here, Jacob World Cup, and good luck for the rest of the year. Already in the water, we have piece number 16 with blue Baron Mamiya and blue-white Joan Duru. For both of them, good luck to the race up front. Estamos já neste momento, está já a correr a bateria número 16, a última bateria desta volta, vamos entrar na próxima volta. Esta que é a ronda de 32, a próxima ronda obviamente será a ronda de 16. O oitavo final nesta cadeia. Here, 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. We're sitting on a
Looking back on a statement performance from last year, a perfect 10. Callum Robson packed a beast. Got himself a Yeti 110 for his travails as well. This thing, an absolute bomb, Kaipo.
The drop, the spit,
It was on fire for Callum. Memorable day for the surfer from Evans Head, Australia. Callum Robson, currently in the priority heat up against Rio Waida. There he is.
He's in live action right now. He's a little bit of work to do. He's chasing number. It's not a big one. 4.67 in that heat. He puts it all the way to the beach. Manages to get out of the shorey with some fancy footwork. 4.67, that number for him. He's chasing it down. Rio Waida, the Indonesian, has the lead in that. It is not a big one. And it's about squeezing the juice hit on high tide right now. We'll introduce a brand new heat. There's 16 of the round of 32. The last heat of that round, Baramamia, is going all right in the rankings. He's doing really well indeed. Second in the world coming into this event. Joan Duru, he'll come in here as a wild card once again. He's surfed it multiple times as a wild card. He's also surfed as a fully fledged member of Tour. And he'll rip in a turn. There's a strong French contingent down there on the beach. And they'll applaud those efforts from him. A former finalist out here as well, Duru. And he's at a stage in his career, Kaipo, where he doesn't look like showing any signs of slowing down. He's got all that wealth of experience built up, doesn't put a lot of pressure on himself, and a great chance to express himself.
Second place in 2018, Joan Duru. So he's going to have to channel some of that. Here we go. Rio Waida.
And taps that tail into the lip. And Rio just trying to join up the dots really here. A little bit of bouncy work there to try and get a finish. He's got the 6 locked in. He's going to need a bit more on that. You will expect Callum Robson to improve on his overall numbers, certainly on his wave count as well. Just 4 waves ridden. Wave number 5, we're owed a number for that wave from our panel. Rio will definitely look to try and add more points. He's in a pretty vulnerable position with his total right now, 10.33. And a crucial heat. Let's check the replay.
Yeah, Waida, you know, he's really light and snappy in his surfing. He had a breakthrough here, was a quarterfinalist as a rookie. And then we take a look here at just Evans Head's finalists. Callum Robson up in the challenge. A little tough with that dead water in between, but Robson's able to make the connection, and he's so reliable. You know, he's a working class surfer that is reliable. He steps out off on the sand. He takes fundamentals. I like it because he takes fundamentals and he exploits those fundamentals. Meanwhile, the prodigy, Baron Mamiya, just a quick snap on the backhand for Mamiya. And taking a look here, replay of Joan Duru. And that reliable layback for the French surfer before the finish.
Live action here again, bang, tag, really vertical, great hit from Rio, and he's been real busy now. A frenzy of activity. That will be wave number 9 for him. Just desperately trying to get rid of that 4.33, or even better than that, improve on the 6 that he's got. That's the high number. We'll see where that goes. Put a lot into that. But he's just looking for sections, looking for the lip. So Robson on that replay traveled a long way. First turn out, the back wave disappeared, and then he did really well to 3 sections, really, and he linked them up. Let's admire this work from Rio.
A little caught up there for Waida. You can see him stalling and waiting. Gets back up there in the messy water, goes complete, looks to improve upon his scoreline. That he'd have to do better than a 4.33. Here's Baron Mamiya on this replay. Quick twitch there. Mamiya riding a 6'1" CI Goldie model. Britt Merrick, his shaper, gave me the message before he paddled out, and Britt's here. And, you know, we're into this round of 16 for, I mean, after this, we're into the round of 16, and by the end of the day, we'll have our quarterfinal set, and that's when we're going to see those CT Shaper rankings start to accumulate points. So we've got a number of shapers right here on site with a keen eye on the competition.
Our freshest participant in the round of 16 is Imai DeVolt. He's just got through that round with a decent performance. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Imai just coming out of the water, and one of the things you mentioned right at the beginning of this was that the conditions are changing quite a bit out there. How did you navigate them?
Yeah, that's Europe, that's Portugal, like competition for you, and you kind of come expecting that. So, yeah, the waves are still real fun. Tide filled in a lot, though. Like, I feel like it was already so different from the 2 heats I was kind of previously watching before I went out. So, yeah, that's kind of just how it is, though. You got to adapt quick out here, and yeah, felt good. I'm stoked to get a heat win.
When you have to adapt on the fly like that, what do you lean on in order to give you the confidence or find a new type of wave?
Yeah, I would say just your preparation. You know, like you go into the heat like expecting that to happen, so just being able to believe in yourself and, you know, when the wave comes that you can perform. So yeah, feel good.
As you should. See you in the round of 16.
Sorry?
I said congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Loud down here, you guys. Back to you.
Thanks, AJ. We're enjoying it from up here under that 12-minute mark in heat number 15, and we're just seeing a frenzy of activity in that one. Here's more live. Here's Robson, your new heat leader. He dropped the score, and it was good enough to put him first. 5.83 for him. We saw a quick wave from Rio as well. There's all sorts going on, Kipes.
Yeah, and it keeps on going. Here's Baron.
Mamiya, that trademark style, nice, stylish slash off the top, that quiet body, and he just springs into action when the opportunity shows itself. A slightly muted hit to finish on the whitewater, a softer section. Can't give it the full treatment, nevertheless tags it for a finish. Mamiya taking on Duru in that non-priority heat. That will be the last heat of the round, and we'll be all settled with our remaining 16 contenders in the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, making use of what could well be the biggest day in terms of swell of our waiting period here at Super 2 Boss. We've got clean conditions coming for the next couple of days. That's great news. And we've seen some massive numbers go throughout an enjoyable day of surfing. Looking for big numbers here, Baron Mamiya.
Watching for the finish, and Baron gets it. So Baron Mamiya just working his way back into this heat. That's going to be getting caught up right here. Really quick for Mamiya. And another surfer that's kind of growing into his boards and riding just a little bit longer equipment, like I said, with that 6'1". Replay here, finding some shade. Nice pocket, nice barrel ride, but no exit for Joan Duru.
Yeah, an absolute chew pig, Duru, down the beach. He's been getting barreled off his dial all winter up in Osgod. There's been some, throughout the whole of January, early part of February, some really big, clean days, some massive barrels going down. Him and his mates are out there every day. Before the storm hit, really, in February, and things got out of control, but he's been getting very deeply barreled. I'll look to try and continue to do that here. What's John Florence thinking, Kaipo?
Well, they're identifying the peak right now. I talked to, we'll get back to that because we got more live action here with Callum Robson.
Big hit from him. Nice section just sits up for him. I'll just use that to project down and flick for a finish. And on the inside, really just trying to squeeze any kind of opportunity that shows itself. He took his last one all the way to the beach, and he puts that one up. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Told
you, you know, workman-like. Just solid fundamentals. That's why Callum has been so, you know, came out of the shadows, really, through the Challenger Series onto the CT. But then once he got onto the CT, making a name for himself. But it's really because of really dialed fundamental surfing like this. Drives off the bottom. You see that snap, but he doesn't lose any speed. That's a flat, tough section to get by. That was the right line. Got speed off of the whitewater. Banks it here, really patient, paying attention to this inside double up. Doesn't want to give up on this thing and goes straight up there. Wants to finish with the explanation. Claps his hands as he should. Callum Robson.
Joining the dots up to great effect. That first turn, he got a couple of pumps to the board and the spray was still landing.
So John before the heat talked to his coach, Ross Williams. What they were talking about is identifying the peaks out there, identifying the game plan, where John's going to start and where John's going to end when he gets into the priority portion of this overlapping heat. So he's walking out there with a detailed game plan with his support squad, Ross Williams.
Round of 16 is going to kick off with a great matchup. The yellow jersey, #1 in the world, John Florence, two-time world champ, taking on Jake Marshall. There was one surfer to shine this morning. Before we went on that tidal hole, Jake looked really good out here. He's going to have to bring loads of that back. It's going to be an enjoyable matchup. Those two know a lot about each other. Meanwhile, out on the water, there's a bit going on, actually. We've got some business, because Rio Waida went back to the lead in his heat 15 over Callum Robson.
Yeah.
With a 5.73, and we're waiting for a number for that last of Cal.
Yeah,
so let's see, 5.91 that requirement.
I feel it's going to be a temporary lead for Rio Waida when the number comes through for Callum Robson. Just needs a 6-point ride. Did pretty well on that. Here we go, Baron.
So Mamiya throwing that one away. Just trying to get that rotation done above the lip. Meanwhile, different bank, different style of surfing. Maybe looking for some tubes. Certainly that last one. What's he got here? He's got a nice blank canvas, an open face, and then throwing up an air of his own. Board gets away from him. So Duru won't add massively to his numbers there. That deep barrel that he made, if he could have come out of that, where would that have gone scoreboard-wise? He's found himself some water, some smoother water down there, it looks like. Seems to be enjoying himself. We're still really waiting for those numbers to be caught up in that heat. Of course, that's the non-priority heat right now. Most of our focus will be in this red heat 15 and really on this next score to come through for Cal. 5.91 is that requirement. In the meantime, having a nice stinging smooth hit and just working things over. And again, and looking to finish on the inside. And Mamiya redirecting a couple of times with some authority. So wasting very little time after getting back in the lineup, finding another opportunity, threw away the air on the right and then back on the tools on the left. Multiple hits into the lip from him. And a completed wave as well. It's going to help him.
Replay of Baron just really swinging through turns. They're trying to connect it through some of this, fat section in between. Keeps the board loose, keeps the rails clean, stabs it a couple times on the inside here. And that's, really where the opportunity is at this higher tide. That outside section, you get this, kind of slow middle section. So it's this inside shore break section that stands up and gives the surfers opportunity. So you got to be really quick to react. Here's Callum.
Yeah, he's still looking for a number here, actually. Didn't get the score, and he is still hunting for that 5.91. And a good section out the back, but that's been the story of his waves. He gets a meaty section, and then it gets deep on him. It gets deep quick, not what he wanted. A bomb here. Look at that big vertical attack. Nice and aggressive from Waida. Just that one turn, that one section. He'll try and maybe get priority. He's having a look. Let's see where Cal is in relation to him. And it looks like Rio might try and get back in the lineup. Snaffle the prio as well. So an interesting exchange, that one. But Callum Robson's number not quite enough, and he remains chasing down a number. If he's going to do that, by the time he gets to the lineup, 4 minutes or so. And also, it looks like we'll have second priority. Here's another look at Rio.
Little off balance on that bottom turn, but made up for it on the top turn. Just stung the lip, but that wave just goes pretty fat, and he just wanted to get out of there, knowing that he's in the lead. Kind of a smart play for Rio Waida, knowing he's in the lead, aware of the time on the clock as well. So wants to control this heat in this final 4 minutes. There was no use milking that wave. He did his job. He's still in the lead, but now he can control this final 4 minutes, like I said, with that heat control and with that priority.
He's been all action in this. That was his 13th wave. Been really, really busy. And he'll look to go again. He'll look to improve. He'll look to try and control the lineup as well. With Callum there still chasing that high. 5.91 is the requirement for the Australian. And Rio Waida just sits slightly inside of him, keeping a very beady eye on proceedings. And he'll just cover him up and down the beach as well as a wave comes through. If it's multiple waves in the set, there'll be an opportunity for either Callum to go or to try and sell a wave and go the wave behind. A couple of things that can happen. A wave like Super Tubos, obviously priority is super important, but there's a few different things that can happen out here. It's not quite such a straightforward decision as at some venues, a little bit more lined up and a bit more obvious. Whether it's a right or a left, but also where exactly the peaks are coming. And a little bit of up and down the beach here as these two will just have a little look into some waves, and a little bit of clock time will disappear as well while that happens. Robson looking for that 5.91, and that feels like he's going to need just a little bit more than the best he's been able to get in about 38 minutes, Kayo.
Yeah, I mean, for Callum, it's to avoid being frustrated right now because he's gotten really close to turning this heat a couple of times, and the numbers not coming through for him. But he's going to choose to just battle this out, and now it's going to be a luck play because he's not bolting either side of this peak. He's going to stay on the main peak and under the guard of Rio Waida.
2 on the clock in this one. Rio sitting very close indeed to Callum Robson right now. And he's in the position, he's putting the physical work to do this in terms of the wave that he's caught. Of course, he only scored on 2 rides, but the effort that he's put in, basically giving himself as many opportunities as he can, and it paid off with that 12th wave is where he got that crucial improvement and got the lead back. Callum Robson took it for a while. There's a little lump of opportunity. Callum looks interested. Rhea says, don't think so. I'll be having that. And here he goes on a left. Nice looking wave squaring up in front of him. Quick hit off the top, whipping on the tail. And then that one to go deep as well. So flattering to deceive, really, that wave. Here's Duru down the beach, late into the lip. Really stylish, polished, controlled surfing from the Frenchman. And here is the opportunity for Callum Robson, who took that wave, and he kind of douses Rio with his kick out. And we might have a bit of paddle battle on here. Looks like Rio's slightly further out to sea, and Cal Robson will have his work cut out to overtake him on the paddle back out. So it's all action. Mamiya out the back. He's piqued his interest with a left-hander. Here he goes, backhands for the Hawaiian, number 2 in the world. And a slightly tentative opening turn because he feels deeper water on the wave as he bottom turns. And a couple of little bumps on the face. He actually smooths them out pretty well, to be fair to him. And then a little steeper section here, and he'll push that slightly tentatively. Nicely timed for a finish, though. Very nicely done. Smooth as you like. That's what we expect from him. He couldn't have done much more with that wave, Kaipo.
Didn't try to oversurf it, and so that was a good call. He's, you know, in his mind, he's got 3.9, basically a 4-point ride already. Just needs to slowly inch up and improve upon that. Here we go with live action Rio.
Pushing hard off the rail, releasing the tail, and then the speed from that maneuver from the drift. Puts a little foam climb, nice and vert. Another snap in the pocket. Dealing with some water on the face, dealing with a section on the inside and a bit of fizz. And he likes it, so all the way to the inside. You can see how much it means to him. A massive physical effort, that one. 15 waves ridden. He's gone off our score screen with his numbers, and he's put absolutely everything into that. And he got an improvement. Well, we'll wait and see as the score comes through, but Callum Robson didn't ride a wave, so whether he improves or not, it will be Rio Waida, because Cal's sitting there in the lineup, and he just ran out of time essentially in this heat, but a great effort from the Indonesian.
Yeah, drifting the fins there, a little bit of a flat turn, but just getting us a lot of speed through here, just connectivity to the inside, pretty impressive for Rio Waida. But this is a stop that is one of Rio's strong suits. So on paper, he would have been the favorite coming here, given his past result, and he has fulfilled that and on to the round of 16 for Waida.
Getting the job done late in the round. He sat out a long day with a lot of drama and loads going down today. He's kept a cool head, and he's identified the fact that it will all be about catching a lot of waves to get your scores. That's how he's got his done. He's through to the next round. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, kicking off the round of 16, we'll see John Florence and Jake Marshall. More live from Portugal real soon.
So all scores are in now on the blue heat. On the blue heat, time call now, 18 minutes, 20 seconds. Attention, blue there in the near. Your top 2 waves are 4.5 on your left, and your fourth wave is the 3.9. So that's your top 2 scores, blue there. So attention, blue white zero to the first of blue white zero was a 4.9. I'm going to repeat this one because it's going to be was going into the outside. Attention, blue white zero to the your first wave was a 4.9. That's your best wave. I'm still waiting your last. And the last of blue white zero or the previous is the 6. That's your
I think last year was perfect for this year. And what I mean by that is it was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed and he was hungry. You know, he obviously wanted to finish really high.
Oh my God, inside I was like screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding. Like, no, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be here. I internalize it.
John's a pretty low-key guy and mellow, so when he has that extra fuel, I think it's a good thing.
I honestly feel like John sees the next few years as like a really important chapter in his life of like being at that apex part of his surfing career, physically, psychologically, and I feel like he's planning on having a massive year.
John Florence has found the fire in 2024. He's back in the yellow jersey and he's back in Portugal, place where he won his first world title in 2016. And looking to rekindle some of that old John, that younger John, but bring some of his learnings as well from his last few campaigns and taking on, well, a very different set of personnel in terms of who's on tour at the moment. One of those surfers, Jake Marshall, number 11 in the world, surfer out of San Diego, California. And he will be tough opposition in these kind of conditions. Kaipo, I've seen Jake Marshall surf heats in these kind of ways and find opportunities when others are struggling to see them. This will be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, Jake, looking at the waves the other day, he's just saying, hey, looks like a good day in Oceanside, California, near his home in Encinitas. So Jake will, you know, funnel some of his beach break expertise up against John Florence, and he's going to need that because John's been on a mission. John Deru, that was a nice layback.
Really big turn from Joanne. Full amplitude in terms of the height of the wave from him. And we've seen him throw down a couple of those maneuvers in this heat. We're wondering where he's going to sit. There were some good points coming on the running right south of the bank. He's gone right down the beach to the left. That's been a tactic for him. He got a deep tube that he couldn't make it out of. He's had a couple of trips to the lip. He's tried an air as well that was ultimately unsuccessful. Well, that was a great maneuver from Joanne. He always surfs with the flow. You know that's coming. He's got plenty of power as well. Tends to have a really nice natural read on the ocean. Let's have another look.
Look at the punch right here. Oh, one turn, but put everything into it. Showing some flexibility as well. And then from above, check out a replay of John's opening wave. This is a patient John right now, and the wave not giving him a lot of opportunity. That's why he stomps on the tail, wants something dynamic in here, throws it up, and unable to put it down. Second wave right here. Quick rotation for John Florence, this time on the forehand. Beautiful carve there. Ooh. And that's the John turn that we're known to love. This hack right here, we can study it in slow motion where he just throws his whole body and punches the lip. A lot of times just bending the fins. He's got so much torque in those turns.
Yeah, the judges have been enjoying the combos. Let's see where that goes score-wise. Meanwhile, Marshall uses that frame, just extends that frame into a float maneuver, and then as he goes into the carve and the wrap, the whole thing just dies a sudden death underneath him. The wave really just sort of submitting its energy, unfortunately for Jake Marshall. So won't go huge with the numbers on that one. John Florence, we're anticipating a couple of scores to come in from him. Someone who put loads of effort into his last heat, and he surfed great to get an advancement out of that round. Is Rio Wider? He's standing by with AJ.
Rio, back here in Portugal where you have such good memories from last year, but starting off the way you did in this competition, having to surf in the elimination round, how did you regroup, carry the momentum from yesterday into your heat today?
Well, first thing I want to say thanks to Sharp Eye. I got the board, I think, the day that I lost, I think. And then, the Sharp Eye sent from Australia all the way to Portugal. And I'm just really grateful to have you guys, and thank you, both feels amazing. And thanks to Michael Grenhall, he's my coach, and he's been helping me to find something magic, you know. And today I'm really happy. I don't know, it's a beautiful day. Everyone's here, all the fans, and it's sunny, feels good, you know. I feel like today I'm just wanna compete and feels happy.
What is the magic board that you're riding?
It's 5'10", 77. To be honest, I don't really know about boards. I just let Brandon, Adam, Marcio, and my coach, they have more, what can I say, knowledge about surfboards. So I just tell what I feel, and they just tell they just have to communicate and get better. And feels good. I'm really happy to be here.
As you should be. Anything you want to say quickly to friends and family back home?
Of course, I'll be competing again today, so I will go for another one. Waves fun. It's cold. At the same time it's hot. So I feel good and love you guys. See you guys soon.
See you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Absolutely love it. Great debrief.
There you go. I mean, one more heat, and he matches his quarterfinal from his rookie year last year. But he doesn't know much about boards, but I know something about dimensional weight and shipping. And that board that had to get over here from Australia to Portugal, express as well. That was some expensive freight by the Sharp Park crew.
Interesting, some surfers that are going to really geek out and get into 1/16ths of an inch and talk about foils and all kinds of different variables that go into good equipment. Some surfers really just going on feel, basically. They're just like the ones that go good, and he's good enough to be honest about that. Let's get a replay here. The backhand attack from the Frenchman, Duroux.
Wow. That was me analyzing that last turn, and I just gave him a wow, because that was quick. He's had that turn for years, right, Joan? And it's been so reliable for him when he was a full-time CTer, and still got it.
Backhand's an absolute weapon for him. He has been going the lefts most of the way through this heat, and then finding that opportunity. He's got a 6 and a 5.03. Got a little bit of a cushion over Baron at the moment, actually. 6.26, the requirement for Baron Mamiya prior to that last wave to come through for Joan. As we check out numbers dropping in for Florence, 6.33 for his second wave, the combo of turns. And you just contrast that to surfers in these different conditions, getting a turn out the back, then covering a lot of distance and tagging one on the inside to what John was able to do. Get 2 turns in quick succession. Judges like it. Here's Duroux again. And doing decent work on that right hand and getting the release there. And the arms go up in the air. It just rotates that body. Comes out of the turn with control, so it will be a complete maneuver for him. And Duroux finding waves as he's paddling back out on a bit of a roll here. Plenty of rhythm. He's just upped the requirement for Mamiya. Prior to that, he got a 6.4. So really not taking his foot off the gas at all. And another number to come in. Baron Mamiya's got a number. It needs to be a 7.63. He's got his work cut out, Kayo.
Be a shocker for Baron Mamiya to take a loss to a wild card in this round. Baron tied for number 2 on the rankings right now, and Jean Duroux making it really hard for Baron with surfing like this on the backhand. Gets a little release and goes for the backside reverse. No air under the board, so a little old school there with the backside reverse. Here's Baron, and just one turn on the backhand. Sticks with this one, but gets caught up. And that's all Baron's going to get, so he's going to keep on searching for the score.
Baron still in the hunt for a number. He's got 9 minutes to get himself back into this heat. He needs to go up into the high 7s as it stands right now. A couple of 4s for him. Not the sort of stuff he's after. And overlapping, we've also gone into that round of 16. Florence with the best of the early encounters over Jake Marshall.
I want to say and acknowledge our judging panel up in the judges' tower right now, because this has been, for the judges, an exhausting day. There have been so many waves ridden over and over again, and then to analyze each and every one of those waves, assign a number to it. We're getting a lot of work done, but there's a lot of math that's been going on today.
Look how far Joan Duroux is down the beach. He is way to the south. He is someone that, yeah, he likes his own company. He's all on his own down the beach there as the drone flies back north towards our main structure, our main event site here. So Duroux really on a bank all to himself and enjoying his time out there. He's building up his scores.
Surprising strategy, but brilliant for Duroux, because it's so far is successful.
One of those calls you can make if you're not second-guessing yourself and worry about overthinking things. When you don't have loads of pressure, he's not thinking about making the cut, anything like that. He can just go on feel. He likes to bank down the beach. Out the front, more traditional spot. Florence, great turn from him. Late hit, layback. Yeah, he's pretty good at those turns, and he'll tag it up again. So Florence, 6.33, his high. 3-point ride is his low number. It's a third wave for him. And you mentioned the work that the judges are doing. They've got scores to come in for all 4 of these surfers. They've got someone sitting down the beach 200-300 meters, possibly more. Yeah, there's a lot to do.
There's a lot to do. So we'll get you caught up as soon as we get all the numbers through. But John Florence hammering in his heat. Early days, though, in the non-priority heat. Jean Deroux continues to seek out rights.
Deroux go again here and really smooth on the face. This wave is, it cleans up nicely for him. And he'll go upside down for a hammer. Nice vertical stab of that board. And combo in the wrapping turn with that trip to the lip.
You made a great point, Paul, in that someone like Deroux, with no pressure, you can almost not experiment, but you can take a risky strategy like he is right now, surfing south of the main peak, and it's paying off for him. Again, really just smooth on the backhand, quick to the lip, no problem. That probably won't increase his heat total, but take a look here at John and someone, the assault on the wave with John Florence, beating that wave up. I mean, that wave had no chance.
Yeah, absolutely tagging that thing. And he looks very much dialed in terms of his desires, really. It's something we try and kind of read into with some surfers. It's fairly obvious where they are emotionally, and they, you know, people that express themselves a bit more, and we kind of, you know, we think we've got a better read on what they're thinking. It's a certain air of enigma to John Florence. Sometimes he's not always gushing with the words, and we try and kind of read what's going on. It's really interesting to see Ross Williams' word, Shane Dorian as well, talking about how important it is for John to really, he wants to get back among the titles.
A lot of times John's just a mystery novel, right? You gotta just like read between the lines, trying to figure it out. He was in those interviews that was pretty candid in Inside Pro Surfing on you know, our special that we have coming up, in his intents and his frustrations from last year, because when you're number 8, most surfers would be happy with number 8 in the world, but when you know you're a 2-time world champ, you want way, way more. Here he goes again.
Back into action here. Florence stings a first hit, collects it with the bottom turn, and then just wrapping this in the pocket. This wave will get a little soft and a little wobbly here for him. He's still due a number previous to that.
I got another weird observation with John. He's back on whiteboards. The whiteboards, aesthetically to me, look lighter and faster than when he was on that red quiver.
Red's a tough cover for a color for a surfboard.
Okay, all right. So I'm not mad in this kind of board color theory on how fast the board looks because of its color.
I mean, I know it's not in the judging criteria, but I know exactly what you mean. They somehow look a bit heavier.
Yes, thank you. Like mines.
Tell you what, other color is different about him. The yellow jersey for John Florence, number 1 in the world. Let's take a look at our tour leaderboard. And John Florence, after a stellar campaign at home on the North Shore at Pipe and Sunset, Jack Robinson and Barron Mamiya tied on second. And you can see the numbers that are highlighted. Their numbers still going here. So we've lost quite a few of those surfers from the draw already, Kayo.
And Barron doesn't want to get his name grayed out right now, and he's trailing with 3.5 minutes. Deroux needs, I'm calling that's a beefy number, the 7-point ride that Barron needs.
A solid number he is chasing down. He's not got much going in this. He's rallied a bit with the 5-4, improved this high score, but he's still struggling a bit here. We've got a number to come in for him, though. We'll pick him up, making his way into the lineup, looking for a 7-point ride, and he's surfing against someone who's nowhere near him in the ocean, actually, so he'll be aware of where he is in the heat. But in terms of physical proximity, there's no priority really between those two, because they're in completely different part of this peak. Deroux is way down the beach to your left, to the south, as we look out into the Atlantic. And Mamiya is thinking, why is he down there?
Yeah.
Have I made the right call coming out here? What's going on?
That's got to be frustrating for Barron to hear from the beach speakers. These numbers come out for your competitor. You can't even see the guy, but you hear all these numbers coming out. I mean, the psyche to have to digest that and try not to get frustrated and try not to push too hard. I mean, it's a fine line for Baron in 2.5 minutes. He's going to have to make it happen.
Yeah, so many interesting storylines already in this season. We talked about the response from Florence. We saw it in that Inside Pro surfing clip as well. But the other story, of course, from today, and someone that last year would have also, a lot of people would have considered that a decent result. Gabriel Medina, for him, not where he wanted to be. And he actually responded slightly differently, of course, over in Hawaii, not really getting results. And there was a major question mark over him coming here to Europe. I think he's answered a lot of those questions with the performance he's laid down today. Elimination round, he stepped this game up today. He was unbelievable. And it's cool to see those two in form here in Portugal. Right now we're watching Florence in the round of 16, the first heat of that round. He's got decent numbers locked in. They're not massive, not crazy stuff. That's reflected really in the sort of conditions he's surfing. 6.33, 5.93, pretty decent returns. Jake Marshall struggled on this one though. Hasn't got a lot going. He's got that 5.1. He's got priority as well. He's going to need just to kind of keep John within striking distance here. It's still 21 minutes for those two in that heat. We're down to the final 80 seconds, though, in our final heat of the round of 32. And Mamiya going so well out of the gates in Hawaii. He's come up against a wild card here, and he's struggling a bit, still looking for a 7.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing right now is not a lot of opportunity for Baron Mamiya. So this would be a shocking result for the North Shore native to walk away from stop number 3 with a 17th. That's going to be his throwaway.
Let's see if he can do something about that. The final 45 seconds in this. Of course, he will have any wave that comes through because Sturu's not with him, and he's in the priority heat over John and Jake. But right now, he's looking at a becalmed ocean, 30 on the clock. And just wondering, really, where's my opportunity? And he's not really been able to find real quality waves. He hasn't made loads of mistakes on waves in this heat. It's not like he's been losing it on turns, on good sections. He just hasn't really connected with the ocean. Let's see, there's a chance for him here, though. 10 on the clock, looking for a 7. And here he goes, opens up with a wrap. Release of the tail, and that wave gets super deep on him. Meanwhile, Duru just having fun.
Wow.
So something of an upset there as we see Joan Duru, the wild card, getting decent numbers, 12-4 for him, and getting out of a tough hit against Baron Mamiya, who had, I'm not going to say a shocker as such, just never really connected with the ocean out there, and it'll be a disappointing result for surfer number 2 in the world. Joint number 2 coming into this event. He won't be there when we leave, and we're going to mix up that top 10. But Joan Duru will bring his European experience to play into the next rounds. Loads more surfing yet to come in the round of 16. Florence in the yellow jersey is in the water right now. More live action from Portugal right after this.
Congratulations, John. Thank you so much for your second year, Baron. Good luck for the rest of the year. So attention, surfers of the heat blue, please move near to the tower. Use really long. Please focus on the heat blue. You need to paddle near to the jet tower, please. Thank you. Go home and cross the Colapinto, please get down and join us closer to the tower. The jet is going to slow what you can see. We can see the priority tower for more shipping guys. So Cole and Jordy, we need to move closer to the...
It's the pulse from Portugal, and getting caught up on exciting times are very exciting when this guy is in the water, electrifying. Really a massive performance from Gabriel Medina, taking on his good buddy Miguel Pupo. And he didn't just defeat him, he demolished him, really. He even said in his interview afterwards he actually felt a little bit bad didn't look like he was feeling particularly bad. And I think he'll be absolutely delighted by monstering that heat. Igarashi was in a bit of trouble in this one, had to come back late in the heat. You never count him out of the game. And he backed himself, found some long-running right-handers and took down Samuel Pupo, had an early lead in that one. Kanoa backed himself for a strong finish. He'll be building confidence. Meanwhile, Griff Colapinto found some long, slightly slopier left, but good totals on the board and took out a rookie in the form of Eli Hanneman. Griff Colapinto, former champ out here in Peniche, wants to rekindle that winning feeling. And for the far as the round of 32 went, so far so good, looking like he's enjoying himself. Guess what? His brother's out in the water right now. It's an all San Clemente clash, because we'll bring in Cole Houshman and Crosby Colapinto into the lineup. Two friends. Generally, when two friends surf together in a heat, Kaibo, we get fireworks.
Yeah, friendly fire for the San Clemente squad. Two rookies on tour coming up against each other. They bonded together last year on the Challenger Series, both Crosby and Cole, and they fulfilled one of their childhood dreams, and that dream was to be right here on the championship tour. And now they're faced off against each other. Talking to these guys, here we go, though. Let's take a look at Jake Marshall in the priority heat. This is his last wave ridden. We're waiting for the score for Jake. He's trailing John Florence right now in the priority heat. Jake with some nice connectivity in this one, and I'd like the lip glide to finish there in the shore break. We talk about Jake Marshall and John Florence in the priority heat. In the history of their head-to-head matchups, dead even, 1-1 in their head-to-head matchup. So this one's going to be the tiebreaker between the two-time world champ and the Encinitas local, Jake Marshall.
15 minutes and 40 to go in that first heat of this round of 16. Will be the priority heat out in the water right now. We're making use of our overlapping format, and it's been paying dividends as well. Surfers in the first portion of their heat, so not with priority. Put scores on the board, building up a platform, building a read of the lineup as well, and really a completely different sort of ocean to the stuff we saw over in Hawaii for a number of obvious reasons, but just feels like multiple opportunities here. Over there with this big long period swells, we had some much bigger days, and it doesn't seem like this not sort of place you can go to the inside and scrap something out.
Talking to most of the surfers, there's like, hey, you know what, priority doesn't really matter as much today as it does on other stuff, just because you have so many reps and the priority switches over. Maybe in the final couple of minutes if you have a big lead, but for most of the duration of the heat, the priority hasn't really been a factor because it's been so consistent here. Yeah, and Paul, by the end of the day, we're going to have completed 24 heats. That's a big day of competition.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Solid day.
Well, we have had several lay days riding out the storm, and now we've got much more favorable winds hitting Super Toolbox the next couple of days. Tomorrow looks clean. Wednesday as well. It's kind of mid-late Monday afternoon at the moment. It's been a really fun day here, but we've got plenty of surfing yet to come.
Yeah, and to touch on getting through 24 heats and this overlapping format, this was a format that was developed primarily in Hawaii due to permit restrictions at Pipeline. Now, this format has been, since then, has been applied to different stops on the championship tour, and it works so well to get through heats. It actually gives surfers 10 more minutes in their matchups, in their head-to-head matchups, and it gives fans a ton of action to watch.
Yeah, it's hard to think really of many disadvantages to doing it, right? I mean, obviously, you know, later on in events when surfers are getting towards finals day, it gets tougher, but it's hard to think of many reasons not to run this format. It's great.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and I feel like a lot of the consumers, a lot of the surf fans and viewers enjoy it too, because you get to see a lot of surfing. You get to see a lot of surfing from this guy.
Florence, here he goes, found himself another lined up right-hander, and again, that venomous layback from him. And then pushing on the rail, carving down a somewhat slopier face. John Florence with some deeper water in front of him. A quick wiggle, realizing no inside available to him. It's Ross Williams with Sakura checking things out. So far, so good for Florence. 6 and a 5.93. But Jake Marshall, he's got a 6.27 of his own. So slightly more concerned face there from Ross Williams, because Jake Marshall's not a long way back. Left priority now is looking for a 6. He's got just under 13 minutes. This one is much tighter than it was in the opening part of the heat.
Jake's got the goods to turn this heat. We talked about the history of their matchups. They're actually even, so Jake can turn this heat. He's, to your point, he is not out of it at all. Matter of fact, Jake Marshall is straight in it, having priority. That's a ton of time on the clock, and just above a mid-range score is his need. So let's take a look here. John Florence. Big slashing turn for John, but the wave kind of lets him down. This wave checked in at a 5.67, not one of his top 2.
So using priority without adding to his total, and something of an opportunity for Jake Marshall, as he will swing really nicely done. Hooks that in the pocket, and again, doing good work. So a bit more juice in that pocket, and some really nice flow to his turns as well.
Couple of nice carves. Would have really loved to see that inside shore break stand up a little bit for you know, something really dynamic for the finish rather than kicking out of a tapered wall. But it was a series of nice turns, and you can see in the column he just needs a 6.9. Good size wave here off the bottom. So that was really smooth, dynamic carve. Make it 2 for Jake, and then that's pretty much what the score is going to lean on, is those first 2 turns.
Yeah, nice cards from him. Just felt a touch set up, didn't they? Would have loved to go a bit more into the lip. But it's smooth carve and rail work. But he's right back in this heat now, chasing down that number. Tell you what, the numbers come in. And we mentioned the concern on the face of Ross Williams, a 6.77. So the rail work from Jake Marshall, good enough to get him into first place in this heat. Still 10.5 to go in that one. That's going to be fun to see how that plays out. In the meantime, let's go and hear from Joanne Duroux, who's with AJ.
Yeah, and you were telling me before we started this interview that there was a little bit of inside knowledge you leaned into for Super Tubosh. How did you make the decision to paddle down the beach, and how to help you?
Yes, the tide is getting really high, and I went down there. There was a little left in the rip ball. Looks like friends, so it was cool. Yeah, I got my surf by myself, and I got 2 good waves, so I'm stoked about it.
As you should be. Now you're on to the next round. Before we let you go get ready for it, do you want to say anything to friends and family who may be watching back home?
Merci à tout le monde de regarder. On continue jusqu'au bout, au Chilon.
See you then.
Thank you.
All right, Joanne Duroux, absolutely stoked with his performance.
You gotta love the guy.
Yeah, and he's got that levity about him as well. We talked about him coming in here as a wild card, but nothing to lose, enjoying himself. He feels like he's at home in France. Been coming here forever. He's loving it.
Remember the year he made the final here, and he would celebrate heat wins or exceptional waves by punching himself in the face?
Yeah,
that was some of the greatest claims of all time.
Yeah, it's kind of that's kind of a unique Duroux thing, actually. Yeah, he's seen that a lot actually in contests, competing over here. And yeah, he's
and those are pleasure punches. Those were like rewarding punches. For he wasn't torturing himself. He was actually happy. He'd score 8s and punch himself in the face on the wave.
Yeah, it's something unique to him. Yeah, he's a character, right? It's Joanne Duroux. Yeah. He's a brilliant surfer, and he's enjoying his participation once again here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. 9 minutes on the clock for Florence now. We've asked a question of him to the tune of 6.27. He needs a number.
We saw an upset with Joanne Duroux and Baron Mamiya, number 2 in the rankings, tied for number 2. John Florence, Jake Marshall. Now, is Jake going to perform another upset on John? John is looking concerned right now.
Yeah, he's got priority back, and he needs to find a quality wave, basically. He's shown us flashes of that layback carving turn that he does. But what he needs is a wave that, when he does that, maintains that steepness to the face, that doesn't go soft quickly on him. Has he found it here? Let's find out. Here he goes, pumping from a high line. Florence loading up. What's he got? Just a little projection over a lip line, and then a carve here. So already this one feeling a bit sluggish. Still going down the line, though, and struggling to get over deeper water. It's a really nice finishing turn in a steeper section. You might get a little bonus running left through on the inside here. He'll need to go massive, and he does that. He'll get a rotation. Will he hang on? He will not.
That was a long way to go.
in hopes that wave would eventuate into something. I see what he was doing, and that was I wouldn't say a desperation maneuver, but that was the difference between making this wave worth it or not. Because look at, he had to skip this whole section here, just a glide, just a little float through there, and that's a pretty lazy cutback in the world of John Florence we're talking about. This wave stands up over here. There's a lot of downtime. Hits that oncoming section, but really just to even give himself a chance to get the number, needed to complete that.
He covered a lot of ground to get there. The rotation was speedy. It was pretty spectacular. Crowd enjoyed it, but he didn't have a lot of room to ride out of that, and unsuccessful in his attempts with that backhand air reverse on the inside section here. Florence will be still chasing down a number, and he'll have to do it for the time being at least without priority. Marshall having a little look around, head on the swivel, just seeing exactly where the yellow jersey is. Easy to pick him out in that jersey. Jake Marshall's heading towards him right now. Let's see how this one plays out as we see Jake the Snake imparting some final words of advice to Ethan Ewing. Another delicious looking matchup. Ethan Ewing, all of that dialed back energy, kind of internalized energy, and that searing, carving, rail turning style up against just the full throttle exuberance of Italo Ferreiro. Charges past him down the beach, and that looks like a great clash, Kaibo.
I like the pre-game right there, you know. Ethan getting some advice from his coach, and Italo just running straight past them. I'm going to beat you to the water right now. The game starts before the horn sounds at times, and that could be the heat of the round. Ethan Ewing up against Italo Ferreira.
6 minutes for Florence in the yellow jersey to do something about the fact he's on the wrong end of a number up against Jake Marshall. 6.72 that requirement. Priorities with Jake Marshall. Meanwhile, we're going to have a look at Cole here. A big left for the big man and late to the lip, and he'll go down. Not loads of action in that non-priority heat. It's the second heat of this round thus far. Those two have been have to be pretty patient. Things have slowed up a bit. And now there is that final preparation for Italo Ferreira. And looking really to ignite that inner fire, and I want to basically just bring back what he brought earlier, that sort of energy that he had when he just had so much out here. But it's a very different looking ocean, Kaibo.
And with the rising tide, you can see it's just with the numbers in the non-priority heat, only only two waves ridden, and both of them, which fractional score for Cole Halschman is, yeah, just the pool's a lot more full. The cup's more full right now, so there's less opportunity, bigger lulls happening. And that's not good news for John Florence, who's under the priority with under 5 minutes remaining, and Jake Marshall hot in pursuit.
Florence swinging the arms there, trying to get back up north, trying to get away from Jake and maybe have a look at a right-hander that was heading towards him. They both were out of contention for that. Marshall won't mind it. Is Ethan Ewing taken to the water and looking very much steely focus. Let's see what he can do against Italo Ferreira. It'll be very much a contrast of style, but ultimately it all comes down to the same thing. You've got to find the quality wave opportunities.
Gosh, you took the words out of my mouth. It's going to be a huge contrast between, you know, the quickness, the real neutral stance, the short radius snappiness and air game of Italo Ferreira, and just the body mechanics, the style, the rail control of Ethan Ewing coming up in that heat 3 of the round of 16. That's going to be one you don't want to miss.
Under the 4-minute mark for our opening heat this round of 16. They've had 36 and a bit minutes, and out of that time it has been Jake Marshall, and he's done it relatively late in the heat actually. That 6.77, his high number that turned it. That was his last proper wave. He's had a very quick throwaway since then, and he just kept his head in the game against John and backed himself, found the opportunity, and now it's a different question for Florence that's been asked. And here we go, swinging and opening up that stance, opening up that body. Crosby Colapinto on some foamy water on the inside. He's been sort of waiting for opportunities that haven't been forthcoming. And he sees this one, and it will be advantage to him because it was a completion. He did multiple turns down the line. It's not going to be an enormous score, but he will have an advantage over Cole, who really has just got a very small number. An incomplete wave for him. Crosby Colapinto really shone this morning. Here's his left.
Got to get busy sometime in the non-priority heat. They're down to 22 minutes, so Crosby wisely just surfed this wave pretty conservatively, but putting a number on the board, limited opportunity, and just to get anything in the non-priority section of his heat is pretty smart, just knowing that there's no real scores on the board between him and Cole Hausman. I love the aerial view that we're able to really have an alternative view to these surfers. And you can see how he just kicks off right on the beach. Fins almost dragging on the sand, and the crowd, they love it.
Colapinto in that all San Clemente, all rookie clash against this guy, Hausman. He's a big unit, he makes room for himself, and he slaps the lip. And then he goes left, so fading back left for an inside finish, and just milking this thing really, why not? Still got forward momentum on your board, you see a section in front of you, might as well try and hit it. And he'll bring that one through to the inside, a number will come his way, and our attention's really thinking about John Florence in that lineup with 90 seconds as we watch Cole paddle back out. And wondering, are we going to get more opportunities? Are there going to be sets out the back? Marshall still with that priority. All right, here we go. Florence, nice turn from him. He's found an opportunity. And he engages the rail. And that one, a slightly softer turn. We're not sure exactly what he did to open up 6.72. That requirement. John Florence found something. Obviously, Jay either let him go or John found a bit of room.
Yeah. Exactly. And if Jake did let him go, is because Jake didn't see the number in the wave. And that's a steely move when you have priority. Here's a discussion from the John camp between Sakura and Ross Williams. I'm not very good at reading lips, but...
Well, they don't look overly enthused with energy, do they, from that? Yeah. It's not like they're sort of bumping fists and clapping their hands together. So very muted in terms of watching on and watching John Florence with his continued travails, chasing down that 6.72. He's needed that number for a few minutes. He's not ridden a lot of waves since then. It comes in quite a bit under 4.57. So I think it was that first turn that we picked up, and then just that shorter turn to a finish. And it looks like the yellow jersey, which has been tough in terms of going all the way for a win here in Portugal, looks like we might repeat that story here, and another very interesting story. And a great job done by Jake Marshall. Something of an upset, getting one over John Florence, who started off with a bit of spring in his step in that heat and just kind of faded on him. And the opposite story for Marshall. Couldn't get much going at the start. He kept his head in the game, backed himself, built up his momentum. 6.77 was the crucial number. That's an upset, Kaipo.
That is yet another upset happening this afternoon. Jake Marshall, he's our first quarterfinalist for the men.
Well done to Jake Marshall, getting one over the yellow jersey of John Florence, and he is heading through to quarterfinals. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. On to a result here in Portugal. More live action to bring you from a sunny afternoon. We'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call. Stay tuned.
On the blue heat, first of blue-white, Crosby Colapinto was 4.83. And the last of blue Hausman, 3.77. That's your best price. Blue 3.77. So on the blue heat, all scores are in. Priority with blue-white Crosby. The lead as well. Second place with second priority, blue Hausman. Close, we need a 1.07 to take the lead.
Peniche é uma terra de pescadores. E agora, isto em que vou mudando, é uma terra de pescadores e de surf.
This is the beautiful beach, Praia da Construção. This connection with fishing started really early. My dad used to go fishing with us when we were kids.
Surf e a pesca tem muito a ver com a intuição. Olhamos para o mar, sentimos os elementos naturais e vemos, olha, aqui é um sítio espetacular para a pesca, aqui é um sítio espetacular para o surf. A essência está no nosso corpo.
Getting the barrel in Peniche, one of the best feelings in the world. It's not everywhere that you have the chance to catch the best ones, and I'm lucky to have one of the best beach breaks in the world at home.
We are so happy to be in Peniche as we see John Florence coming in from a very tough heat, going down to Jake Marshall, world number 1 out of the contest, and he leaves here with an equal 9th. Just like we saw with the women's event in the round of 16 where we lost world number 1 Molly Picklum, the same story here for John Florence. A big win for Jake Marshall, Marshall's first quarterfinal of his career here in Peniche, and now he leads 2-1 over John Florence. In CT matchups, what about this one? Ethan Ewing versus Italo Ferreira. You've got Ethan representing Australia, the regular foot, Italo Goofy from Brazil. We've seen this matchup at the WSL Finals. Joe Turpel with former CT Ripper, Jesse Mendez for the call as things continue here in the afternoon glare. Priority heat is with Crosby, Colapinto, and Cole Hauschman. Italo and Ethan Ewing just getting started. Italo always expected to do some pretty big things above the lip. Ethan with that amazing rail game. But what do you expect with the conditions that we have right now in that matchup?
Yeah, man, it's a tricky one. Just polar opposites contrast right there. You have Italo, just such a fast and quick, very dynamic, progressive surfer, and Ethan, on the other hand, just cuts the water like no one, you know, like beautiful rail surfing, very powerful. With the conditions that we got right now, I think we can see anything, you know. We can see some like quick lefts and Italo going to the air, and also some big wraps from Ethan. It's really going to be up to identify those best waves with a little bit more meat on the bone and bring it home.
Now just setting that one up, Italo likes to stay incredibly active. These beach break conditions that have a lot of different waves coming through, he doesn't mind just taking a look, trying airs. He doesn't mind if he's getting incomplete scores. He just wants to keep his rhythm really hot. Loves having a bunch of Red Bulls before every matchup and brings a lot of energy into every one of his heats, as we see Cole Hauschman come down with a nice section, and he'll step off. And now Ethan Ewing, always tracking on that DHD. We'll get a nice warm-up on the right. Ewing lost relatively early for everyone's expectations at Sunset Beach. However, he was against a really informed Liam O'Brien. So he's looking to pick up the pace here in Peniche at Super Tubo. So it's interesting when you look at all the matchups and seeing how certain surfers were really hoping for the hollow conditions to show their strengths, and how all of a sudden the playing field completely changes on the higher tide. We did pass the peak of the high tide about a half hour ago, so it could start looking more similar to what we had earlier today.
Also, what that does with the big high tide, we have less opportunity of medium-sized waves because it just hit too much water and they go kind of flat. As you see here, Cole Hauschman just redirecting right there and finishing off very strong. That was beautiful surfing for him. What I liked from Cole, just looked very good on top of his board, looks confident. And here Ethan going around that first section, and like I mentioned, like a lot of waves are just gonna die out pretty quickly, and this is what happened to Ethan. Just kind of had to cut back through it, but beautiful surfing so far from Cole Hauschman. I really love the way how confident he looks on top of the board, but with this big tide, the heat without priority is really going to have trouble in the first 20 minutes for them to actually find waves to capitalize, because there's going to be less opportunity. The medium-sized waves are going to hit the bank with too much water already, and they're going to dissipate and not give opportunity. So
let's see what they can make, if they can make the most out of this leftovers right there.
Loving the inside, Italo speeding always and didn't find what he was looking for. So already catching a few waves against Ethan, trying to warm up. We saw this down at Lower Trestles when a world title was on the line a couple of years back. Italo got the win that day and ended up finishing runner-up in the world to Felipe Toledo. On the way back out, we've got Italo looking again. Waiting patiently for this first section. Now he's got a big ramp, throw tail towards the beach, and he stomps a reverse. Looking casual and comfortable, and nothing casual about that celebration upstairs. How many of these rotators is he going to pull in the next 32 minutes?
Yeah, that was very cool. Like, I think it was a good approach from Italo to kind of go, like, the wave was already halfway through. Like, so that wave was more on the inside, so maybe a little bit less water. As you see it right here, he's just kind of waiting for that moment, and he's way on the inside right there. He's going to capitalize on that opportunity, and that's what I was saying. It's not going to be easy, so you got to make the most of the opportunities you got. And their fans are stoked.
Fans are psyching. Also getting involved here quickly, up and down. Crosby Colapinto in the heat with Cole Hausman. And we just had a huge heat go down. Jake brings the magic against big names like John Marshall into the quarterfinals, AJ.
Yeah, Joe, a massive moment here for Jake, punching your ticket to the quarterfinals. First time you've made it to that round this year. And to do it, you have to take down John. How did you pull it off?
Yeah, that was a big heat for me. I've kind of been stuck in that 9th round the last 2 events, and yeah, I don't know. I kind of just had a weird start to the heat. I was super like out of rhythm, and then kind of just like moved down to this other peak and got a couple good waves and ended up just working out. Yeah.
When you find your rhythm like that later in the heat, how do you build upon it with the time dwindling down?
For sure. I mean, with these 40-minute heats, you have a little bit of leeway to kind of like maybe not have the best start or whatever. So, yeah, I knew my surfing was there and my board was good. I was kind of just not really catching the right waves. So once I got onto some good waves, I felt like my surfing was good and then started to build some confidence. So, yeah, it was good.
Understandably so. Congratulations, Jake. See you in the quarters.
Thanks so much. Shout out to everyone watching at home.
Thanks so much, Jake. Doing a great job in his post-heat wrap with AJ, and also a great job against the big name on tour. The biggest so far this season, world #1 out. So keep yourself posted on the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. You can also check out how many spots Jake just jumped up, entering his first quarterfinal of 2024. Big separations in the lineup now with where these guys are sitting at the moment. As we check out the view from the sky there, Jesse.
Yeah, both of the surfers from the heat with no priority see Italo up and riding. We'll get back to it.
Italo, just a nice casual wrap, now speeding into a big section, tail whip reverse. Still hunting down another opportunity. There's the windup, attacking it, and will step off. The man is unbelievable out here, no matter if it's high tide, low tide, barreling, really full on the open face. He finaled out here as a rookie on tour and almost got a 10 on a backside punt. Let's watch this one.
Yeah, nice wave here for Italo. Once again, the wave's starting very flat, but what's that doing? It's kind of keeping the energy down to the inside, and as you see right here, beautiful rotation for him. Skipping up the speed through the flat section, finish it off strong. Another opportunity, capitalizing on it, making the most of it. But you see it, the wave's just quite flat right there. He identifies that little peak just popping in front of him. Tail high, footwork right there, bringing the foot around. Just kind of set up for this finishing section, and it was, yeah, great surfing. Check the footwork out right there. Just feet are not even on the pad right there. They're just moving the feet forward to have that stable landing, and being able to, once the fins engage it back again in the water, they actually can whip it around and moving the fit back very quickly just to get that last section. And it looked like also Crosby got a wave. Nice first, very critical first turn. Wave dying it down a little bit. Let's see if he's going to get a bonus section on the inside. finishing off strong. That's a very solid wave for Crosby. He's looking for a 4.45. I actually think he might even get the best wave of the heat so far, or close by. It's going to be close to Cole's 5.5.
Definitely a close battle with the two guys from San Clemente, California. Cole Hausman, Crosby, Colapinto in each other's support crew. And now going head-to-head for a shot to be in the quarterfinals, and both with so much on the line. Crosby coming into stop number 3, 17th in the world, but there's a lot of ties there. And Cole Hausman, 32nd in the world. So I guess if you're looking at who needs it the most, right now it would be the goofy footer, Cole, trying to move up in the rankings before heading to Bells Beach.
Yes, it's the type of heat that you don't want to lose against your very good friend coming up, both rookies. And Joe, I was just, as soon as I was going to look back, we were going to talk story. They don't stop catching waves.
That's
we'll
the
get
best
back to
part
it.
about this overlapping heat format all day today. Really consistent, tons of action. But as you were saying.
Yeah, so just looking back right here, this is the first time we've seen someone actually surf to the right of us. We have Italo and Ethan. Ethan actually on the very far right. So why are they choosing that? Now with the big tides that we have, we'll get back to it. I guess we'll go straight to it. With this very big tide that we're having today, the wave's kind of losing power and it's just hitting that deep water. And that part of the bank closer to Molly Lesh where we have the contest yesterday, it's a bit flatter and there's more sand, very straight. So with mid tide and low tide, it's just basically a straight closeout. But now with a lot of water, it's actually giving them a little steeper section. So they're the first 2 surfers to surf that bank in this event. As you can see them right there, I think Ethan on the very far right and Italo on the left, and he's up and riding once again.
Italo fading quickly, waiting for something to really ramp up on the inside. He'll decide to kick out. His wave before was a 6.0, had a 1.5 before that. And so judges playing catch-up just to Italo, taking a look at a lot of waves so far. Ethan Ewing with a couple of 2s. It's wide open. But it's something we see often here in Peniche and Super Tubos on days like this, where a surfer will end up taking a gamble and surf a bank that hasn't been utilized yet in the event. We'll see how it pays off.
Yeah, it's so far, like as far as beginning of a heat, mostly for Italo, he already has a 6. He has a score that still hasn't yet to come. And they're actually having opportunities. Like the other surfers on the previous heats with that big tide, they're kind of like just struggling to catch waves around the surfers with priority. So they're just keeping themselves some room and making the most of it.
Crosby Colapinto turning in a 6.4. Did get the lead. Cole Hausman dropped to second. And both waiting for their last 2 numbers to lock in. So an absolute battle in that heat number 2 of the round of 16. Cole Hausman, a bit of a underdog when he was really young, but so was Crosby actually in the early days of his competitive career. As you can see, the split down the beach, sticking with the left through the glare and attacking another big section down the line. Crosby finding a nice roll on that stretched out wall.
Yeah, that was critical surfing from him. Mostly that finish, just slip lining, applying a lot of power. And it looks like he actually repositioned himself because it looks like he's paddling out kind of by Italo right there. And Ethan up and riding.
Wow, big first turn from Ethan Ewing. Getting out in front, laying the rail. Nice clean wrapping cutback. Last year's runner-up in the world has the flow. Nice chip on that section and lights up the finish. Cool tempo, nice pace. Ethan's best wave so far. His opponent now running the other way. Italo flying down the line. Big projection into the whitewater for the reverse, fighting for the finish, and he'll get tangled up and he'll go down. Reynos, Italo's coach, always calm, always composed, but he knows that Ethan just turned in his best numbers so far, Jesse.
Definitely, that was
that's going to look very good for Ethan right there. This opening turn was on rail, beautiful layback on a critical section. Got some release right there, just a lot of board control. And the steepness of the wave, like just as we mentioned, like they're positioning themselves just a little bit down the beach now. And the waves, like the bank's a little flatter, and just given the opportunity, as you see right here, third turn, just this one down the line, setting up for a great finish, as we're gonna see right now. Just beautiful lip line. Nothing too critical to finish, but he knew the damage was done on that first turn. He just needed to get that wave done, and that was very smart surfing and critical on rail. Beautiful.
Really well done. Such a great read. His style is insane to watch. Runner-up in the world last year for Ethan Ewing after the back injury that he had warming up for the event in the South Pacific in Tahiti. Everyone thought that was going to be it for his world title hopes, and he came back and looked stronger than he'd ever been before. I think he found something in himself, and he brought a little extra to his motivation. He didn't want to lose the chance to be in the world title race. Really impressed with how he put himself in a position to come back. And that's what guys like Parko talk about. Joel, the 2012 world champ, said every time he sees Ethan compete, he sees improvements in his competitive strategy. The way he's competing is unbelievable. Maybe when he was a rookie on tour, he'd get 9s and he'd back it up with a 1. He'd have the highlight reel in the early stages, and then he just couldn't get through the rounds. Ended up falling off tour in that first strike. But we're seeing a completely different competitor these days, and we're loving it. Judge is still thinking about the last for Ewing and comparing it to a completely different approach by Italo Ferreira. Italo going for big fin throws above the lip, a 6 and now a 6.33. So Ethan was trying to break down a 9.66. So Jesse, he got that wave at the right time.
Definitely, because Ethan's going to come down swinging right now. And it was a different contrast, obviously, of surfing and also of wave quality. Like Italo kind of had like not that good of a wave, but just making more than he can out of that, nuking it as much as he could and getting a good combo. Just very dynamic, very explosive as he usually is, and you expect from him. Now he's just going to have to sit and wait for a good one, and we see him up and riding.
Italo just throwing away a backside lip line float. Doesn't mind falling out of the sky into a wrapping cutback for Cole Hausman. Putting together a nice, clean finishing move. Well-placed hack there off the top to try to fight back against one of his best friends on tour. Cole chasing a 7.5. He'll run out of time. So it's going to come down to this wave, Jesse.
Yeah, that was beautiful surf from Cole right there. Just unfortunately, that first turn, he wasn't able to really get too critical because he had to cut it short and the wave wasn't steep enough in order to get that last turn. But beautiful surfing for him. I don't think it's going to come in a 7.5, but he finished off on a good note, like solid on his foot and looked good.
So Cole Hausman standing by for his last wave of the heat with Crosby Colapinto needing a big result to move up the ranks to get on the right side of the cut. Needs to be in the top 22 to surf the whole year. He's had some close calls. He already has his throwaway at Pipeline from the elimination round. This round is so incredibly tough. Round is 16. Crosby 6'4" and a 6'6". Judges having a moment to look at comparisons, but they haven't had a whole lot of time because of the rapid fire overlapping format. Cros, though, is in tune today. Looked great this morning. Was there to support his brother. As we go back to Ewing up and down, Ethan's previous score in the excellent range, an 8.17. So him deciding to sit on this right-hander has been really a smart decision.
Yeah, just a little bit more critical waves there, a little steeper, a little bit more curve, so you're able to actually put some more power into the turn and then really land a rail, and it worked well for him. Just beautiful wave choice and beautiful surfing.
Last score coming through for Cole Hausman, and it's a 6.2. Not enough Crosby Colapinto will move on to surf in his first championship tour quarterfinal here in his rookie season in 2024. Well done to Cros, keeping the roll nice and sharp. He's been here to Peniche in the past, and that previous experience is paying off. Cole will regroup and start preparing for Bells Beach for stop number 4 as this event continues. Ramsey coming up next against Iago. Speaking of goofy footers, we'll bring in Felipe Gervais for the call coming up next.
Is now facing the 4.16 for the lead with 17.5 minutes remaining. So I was saying on this number 4 is blue. In the water we have from Morocco, Matson, and from Brazil we have white and blue. Iago for both of them. Good luck with the rest. Enjoy. Already one way for Ramsey and first on blue, Ramsey 6 points. First of blue, Ramsey 6 points. First of blue, Iago is 1.5. So priority with blue, second priority blue one.
Welcome back to the MEO Pro here at Portugal. We are sitting here in the Corona deck area. It is kind of a beautiful place to have a beer, watch it go down. Teresa Bonvalat, some of the Benfica players are over here from the football team, and it's a beautiful day. Right out in front of the deck here, you can see Italo and everybody going at it right now out in front here. So if you come down, have a beer. There's no better place to do it. Right down here. Epic day on the beach. Wow, what was that? Big frontside 3. Oh, wow. Didn't make it. I'm going to get back to the beer.
Wow, you always get the best assignments, Strider. Lucky guy. Waz is always in his happy place. Great to have a cool setup there at the Corona Bar, and look at the Red Bull Athlete Zone there for all the best surfers in the world to prepare for huge heats. And how about this one? Ramsey, book him from Morocco, taking on Iago Dora. This is a goofy foot special. So that's why we brought in some extra backup for the right foot forwards here. Felipe Gervais from Cascais joining us for the call. Felipe is great in the air, great in the barrel, one of the most well-rounded guys to come out of this area. Watching Ethan up and out. I know you make the trip up to Super Tubos all the time. Even when the tide is nice and full, you know, or getting past the peak high tide, you can see how much fun it still is for this afternoon.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for being here and allow me to get on the booth. It's an absolute honor to be here, obviously. And yeah, look at this day. It's sunny, it's super fun. As we see, this is probably the first wave of Ramsey, the 6-point ride.
Big first turn to start this one off, Jesse.
Yeah, beautiful first turn from him. Let's see what's going to happen right here. Yeah, waves are starting to get a little bit steeper. You see those closeouts, like with the water moving out, we're going to have some great conditions before dark, and great start for Ramsey, just solid as usual.
Gosh, I'm sure you've seen a lot of Ramsey coming up to this area over the years to compete and to surf over the, gosh, probably the last 15 years.
Yeah, actually, I think I went more times to Morocco and surfed with Ramsey there than he came here and surfed with us. So I met Ramsey when he was probably like 12 years old or something like that, and he has been, actually, my only final in the world is on a European Pro Junior was actually against Ramsey. So it's been a long time, and it's going to be really cool to see the difference between Ramsey and Iago Dora approach, because it's power versus the air maneuver, so it's going to be pretty sick.
It's pretty cool for you coming from Cascais, how easy that probably was to just continue to travel to Ramsey's home turf and experience all those amazing right-handers.
Yeah, Morocco is just like, the flights are super cheap and it's warmer, and sometimes we saw this week, we got a lot of storms and windy, and sometimes it's good just to get on the plane and go all the way to Morocco and get some really good waves.
Ramsey talks about, you know, surfing there in the early days, and he said kind of in his community there's this vibe of saying, hey, the ocean is dangerous. This is when he was a little kid, and he was kind of one of the rare little kids out there surfing. He said nowadays it's a completely different story.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the waves are really crowded, and there's people making a living off surfing, like surf guides, and a lot of surf camps down there as well, right?
So many. I went there, last time I went there was last year, actually. It was just right after they opened the borders, because because of COVID. So I'm probably one of the few people that can actually say that surf Anchor Point with just a couple of guys out. Yeah, and it was absolutely bombing.
Wow,
yeah.
Anchor Point's one of the waves that Ramsey grew up on. That's special.
It's really special. It's one of the best right-handers in the world, so it was pretty special to surf it with just a couple of locals and not too many people. It was pretty lucky.
Ramsey's got some support here. His brother's downstairs watching, a little bit taller than Ramsey, but a lot of support and love for him. Kyle Voss showed up to even jump into Ramsey's quarter as well. One of the incredible surfers from Tahiti who's finaled at the CT level in the past. Here he goes now. The Moroccan getting some speed. A big wall there. It is getting nice and steep for that big backhand hammer coming off the roof again. 2 huge turns and a salute to the crowd.
That's a big score. That's all I can say. I don't think we've seen 2 back-to-back big turns like this since a few hours ago with the lower tide, and that was huge from him. That's a big air too.
Gosh, Italo, I love how he kind of slowed down the rotation. It was typically you're seeing him just whip it incredibly quick, but he showed how confident he was, kind of flying switch for a bit there in the air. Cool kind of slow motion rotation for Italo as he is waiting for another big score. He's got the lead over Ethan Ewing, even though Ethan's got the best number. Back to this air, Felipe. What'd you see?
Yeah, I think he kind of mistimed the section because usually we can see Italo goes very upside down and a lot higher than he actually went on this one, but still, obviously, it's a really good air. But as you can see here, he just kind of opened up his shoulders a little bit too early, and then I don't know how he managed to land that because he was kind of off balance, but still, it's got to be a pretty good score.
Good eye. Yeah, you could kind of see he kind of got caught when he first was looking to project, which probably held back that full route as we go back to Ramsey's wave, Jesse.
Yeah, this is just money. Just perfect pressure and the perfect timing, and that section was so critical. It seemed like he was going to be a little too late, but just going over that lip line and just kind of sideways hitting it, just very powerful. This is like for a beginning of a heat without priority, he's going to be looking in a very healthy situation.
Yago up and out, already feeling the energy from the crowds erupting from Ramsey's backhand. Ramsey Bochum actually came upstairs earlier and wanted to chat with Renato Hickel. He was actually trying to buy some time. He wanted a little lower tide for this heat. He's probably surprised that it's actually standing up like it is at the moment. So I'm sure he's thrilled that he's enjoying this lineup right now. More waves on the way. Split peak just sticking with Ethan Ewing now, and he'll slide out and end up incomplete. We've been chatting a lot with Jesse throughout the first couple stops of the season, Felipe. And, you know, once Toledo decided to take the year off, you're kind of just looking straight at Ethan with his opportunity to win a world title this year.
Definitely. It feels like it's an open road for every surfer. Like Toledo is always on that guy on the last stop for the finals day on Trestles. We all know how dangerous he is. So this year will be pretty special because we're going to see a lot of different guys and different approaches, and they're not going to have Toledo just to try and beat him off. So it's going to be pretty interesting. And definitely, yeah, Ethan is always a menace there. He's just so sharp. And a little bit of a mistake because he had the priority here and he fell on that turn. So a little bit of a mistake on a very important part of the heat for him so far. So
let's catch up with the winner of the last heat. Crosby Colapinto is with AJ.
Make it through to the quarterfinals. You're first here as a rookie, and you have to go against Cole. Walk me through just how you put aside that he's one of your best friends, and you knew that it was going to be hard surfing against him, and got it done.
I was kind of just out there kind of thinking about, like, us being on the QS together, and then now us competing here on a man-on-man heat in the round of 16, and I was like, wow, this is pretty sick. So I feel like having that mindset was pretty cool. And then we were kind of just talking before, and I didn't really feel any pressure, and I was just like, just excited to have a heat up against Cole in a CT event.
And I know that that's the goal as you get going. You want your friends to be the ones competing against you. Now, on your own, on to the quarterfinals. Just for you, what has been the process mentally to get so far in this competition and stay focused on the task at hand?
I think just not like getting too like happy, you know, or like, you know, obviously I'm happy, but not getting too like ahead of myself, you know, because like at Pipe when I beat Gabriel, I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much adrenaline pumping, and then I like went in the next heat and kind of was like, oh, I'm all good if I lose. So like coming here, I wanted to just like focus on making heats and just like one heat at a time.
One more heat down. Congratulations, Cross.
Thanks, AJ.
Thank you, AJ. Really enjoyed that. Just going into the rookie headspace, and the Grom came out. I mean, you can't blame him. You beat one of the biggest names in the sport. It probably felt like he already won the event, but he probably felt his motivation change. He was much more relaxed, but I think he also learned that he can compete with anybody on tour.
And that's good of him to identify it, or maybe someone even told him, because if you're gonna keep that adrenaline going through everyone he beat, like every name is so big that it's like you kind of got to regroup and reset. It's a new day, and you need those points in the end of the year.
Crosby into his first quarterfinal. It'll be all California matchup as he takes on Jake Marshall. And now Jack Robinson might be trying to picture the color yellow with his eyes closed, because John's out and Jack's world number 2. A couple of fades for Yago Dora. Still staying really full on the face, nothing yet. And he's got to get out of there. Just left searching on that left. One of the smoothest cats on tour. Has a 5.6 and a 2.5. Ramsey got an 8.5 for those big hammers on the back end. For Yago, how do you expect him to kind of regroup on a left like this? Should he stick to this part of the bank and hope for a better one to stand up, or should he kind of go mobile now?
I think as soon as the priority heat finishes, he's going to be able to actually pick and choose whatever he really wants to sit. Obviously, if he's thinking about sitting where Italo is, which we saw some ramps already, it doesn't make sense right now. You have 2 of the best surfers in the world just sitting right there. They're going to take control of that part of the bank. But as much as he's in a tough situation right now, needing an 8.9, like, it's very clear in his mind. The heat's set already. You know how it developed already, and you just need to go big. That's all he needs to do. And he's definitely more than capable. If not, I mean, he has to be one of the most capable guys at getting big scores in these situations.
For sure. The growth of Yago Dora has been insane, from wild card moments at Saquarema to finally winning his first CT event and coming very close to making the WSL Final 5 last year, Felipe.
Yeah, he started as a free surfer, and honestly, I thought he was going to be a free surfer for the rest of his life. But out of nowhere, it feels like his mentality shifted, and out of nowhere, he became a really strong competitor. Last year, I think it was the first year that you could actually see it, those tactics and strategy playing a little bit more on those hits, and obviously as the air game, the power surfing, the backhand, the barrels, he's such a complete surfer.
Yeah, and then he just goes, hang on, my dad can help me out here. He's one of the best coaches in the game. Now just creating speed and a cool little slingshot just to kick out. I love the creativity out of Italo. You know, there's times when you can mind surf with a lot of surfers you study for years, and Italo keeps you guessing.
Always keeps you guessing, no matter what he does, every time of the day as well. And looks like Yago up and riding.
Yago now looking for something to really stand up on the left. See how slopey it is still? He might hang in there. He's still stalling. And now finding a little bit more speed, something he likes, he'll end up kicking out again. So chasing an 8.9 at the moment. And a tough start to the season for Yago, losing early at Pipeline, and Ethan will take this wave. First turn, a hook on the open face. Needs a 5.23 to take the lead. Clean rail work once again. Now whipping through the pocket, he'll drive off the bottom and just drill that lip line right into a carve again. All the transitions are perfect. As he throws down the finish, he'll let it go. Didn't need a whole lot for the lead change, that mid-range 5.23, but critical time of the heat with just 4 minutes on the clock, Felipe. That rhythm is so easy to watch.
It feels like his board has something different from every other surfer. The flow and the transition in between turns is obviously it's The board is really good, but his technique is so perfect that you can feel the transition between the front foot and the back foot. It's always perfect. It's so weird because he makes it look so effortless, but as a surfer, we all know how hard it is to do to surf like this. And we see a combination of some really nice carvings, and then he's gonna open up a little bit stronger on this one, just waiting for the wave to wall up, and hits it really strong. As you can see, it feels so effortless in between. Even here, the wave is super whitewashy and everything. The board just flies. A little bit of a mistake there, but I think the damage was done already. So.
I mean, we see him do that kind of work on, you know, double overhead J-Bay wall where he's won before, or even big days at Sunset, overhead days at Bells. But how much harder that is to do on a wave like this, where it's transitioning on the beach break. There's different power elements involved, the lips changing gears. That's pretty insane to watch him in this kind of rhythm right now. Chasing a 5.23. Setting up this one, Ramsey. Clean top turn wrap, more vertical through the backwash, but still maintains control and squares up, straight up at 12 o'clock for the final turn. Mickey Picon appreciates that. Joan Duru really enjoyed that, representing the Goofy Footers really well today, Jesse.
Man, Ramsey is just on a heater right now. It just keeps getting better and better. Obviously, I don't think this wave's going to come in an 8.5, but just the timing on that second turn and how hard it was to do it actually with that huge backwash. And he came out pretty clean with lots of speed still on rail, and just beautiful surfing from Ramsey. And he's definitely sitting on the best part of the bank right now. Like, the waves he's catching has way more speed, way more energy, and it's translating to the scores and the surfing he's doing.
And I guess we continue to remind ourselves when Ramsey's here, or Leo, and a lot of the Europeans in the draw, you know, it might have been a surprise for the world in 2009 at the Search event. However, there were several events out here for a lot of the juniors and QS level events coming to Super Tubo. So once the world was kind of guessing where this was, there's a lot of guys like Ramsey going, hey, I've competed there before. So it's got a great background here. As we'll watch this one again, Felipe. What'd you see?
Yeah, nice setup turn, and then you can see he just set up really hard on that bottom turn, and then out of nowhere, just coming from that huge backwash, he still managed to get one really, really vertical and strong turn on that finishing, to finish that wave off. So he actually, I don't know if he's going to improve or not. As you see here, Iago still looking at those lefts.
And now a climb to cover some ground. That was useful. Throwing the tail into reverse, creating sections, all in his ability to perform, and just nothing left for him on the inside corner, but he's sticking to that left. He's hoping he gets something better to work with. It's been all about Ramsey just hugging those backhand waves. Back to Iago on this one, Jesse.
I just think it's so impressive. He kind of has the Ethan factor, you know? He makes things look so easy. That wave was so hard to surf, and how he was able to get that tail high very smoothly and come out with speed, and it's just everything was going against him, and he's just making it happen. But I don't think he's coming in a big score just because the wave didn't help him out. But beautiful surfing. He just needs to find a steep wave, and he's going to be back in the heat for sure, because Ramsey is about to drop on a good score.
Iago Dora just losing it at the very end, but gave us a lot on that last left. He's been in 14 quarterfinals in his career. One major win. That was the win last year over Ethan Ewing in the final in Brazil. We have run out of time in the matchup with Ewing and Italo, and all scores look like they're finally in. Italo chasing a 7.28, and it ends up being Ethan Ewing getting the score 6.17 that we just saw with that flow and rhythm, getting that big vertical down the stretch. And that's that easy pace that Ethan has. He might not catch as many waves as most guys on tour, but the ones he chooses are the ones to be on, and he just took out Italo, one of the favorites to win this contest, Felipe.
Yeah, it's you mentioned earlier, it's so impressive to see him surfing like this, because it's easier when it's bigger and faster, but it's so nice to see him surfing like a fun size wave with this technically, and the speed and the transitions, it's so good. And yeah, as you said, he eliminated one of the favorites to win this contest, so that puts him on the spot to be one of the favorites as well.
Bonsoy brew break time as the round of 16 continues. Jack Robinson and Gabriel Medina hit the lineup right after this.
So on the blue heat, time call now, 18 minutes, of course, at the end of the blue heat, in the lead is Blue Hamzi, sitting on a 9.5 and a 7.17. Second place is Blue White, Yagodora, sitting on a 5.6 and a 4.57. The requirement for Blue White is the combination of two ways of 15.67.
Well, actually, it's only my second contest here. My first one was a Pro Junior. I think I was 13. It was so big, I was so scared, but perfect. The kind of condition you want now, you know? And but yeah, it's a special wave. You see, like yesterday wasn't all time, but it was still like, you know, a couple really fun waves, a couple barrels, and it's a powerful wave, man. You know, it's one of the best waves in Portugal when it's on. So yeah, I'm really happy. I was excited to come and compete here. I'm really happy, maybe next round. Well, I had two goals. I mean, it was a kind of a weird one for me because I didn't know if I would have a full shot at the start of the year. So they gave me the first two events, and then I ended up having my full shot until the cut. So the first one was the Olympics, and the second goal was making the cut and staying on tour. I done one. Now I'm going for the second goal and making the cut and do my best and yeah, do my best here, my best first year on tour.
Ramsey's such a solid addition to the tour, and he deserves to be here. He's deserved to be here for so long. Talked about the heartbreak, injuring himself the morning of his opening day and his rookie debut. Took him out for the entire season. And it's crazy how the injuries continue, but he still picks himself back up. Dislocated his shoulder, had it all taped up at Sunset, still qualified for the Olympics as we go to the sky. Wow. Big launch there as we come off the story of Ramsey Bukiam, showing us that we've got a new heat in the water. Gabriel Medina taking on Jack Robinson. What a great heat, just getting started. As you can see, already a bunch of points on the board. So we'll be playing catch up here. Medina with a very slow start this season. We talk about how sometimes it takes him a few events to get going, but this might have been his slowest. Everything changed when he qualified for the Olympics with that win in Puerto Rico, and had a tough opening round tee where he didn't land anything, but after talking to him, realized he was completely exhausted from the travel, from surfing through 8 or 9 heats to get the gold medal. And now he feels incredible with a great contrasting heat again. Medina versus Jack Robinson. What's your take here in these conditions, Jesse?
Yeah, it's a great battle. Both very strong-minded. We see Jack up and riding right here.
Jack throwing the tail, a nice cool spin back into a wrapping cutback. Robinson now drives off the bottom, lays into it with the fin throw, but he can't hang on. Another guy that's pretty creative with his maneuver choice, and started off this event really well, fresh off the win at Sunset, and that giant alley-oop he threw down in the opening round, Felipe.
Oh yeah, Jack is such a weapon as well, because he's so good in every type of condition. We all know that he comes from the Western Australia, so it charges really hard, and we saw him last year here in Super Tubes. He got absolutely barreled, and this year, yeah, he adapted to the conditions, and he's throwing huge air. So always a menace as well. So the level is so high right now. It's actually every single heat is a big battle.
You can see how he backs himself, and on all occasions there's that kind of wild comeback to the tour for Medina when G-Land was on, and Jack just stayed in his headspace and took out Medina, Toledo, and went back-to-back with event wins. This was Jack's opener, Jesse.
Yeah, let's catch up here with what happened. Beautiful carve, just great timing right there. Oh, unfortunately for him, the wave kind of like had that weird foamy closeout section, and 783 here for
Gabe, nice vertical first turn, wrapping around. That might have been the 4-1-3, sorry.
Yeah, I think you're right there. 4-1-3, playing some catch up. Medina had a 7-8-3 to start. Just want to give props to the judges, our camera crew, overlapping format, guys surfing different banks. So I think we'll just be keeping up with these surfers that are taking a look at just about everything.
Yeah, I think judges and the cameramans are having a lot of work right now. They have the sun against themselves, and also they have, on the heat before, Ramsey was sitting on the very far left and Ethan was on the very far right. And we're talking about probably 200 meters apart from each other. And then we had kind of Iago and Italo right kind of in the middle. That was crazy. Like, they're so far from apart.
I was talking to Ratso, the priority judge, yesterday over at the jetty through all those heats. Said he went to bed, he couldn't even see. He was just looking through the glare, through the binoculars, trying to identify jersey colors. The afternoon glare is real. I think a lot of people that are around surf events around the world know what that's like.
And I feel like it gets to a point that they know the surfers so well that they also use just the style of paddle. Because with those glares that come right in front of us, it's like basically impossible to see colors, but then they know the surfers so well that you
it's
can
so
just
many
tell.
years throughout your life, just looking at the glare against the sun and everything. You just out of nowhere, you're just starting to realize who the surfers are. As we see, this is the 783 by Gabriel Medina. Nice first air reverse straight into a nice carving, and he's setting up for nice, just over the top floater, and then straight into a huge finishing turn. So that's the way you want to start off a heat.
Great way to kick things off with a nice fresh combination of maneuvers. Here he goes again, this time live, little dagger in the pocket. Snap, throwing the fins. A lot of foam on the face, but still has energy on that Cabianca as he'll step off. He said not much changing in his boards this year. As we look at Ramsey down the beach, hammers that section again. Big belt off the top, throwing it vertical. He's been so solid on his feet. And his surfboard from JS Industries. That game plan of hugging the right is really paying off against Iago Dora, who's been really focused on the left. Dora finds himself in a pretty severe combination right now, Jesse.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot, but man, if you keep hearing those scores from your opponent, might as well maybe see what he's doing, because look how many good waves he's got in his heat so far. He started with the 6, 8.5, 7.17, and this last one right here, which is gonna be a consistent score again. So Iago just didn't really have any opportunities. He made the most of the waves he had. As you see right here, beautiful first critical turn. Second one, just cutting it short, but just tight and powerful. Just beautiful surfing from him. And he's basically surfing by himself for the last 30 minutes.
Interesting strategy. Iago sticking to the left, Ramsey running away with it on his backhand with 10 minutes to go. Let's catch up with Ethan Ewing with AJ.
Yeah, Joey, so you guys were noticing that Ethan was paddling out in a different spot than we've seen a lot of people. Ethan, you called yourself the guinea pig on a new little peak over there. How did you spot that, and why did you decide to do that?
Yeah, Jake Patterson and I were watching it for a little bit, and we're just seeing down here, it looked so tough to like get a good wave, and saw a few good sets up the other end of the beach, and I was definitely really nervous to go up there because no one had gone up there yet, and hadn't surfed that break yet, so I wasn't sure if I was too deep or what, but yeah, it paid off, thankfully.
I would say so. That 817, talk me through just each section and how you identified what you wanted to do.
Yeah, like I said, I hadn't surfed that wave yet up there, so I was like not sure what exactly the good ones look like. But that one just looked really good, had a good, nice tapered wall, and I think any wave out there with a steep first section is kind of worth going, and yeah, finished on the sand, which was cool, and yeah.
Congratulations, we'll see you in the quarterfinals.
Cool, thanks AJ.
Thanks, AJ. Well done to Ethan Ewing, picking a different part of the bank, and it paid off, especially against a two-time champ out here named Italo Ferreira. Ethan moves on to the quarters. Now it's time to get some insight on the sand from Strider. Where are you at?
Joey, we made it down the beach. We're about 200, maybe almost 300 yards away from the main structure, and you guys were talking about different peaks. Well, Gabriel, Ramsey, Iago, everybody, another 100 yards past me down the beach surfing these other banks. And then now Jack was surfing by himself, where you saw him catch that first wave, kind of where Ethan was surfing up in front of the Corona deck on the other side of the structure completely. So then now I think he's moved down here as well, because I see there's 4 surfers in the lineup, but they're so far down here, and there's that one wave that Ramsey's had all that success on. And the tide's getting lower, so it's opening up the playing field. There's just going to be more and more places to surf down here. But on the beach, it's getting packed. I mean, it's packed. There's people still coming down here to hang out. They're all loving this beach. They're down here having a beer on the afternoon. You can see them all the way down, and then you can see the structure way up on the other end there. So we got a huge playing field, plenty of places to sit. Come on down. This thing's not over. We still got a lot of heats to run through.
Have you taken any selfies yet, Waz?
I might have, yeah.
I love it. He's having fun. We try to contain him in the booth, and he finds a way out. He's on the Corona deck. He's down with the fans on the beach. But, yeah, the big note there is just this giant playing field for the competitors to kind of choose where they want to sit. Ethan took the gamble, the first to do it down the beach. I mean, Ethan's got the same coach as Kanoa and Jake Patterson. We'll see what kind of game plan they're setting up for Leo Fioravanti. Big ramp setting up, big whip, perfect landing for Medina. Back to the top for another hack. And now looking for a third move, down carve slice. And how about that? That was unbelievable.
He's looking scary.
I think that gold medal just gave him the extra motivation he needed for the rest of the year, because he started off kind of weird, and it feels like he's getting momentum, and this is how you see it. Look at this. It's just transitional full rotation. It feels like he's going to stop there, but no, straight into a huge snap off the top, and then another carving layback there. So very well served by Gabriel Medina. I think he's getting the momentum. He knows that he's going to be unstoppable. Look at this, so high. The rotation is absolutely perfect. Straight into a huge off the top, and then just finish it off with this nice snap layback. So he's a menace, another one. So he's looking really good. Look at this.
Yeah, that's so impressive from him. Just the head rotation just to keep the body going forward. Like, you can just see him kind of looking down and whipping that head around, facing back towards the beach, and he's going to get a massive score from that combination.
And then to the backhand once again. That's been so reliable from Ramsey, Felipe.
It just, that's what you get when you surf right-hand point breaks for the whole life. You're just really good. His timing is so good. I think it's the main thing about his backside surfing is his timing, because it's just he waits on the bottom turn on the right spot and just attacks as strong as possible.
I mean, is there such thing as goofy foot-itis where you guys just want to go left when you can? I think Iago might be falling victim to that. Where,
definitely.
You know, Ramsey, he grows up on a right, like you said. He knows that's his weapon. He could flex that. He enjoys a backhand attack, where Iago said his neck actually hurts from going right his whole life. He actually has to get loosened up because he's always looking over his shoulder. And whenever he identifies a left where he can really perform on, he really wants to surf it.
It's a thing. Like, your neck really gets messed up if you're a goofy footer on tour. I'm not
so
kidding.
hard. Yeah.
So that's a true story. 5:10 on the clock here. And Iago still in a big combination, but a lot on the line as well for Ramsey as he's sitting behind the cut. Iago equals 17th into stop number 3. So if he goes down right now in the round of 16, he'll be dealing with the pressure at Bells. Deep on this one again, and Iago's got to kick out.
I would love to see Iago get one of these ramps that Gabriel had, because his landing ratio is massive, and he's so capable of doing what Gabriel just did in this first 20 minutes of the heat. And the waves are there. Just find one. You know, get back in the heat, because it'll be fun to watch a very warmed up heat by the end of.
Nice fun looking left, all groomed for just a throwaway for Jack Robinson. But look at those numbers. 17-1-6 combined total, still in the non-priority side of the matchup. Gabriel Medina is a super freak. 7.83, 9.33 on the last, on one of the cleanest full rotations I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, transitional. Somehow he flew. I mean, is that the one? Let's see it. Yeah, right there. Just identifying that section in front of him.
it was quite of a long section in front, and to be that progressive but still functional, it's very impressive from him. You see the head rotation right there to bring the board around on the body and just combo it up with a lot of aggression. And after he landed that, you knew he wasn't going to fall anymore.
It's just the height of the air, landing and doing more turns. The landing was perfect. Gone are the days where surfers are trying to find their feet and their stance. It's amazing to see the level just progress in front of our eyes. 3:25 on the clock, no one taken there. Iago still chasing a pretty aggressive combination, but you'd wonder where that would put his mental game if he's now going to maybe drift behind the cut with a loss here in the round of 16.
The problem for Iago right now, because he had to move over to where Ramsey was, and Gabriel kind of pedaled out by Ramsey. He wasn't catching the rights, but he identified those lefts that are kind of coming deeper and underneath. You see that all the waves he caught kind of had the similarities to it. And for Iago to move over and maybe find his wave, it's not sometimes so easy, mostly if they're coming underneath. Sometimes they look too small, and they just gone unseen. And Iago's just not being able to find them right now because they're out there. Gabriel got a few.
Iago Dora hoping for a miracle 230. And he's done some amazing things. We were talking about the best guys in the air a few heats ago. Iago's definitely one of them. He can definitely max out the scale with the right section. But will he have enough time, especially with Ramsey's ability to close out heats with priority? Even though he is new to the tour on the CT, gosh, you probably can't even count how many heats he's been in at a high level through the Challenger Series over the last decade.
Yeah, that just puts him up there because he has been trying to get on tour for so long, and last year was a bit of a bummer. So I was really happy. I saw him this morning, and I told him, like, I'm really happy you're on the tour. Obviously, it's a bad luck for someone else, but you know what? That's life, and he's taking advantage of it because he's doing huge scores and surfing really good, and that's why he needs to be here, and that's why it belongs on the tour.
Yeah, easy to put him in the best backhand surfing conversation on tour with a lot of rights. He's been looking forward to this for a very long time, thinking of him at Big Bells, Margaret River main break right with the power that he could produce. He's heating up at the right time, and now looking at about over a minute on the clock. Ramsey is going to find himself in the quarterfinals. A big statement here, showing his knowledge of this wave, feeding off his friends and family that came to support him downstairs. You watch Ramsey prepare too. He's not in his like quiet little corner. He's kind of taking his headphones off. He's talking to everybody. You can tell he likes to feed off the energy of his entire crew.
Yeah, every surfer is a little different. Everyone likes his own routine, and it feels like Ramsey has the whole thing dialed up already, so he knows what he needs to do before a hit. And you know what? It's been so long since he's competing, so you know already. You know yourself, and you know what's the best strategy to keep you hyped up and willing to go.
Ramsey will be taking on Ethan Ewing in quarterfinal number 2, as we just get a nice view of a cool style and approach from Dora. This looks like more of a wave he was looking for, just a little bit too late, and he'll end up just throwing that one away with frustration.
Just one of those heats that it really doesn't go your way. There's nothing to be said. Just I don't see as far as positioning, he had a mistake from being where he was, but every wave he took off, he made the most of it. Like, actually, those 5.6 and the 4.57, those waves have no potential whatsoever. He surfed to.
When you know you need scores as well, and then you're hearing 9.33s, and it's your priority heat from Gabriel Medina, you're probably starting to wonder why you're having a heat like this. Tough one for Dora, but a big one for the Moroccan. Ramsey moves on to surf in the quarterfinals against Ethan Ewing on finals day. Felipe Gervish, thank you so much for coming in. That was a treat.
Thank you so much, Fitz. It was an honor to be here. Really good.
Thanks for having us in Portugal, and thanks for speaking English, you guys. I'm sure when you're together, it's a different language.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll do the effort. We'll do the effort.
Inspiring me to learn some new words. Felipe Gervais, local boy from Cascais, joining us for the call. This round continues with some big heats. Medina and Jack Robinson still in the lineup, and Leo Fioravanti takes takes on Kanoa Igarashi. We'll bring in Paul and Kayo for the call right after this.
Standing back at course for first wave on blue, Leo Fioravanti.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
And a very good afternoon from Portugal, where things are looking delightful out in the water, super clean on the sea surface. Big energy from the Moroccan squad, the Euro crew as well, who love this guy. Ramzi Boukiam just absolutely squashed Yagadora out there, monstered him, putting up massive numbers and a real stamping of authority. The backhand attack from the big Moroccan, very impressive indeed. He's got a tough quarter-final on his hands. We got some great action out in the water. A new heat will see two good mates, friends since almost infancy, really. They'll renew hostilities out in the water. Leo Fioravanti taking on Kanoa Igarashi, and joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through all of this. Kayo Guerrero, Strider Wasilewski. Love this action that's going down right now. That heat between Gabriel and Jack, that's huge as well, with big numbers, and we're loving what we're seeing this afternoon.
Absolutely loving it. And Gabe with that 9.33, what an air. What, I mean, so Gabe's picking up steam right now, right? And in the, oh, we're going to get some replays straight off the back with Leo Fioravanti, Strider.
Yeah, Leo looking like he's ready to get busy, but you know he's got some blood on the table with Igarashi, I'd say. This, you know, those two are full-blown rivals when it comes to heats.
Yeah, they are rivals. Their history, their head-to-head history, Leo Fioravanti versus Kanoa Igarashi. It's been all Kanoa. It's 0 versus 3. Kanoa Igarashi's taken down Leo in the previous 3 matchups when they've gone up in man-to-man heat. So we'll see if Leo can turn the tables here, Paul.
Yeah, there's some real edge, some real needle to that one. I guess the only person you want to beat more than your enemy is your good friend as well. And they have been teammates together for a long time, traveling all around the world as Grom, as part of the Quicksilver program. Of course, Leo no longer on it, and he would love to get one over his old mate. Speaking of people who need to get something going, Jack Robinson in all sorts of trouble right now. 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Medina is all over him.
In these conditions, you just have to give it to Medina, I feel like, just because he's so savvy. He just looks like he's turned on. Just being down on the beach, watching that 9.33 go down from the water level and seeing the energy from the crowd, it was an incredible feeling.
All right, Medina will let Jack go here. He's found himself a wave and just pushes that one. Tries to go above the lip. It's almost kind of gave up on that. Probably looking down the line, realized that it's almost like a sort of a slow closeout. Bit of a weird section that Gabriel, not even vaguely interested in it. Just let Jack go, and he'll continue his efforts to try and find himself 17 points.
Yeah. Gabe's put Jack in a giant combo, and Gabe gaining steam right now. He's already moved 5 places up on the live rankings. And it's a new feature that we have on the World Surf League, worldsurfleague.com. You can look at the live rankings. So Gabe has already moved up 5 places just by making it into this round of 16. Looks like he's going to continue to gain ground, because it looks like Gabe is destined for the quarterfinals. I mean, I know it's early, but We'll see. Non-priority heat, back to Leo Fioravanti on his second wave.
Live action from the Roman here, Fioravanti. And he'll tag the lip again, bit of spice into that one. Bit of authority, and recovers from that turn with the speed. And a whip to finish, so Leo wasting little time at all against Kanoa. He would have seen in that last heat Kanoa surfed. He was making a relatively sluggish start, came back really, really strong. Let's have a look at him. So the instant reply with a ton of speed loading up and mixing it really, gets some nice drift and slides from the rail. And again, just a whippy turn from him. That rail straight back to the whitewater, bit of wobble through. This one does well to not really lose too much speed. And that's a finish turn that he loves to do. And it looked like he'd done most of the hard work in that turn, but he won't get a completion on the last turn. But a good exchange from these two.
Golf clap for Kanoa Igarashi on that last one. That actually got me excited. Some great rail surfing, sharp in the turn. Take a look at this. Now watch his first turn and the leverage that he applies. Zoom all the way around, gets a little pivot off the fins, extra punch. Smooth again on the sharp eye. The rail's looking sharp. He's on one of his Storm models out here. And then, you know, got a tap dance into the inside. Bangs the oncoming section. Solid performance by Kanoa Igarashi.
It's just, the thing I really liked about that was the speed and the flow and the power, keeping it nice and clean. Leo, you know, he has a completely different type of surfing where he wants to get a little bit more radical. He's trying to make a point of difference with that. The only problem, or not problem, challenge with it in these conditions is trying to, you know, get that board to get into a critical place on the lip with the, you know, the ramps aren't like super cupped out right now, so it's really hard. Unless you're Medina.
Ramsey Bukim is through to quarterfinals. Let's go and hear from him. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Ramsey talking about just how he has to mentally prepare for these heats, because obviously coming off that shoulder injury and the result at Sunset, then going and surfing all the way through like you did in Puerto Rico, how have you put the injury behind you to come out and look like you are firing on all cylinders?
Well, honestly, I just try to not think about it, and especially in heats, you know, with the adrenaline and stuff, you don't really feel anything. And after Sunset, you know, I don't want to say it was because of my shoulder, but let's say I was not in the right, you know, mindset, and I wasn't there. So I was like, okay, look, you have two goals here: Olympics coming and making the cut. So are you gonna let what you can do? Are you gonna let this shoulder, you know, try to bother you mentally, or just try to switch it off and give everything? And if it pops out, it pops out. What do you want to do, you know? But at least give my best, and that's how I went to Puerto Rico. I went with that mindset. It worked well, and I brought it over here in Portugal, and it's feeling. I mean, it's looking okay now.
I would say it's looking very well, considering you are on to your very first quarterfinals here on the championship tour. What do you take from a day like today, where you've been in rhythm with the ocean, to carry it forward?
Well, you said it well. I was in rhythm with the ocean because it was really tricky that second heat. You know, as you saw, like, people were choosing different options and stuff. But, you know, Iago is, for me, one of the best goofies in the planet. And I knew he had that huge air game. Also his rail game, but the air game, he has it on lock. And I cannot match his air game on these little left. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to stick to my option. And it worked well for me in the round before. Even though it wasn't the same ocean, but still I was like, they're going to come. They're going to come. And like maybe 5 minutes after the heat started, this wave came. I was like, wow, it's happening for me. And we were so far apart. So it was weird. It was a one-man heat. I was doing my thing. He was doing his thing. And let's see who wins at the end.
Turned out it was you, and before I let you go, we got to address the crowd that has been cheering this entire interview for you. What does it mean to have your family here?
Super stoked, you know, my mother and my brother, they're probably the biggest supporter. They did everything for me, you know. It's only us three pretty much now, you know, so yeah, and I know my dad is very proud of me too, you know, and all my friends came, and I have some loved ones in Morocco too. They're cheering me. They know who they are, and no, it feels great. You know, I just qualified for my country again for the Olympics, and now seeing my support and the support that you know, it pushes me and just pushes me to do my best, so I don't disappoint them. You know.
On to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Rams.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Wow, so a breathless encounter out on the water as we watch exchanges going down. And lots to talk through in this. Loving seeing this action, the extra spice in each of these heats, really. First of all, let's have a look at Gabriel here.
Feline traits here. Just lands on his feet every single time. Quick to the sprock, keeps the board underneath his feet. Gabe Medina, Strider, this is just poetry.
Yeah, that's beautiful Christmas trees out the back, and just the feeling of rhythm that he's had this entire heat. We've been watching it. His board placement is money, but I love this turn right here because of how perfectly everything just hit the lip, tail slid out, and you know the spray went flying perfectly. And he's got that late bank off the lip line. That lip's almost hitting the ground, and he's still getting the board on it. You know, he throws it up like a skateboard almost. It's super impressive.
Yeah.
The agility there.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to with the feline traits right there, just because that's so cat-like for Gabe Medina, Paul.
If Medina's feeling any afters after the final that these two surfed in Tahiti late last year, it was a final that meant Jack Robinson prevented Gabriel from going to lowers for Ribco WSL finals. And I tell you what, there's different ways of responding to that. We know that generally the adversity, you poke the bear, brings the best out of Gabriel. What a way to respond.
Wow, looks like a beautiful replay right here of Igarashi. I'm liking his form out here, and he's using his rhythm to find the sections to keep the flow from turn to turn instead of anything in between, and you know, he's making sure there's nothing left.
And then Leo right behind him. Leo got the best of the previous exchange, and it looks like Leo's going to get the best of this exchange that we're just seeing on the replay as well.
Wow, it was some great rapid fire right there from Leo. Talk about no downtime. That was just almost on fast forward.
A tricky finish from it. It looked like a cleaner finish as well. Just a couple of wobbles for Igarashi, just slightly affecting the speed, but the velocity of Fioravanti, there was plenty of it.
Back to that Jack Robinson Gabe Medina final over in Tahiti. That was the latest time they matched up. We got Griffin walking down. He's going to be coming up against Imai in the next heat. There's Imai getting ready. But the point I was going to make is that the head-to-head matchup between Jack Robbo and Gabe Medina is about to get evened up. It's 3-2 in favor of Jack Robinson, and it looks like Gabe's on his way to even up their head-to-head stats.
What a way to do it as well already with huge numbers. He's just thrown away a 7-7-3. Not good enough to go into his top two. That's how dominant he's been in this one under the 6-minute mark. Robinson with priority still chasing down that combo of 17 points. So he's a long, long way back here. And Jack Robinson's campaign, which has started real well in 2024. At the moment, it's looking like coming to something of an abrupt finish relatively early in Portugal. Around a 16 for a surfer like him, equal 9th. Not really sort of result he'd be hoping for. But he coming up against Gabriel Medina in this kind of form. And starting heat so fast as well. He's getting work done so early. He's going into the excellent range. He just looks like, how can anyone stop this guy?
You know, it's interesting. Watching him surf from down on the beach, from watching the screen, watching the slow-mo, watching the replays, and then walking down on the beach and watching him surf. It's just dawns and just crushes my mind that he's doing this in a heat.
Yeah.
Guys will surf for a month straight to try to get those clips that he's gotten today, just in random heats, and it's just amazing to me the level of performance that these guys are putting down with especially Gabriel today in a heat. It's just unbelievable.
Gabe would hope that today would be the finals day actually, because he's got the mojo today, but every rise of a new sunrise brings on a new day, and you don't know if you're going to have that same mojo. But today, for sure, Strider, as to your point, it's Gabe Medina's day.
Absolutely scintillating form from Medina so far this heat, this event. little bit of a blip in terms of the opening round, went to the elimination, but ever since then it's been emphatic stuff. All of his heats, one-way traffic, big numbers coming down, just huge airs, massive turns, got deeply barreled as well. Really seems to be enjoying his surfing at the moment, loves competing, particularly when he's in this kind of form.
Gabe could have a priority interference right now and still advance out of his heat.
That is wild.
So I'm just, but like what I'm saying to Gabe is stay out of trouble. But even if he did have that, here he goes.
He likes the look of a left hit. And a quick in and out for him, looking down the line. That one stretches away. He'll flick out the back. Robbo will sit in the lineup statuesque and think about how his afternoon is going from bad to worse in the next 3 minutes or so. Meanwhile, spinning high and hard, Fioravanti went down a hole there, almost disappeared as he went down. There's his squad looking on. And they'll be, so far, enjoying what they've seen from him. They'll know there's plenty more left to come, though. 23 minutes in that heat. He does have the lead over his good friend and rival of Kanoa Igarashi right now. It's not a massive lead, but Kanoa's looking for 6.27 currently. And Fioravanti's story from last year, that final that he made at Pipeline, really set his season on fire, getting that top 10 finish and really just giving him loads and loads of confidence about competing for a spot in Final 5, and ultimately his dream of being a world champion. He's gone on record with that, something he dreamed about since he was a tiny little kid surfing in the Mediterranean Sea on the coast of Italy. There's a lot of the season left to come. If he's going to get there, there's a lot of good surfers in the way. But he's doing all right so far in Portugal, and he's really in that place on tour. He's done a few laps of it, and he's starting to look a lot more comfortable in his heats.
Yeah, you know, there's Gabby up and out. Belly, Stephen Bell, his stepdad, was talking about it and how, you know, at this point in his career and being on tour for a bit now, he just looks so much more confident and comfortable out there in his heats. Doesn't see him making silly mistakes anymore.
Yeah, the wild thing about both Leo Fioravanti and Kanoa Igarashi is both of those surfers, you would consider them citizens of the world. Both of those surfers speak multiple languages. Both of those surfers have been basically on some type of surf tour since they were teenagers. And so, I mean, talk about well-traveled, well-versed individuals. Both Kanoa and Leo. Leo to the air again.
Ooh.
And once again, a similar kind of maneuver, but he'll put that one down. So going for that backhand rotation, unsuccessful once again from him. Wasn't a long way away from landing that, but couldn't quite get it done. Still plenty of time left to go in this. Let's have another look. What's Leo trying to do here?
He's trying to get some Medina out and get above that lip, and he does really well. I felt like he was just, you know, super. Mom. That was amazing. She's like, come on now. You should have made that.
Serena's feeling the pressure here. She'll keep that concerned look for the following 20 minutes or so. She knows he's got a tough heat. Let's have a look at Medina here. Final minute of his heat. There's a wrap from him. And that probing bottom turn. And he'll look to bring this one in, just connect it up. He's put on a bit of a masterclass again out here. Looking to just bring this in through to the insides.
Oh, shifty.
And he has really been able to express himself out here, finding so many different kinds of opportunity and looking in absolutely deadly form through to quarterfinals here in Portugal. And a deep combo for Jack Robinson, who I think would rather just forget about this heat.
Yeah, I mean, I might give up a baby toenail for all those clips. And that was just ridiculous how well he surfed out there. So fun to watch.
Gabriel Medina absolutely dominant in his heat over Jack Robinson in the round of 16. That'll send him through to quarterfinals. That won't be today. We're wrapping up this round of 16. There's a couple of favorable looking days in our window tomorrow and the next day, Wednesday. Loads of great surfing as yet to come from Super Tubos in Portugal. Stop 3 on the championship tour. One thing's for sure, we'll have Gabriel Medina back for finals day. We're watching Leo and Igarashi out in the water. We're going to see Griffin and Imai too. We'll be right back.
White Kayo Igarashi going into the left. Questi tanto for squat, you know, it's more difficult for squat because it's accurate. So at the same time we were finishing heat number 5, we were starting heat number 7 already in the water, the red heat with red Griffin Colapinto and red white Michael under the hold. For the both surfers, good luck with white Jasper.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League, by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League, and by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite.
It's all about the Medina show at Supertubos, Portugal. The fans love him here, and the reason is for performances like the one we've just witnessed. And it's great to watch this guy in full flow, full of confidence. He's loving life at the moment, and through the quarterfinals in fine style.
He's just climbed up 7 spots on the live rankings to 19, Gabe Medina, with the quarterfinal appearance. So he's well above the cut line with his performance right here, and he's still gaining ground, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, it's so fun to tap into that live rankings and really understand how quickly they can move around on these on it and look at where they're going and just, you know, interestingly enough, you'd watch Gabriel surf today and think, uh-oh, if you're a competitor. Yeah, here he comes.
Bringing in heat 7, checking out Griff Colapinto, taking on Imai DeVault, and throwing up with a big backhand rotation. Surfer out of Maui, looking loose from the get-go here in this afternoon sunshine, seeing an opportunity and being inspired by some of the stuff Gabriel was able to do in the previous heat. That big rotation at speed ultimately is unsuccessful. He'll make his way out the back. 40 minutes for him. The first half of that will be under the priority of Igarashi and Fioravanti, and those two at the moment, it's as we were score-wise. It's still Leo with the advantage over Kanoa, looking for 6-2-6. Leo with priority as well.
Well, there you go. That's loss of priority for Griffin Colapinto on that paddle. And unenthused Kanoa Igarashi right now.
Yeah, not ideal when you stand up and you're clearing the nose. That's generally not what you want to be doing. And then there's a little speculative prod down the line. Meanwhile, Griff thought about pulling into that one, almost grabbing the rail, realizing that would run away. And then let's have a look at Leo, the coiled spring. And again, realizing that wave will go pretty softly. So a couple of misfires there without adding too much to scores. Leo Fioravanti will be well focused in terms of getting himself into quarters here. A great opportunity here in Europe for him to really fire up his season. Coming up against his good friend as well. He doesn't really need much extra invitation, but the idea of getting one over Kanoa, he'll be loving that. Still a lot of time left to go, though, and we're waiting to see the reaction from Kanoa Igarashi. He was asked a question in the previous round. He responded pretty well, was chasing down a pretty solid number, and he had no problem at all getting it, and actually ended up at the end of the heat with 2 good scores. So we do expect a response from Kanoa Igarashi. We'll have his plans dialed in, the Jake the Snake, exactly what he wants to do according to where he is in the heat. At the moment, he's really just waiting for a good-looking wave.
Yeah, needs a 6.27. Igarashi's got priority, plenty of time on the clock. It's still a tight battle between these two, Strider.
You know, they're both riding sharp ice, and those boards, they've got a lot of kick in the tail, and they give them the ability to get kind of more radical in the lip line, but I haven't seen Igarashi really flare into that lip line much, and I've seen, you know, I think that's why Fioravanti's up you know, in the lead at the moment, because he's giving a little bit more tweak on his turns.
Imai heading back out, making his way back seaward. Let's check out this effort from him.
It's just a punt, isn't it? Looking for something. Well inverted. Pull that and you got a big number.
These guys they're so close, right? If they bring those down, you know, they can get so many points in those one-turn waves. It's really fun to watch.
Here goes Colapinto into the flare of that late afternoon sun and tosses up the tail, a little hair flick as well to acknowledge his own stellar work. And Colapinto through to a foamy inside. Quick little slash from him. Wow. And nicely done, very neat and tidy. You have to say before that the work was done out the back. That one maneuver, particularly the big crack of the whip. And Colapinto, that'll be his first legitimate number in this encounter. Just had a couple of throwaways prior to that.
That was vertical, straight just into the sunlight, spears, throwing daggers right there. I like that, you know, and this is something that, you know, I think they would have gone over in a game plan because I think Imai would be thinking he'd be going for a lot of above the lift stuff because that's what he did in his last heat. But I think that they probably talked it out and said, look, just get these solid numbers on the board with that vertical surfing that you can do. And those were two beautiful out the back maneuvers that are gonna fade well on that scoreline, I think.
I feel it's going to be a solid number.
Let's go here from Medina. He's with AJ.
Yeah, Gabby, your coach gave you the nickname The Lion. He came up to me as soon as you got out of the water and he said, who poked the lion? Where have you found this electric resurgence here in Portugal?
It's good to have Kingy here, having my back. We've been working together for the last few years and it's been fun. I mean, as I said, it feels good just to surf, you know, get a good wave and go with the flow, and yeah, it's amazing. And come on, guys, put some lefts on tour. Let's make it fun. And yeah, I'm really happy with my performance.
Well, speaking of fun, that 9.33 looked pretty fun. You showed a lot of patience. You had the air, and then you waited for the turns. How have you developed that instinct to know when to pull the trigger on an air versus a turn here in Peniche?
Yeah, I mean, we always try to mix it up, you know, especially when you have a lot of opportunities, you know, which is good. And then, yeah, just try to mix it up. I had a few ramps. I tried to put a few more turns, and yeah, this board is really good. So I'm just happy with my board and my performance, and can't wait for the finals day.
Looking forward to seeing you in the quarters. Before we let you go, me diga sobre a onda incrível que você ganhou novo 3-3.
Fico feliz pelo 933. Foi uma nota muito boa. Fazia tempo que não pegava umas ondas e conseguia surfar e tirar bons scores. Então, fico feliz e parabéns pelo português.
Muito obrigada e parabéns até na Finals Day.
Obrigado.
Wait, I'm confused here. Hang on, I thought Joe Turpel was the lion.
He was.
Hang on, how many lions are there here?
Yeah.
How many? Have we got room for another lion?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. I
We've always got room for Gabby.
Gabby's got the whiskers. He's got the claws. I mean, what are we going to do? He's certainly the lion. If Kingy says he's the lion, he's the lion.
I think Turpel might be having words with Kingy. I think he might have some stiff words with him now. I mean, what a great interview with Medina. He looks so happy. He's really enjoying his work, and he is back to his absolute best. Really cool to see it going down. Of course, just through the quarters, he's got finals day ahead of him. A lot left to come, but so entertaining, such good value. Crowd loving this. How about this stuff, though, on replay as we check out Griff Colapinto.
Nice smooth surfing.
And a big number.
That was the other one, right?
Well, we're going to report a big number, Paul.
Yeah, prior to that, so he just rode that wave during the interview, Griffin Colapinto, but the scoreboard news, it's massive news, actually. Griffin Colapinto has gone to the excellent range. That wave that he tagged into the sunshine. And we had trouble exactly seeing how critical that was with our vision on it. Judges had no trouble at all assigning him a really big number, and he's in command with half an hour left to go in this. 8.77 for Griffin. So going into that excellent range, well into it. And that was a 3.17 that we just watched. So backing that up and already very much in the ascendancy against Imai.
You could feel that, right? Just watching that live, you knew that was excellent surfing. The connectivity, the commitment, the risk, everything about that just screamed excellence. So well done by the judges. That 8.77, well earned for Griffin Colapinto.
And those were like lightning bolts to me. You get the, you got the upstroke and then the downstroke of the board, and then that just spray goes flying back up again. Just straight lightning bolts into the lip twice out the back. And to get two big maneuvers off like that is where that score came from, and we saw that with Ramsey as well. This is the 8.77.
Yeah, here it is. I mean, watch this. This is a great view out of the glare. He's just throwing fins out the back. There's all the numbers. Paul, look at a 9.2 by one judge.
I mean, basically gave himself a swirly. Threw that thing up there so hard that his head was just down in the toilet, and he just came out of it. It was insane. I love it. Yeah, Griff.
Well, if Gabe's the lion, then Griffin's the Griffin. Because that's a great combination of Griffin.
Yeah, absolutely. Some sharp talons on him. 8.77, a really solid number. Colapinto has got his tail up here, and he'll be absolutely delighted with that locked in late in the afternoon after a long day. And conditions as ever on the shift. You just want to carry on that momentum. Sometimes after a great heat, you wonder how the waves are going to fall in yours. This guy's been quiet for a while. Let's have a look at him doing some decent work here.
Regained the lead with this one. Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi. That was enough to take the lead off of Leo Fioravanti, guys.
A crucial number for him, the 6.43 that he was chasing down. So after an extended period of inactivity from Kanoa Igarashi, now in a narrow lead over his mate, Leo. Bang. A really sharp and fast turn and a fast get down as well, as Imai can't hang on to that.
Man, it was just, maybe it was just the slow-mo, but Igarashi just didn't look like he was so excited about that wave, but that wave turned the heat.
Yeah, it
right?
turned the heat.
I mean, that's beautiful surfing. Right there, Imai comes out of the sky and just comes into looking like he was ready for another turn, but I think, anticipated the next part of it.
Yeah, this feels like a huge error for him. I mean, it's a really technical turn, but he's such a good surfer, and he got it down. He really needed to go back up if he's going to stay in contention. That 8.77 from Griff, Imai de Vault will be kicking himself right now. And I just wonder, he knows that sort of turn is the sort of stuff he needs to bring on the CT. How does he avoid getting overly frustrated right now? Partly with the score of Griff, and then partly with that mistake that he's made there. Does he keep a cool head? And if he does, how does he do it?
Gotta wash it off. Surf it off is what I would say. Especially,
I think that's the best way.
Especially under priority. I mean, you may as well get busy and start, taking chances. And we saw him throw that big inverted air strider. You put that down, you turn the heat.
Yeah, you're in it.
You're right in it.
Yeah.
Probably not turn the heat because you're in a combination, but you're certainly going to reel in on fire Griffin Colapinto.
6 minutes to go in the Igarashi Fioravanti heat, and it is the surfer out of Japan at the moment with the lead in that one. Priority with Leo, who caught a ton of waves for throwaways. He's had 5 or 6 of those since his last score. Right now, it needs a different sort of concentration from him. He needs to dial that back. He really needs to find a bit of quality. It's not a big number for him, 6.5. That's, of course, assuming there's no further improvement from Kanoa Igarashi. But Leo now, after being real busy, needs to be a bit more selective and find something and see if he can get himself back in a heat. He's been leading pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, but you talked about it earlier in the heat, Paul. Kanoa did this in the round of 32 up against Sammy Pupo. It was all Pupo. At the three-quarters of the heat, it was all Sammy, and then Kanoa turned it, and he's just looks like he's doing it again right now.
A little dynamic surfing right at the end will do it. I mean, the Sammy Pupo heat, I thought Sammy won. I came into the zone, and all of a sudden I looked on the board, and I missed the wave.
Concerned faces among the Italians, even a big lip. Something of a pout protruding as well, so some sadness going down at the moment. Don't get disheartened yet. There's still 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this one. Plenty of time for Leo to find himself a wave. He is an intense competitor. And he'll be backing himself to find something. Meanwhile, in Kanoa's camp, Jake the Snake.
The grin.
The smirk on the snake right now. That is a smirky look that we have by Kanoa's coach.
Yeah, Jake Patterson, Western Australia's finest, came out of retirement, was watching Kanoa, said, hey, you are just not doing. That's not the Igarashi that we built for competition.
Yeah.
And Kano said, all right, well, come back and rebuild me. And he did.
Yeah.
You should have made that one. You know, I can just hear it now. Let's go, Leo. You got time.
Under the 4-minute mark in heat number 6 of the round of 16. Igarashi on your screen there. And the picture of cool, calm collectedness right now at the moment, pending some kind of reply from his mate, Leo Fioravanti, 5'6", a reminder of the requirement, a little bit of motion here. Let's see what we got. It's Colapinto, finds himself a wave, dominant in his heat against Imai, and another good-looking run in left for him. And again, goes up, just slightly overcooks it. That time we'll forgive him for that by virtue of the fact of what he did on a previous left-hander for an excellent number where he absolutely belted it. And
I don't forgive him. I think, you know, he was on his way to a great backup score right here. All he needed to do was bring this home, and I think he went a little soft on it, thinking in his mind, if I'm going to bring this home. And, you know, because the first, you know, beautiful work right there. He's like, all right, I got the score. And then almost like, well, I mean, the tail was out the back. It was still aggressive, but it just came off on the way back in, and that was an unfortunate error right there because I know that Imai is still in a combo land, but still he can get back in this and really come back. I mean, they're in a non-priority situation.
2.5 minutes for Leo, still waiting for his opportunity. And he needs to put himself in the right place when that comes through. And he'll have to wait out another extended lull right now. And really, that mental game, which there's different things you can do to work on your prep, getting your head in the right place, but it's very hard to practice for the genuine pressure to load that on yourself when you do need a score, when you do need something to happen. Let's see how he goes about doing that. And a little bit of purpose to his paddling cadence right now as he looks semi-interested in a wave. And then he realized that one's a bit straight. It'll be Griff that'll snaffle it and say, I'll have a go at this. And he looks so smooth and buttery. Oh, really nice from him. He throws that up really nice and late, puts a little extra bit of variety, just something different from him. Arriving in the lip, and there's the backup one. Strider, is there a little bit more forgiveness?
Yes. Now I'd like to say, nice work, Griff.
You guys okay now?
We're okay again, yeah. What do you think about this one, Kipes?
I like it. I like what he's doing right now, just building upon it. He's still in the non-priority section of his heat, and he's already put up some big numbers, so he's going to put a lot more pressure on Imai.
I feel like Griff's got a great touch, you know, especially on those finishing moves where the tail gets loose in the lip line, you know, but it doesn't look like he's going at it that hard, but he's still really solid.
Imai, here he goes, live action from him. Nice first turn drifting. Backside with the fins, does it again. Good rhythm to this, doesn't need to do too much, and gets taken down on a finishing maneuver. 2 nice turns before that. All right, here's the reply. Here goes Leo Fioravanti in the tube. He's traveling and he comes out. Fioravanti is absolutely delighted. He disappeared from view. The late takeoff straight into the tube, knifes it in, and all smiles in his camp. What a wait with now 30 seconds on the clock from Leo Fioravanti to get himself back in this heat, and it looks like back in the quarters.
Bravo from the balcony there. One more barrel coming in, but that's not going to change a thing. Fioravanti.
Wow, she's on the hit now. That's the one. I love it. That was it, man. That was sick. We haven't seen a barrel, you know, it's just now the tide's getting lower, so things are starting to change out here. Gonna start pumping again.
Colapinto in live action. Backhand hit from him. Whips it around on a foamy face, puts it up again. He's showing us all sorts of maneuvers here. We're waiting for a number to come in for Leo Fioravanti. Prior to that, he's back on the beach. He looks absolutely delighted. Look at him. Pure fire from Leo. He needed a number. It was 5, 6, 8. Let's have a look.
Wow, super technical, late. I mean, stood up in the barrel on that, you know, beautiful work. You know, from the front on angle. He wasn't extremely deep, but look at the technique of getting under that hood. You know, incredible work. I'm really super impressed right there. That was super fun to watch. And then the make coming out with some style and energy. Bravo. Just like you said, Kaipo.
And there's the balcony exploding. Mom and fiance, smiles.
Great work.
Wow.
And his brother, epic.
Number 6.
Europe is screaming on the beach. I love it.
Still waiting for that number to come in for Leo Fioravanti. 5.68 the requirement. He's going to go deep into the excellent range at 9-point ride. Drops for Leo. Just desserts for keeping a super cool head. Knife in a really late drop. Disappearing from view, and he loves it. What a way to get one over your good buddy in the final minute of a heat. Leonardo Fioravanti is going to finals day here in Portugal.
That was the gift from the wave gods. It was beautiful.
So Leo absolutely delighted, as with his support crew, the Europeans, the Italians here in full voice. And he'll just take a moment to soak this up here. And Super Tubos once again delivering for us. And conditions throughout the day have continued to improve with those offshore winds in this late part of the afternoon. Belly loves it too. We're going to go, we need a bit of refreshment. We're actually going to go for a bonsai brew break here. We've got loads more great surfing yet to bring you. We'll admire Leo Fioravanti again in slow motion. More live action from Portugal, where it's tubing right after this.
So 27, you just had neglect for the LED. Blue, white, first time blue, second time blue, white. And the red heat, first time is red.
Welcome back to Portugal, where Kanoa Igarashi has just gone down to his good mate, and a really nice moment, this one, as Kanoa congratulates his buddy, Leo Fioravanti. Did it in the best possible style, got deeply barreled for a 9-point ride in the final 35 seconds of that heat. Leo needing a score and getting it done, and part of the reason he was able to do that is because of conditions like these. It is dreamy out there right now, puffing offshore, as we'll see another tube ride go down. Will we see someone emerge? We won't. We'll check out Rio Wider taken to the lineup, coming up against a wild card in the form of João Duru, who ripped this place apart earlier as well. He'll be full of confidence. Meanwhile, with 15 minutes and 20 odd seconds remaining in their heat, still Colapinto with a lead over Imai, who hasn't been able to stick anything at all so far. We're waiting for numbers for him to come through. Actually, he'll have a slightly healthier score to drop, but at the moment it really is just shrapnel from him. And here's João Duru throwing up some shapes, and I think he's surfing in a more conventional spot. He went all the way down the beach earlier on. Here's Rio. He's taken on João, and he's found himself a left, and he'll crack one up high in the lip. That wide stance enables him to be bendy enough to take that in the legs. So a combo of turns in a steep section, that one draining out. Decent finish from Rio.
Yeah, really fast. I love the speed he's putting into it. He has been training like crazy, and you know, he's got a trainer here named Tina, and she just grinds him into the ground every single day. So it looks like it's paying off to me. Glenn Micro Hall coaching him and giving him some great insight and obviously heat IQ. So Beautiful work.
What a big rotation attempt from Griff. Massive, lofty one. We've seen him do that before. We've seen him get a 10 doing exactly that here, Kayo.
Yeah, that was shades of the year that he took out a win here with that 10-point backside rotator.
Let's get straight down to AJ and hear from Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, Leo telling me this moment still hasn't sunk in, but let's recap what happened. You needed a 5.68, less than a minute to go, and you got a 9. You knew it as soon as you came up from the beach. Talk me through every section of that wave, the decision to go.
You know, I was honestly thinking about getting the left and doing a big air. And then I saw the wave and I paddled to the left, but then last minute I'm like, oh wow, it's a right. So I came back and I was super late. And I'm like, I need to focus right here. I really need to make sure I make this drop. And once I made the drop, I'm like, all right, I'm in it. Came out, and it was the best feeling in the world. John did that to me at Pipeline. I love canoa, but you know, what goes around comes around. And today was my day.
Today was your day, and everybody on the beach seemed to be rooting you up as you were waiting for that score. How special is it to have a moment like that in front of a crowd, friends and family like this?
Oh, it's a dream come true. My family's here. So many friends, so many Italian fans on the beach. And, you know, it was a special moment for me, but also for them. You know, they come here, spend so much money to wait around and around for the contest to turn on. So I really appreciate them being here and supporting me, and always Forza Italia. Dai.
And you made sure that it was worth the wait, and I know you have so many friends and family back home. Do you want to say anything to them back in Italy?
Un abbraccio a tutti in Italia, grazie per il tifo, ciao nonna, ti voglio bene, Forza Italia, dai.
Fantastic stuff, Leo Fioravanti. He's the happiest man on this beach right now, and he deserves to be. What an effort from him. Let's pick up another Euro in the form of Johan Duroux. Living in the same town as Leo, Seignos, southwest France. Leo's been based there for a number of years. Johan Duroux hails from that part of the world. He's done laps to the championship door. He has done appearances as a wild card. He's made the final out here. And he surfed at blistering speed this morning with that smoothness as well. He needs to bring more of that if he's going to come back with final stakes. Have another look at this right.
Yeah, that's the dependable backhand approach by Johan Duroux. Just swings through his turns. And generally, it equals some pretty impressive numbers. This is a 5.93 on the replay that we're watching for Griffin Colapinto Strider.
Yeah, some really great surfing. And there's that finish move that we were talking about before, where he has that touch to get those fins out free, gets it moving. Doesn't look like he's going too hard at it, but technical, spray everywhere, and power. Just has a lot of finesse. Bang, right there for Rio.
So we're watching these replays right here. Rio Waida going back to back, and we're still waiting for the scores. One for the left, one for the right for the Indonesian surfer, and see where that sets us in his challenge against Johan Duroux.
How epic are the conditions right now?
Yeah.
Tide went lower, still got plenty of swell, and it's straight offshore, and there's just looks like a skate park out there with a couple of barrels thrown in.
Feels like there's so many ways of getting your scores as well. We maybe weren't expecting to see barrels, and then Leo, interesting in his interview, saying he actually thought he was going left, put himself out of position. That's why he was so late, because usually you wouldn't necessarily see someone as late as that knifing in. I mean, he actually kind of barrel overtook his arm as he was airdropping down. He had the full wings out. Let's have a look here. Here's another beautiful looking tube, a backhand tube.
What?
And a successful exit there for Rio Waida.
That was insane. For him to navigate this thing on the backhand, realize that there was a doggy door, and then to actually sneak out, take the lip on the back, and just, you know, be able to stay. You know what? That's training paying off right there. Strength training from his coach, Tina, that's been doing. Just hats off. I mean, beautiful work. Griff bangs away there, Kipes.
Just magic conditions and everything coming together. And Griffin Colapinto using this beautiful feature to his advantage. Unfortunately, not getting that finish, but we're going to say, hey, no problem, Griff. He's got a giant lead. He's got Imai Kalani Deval in a serious combo right now.
Absolutely delectable conditions. There's a bit of talk going around about north wind blowing in. Generally on the coast of Portugal, you get that north wind in the afternoon. It's not normally great news. That's a bit of a cross on shore, but actually just the way this headland is here at Peniche, it funnels it round on the inland side of that headland, that former island of Peniche, and it is puffing offshore. It looks absolutely dreamy out there.
You know, the forecast said it was going to be better as the day went on, and the winds were going to end. I just love it when a good forecast comes together, and that's what it's done. Surfline produced it. They talked about it, and here we are.
Talk about golden hour. Look at the conditions. Look at the waves, and some great scores, great performances also.
Just dealing with some issues with our scoring system at the moment. That's why we're not updating you with numbers currently. We'll get that figured out and bring you information as soon as we can. We reckon a good number coming the way of Rio Wider. This guy's already got serious points on the board, and he's showing no signs of slowing down at all. Griff again in full flow down the line. This one velvety and smooth on the face. A few bumps though, and he had a little look at a section, thought better of it, and decides not to try anything on that particular effort. Tommy Witz looks so far so good in terms of Griff.
Yeah, walks out into the sun to give it a look, make sure he sees the rest of it. He's got him on a good program, and they've been having a really good time, actually. I loved it when Griff opened up in his post heat about how worried he was about, you know, doing well here.
Rio again, here he goes. Looked like he was loading up there, springing for something. That one just bent out to sea a touch, just retreated away from him as he was squaring up to it. And Rio, who was super busy earlier on this afternoon, he'll look like he's trying to maintain that kind of flow and just catch anything out there in the water. When the waves are like this, why wouldn't you?
Talking about golden hour, this is it. And it's been a long day, but it's been such an entertaining day here for day number 3.
And the judges are probably really happy right now that the surfers aren't surfing directly in front of the scaffolding and down the beach a little bit, so they can kind of look down the way. You can see that they're surfing to the south of the tower. Otherwise, they'd be looking directly into that sunlight, and that's a tough go for them, which they do time and time again. My hats are off to the judges.
Hey, they're going to plow through at the end of the day. 24 heats, probably a couple thousand scores thrown down. Yeah, I agree with you. Here we go, Joan Deroux.
Uchillon, Joan Deroux, here he goes with some blistering speed and just S-ing and zagging his way across a right-hander. And he'll tag it again one more time, go for a strong finishing turn. He's going to need to try and hang on to this because Rio will have some numbers heading his way. So Deroux surfing a long way down, won't get the completion of the finish, we don't feel, but he earned himself some credit before that. And we are going to update with numbers as soon as they come through. Looks like we're figuring out our issue with the scores at the moment. And we'll confirm the situation, but it looks like it started off really good. Well, it started excellent for Griffin Colapinto. It's getting better as well. He got the 8.77 early on. He's just locked in a 7.67. So it looks very good indeed for Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, and it looks dark for Imai Kalani Deval, the Maui boy, in a serious combination. 16.44 is the two-wave total that Imai needs to muster up, Strider. And I'm going to say, with only 5 minutes, 35 seconds, not looking good.
Yeah, that's a tough ask. I'm not going to say that Imai can't do it because right now the waves are getting better. And with the tide going lower, there'll be more waves breaking on the sandbar. They're going to be hollower. They're going to be going faster. And with that, you can get bigger, more intense maneuvers out of it or a barrel ride. So, you know, and the paddle back out is really quick here. So you can do this really quickly.
Colapinto shows a bit of artistry to pull in. He ends up on his backside and he's having a bit of fun. Why wouldn't you? And he got big total on the board, 16.44. His numbers, he's loving it.
He just threw down that he was in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
In his seat.
Let's take a look at this. In the barrel, kind of gets knocked off and then just has some fun. Goes into the Griffin stance here. Head of an eagle, body of a lion. And the exit one more time in slow-mo, Strider.
Yeah, great rail technique there where he's just pushing on the outside rail with his hand, holding onto that, and then the inside rail with his foot and his body. You know, he had to push through there, so it kind of knocked him backwards, the foam ball, and he ended up in the driver's seat where he's been this whole heat.
Looking pretty comfortable where he is right now with his situation. The crowd enjoying that one as well. Griffin Colapinto can breathe pretty easy to the point that he's got 4 minutes left, but this guy will try and come back at him. Here goes Emite. First job is to get out combo. He's not going to do it like that.
Nah, he saw frustration. Just in the kick out, and rightfully so. I mean, sometimes heats go so one-sided, and it's not the talent of the surfer. Sometimes it's just the waves, you know, and the rhythm out there. And the rhythm was all Griffin Colapinto in that matchup.
Yeah, two of them out there and they line up together. Every time Griff catches a wave, priority goes to Emite, and you would think, well, it's your turn next, just get the next good one. But sometimes you see a surfer get a great wave, end up a little bit down the beach, one will pop up over there. There's that flow that's really hard to sort of qualify exactly how that happens. So sometimes you just got it, and when you got it, you got to make use of it.
I call it a rhythm, and you know, there is a relationship. You know, there's energy, and you have to get that rhythm started, and I think that's exactly, you know, what Griffin surfed himself into a great rhythm in this heat. His first couple of waves were, you know, throwaways, but he ended up finding it as it went on, and that's something you have to do. You got to catch a couple waves, you got to get into rhythm and find yourself in that relationship.
We got our numbers back, so under 3 minutes for Griff and Emite. Colapinto dominant in that. The other heat, Duru Waida, look how tight and close that is. 5.5 and a 5.33 for Rio, 5 and a 5.93 for Joanne.
We got to still be waiting for scores.
Yeah, we're missing a big number for Rio Waida still.
And one from Joanne Duru, because that barrel that Rio had hasn't. I don't think it's.
No, it's not. It's not up yet. Yeah. So there you go.
8-point ride in for Rio Waida. The backhand tube just forced his way through the exit. Goes excellent with the number. Here's Emite going high and landing in the explosion and just consumed by that. He'll go down once again. So the 8-point ride for Rio will bolster his campaign considerably towards getting to quarterfinals. We've got a number to come in for Joanne as well. Let's see where that puts us. Meanwhile, this is the kind of stuff he needs to do.
And you're always waiting for them to come flying out of this whitewater section. I mean, I don't give up on any of these guys because it's just amazing that they can be gone for a couple of seconds in that implosion, and then come riding out, and you're like, wow, you know, that's the whoa factor. That's the excellent ride score getting dropped really quickly. So, you know, for me, I mean, it's getting down to it basically being over now, but if he would have made that, come out of it, and head back out for another one. Wow, that was the 8-point ride. Beautiful, just technique to get under that hood, pushing on it, and to identify the doggy door and to come out and to have the core strength to hang on through that. Beautiful work.
Excellent score for Rio Waida for that deep tube, and put himself in a strong position now in this one. Still plenty of time left to go in it. 21 minutes. Numbers in for Joanne. It's a small one. Won't go in his top two. So advantage with Rio. He's got priority as well. Joanne a 7.58. Final minute for Griff and Emite. And there's different ways to get yourself into finals day, and there's been a couple of stories today, loads of great points for the Corona post-show, but just thinking about surfers that want to get a result and getting it in Portugal, coming back into finals day if you just squeaked in, but when you've posted massive numbers, when you've gone excellent, when you've had your opponent in combo the whole time, that's got to give you a lot of extra confidence for that finals day.
There's a simple question for Griffin Colapinto in his post-heat after the round of 32. Can you win this event again? And he had a simple answer. He said yes. Period.
I like that. That's confidence.
And he's backing it up right now. 8.77, 7.67. Yeah, Griffin Colapinto's keep the eyes on Griffin. And another note is Griffin and Crosby, his younger brother, on opposite sides of the draw. Brothers final could be pretty epic.
Well, somebody's going to have to come up against Gabriel Medina.
Live action here of Duru. And he'll throw in a reverse, and he'll hang on to this. That's exactly what Strider was just talking about a second ago. You don't give up on people in the explosion. And Duru getting a big rotation and a technical one to do. And And it looks like we're seeing a switch wave here from Griffin Colapinto, who's absolutely loving this. We have 7 quarter-finalists locked in. The 7th of them is that guy, Griffin Colapinto, former winner here in the year that he nabbed a 10-point ride in the early rounds as well, and he'll be back into quarter-final competition with a comprehensive dismissal of Imai Devolt, who really struggled out there, just couldn't find anything going, no kind of rhythm. And Griffin Colapinto just showed us all sorts of stuff and really looked like he's enjoying himself, expressing himself on his surfboard. That's when he's at his best, and he'll be just one part of many big talking points that we'll take away from today. It's been really enjoyable to watch it all go down. We're not done yet. We're still going to wrap up the Rio Wider Joan Duro heat. More live action. Final heat of the day will wrap up right after this.
Waiting for entrar para o francês, so standing by for the last of the white Joan Duru. Then the aperitif situation. Time call now 18 minutes 20 seconds.
Golden hour in Portugal, and we're wrapping up the action here. We're going to bring you the rest of this heat. Then, of course, all the big talking points from a massive day in the Corona post-show, the best heats. We'll update the forecast, look in the next couple of days, the wave of the day as well. Loads of really good talking points. We've had some massive heats and performances, loads of excellent numbers. By far the best quality surf we've seen so far in this waiting period as well. And we were talking about the 50-year storm. What storm? It looks clean and glassy and velvety and smooth. Looks delicious, Strider.
Wow, yeah, it's just, yeah, I love it when it passes and it clears and it's beautiful just like this. I mean, you got to pay to play, and that's what we did, right? We got through all the heavy stuff, and now we're into this beauty.
Yeah, news on the scoreboard. Duru right back in this, dropped a 7, so he is right back in contention here. And that was that big air reverse where he completely disappeared in the whitewater bounce, that explosion. And if it did get the better of him, you would have understood why, but he was strong enough to hang on to that. And a 7-point ride, his points dividend for that, and puts him right back in the heat here. 6.51 he's looking for. It's still Rio with the lead. He's got priority as well. 16 minutes, and we're just loving the look of these conditions. You see how smooth it is on the face, offering surfers ramps, tubes going down as well, big lips to hit. Basically your whole repertoire you can show here at Super Tubos when it's in this kind of mood.
Yeah, 100%. It is basically a skate park with an extra bowl put in there for the tube time.
A couple of full pipes.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
It's like a skate park with extra fish.
I'm a little confused on that one, but
it's fishy, mate. It's Peniche.
Yeah, lots of sardines.
So we get, sometimes we get a little aroma of it, which, you know, is great if you like fish. Gets you in the mood for dinner. And there's plenty of fish out in the water swimming around having a good time too, as is Joan Duru on the backhands. And he'll swing one, and then he'll think better of a second turn. He kind of looked at it, and then he's like, nope, don't think so, not really on there. So cruisy energy to finish that ride. 6.51 the requirement. Not sure we saw that there. He'll go back to the lineup without priority. Let's see what his next move is.
This is gonna be an interesting wrap-up. You know, we got a lot of time on the clock. Rio's got a great wave, but his backup is pretty low. And, you know, you have to be sitting out there thinking about, okay, this guy's right behind me again, you know, and do you, you know, you cover him and try to get the better of the waves that come through. You stick to your game plan, and you got to peak where the best waves are coming through, and you think you got it. It's just like you have to make a decision, and I would think you, like Jesse Mendez, kind of told me about getting in on your opponent and taking the luck away from him.
And I guess for someone like Joan Duru, mentally, he has far less pressure on himself as a wild card compared to Rio Waida as we take a look here. And this is just, you know, this is going to be a non-factor. Recognizes, hey, there's not what I want here, and just kicks out. But for Joan, he can take more risk. Here's a replay of the 7 for Joan Duru.
I like that.
No pressure on him in terms of trying to make the cut, things like that. The other thing, of course, he's just qualified for the Olympic Games. It's a home Olympics, the Paralympics. Obviously, the surfing's going to be in Tahiti, but that is absolutely massive news in France. And Joan Duru will be representing France at Teahupo'o. It's a wave he knows really well. He's been going there a long, long time. He's amazing in the barrel, and that is huge for his career in the context. Whatever happens in this event, he knows he's heading to Tahiti, gets himself in the barrel there. Not the roundest or necessarily the longest tube of all time, but he'll just keep doing that and rolling the dice. I'm just thinking about that comfort that affords you as well when you got that good news. I mean, generally, some people surf better when they're angry, but I think most people, they generally perform better in most sports when they're feeling good. And he's, I don't know if I've ever seen him looking more content.
Right, yeah, he's been walking around, you know, the Red Bull athlete zone and just smiles, making jokes, having a good time. You know, he's got that signature giggle as well. Yeah. You're right. The headspace right there seems to be on point for Duru.
Bit of energy here. Duru having a little look at it, decides not to go, as does Rio Waida. Talking of good energy, good relationships with the ocean. A past winner, Griff Colapinto, just smoked his last heat. Let's have a chat with him. He's with AJ. All right, 12.5 on the clock. We'll come back and get that Griff Colapinto interview. Love to hear his thoughts because he looks so relaxed. He's really enjoying himself out there. And we'll get some insights from him as he gets set for finals day. 7 of those finalists, they've been decided. All right, let's go again. AJ's with Griff.
Yeah, we got the technical difficulties figured out down here, and good thing, because we got a lot to talk about with that interview, Griff. I want you to just tell me how you managed to control that heat. Really, it seemed like from the moment you paddled out to the final wave, you knew what you wanted to do.
Yeah, the waves were turning on. I could tell, like, the tide was pulling out, and so I have a really good board, and I wasn't really tripping on the whole strategy stuff. I was just like, there's going to be so many waves, and, you know, just once I get an opportunity, I think it's game on, so.
And you did a lot with the opportunities you did take advantage of. Let's talk about that 8.77. Walk me through each section.
Yeah, it's funny because Kanoa was paddling over from the right over to the left, and I saw him coming, and I'm like, oh no, like he's gonna come and sit right near me and take my wave, you know? And as he was like just about coming, the wave came in, and I could hear him. I think he yelled something like he was kind of pissed that he missed it. And I was like, oh my gosh, so lucky right here. And then, yeah, my first turn felt like kind of all right. And then, so I was like, oh wow, I kind of like didn't really do that good on the first turn. So I wanted to push the second turn super hard. And I almost like pushed too much. And then I think my head was like in between my legs at one point. And then, yeah, I just like popped out and made it. So that was a good feeling.
And so you got the points that matter. You also got some style points there. What are we calling the new sit on your board throughout the wave thing?
Well, we're calling that a surfing meditation.
There you go. And before we let you go, got to talk about you and Crosby, both onto the quarterfinals. You're going to share your first finals day together. What does that mean?
Beyond words. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Pretty crazy to think it's third event in and we got a finals day together. So hard work's paying off. So thank you to all the people that support us, our surfboard shapers like Matt Bolas, all his crew, and then Tommy Witz, our coach, my parents, my grandparents. Oh, I also want to give a shout out to our boy Jet Schilling. It's his birthday. And then my Uncle Rocco's birthday is in 2 days. So yeah, I love you guys and miss everyone at home, and let's keep it rolling.
Congratulations, Griff.
Thank you.
Fantastic stuff. Colapinto delighted to be through to finals day with his younger bro as well. Good insights there from the thrust and parry of overlapping heats. Interesting to hear his vision from the lineup as he put together great scores. Speaking of vision, Duru disappears. He just forces his way out, actually. That was an ever-tightening tube. Didn't gape on him. It actually pinched, and he just kept kept that rail alive, kept pumping, managed to find an exit somehow.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave. It kind of pinched him down on the end here when he did disappear, and you know, it was a little bit too much tide on it there, and I think, you know, he needs a bigger wave. He's got to have more opportunity on. So
you can tell just by the kick out, he knows that's not going to do it.
Duro still in the hunt for a number hit. 9 minutes in order to do it. 6.51 that requirement. It remains the same for him. Rio Wider's just been steely with that priority, and he's waiting to find himself a wave that he thinks is better than his 5.5 that he's got locked in already. Hasn't seen anything of that order thus far. Let's see if he's tempted here. And he will be slightly unsettled with the fact that Duro's just going anything with nothing to lose. And he'll realize if he gets any opportunity to add to his total, he'll try and do so. 8 minutes and so to wrap up what's been such a fun day at Super Tubos. We've had, well, there's so much go down, a long day. It feels like we've packed a couple of days worth of action into one long day here at Supers.
We did. 100%.
We had a long day yesterday at the jetty, another long day over here, but that's what we like, you know. Got a lot of surfing done, a lot of great entertainment for the surf fans. So,
and we know that's going to happen in Europe.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you get these sporadic conditions that are all over the place, and you have to adapt to it, just like the surfers do. Well, you know, tours and competitions does, and they have to grind out as many heats as they can when they can.
Yeah, great point. Because coming into this event, Strider, we knew it was about adaptability. We're coming off of a dreamy Hawaiian leg. It's a whole different world here. Giant tides, cold water, a lot of weather patterns still happening. I mean, it's still, you know, the spring equinox is on its way, but it certainly feels like wintertime.
Glenn Micro Hall, coach for Rio Waida, and Tina, the trainer next to him. They've been right there, and they love Rio.
Duro again, look at this wave for him. This one stands up nicely on the backhand, big whip in turn, and then just catches as it folds in two. And interesting to see no interest at all from Rio in that one, but he likes the one behind it, and then quickly making a decision that won't be the wave. I'd rather hang on to priority than ride that wave to its natural conclusion.
That would have been a hard wave to let somebody go on, huh? I must have looked way down the line and saw that there was going to be kind of a separation on the lip line, and the way that the wave, you know, kind of came apart from itself.
Bit of a bomb coming through out the back here. What do we got? Looks like Rio in the spot. Late drop from him, pulls in backside. This one's throaty. Look at this tube for Rio. Can he come out of that?
No.
Wow, Rio Waida, such a sick entry into that. They got some traveling done. Comes from a land of left barrels, unable to find an exit there though.
If he came out of that one, he'd be dancing on the sand for sure.
And Micro would have been too. He would have been dancing on the scaffolding up in the Red Bull athlete area. That was a great wave, and would have definitely made it really hard for Duro.
Tried to make a Duran reference. It didn't really work. Sorry, Shadow. Let's take another look at Rio Waida on the replay.
Got a little high there. It looks like he put the body in the wall, and it slowed himself down a little too much. And didn't get the drive through the barrel that he needed.
Yeah. But he's been loving that board, right? In a previous interview, he said, you know, thanking his whole crew over there at Sharp Eye, they sent that board overnight, express delivery all the way from Australia.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a story.
Yeah. Think about the freight on that. Well worth it, however, because he is about 5 minutes and 35 seconds away from back-to-back finals day here in Portugal, Rio Waida.
I mean, hold the phone, though, man. This is a sketchy situation here for Rio. You know, Joan having priority, only needing a 6.5. The door is wide open for the European, and he is deadly in these kind of ways. He's already sitting on a 7. We know he can do it.
Yeah, P for prowl. He's on the prowl there, isn't he, Duro? He's sniffing around out there. He loves a tube. He's pretty good in beach breaks, hailing from southwest France, and he's got priority right now. 6.51 is not a big number. He's already bettered that with his 7, and there's 5 minutes to go as we see some meteor energy coming through out here. So still plenty of swell out there in the water. Expecting things just to dial down a touch for tomorrow, but right now it's pulsing.
Look at even the insiders just reeling down there and spitting.
Just that, you know what that did? That just made me think, why didn't I bring my board down here for just one before dark?
You may be able to sneak one in, Strider. Yeah.
Dreamy looking conditions out there, chasing a number still. The Frenchman, the wild card, the veteran, also an Olympian, Johan Duroux, is out in the water right now, hunting 6.51. There's the tricolor of France. And Johan will be representing that nation in Tahiti in the Paris Olympics coming up in a few months' time. Right now, he's thinking about getting into finals day here in Portugal, place where he's had big results in the past. He's been in the final here before, and he loves coming down here to compete. He's got a big squad actually on the beach, pretty hefty entourage from Southwest France down here in various roles. They're all coming together to support him, and surfers like Ramsey, pretty solid crew, and he'll be feeling very at home down here. Right now, time ticking away though, 3 minutes 40 to go for Johan. Still looking for 6.51. Rio Wider, what's going through his mind right now?
Praying for a lull. But you know what? Watch. He's going to stay busy right now, taking a look at under the priority. Rio can still make it happen. Remember, his backup, Rio Wider, is just a 5.5. So increase the need for Johan Duroux. Even if you just get a 6-point ride, it's going to be that much harder for Johan to turn the heat.
Johan heading out to sea, trying to put himself in position as this tide will roll out, and there's increasing energy as well. Seen a couple of thicker bombs hitting. So dynamic, this lineup. Really, you think you know what you're going to be looking at for a heat, in a complete contrast really to the kind of waves going down from the beginning of a heat. It's all part of the story here in Portugal. Navigating those changes is key to the winning formula for going deep into this event. Duroux paddling out, that tends to suggest there's waves coming. Look at this stuff. No one finding a way close to that wave. Beautiful looking left, just spitting on its own. Duroux's found himself in position here. 2:30 on the clock, 6.51 the requirement. Johan Duroux, he'll park one in the tube. He's behind the curtain, he's traveling. He comes out the front, and he'll open up with a turn into the lip. Johan Duroux absolutely loving it.
I think he did it. I think Duroux just turned the heat. What do you think, Strider?
I want to see a replay. All right, thank you very much. Drops in. Let's see how deep he gets. He does disappear for a second. I could see the nose of the board for a while, and then that turn is going to put the hammer down. He's going to come really close to that score with that. I mean, it wasn't a giant barrel, but definitely did a great job to hammer it down on the end there.
I could sense your hesitation. He had to sort of stall his way, and he never really got pumping. He was always kind of stalling and slowing himself, but nevertheless, quite a round, throaty one when he pulls in. Gets a good pump here.
And then it kind of, right there, it kind of squeezes him a bit, but then the finish is why he would get it. If he gets it, it's for this reason right here, where he throws it down into the lip. He doesn't go crazy dynamic. He puts it out kind of lateral to the beach. There's a question mark still in my head, but we're not judges. That was beautiful surfing, by the way. Opportunity was there.
He got it.
Kaipo's putting it out there. You feeling it?
I'm feeling it.
All the way. So, Johan Duroux, talk about that finishing maneuver. Well, we're waiting for the number to come in, and it's in a 6.9. You're spot on, Kaipo. Johan Duroux, allez les bleus. He has turned the heat at the end of it. There's still 45 seconds as yet to go, though. Rio Wider, we see him picking this up. He's frustrated. He would have fallen on that wave. Can he get back in the lineup, find some room? He's got time to get out the back. If he can get a wriggle on here, it's going to be tight for him. Duroux has priority. And some drama in the end of this one. This day has had so much entertainment, so many different ways.
All the way to the end of the day. This has been so fun to watch.
Here goes Rio. He's looking for a number here. He'll throw up the spin on the backhand, and ultimately just didn't quite have the speed to get that done. A great effort from him. He put everything into this performance. He scored an 8-point ride, but he'll go down, and Johan Duroux, representing Europe and France, will be absolutely delighted. He'll come back for quarterfinals. What a fun, entertaining final heat. Johan Duru just backed himself to the end of that. And he will be our last quarter-finalist for the men. Rio Waida will look forward to the pleasure of his company in Victoria at Bells Beach. Wow, what a day. So many massive, massive talking points. A lot to break down in the Corona post-show. A beautiful evening for it too. Golden glow off the ocean. Johan Duru will be absolutely loving this as he brings this in. Different sort of moment for Rio Waida as he just reflects on what he could have done, what he should have done, what exactly happened, what went wrong. He had 8. He'd be backing himself to come through. Didn't quite happen for him this time.
Got stolen from him by the last-minute heroics of the French surfer. Well done, Johan Duru, and I'm excited to see a wild card.
Yeah, that's really
finals
fun.
day.
And you can't leave Johan Duru in a European beach break with 5 minutes left on the clock. You just can't do it. He's too good of a surfer. He's going to find that wave, and he's got the karma from being, you know, in Europe.
Duru on a tear here as he brings this one in full of confidence. The quiet achiever will be dangerous, lurking in that draw for finals day. And he'll fancy himself to do some real damage out here. Nice little moment as he congratulates Rio, but really, Rio will be annoyed of himself when he's got that 8 locked in and he leaves the door ajar and just leaves that opportunity to a surfer as wily and canny as Johan Duru with all of his experience. We think of wildcards generally come into events towards the beginning of their careers, and younger surfers maybe don't know so much about Duru. Coming in that spoiler role with all of that experience and that nous and know-how. And he'll be back on the beach and absolutely delighted with that. A great, well, week, 10 days for Johan.
And, you know, quarterfinals, mayhem.
That's right. Hey, some wild card points for Matt Biolis here. Happy
Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah.
Crosby Colapinto.
Feeling good, aren't you?
Yeah, I love it.
Check out the reception on the beach.
Duru stoked to make it through to quarterfinals here. And he'll have a debrief with his squad as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to go to break. When we come back, Corona post-show, loads of big talking points from an epic day. We'll bring in Joe to join Kaipo and Jesse. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Corona Post Show. What a massive Monday that we had today. 24 heats completed to set up the quarterfinals for the men. An all-time day at Super Tubos and a gorgeous sunset. Remember, we got here on dark. Started first heat at 7 o'clock in the morning, and now it's just past 6:30 in the evening local time. The fans are incredible. They hung in there through the hold that we have through that low tide, and we set up one of the most high-performance days we've had in a very long time. Thanks for being with us on the Corona Post Show. Joe Trappell, Kaipo Guerrero, and Jesse Mendez. You know, when we get a lot of work done, Kaipo, that feels great for the event, but also in just prime conditions. The best we've had for the round of 32 this year.
Yeah, champagne hour this afternoon, the filling in tide, the wind going offshore. I mean, this is what European dreams are made out of. Day 3 was outstanding.
It was amazing. I was actually kind of jealous that I didn't get to surf today because the waves right before dark was firing. It was like as glassy as it gets. Tide was getting lower. We had spinning barrels the whole beach. It was beautiful.
And also the best wild card performance that we've had all season. Still going. Welcome back to the Dream Tour. João Duro getting the score on the buzzer to get to the quarterfinals, AJ.
Nothing like a buzzer beater to end the day, Joey. João, talk me through that final wave, how you knew what you needed to get and how you just sort of saw each section to make sure you got that score.
Yeah, well, it was crazy because you had 2 good scores, priority for 10 minutes, and the waves were starting to be perfect and start to be on, and I saw some barrel everywhere. But he had priority and I couldn't be at the right place. Then he got one and I think he fell and I had priority, so I was like, okay, relax. You have like 5 minutes, just wait one good wave and it's gonna come for sure. It starts to be pumping now. So he came, thanks so much, and stoked I got the score.
You're the wild card on finals day, but here at Peniche, you've had a lot of success going very deep a few years ago. How have you leaned into that experience to push your way to finals day?
Yeah, I love this place. I love Portugal. I came here since I'm young, like 8 years old. So I love here, good food, good waves. Looks like La Gravière home, so I feel right at home.
Well, do you want to say anything to those who are not here, who are watching and rooting for you at home?
Merci tout le monde, Maud, papi, mamie, ma famille, mes potes. Allez, on continue encore un peu jusqu'au bout.
Back to you.
Oh, so great to see João Duro in this kind of form, and you can kind of feel like he doesn't have that weight that he used to have of requalification, the intensity of traveling around the world surfing 1 million events a year. He's still looking just like he did when he was on the top 34 full time, but now with nothing to lose and all to gain.
Yeah, and dangerous, right? He's been a finalist out here. He's been a runner-up before. The one thing that I'm missing with João Duro is the celebration when he used to punch himself in the head after a good wave. Remember that, Jesse?
Yeah, man, he does that. He's such a dramatic surfer. Like, he wears his heart in the sleeve, and if it's going good, it's amazing. If it's going good, it's not going good. It's even better for us to watch because, like, he can be very pissed.
Yeah. I'm glad that he saved his face there that time because that barrel was worthy of one of those classic João Duro celebrations. Getting the barrel, moving on to the quarterfinals. But the big news, kind of similar to what we have on the women's side with Picklum going down in the round of 16. Same thing happened today for John Florence against Jake Marshall today.
Shock and awe. But actually, these two coming into this were matched 1 versus 1 and head-to-head matchups. This was matchup number 3, and Jake Marshall, Jesse, put it together. Even though you had the John slamming the lip, early lead to John Florence, but Jake Marshall was able to come back and take this one.
Yeah, and it was John pretty in form because John was surfing very free, just amazing drive through those turns, accelerating. See right there, those laybacks are so powerful. But he was just a little bit smarter, kept getting those waves a little bit steeper, aggressive, surfed very fluidly, and just, yeah, straight to the point.
Yeah, straight to the point. It milked this one all the way through, channeling some good oceanside there. And then this is the one that turned it. This was the 6.77 on the forehand. Couple of carves for Jake Marshall. It took out the rankings leader onto the quarterfinals.
That's
for Marshall.
right, Kaipo. Yeah, talked to Ross Williams. He said, I thought the result was fair. Jake had an extra turn. He's saying, yeah, John has a ton of power, so you could see him winning a lot just on those individual majors. But he said it's hard not to see, you know, Jake moving on. He had that extra maneuver and definitely earned it. Chris Gallagher said,
Jake deserved it. He works hard, he's incredibly humble, and he's one of my best friends. It was kind of rad hearing from the coaches, and both seeing Jake with his composure to pull it off again. Now 2-1 in against John in one-on-one heats. Not many people can say they've got a winning record over a world champ like John.
Yeah, still pretty close when we look at the numbers as well. So, but Jake Marshall building momentum into this finals day. Congratulations, big ups Encinitas.
So now we're going to really be focusing on where this yellow jersey could lie. You know, you look at the live rankings, which is really fun. Ethan Ewing now moves all the way up to number 3 in the world as he's still in contention. We lost Baron Mamiya and Jack Robinson. So we'll see what happens, Jesse, moving forward.
Hey, I think this is great for us because when those guys in front ended up losing, there's more people on the run. It makes more exciting. Every heat, there's something big on the line.
Speaking of Ethan Ewing, wow, did he look great today against Italo Ferreira. Kaipo made a gamble, surfed a part of the beach that no one had surfed on before, and it really paid off.
Yeah, look at the guy he had to challenge, a 2-time champ over here, Italo Ferreira. Ferreira's been electric in his way up into this round of 16. Looked like the board stuck to his feet. Ferreira, bravo. Like I said, electric, fast surfing, but Ethan Ewing, that rail control, just beautiful, Jesse.
Yeah, it was so impressive. Just the way he can cut the water is just second to none, really. Like, I'm literally speaking that because it's just beautiful rail surfing, and he identified the best wave out there, and that what made the difference as well because Italo was on form, surfing very well, started off pretty good with 2 solid scores, but that 8-point ride, it was really the turning point of the heat.
Well, pretty crazy that Ethan has the ability to stay in his lane. You know, he got Italo just flying free above the lip, and he just stays patient, catches just half as many waves, and he was able to turn it even with time running out. Beautiful rail work, ended up being the big statement today.
Yeah, isn't that his method of operation? Just being selective. Every time he gets to his feet, he's going to make it count. Italo Ferreira, the exact opposite, just staying busy, but today, Ethan Ewing one-upped him, and I can't wait to see what Ewing's going to bring to finals day.
Big one there as he moves up to number 3 and is able to get past Italo, a guy who's won this event multiple times, the guy who we were kind of pegging as the Brazilian to maybe move into the top 10. Now he's going to have to focus on Bells Beach, the place that gave him his first victory. Ewing now moving into the quarterfinals as we have some interesting stories really lining up where we look at the Californians kind of returning to a finals day. Jake Marshall taking on Crosby Colapinto. The big brother Griff is at the bottom part of the draw, so there's a lot of that SC crew hoping for a Colapinto final on finals day.
Could be a fairy tale final for the surf town of San Clemente. Brothers in the final. Wouldn't that be a great one, Jesse?
Yeah, that would be great. Obviously, it's like the dream. Imagine them in the final, both brothers. I had my brother growing up, and he surfed his whole life, and we had a few heats together. Being in the final in the CT, that would be crazy.
Yeah. I mean, but look at Gabriel Medina, his form. He's that one Brazilian that we thought was going to take over the rankings as soon as he suits up at Pipeline. Little delayed, but the way he surfed today, it looks like he's truly unstoppable. He does have Leo Fioravanti, though, in the draw.
Yeah, but Medina on the live rankings has already moved up 7 places. So this is a Medina that is starting to get into gear. It's stop number 3 after a lackluster Hawaii performance. So, yeah, he's going to be one to watch out for, Gabe Medina.
Dangerous one. Obviously, Ramsey on a roll as well. Really looking forward to finals day for the women as they worked out some great heats at the jetty down the beach. They'll be back at Super Tubos as we look to see Gabriella Bryan take on Tyler Wright. Tati, a past champ, will have Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, both being coached by Ross Williams. Caroline Marks, she joined us earlier today, Jesse, and she looks really fresh and ready to go for Lakey Peterson. And Lulu, great effort here to make it to the quarters as she'll take on Joanne DeFay. Jesse, what's popping out to you is the biggest heat to watch in the quarterfinals?
I mean, I'm very biased, and I mentioned that yesterday, but I like heat too. Not just obviously because Tachi's in it, but Tachi and Betty Lou are very good friends, so I like those drama because they live it. They're very good friends. They're very good at leaving everything outside of the water. And once they get in the water, it gets fire.
And I kind of feel like Tati has been kind of surfing her way into rhythm. Kind of fell a few times early and has really switched on. And then you got the other side of Sakura, who's been very in form and finding so much confidence every time she competes.
Is it too early to look at Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as a potential world champ?
Gosh.
Is it early in the season? I mean, but we saw what happened at Pipe.
Right.
We saw what happened at Sunset. We see what's happening over here. I don't know if I'm too early on this call.
No,
but
I like it. I like where you're going with it. And it's kind of like how we're watching Ewing for yellow with, John out, with Jack and Barron out. We're definitely watching Betty Lou with Picklum out, and Caitlin Simmers. This is a huge opportunity for Betty Lou, and she's been surfing better than she ever has on tour.
And the surfing has been there always. Obviously, she's been developing, but just the confidence it's in a better mind this year. So she looks very strong.
Exciting moment today for Gabriel Medina, 3-time world champ. He is going to have a big feature on this Corona Post show, earning the best wave of the day, 9.33, and one of the cleanest full rotations to cover some ground, and had more combinations to follow. This is when he had Jack Robinson and really ran away with it, Kaipo.
yeah, this was so one-sided, but this 9.33, look at the amplitude, the rotation, and just sticking the landing, absolute stomping it on